Chapter 1, $200 million. Kyoto, Panjiayuan Old Goods Market. Although this place sells antiques, but at the end of the street but opened a dozen gambling stone workshop. Stone Jai is one of the largest. In the morning, not yet 8 o'clock, Stone Jai is already crowded. People like boiling. Most tourists traveling to Beijing will come to Panjiayuan Taba. Although everyone knows that 99% of the antiques on the stalls are fakes, there is still a 1 in 100. Compared to not pretending to understand. The general from the stalls of antiques, betting on the money faster and more direct. A knife down. Is the stone or emerald at a glance? But no one cares. This line of water is deeper than the sea. Only the real stone gamblers understand a knife heaven. A knife hell of horror. Store is not big. 200 square meters of the appearance of the door is more than a dozen rows of log shelves. The top of the staggered and orderly placement of hundreds of jadeite raw stone. But the raw stone here is not big. 1 kilogram, 2 kilograms, 10 kilograms to the top. There are various yards of full gambling material. Open window semi-gambling material. Whether it is a knife to get rich all depends on the eyesight and luck. Yi Qing stood at the entrance of the stairs, looking at the swarm of gamblers, one by one, gazing at the stones to select the stones, before he smiled smugly and turned around to go up the stairs. Boss, your express. The beautiful store manager wearing a black fitted suit with a valiant ponytail, saw Yi Qing about to leave and immediately handed over a cardboard box. Yi Qing cupped the shoebox-sized express in his hands and said thanks with a smile. The beautiful store manager rewarded him with a wink and watched him walk up to the second floor. The beautiful store manager sighed grimly, secretly laughing at herself for being a horny woman, but had to admit that this kid did have the talent to make girls obsessed. A big man of 1 meter 8. His body was moderately fat and thin, fair face with clear angles, dark deep eyes, flooded with mesmerizing eyes, that thick eyebrows, high nose, with a smile on the lips are not in the flaunting of nobility and elegance. What is even more rare and valuable is that he did not rely on the help of his father and brother, and only used 3 years to start from nothing to own a stone fast worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Yi Qing, however, ignored the small mind of the beautiful shopkeeper. To use an old saying, it's not good to be too familiar. The spacious second floor was broken up into 4 compartments. The parlor, the studio, the storage room and the bedroom. But his only job was to open the windows for the raw stones that were most likely to be deciphered out of emerald by brushing through the selection. Yi Qing placed the courier box on the boss's desk, took out the thick plastic bubble wrap inside and took out a small sandalwood box. When the lid was opened, his eyes were drawn to a rich green color, dragonite seated imperial green bravery handle, the treasure that master had been coiling for decades and never left his body. Yi Qing took out a strong flashlight and hit the light for a closer look. This piece of dragon stone species brave, no cotton lines, impurities, as smooth and delicate as silk, extremely warm, fluorescent, water foot full. Let a person feel that the water is about to overflow. Grip in the hand. A warm current along the arm spread all over the body, dispersed the Kyoto March spring cold, warm in winter and cool in summer. This is the unique characteristics of the dragon stone species of jadeite. This legendary jadeite also has a very domineering name, divine dragon species. It means that this kind of jadeite is as hard to find as the divine dragon and is precious. What's more, this piece of dragon stone species brave from the Qing Palace office. It is the Empress Dowager Cixi, rewarded to the governor of Yunnan and Guizhou of the world's most precious treasure. It is said that the governor of Yunnan and Guizhou procurement of the original stone can open the value of the jadeite. None of them missed. Master is the descendant of this governor. This piece of dragon stone species brave to the auction, even if the value is not 100 million, but also tens of millions of dollars. Is this old man's brain kicked by a donkey? Worth tens of millions of dollars of treasure dare to let the express delivery. Yi Qing is full of suspicion, measuring the dragon stone species brave, body like a tiger and leopard, its head and tail like a dragon, shoulder long has a pair of wings but cannot be spread, and the head has a corner and tilted back. Carving is exquisite, impeccable. Ding! The cell phone tucked in the pocket of his pants emitted a soft sound, and then there was an electronic female voice. You have a short message. Is it read or cancel? Read. Your account with the tail number 9, 5, 6, 7, arrived, 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, $0, balance, 2, 0, 3, 5, 6, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, $0. Nima. Yi Qing was truly shocked. He couldn't believe it, and he didn't dare to believe it. With his right hand pinching the dragon stone seated brave, his left hand quickly pulled out his cell phone from his pants pocket, unlocked it numbly and opened the text message. Individual, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, Really, to the account of 200 million? This reaches the peak of life? Yi Ching stared blankly at the cell phone text message, but WeChat came to the song of someone applying for a video call. I married her into the door. She slowly turned bad. Money into the pocket. Will not be able to come out again. Good words a sack. Engage in 1020. Said that only rich men will become bad. Pre-marriage little good boy. The beautiful store manager who pushed the door in, heard the funny lyrics, and immediately collapsed on the ground with laughter, coming up for air and shouting, "Boss, boss, what's your ringtone? Don't be silly, answer the phone." Ah, Yi Ching only then came back to his senses, looked at the beautiful store manager sitting on the floor, snow white tight shirt, single button black small suit, cannot hide the waves, and together with black silk legs sitting on the carpet, two small hands hanging down on the carpet, almost gasping for breath, hurriedly called out, "Lu Yu, get up, let people see, as if I how to you." Lu Yu lightly patted her peaked chest and glared at him angrily. "I would really like you to do something to me, as your pre-marriage little good boy and post-marriage aunt." Yi Ching reached out and pulled Lu Yu up, smiling bitterly. "If your father hears this sentence, he won't tear me alive." This beautiful-looking, bold and heroic shopkeeper was a real Kyoto big girl, or a senior student of Tsinghua's business administration program. What's more, her dad is not only her own father's heir, she is also her own heir. Although there is no blood relationship, but it is no different from a real brother and sister, precisely because of knowing the roots. Yi Ching handed over the stone fast to her to manage, and concentrated on his own research on the stunt of opening a sky window to the jadeite raw stone. "That's all the guts you have." Lu Yu was amused by the quirky lyrics and wanted to laugh again, gritted her teeth to hold back and said in a bad mood, "Still not quick enough to answer the phone. Let it ring until when?" "Let it ring. I guess that old man regrets it." Yi Ching is not in a hurry to answer the phone. Inexplicably got the dragon stone kind of bravery. Heavenly fortune of 200 million. $200 million, a number that countless people can't earn in their lifetime. It just arrived so easily. Should I buy a villa first? Or will that limited edition Bugatti Veyron buy back? Chapter 2, The Blood-Sucking Dragon Stone Seed Emperor Green Pixie. Lu Yu. Children only do multiple choice questions. Little master bite together. Yi Ching thought with malice in his heart. Old man. Who? Your father, Lu Yu said in surprise. No, it's my master. The one from Sister High. Yi Ching laughed. Lu Yu didn't have a good feeling about Yi Ching's master at all, and despised. Your master is not only stingy but also careful. That 5 tons of raw stone from a year ago, I was only 3 days late in making the payment. He withheld it from being shipped. He doesn't even trust his own disciple. Moreover, the material he sent over last time was mixed with a lot of fake stones. Today I am looking for you. One is to tell you, just now I have already yesterday's turnover to your account. A moment bank text message will come. You pay attention to check receipt. The second is to discuss with you. Is it a change of supplier? Yi Ching smiled while shaking his head. Although you have become the store manager of the Stone Lounge, you don't understand the industry of gambling. Gambling and gambling, although both have a word gambling, but gambling is against the law and is expressly prohibited. Gambling on stones, however, is open and above board, and the police uncle does not care. Must remember that the casino has no father and son. Pro-brother clear accounts. This is the rule. You do not make a payment. He will not ship. No problem. Lu Yu is a little unconvinced. Delicate and naive, pouting cherry lips. Unimpressed. Could it be that even the most basic trust between people don't want, let alone you are still his disciple? Yi Ching laughed and said, let's make an analogy. For example, you and I jointly bet on a piece of stone. If your money doesn't arrive, even if this piece of stone opens up $100 million worth of emerald, I won't share a single dime with you. That's what betting on stones is all about. Cash transactions, no credit, empty words, empty gloves. Others will not take you to play. Lu Yu contemptuously skimmed her mouth. Backstabbing. You only see the bet go up. What if the bet goes down? Yi Ching said seriously. A piece of raw stone that can open hundreds of millions of emerald is worth millions. Tens of millions. If you lose and don't recognize it, I'll find that grave and cry. Ding. You have an unread message. Read or cancel. Read. Yi Ching said without thinking. Your account of 9, 5, 6, 7 arrived. 5, 3, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, $0. Balance, 2, 0, 8, 8, 6, 0, 0, 0, 0, $0. Lu Yu boarded her fingers and counted the balance of his account, unable to close her cherry lips in surprise. How much is this? 288 million, 86 million. Boss, you robbed the bank. When the sky falls, there will be a disaster. Yi Ching didn't get overjoyed and forgetful. Instead, he increased a few points of vigilance, picked up his cell phone and tapped on WeChat. but a huge glass wall appeared in the screen, which said intensive care unit, no noise allowed, and behind the glass wall is a snow-white hospital bed, on which lies an old man with gray hair. His formerly rosy fox face was now pale and haggard, his eyes were tightly closed, his lips were pale, and he seemed to be shivering even in his coma. Around him, but rows of medical instruments, monitoring his heart, blood pressure. Several nurses are busy around him. The camera flipped steeply, and a face that could be described as cold and beautiful appeared, seductive but raw power of the phoenix eyes, radiating a fearful light. Although through the cell phone screen, one could feel the queenly oppression. Why didn't you answer the phone just now? Who are you and why were you able to open my master's cell phone? Yi Qing's voice also became cold. Confirm your identity. Your elder Wen's disciple Yi Qing, the cold beauty asked coldly. That's right, who the hell are you? Yi Qing pursued. Did you receive that huge $200 million? The cold and colorful beauty replied. Received it. Yi Qing originally wanted to say that even the Dragonstone Seed Pixie had received it, but for some reason, the words reached his mouth and swallowed back. My name is Shinjunyi. I'm the lawyer that Wen Lao hired. Shinjunyi said sharply. Please rush to Rueli as fast as you can to deal with Wen Lao's aftermath. What exactly happened? Yi Qing pursued in a panic, but the video shut down abruptly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Qing fiercely burst out a foul mouth and turned his head to Lu Yu. Book a flight for me. I want to rush to Rueli as soon as possible. Lu Yu also realized the seriousness of the matter, quickly took out her phone. Booking and paying in one go. 10 o'clock. There's a direct flight to Mang City. Pack your bags. I'll go and drive. Mercedes-Benz Big G quickly drove out of Panjiayuan, straight to the airport on the highway. All the way to the airport. You have full authority over the store. Yi Qing explained, then took the ticket and went through the security check, straight to the boarding gate. Sitting on the wide leather chair in the first-class cabin, Yi Qing was in a mood of urgency and trepidation, so much so that he didn't even feel any pain from the Dragonstone-seated Brave's unicorn horns that he held in his palm and pierced into his skin. For the old ghost master, he always carried the psychology of worship, although he is stingy and black-hearted. But in Sister High this dragon and snake mixed place, from nothing after 20 years of hard work, has more than $1 billion of wealth. It is undeniable that he possesses wisdom and means that are hard to reach by ordinary people in order to have such brilliant achievements. More cunning than a fox, more ruthless than a wolf, but licking his chops. These 3 years are in his unique way in teaching himself to maintain reverence for gambling stones. Each piece of raw stone is drenched in the blood of others and their own. Don't go gambling with the mentality of getting rich overnight, and don't have the mentality of a gambler who won't die until the Yellow River, and won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. It will be too late to regret when you wait in line on the rooftop. However, he couldn't figure out what could have happened to Master. In his impression, the Master is a person who, no matter what time of the day, is all set and calm. Even in Sister Gao, where huge businessmen and wealthy rogues and criminals piled up, he was a predator that ate people without spitting out bones. Sir, you look pale. Are you not feeling well? Pretty stewardess, squatting and kneeling next to his seat, asked with concern. It's fine, I'm just in awe of flying into the sky. Yi Qing forced a smile. The pretty stewardess guffawed. Sir, don't worry, the flight is safe. It's about to take off. I'll help you fasten your seatbelt. Yi Qing was just about to raise his hand to refuse, but he felt his body was tired and weak. The flight attendant bowed and stood up, bowing and stretching over the seatbelt. Even the beautiful flight attendant's majestic breast peaks that brushed past the tip of his nose, he was not in the mood to appreciate it. He stared at the palm of his hand, the pale emerald green dragonstone species of braves inside the body. Unexpectedly more than a touch of blood color. This emerald brave was actually sucking his own blood? No wonder his body was weak and pale, making the beautiful stewardess think he was sick. The beautiful air hostess stood up, her eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. She had seen a lot and naturally saw that the youth in front of her, although he was dressed in casual clothes, but at his age, traveling in first class, and with a valuable jadeite bravery handle in his hand, he must be either rich or noble. Even if you cannot catch the golden son-in-law, make a friend is also good. But the disappointing thing is that this clean-cut young man is oblivious to his own beauty. Chapter 3, Freshening the Hair and Washing the Marrow. Sir, wait for the plane to fly smoothly before you unbuckle your seatbelt. If you need a drink, please also order. Yi Qing didn't reply. Right now he was so weak that he couldn't even open his mouth. The dragonstone seed emerald in his palm however was getting redder and redder, as if it was about to drip blood. The stewardess bowed slightly and left in disappointment. The deafening roar sounded steeply, and the airplane skidded across the long runway and rose into the air. The huge feeling of pushing back made Yi Qing's body, involuntarily, lean back. The color of blood in the dragonstone seed pixie in his palm steeply poured out. A warm and pleasant liquid flowed down the brave's unicorn horn and infused into Yi Qing's flesh and blood. As the blood flowed through his veins, his eyes began to ache and swell, and he couldn't stop the tears from pouring out furiously. The airplane entered the stratosphere and the huge inertia disappeared. "Sir, what's wrong with you?" At an unknown time, the beautiful flight attendant appeared by Yi Qing's side again, carefully pulling out a white handkerchief and wiping the tears from his face. "Thanks." Yi Qing opened his eyes and smiled in shame, but abruptly saw that the white handkerchief in the stewardess's hand was soiled by his own tears. "Sorry for dirtying your handkerchief. How much? I'll compensate you." The beautiful stewardess held back her laughter and asked curiously, "Sir, is it your first time on a plane? You were scared to tears just now." Yi Qing was inexplicably wronged, but also knew that any more explanations would pale in comparison. "Sorry, really sorry." Pulling out his money clip, he took out $200. "Trouble you, when the plane lands, buy yourself another handkerchief." "A handkerchief? It's not worth much." The stewardess smiled sweetly when she saw that he didn't have the intention to return his handkerchief and didn't ask for his money. "Sir, just now you were sweating all over. Do you want to go to the restroom to scrub and change your clothes?" Yi Qing then realized that just now, the inexplicable liquid in the dragonstone seed pixie, the moment it poured into the blood vessels, not only were the tears like springs, even the pores were secrete a large amount of sweat, emitting a foul smell. No wonder the stewardess kindly reminded. Yi Qing unclasped his seatbelt in a hurry, carried his own small suitcase, and scurried into the restroom in a state of disarray, locked the door, unscrewed the faucet, the hands of the dragonstone species brave into the suitcase, took out a set of change of clothes. Only then did Yi Qing take off the casual clothes on his body and looked at the spots on his skin. The heart is also secretly strange. My body is not dirty. How to sweat a layer of dirt? Could it be the legendary felling of the marrow? I've read too many novels. Yi Qing shook his head and laughed bitterly. Towel dipped into the water and quickly cleaned his body. The stench disappeared and he was instantly soothed. Staring at the mirror on the wall, observing his own eyes, there is neither a penetrating psychic ability, nor is there anything out of the ordinary. From the leather box, take out the dragonstone seed brave, carefully observe half a sound. The blood color inside is not at all like a piece of pale and green glass. Suspicious of the dragonstone species brave hanging on the neck, which put on a white sportswear. Clean up, open the door. The beautiful stewardess, back to himself crouching and kneeling 10 meters away, and a passenger whispering something. The slim spine arched out in a graceful curve, and there was a long, broken hair on her shoulder. When did my eyesight get so good? Yi Qing was shocked. In order to verify that he wasn't mistaken, Yi Qing pulled his suitcase and quickly walked over. The beautiful flight attendant slightly moved her body to make way. Yi Qing stood beside her and whispered, "Many thanks, sir." "You're welcome, it's what I should do." The flight attendant tilted her face and smiled. "There's a hair here. I'll take it off for you." Yi Qing didn't wait for the flight attendant's permission. His fingers twirled on her fragrant shoulder, but he felt her smooth skin wrapped in her clothes instantly tighten. "Kid, what are you doing?" Taking advantage of the flight attendant, the middle-aged passenger who had just whispered to the air hostess, stormed out in a low voice, but his eyes carried a bit of envy. Yi Qing coldly swept a glance at him, sending the long hair that his fingers pinched in front of the flight attendant's eyes. "Sir, no, it's not. It's also impolite for us flight attendants to have fallen hair on us, and I have to thank this gentleman for helping me take it off." The flight attendant blushed, softly explaining. The middle-aged man, however, did not pay attention to the stewardess, stood up with a pang and snapped, "Kid, what are you staring at? As if I'm a Kyoto man afraid of fighting. As if I'm a Kyoto man too." Yi Qing's eyes became even colder. "Otherwise, after we get off the plane, let's compete. Both gentlemen. It's all a misunderstanding." The flight attendant stood up and laughed. "Besides, we are all civilized people. Fighting won't solve the problem." "Kid, where do you hang out?" the middle-aged man shouted. "I mix with Chaoyang. If you have the ability to go back to Kyoto for a date." Yi Qing coldly laughed. "Anytime. You can come to Panjiayu and Stone Jai to look for me after returning to Kyoto. My name is Wang Liang. If I don't go, I'm a grandson." Wang Liang huffed and sat back down. "Sir, it's not worth it." The beautiful stewardess accompanied with a smile. "They are all gentlemen in Kyoto, open and atmospheric. Don't let a little thing hurt the peace." The stewardess begged softly, and the two of them didn't want to lose the face of Kyoto's gentleman. Under Wang Liang's vicious gaze, Yi Qing returned to his seat. The flight attendant kindly brought Yi Qing a drink and asked in a low voice, "Is your body alright?" "It's fine, thanks." Yi Qing smiled and thanked her. In passing, he swept a glance at her nameplate. Stewardess Qin Mingyue. Qin Mingyue smiled sweetly. "The first time you take an airplane, it's normal to have fear in your heart. You'll get used to it after a few more rides." Being treated as a rookie on her first airplane by a beautiful flight attendant, she even cried in fear. However, Yi Qing didn't really have a way to explain the weird incident just now, and could only nod his head with a bitter smile. The stewardess saw that Yi Qing didn't have the intention to climb into a conversation with himself, faintly smiled in a lost mood and left. Yi Qing closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but Wang Liang in the back row refused to let him go. Man, going to Rueli is gambling on stones, right? Beware of even losing your pants. Yi Qing didn't even open his eyes and smiled. Looks like you're an old gambler, but don't forget, those who drown know water. If it's your turn to queue up on the rooftop, I can help you bring the urn back. You. Wang Liang gritted his teeth and cursed the bad luck, but he didn't want to touch the bad luck again. Gamblers are afraid of others cursing them to lose. Stimulate this kid again. God knows what kind of feces will spew out of his mouth. With hatred, he said, go back to Kyoto and then I'll find you to settle the score. Yi Qing laughed it off. People who gamble on stones most avoid being impatient. This guy can't find the north when he is stimulated. It's strange if he doesn't get cheated to death. After a 5-hour flight, the plane landed at Mang City Airport. Yi Qing walked out of the airport and saw his master's old Bentley. Chapter for the sky-high bidder. Yi Qing quickly walked over and knocked on the car window. The car window came down noiselessly, and the cold beauty sitting on the driver's seat swept a cold glance at him. Yi Qing, Shen Junyi. The two recognized each other at the same time. Yi Qing was stunned. How did you know that I took this flight? Shen Junyi said indifferently. I checked the flights from Kyoto to Mongshan, and the only one that can get to Rueli at the fastest speed is this one. If you don't come, I'll deal with the aftermath alone. My master is dead. Yi Qing's mood steeply tightened. His nose turned sour, and tears welled up. Shen Junyi saw his true feelings, then said, Elder One had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and after resuscitation, he is out of danger, but still under observation in the intensive care unit. As for when he can wake up, the doctors don't even dare to guarantee it. Yi Qing pulled open the car door, placed the suitcase in the back seat and sat in smoothly. Go to the hospital. It's useless to go now. It's past visiting hours. Shen Junyi swept a glance at him from the rearview mirror and aggravated her tone. The top priority is to deal with his debt dispute. Debts? How could my master have debts? Yi Qing couldn't believe it. The Long Rui Gambling Stone Workshop and Long Rui Chui Jade House under his name have tens of millions of dollars of water flowing every day. Shen Junyi let out a sigh. Your business. What can I say? Yi Qing was shocked and lost his voice. My master is gambling on stones again. Shen Junyi gently nodded. Years ago, when Lao took an order from the old Guangtian Lu Jewelry Company, in the middle of May, to provide up to 200 million high-grade jadeite bright material, and Tianlu Jewelry paid the 200 million in advance to Wen Lao's account. This is in line with Master's style of not seeing a rabbit without a hawk. Yi Qing heard that Master's life was not in danger, and his tense mood relaxed. This is the largest collection and distribution center for raw stones. Long Rui Gambling Shop also often opens high goods. Master will just collect the goods at a high price. If not, you can go to other gambling stores to acquire bright materials. There is no need to be in a hurry. Shen Junyi snorted coldly. If things were that simple, it wouldn't have been so urgent for you to rush here. Yi Qing was surprised. Is there any other change? Even if you bet across a stone, it's not like you can't afford to lose. Just be patient and collect the goods. It's only the 2nd day of March. There are still 2 months to go. It's completely in time. Shen Junyi started the car, traveling along the avenue, but things are strange in this place. After the opening of the market after the year, the Jadeite Guild of people on the crazy acquisition of Jadeite bright material, Wen Lao 2 months have not received high goods, forced to choose their own gambling stone. Shen Junyi held the steering wheel with one hand and handed over Wen Lao's cell phone with one hand. The password is the last 4 digits of your account number. Old fox. Yi Qing shook his head and laughed bitterly. Couldn't say whether he was happy or sour. Never thought that his master would use the last 4 digits of his account number as a password. Quickly tapped his phone to open the photo album. A black and dark stone of large size appeared in the screen. Surprised, Mo and K Field mouth black auburn sand. 10 years ago, Yangon Public Market open bidding area of the King of the Sky price. Master even play so big? Shen Junyi was surprised. Is this stone famous? That's for sure. This stone weighing 380 kilograms. All the jewelry companies participating in the public auction participated in the auction. It turned out to be bought by a mysterious buyer for 20 million euros, which when converted to RMB, is around $150 million, and after paying the tax is around $170 million. But a month ago, this stone suddenly appeared in Rueli, and your master spent $1 billion to buy it. Shen Junyi's tone was bland, but it made Yi Qing's heart sink violently. With $1 billion in cash, his master simply couldn't get it out. But he understood why master was so crazy. The material from the old Mo Wanji field was extinct more than 20 years ago. The ones that appeared on the market were collector grade, raw stones that were hidden in the safe by the buyers, treasures that could not be found. Seeing them was luck. Your master has 500 million of his own, and collected another 200 million in payment from the Guangdong merchant, and mortgaged Long Rui gambling stone workshop in Chuiyu to the bank for a loan of 300 million. The weather in Ruili was hot, but Shinjuni's voice was a bit cold. Yi Chang, however, ignored the change in her tone and lowered his head to concentrate on this gambling stone. Master had once talked about this stone and had also shown him photos of this gambling stone. Back then, this piece of gambling stone was a fully gambled wool, and a piece of it was smashed off during the handling process, revealing the jade flesh inside. Glass seed full of green. It caused jewelry companies from all over the world to bid on it at any cost. From the cell phone photo, this piece of Mwangi black osage is shaped like a huge piece of sweet potato. The surface doesn't have too many uneven crusts and the sand tumbling is relatively even, so it shouldn't be too much of a variegation. The fly wing on the surface of the stone is very fine, and the emerald is a stone made up of crystals. Generally speaking, the stone shell will not lie. The flesh of the fly wing is fine, which means that the jade flesh which is hidden inside the skin shell will not show too much variation. A wrapped python is vaguely visible on the surface of this stone, wrapping around almost the entire stone. There must be water everywhere the dragon is, and the seed water cannot be wrong. The pine flowers near the python's belt are tight, while the moss is a bit loose, indicating that it has not been eaten in. As long as the moss is not eaten in, it can be out of high color. Yi Qing turned over the second photo. Is a strong flashlight at the break in the light? The light of the waterhead is longer, which is even more certain of the full material speculation. Turn over the third photo. The surface of the stone obviously poured water. Can vaguely see some cracks. Can clearly see in the grain of the stone is the same direction. Yi Qing couldn't help but shiver. This stone is huge. It's not impossible to bet on the cracks, but it's too treacherous. You can read this stone? Shinjunyi asked in surprise. Of course, Yi Qing said bitterly. Generally speaking, the material of Mwangi collapses 9 times out of 10 bets, and it is called one cut of heaven and one cut of hell by jade phasers. However, it is undeniable that most of the glass seed emperor green that appeared in history came from this field. Shinjunyi curiously asked, if this piece of material comes out with glass seed emperor green, how much can it be sold for? Yi Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. If it's full material, $10 billion is possible. Shinjunyi was shocked and lost her voice. That much? For several years in a row, the Yangdong public auction bidders have not sold a piece of high color, not to mention the glass seed emperor green. This kind of jadeite is hard to find in a single shipment. Yi Qing smiled to himself. Master doesn't gamble. A gamble is amazing. Old still play a big one. As a result, will be all the family have gambled in. Shinjunyi was surprised. How do you know the bet collapsed? Yi Qing said deeply. Jadeite wool is like a woman's dress. Without peeling it off, never see whether it is beautiful or ugly. Shinjunyi coldly rebuked. Look at you, look quite civilized. How to talk like a hooligan. Chapter 5 Imperial Split. Yi Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. These words were said by Master. Shinjunyi skimmed her cherry lips. You haven't answered my question. With my master's nature, if the bet goes up, I won't be able to see these pictures in my life. Isn't it a good thing to gamble up? According to the rules of stone gambling, shouldn't we set off firecrackers to celebrate? How could it still be hidden from you? Shinjunyi looked back at Yi Qing. This person, my master, how should I put it, is a real old fox. Yi Qing said in deep thought. Deeply understands the truth of not revealing one's wealth. $10 billion can turn a decent man into a robber. Do you think he would tell me? Only if he gambled down would he let me help him with the aftermath. It was the bet that collapsed and opened the glass seed emperor green and also opened the emperor crack. Shinjunyi's voice turned cold again. Lost himself to nothing, and left a huge pile of debt. Debt, at most. Let the bank take away the gambling stone workshop and jade house. Where is the debt? Yi Qing was surprised. Besides, if he was broke, how would he still let you transfer $200 million to me? The term of your master's loan was half a year, but after the gambling collapsed, the news somehow leaked out, and the bank came to his door to call for payment. That's when the people from the Jadeite Guild came to the door and offered $500 million to acquire the gambling stone workshop and Jadeite house. Shinjunyi laughed bitterly. They would be so kind. Yi Qing knew that the gambling stone workshop and Jade building were definitely not worth $500 million. This is the truth, Shinjunyi said bitterly. There are still $200 million left after paying off the bank loan. However, the contract between your master and Tianlu Jewelry Company hasn't been fulfilled yet. The most detestable thing is that there is an additional clause in the signed contract. It stipulates that if your master can't deliver the $200 million worth of high-grade jadeite within the deadline, he will pay out $600 million in damages. Fortunately, the $600 million includes the $200 million of goods paid in advance. Originally, I advocated holding the $200 million in my hands as a bargaining chip before suing Tianlu Jewelry for contract fraud. After all, the national law stipulates that the payment of liquidated damages, up to a maximum of 10%. But your master disagreed. saying that the rule of the gambling circle is to accept a bet and let me transfer the 200 million to you. Yi Qing admired his master. The meat that comes to my mouth, I will eat it even if I die. And you're not worried at all. Shen Junyi glanced at him from the rearview mirror. Worried about what? Shen Junyi aggravated her tone. You still owe people 600 million or $200 million of jadeite high-grade bright material. I need to run through this matter. Yi Qing's tone became lighter as he knew what was going on. But first, I want to know, what is your relationship with my master? Shen Junyi's face turned cold as she swept a fierce glance at him. What relationship did you say it was? Yi Qing asked without answering. Where do you live now? Your master's villa. Yi Qing said meaningfully. First, you know the password to master's cell phone. Second, you know master's bank password. Third, you live in master's villa. And fourth, you drive master's car. Shen Junyi was surprised. What can this mean? Master's cell phone is top secret to him, and it hides the information of many big clients. And these clients include my number. WeChat notes. Master replaces them with numbers. Even if someone cracks the password and opens the phone, it's still equal to reading heavenly books. However, you were able to find my WeChat and know my account number. Secondly, before you did not transfer money, there are $200 million inside the account. Even if you have professional ethics, you dare not say that you are not moved. This kind of thing, with the master's old spice, how could he tell you? Third, his villa, not just anyone can live in it. Fourth, it's this Bentley. A man's car is like a wife. It's not something you'd let anyone mess around with. You have said a great deal. And surmised what? My master also has a villa in Muse, in which 2 old Burmese girls live. You suspect me of being his mistress. Shen Junyi slammed her foot on the brake. The Bentley, which was running wildly at 100 mph, let out a miserable braking sound and skidded out for more than 20 meters before coming to a stop. It was a good thing that there were fewer cars on the road without any tailgating incidents, but it also threw Yi Qing out of the back seat, his head almost hitting the windshield. You're crazy. Yi Qing's head was sandwiched between the front seat and the deputy driver's seat. Lowering his head was Shen Junyi's beautiful legs under her white slim skirt, and immediately hated her teeth again. This girl, driving and wearing hateful heights. Apologize. Shen Junyi coldly said. Why apologize? Could it be that what I said is not the truth? Yi Qing sat back with his arms propped up. You guessed wrong. I'm his lawyer. That's impossible. Yi Qing laughed coldly. My master is an unrelenting old fox. He won't trust anyone. The only reason he trusts you like this, you are his mistress. Shen Junyi said angrily. You don't even look at how big the age difference is between me and your master. As long as there is money, age is never a gap. Besides, with my master's wealth, it's more than enough to support an 18-year-old starlet. Why are you so dirty-minded? What kind of master has what kind of disciple? Yi Qing laughed. If you admit it painfully and come up with evidence that can convince me, I promise not to fight with you for his family's property. Shen Junyi sneered. Other than the 200 million given to you, your master only has a villa worth $20 million and this Bentley. But compared to $600 million of debt, what can I covet from him? Zhang Wuji's mom once warned him that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she can cheat. Shen Junyi gnashed her teeth in anger, itching to kick him off the automobile. Even if I'm related to him, why should I tell you? Yi Qing's face became solemn, and his tone deepened. In the business of gambling on stones, the most taboo thing is that the partners are each trying to figure out their own mind. Did I say I want to gamble with you? Shen Junyi didn't have the good sense to say. Your master's previous lesson. Is there no warning for you at all? Gambling on stones is 3 parts by strength, 3 parts by luck, and 4 parts by wealth. Yi Qing laughed. Master asked you to hit me with $200 million, just so that I can use this money to come here to pay off his debt for him by gambling on stones. You're confident that you're better than your master. Yi Qing said meaningfully, my master's gambling on stones. Even if he can't compare to the Jade King, he ranks at least in the top 3 in Sister Gao, and his character is cautious. Never take a step to see 3 steps. I concluded that before he bet on this stone must have left a backhand. Shen Junyi 10,000 do not believe. Coldly laughed, backhand. Backhand is even the family fortune lost. Chapter 6, Jilong Stone Gambling Workshop. Tell me the truth or not. Otherwise, let's go our separate ways. I'll go back to Kyoto tomorrow. Yi Qing was victorious and looked at her with a smile. Anyway, the 200 million is in my hands. Even if Tianlu Jewelry pursues the debt, it won't be able to pursue me. Shen Junyi hesitated. You apologize to me first. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have suspected that you were my master's mistress. The corner of Shen Junyi's lips revealed a smug smile. Stepping on the gas pedal fiercely, the Bentley's speed soared steeply. Yi Qing was scared out of his white hair sweat. You crazy woman. You dare to race in high heels. Slow down and stop. I want to get off. The speed of the car soared to 102 in an instant. The dashboard saw red and issued a sharp warning. The speed continued to accelerate. Yi Qing quickly buckled his seatbelt. With this amount of guts you have, you still dare to play with me. Shinjunyi held the steering wheel with both hands, but her head was looking backward. Look ahead. Yi Qing voiced with a plea. Small master traveled all over the world, all rely on the word prudence. I did not expect that in your little gutter overturned the boat. In a flash Bentley rubbed a Mercedes-Benz sped past. Mercedes-Benz body a crooked rushed into the highway in the center of the green belt. Shinjunyi lightly stepped on the brakes to keep the car's speed at 100 mph. But the intersection leading to Sister High was directly forward without slowing down. Where are you taking me? Yi Qing cursed in his heart. There was no place to reason when he ran into a crazy woman. Dalong Evening Market, let me see your strength. Shinjunyi smiled as she looked at Yi Qing's miserable little face through the rearview mirror. Moreover, the head of the purchasing department of Tianlu Jewelry is also there. I got on the plane at 10 o'clock and got off at 4 o'clock before I had my noon meal. One meal doesn't starve a person, but if you don't let the purchasing minister of Tianlu Jewelry see your strength, she'll go to court tomorrow to sue your master. The Sister Gao Morning Market and the Dalong Evening Market were two unique scenic spots in Roeli. The myth of one cut of poor, one cut of rich gambling stones is staged here every day. It was the paradise of wealth and the closest place to hell. Yi Qing did not want people to see this Bentley, commanded Shinjunyi, and parked in a parking lot furthest away from Dalong Evening Market. Although Shinjunyi was puzzled, it was rare that she did not object. Getting out of the car, Yi Qing only saw that she had picturesque eyebrows, tall figure, white single-button small suit, white slim skirt, outlining the wonderful figure to the fullest, but also the shrewdness and competence of a beautiful lawyer was perfectly displayed. Why stop here? Shinjunyi didn't retort, but it didn't mean she didn't complain. There's a long way to walk, and it's tiring to wear high heels? Many people recognize this car. I don't want people to know that Wen Yuanshan is my master. Yi Qing swept her a glance. Take off your top. What do you want? Shinjunyi's pretty face was suddenly cold as ice. Yi Qing sneered. Chanel's suit, Coach's bag, and on your wrist is a Chanel J12 Series H0968 wristwatch. You're telling people that there's a fat goat coming in spite of the knife slaughter. Shinjunyi was also taken aback. Originally she treated Yi Qing as a bumpkin, but she didn't expect that people had already recognized her with all the light luxuries. Unbuttoning the single button of the white small suit, she lightly laughed. You're getting more and more impressive to me. Taking off the small suit, folding it and placing it on the driver's seat, taking off her wristwatch and loading it into the coach bag. Only then did she look at Yi Qing. Her tone was firm. I have to take this bag. There are a lot of important things inside. Yi Qing nodded. Try not to draw attention to it. I don't want to be treated like a fat sheep. Then he laughed badly. Not to mention, you're really something. Shinjunyi glared at him without any good humor. Mind your eyes. Don't look at what you shouldn't. Yi Qing carefully surveyed two eyes. Black tight shirt highlights the mystery. Small V-neck can make her snow-white neck and cold face more attention. The high-waisted slim skirt stretches along the knee, but more highlights the greatness of the front. The slenderness of the waist and hip crotch rounded. Beige height sky-high, so that her two long legs look longer, slender and straight, revealing two calves with beautiful curves. White as jade. Beauty like jade. Before you marry to pour the city. If you marry, pour the country and pour the city. Yi Qing drilled into the carriage, opened his own small suitcase and took out a clean casual wear top. Handing it to Shinjunyi, wrap it around your waist. I didn't expect that you would be able to say something with such depth. Shinjunyi glanced at him and wrapped the casual wear blouse around her waist, lightly tying a live knot in both sleeves. A change that turned an austere beauty lawyer into a natural and casual one, like a beautiful woman who had come to travel. However, I'm warning you, listening to you is merely cooperating with you, and is not a reason for you to wreak havoc on me, Shinjunyi said seriously. Moreover, I'm not your female companion, so don't overdo it. Yi Qing bristled disdainfully. I've seen not 10,000, but 8,000 beautiful women like you. Sister is also in existence that you can't afford to marry. Shinjunyi arrogantly raised her showy eyebrows. I like obedient women, Yi Qing said with a smile, not waiting for Shinjunyi to retort, and said sharply, in areas that you don't understand. Being obedient is also a kind of wisdom. Shinjunyi snorted coldly. When the first sidewalk, walked a few steps, always feel Yi Qing's eyes flow behind himself, immediately felt a dry heat. Footsteps slowed down and he walked side by side. Dalong Evening Market, is still stuck in Yi Qing's original memory, stretches for miles under the shed, is not see the end of the stalls. Each stall is decorated with jadeite jewelry or raw stone. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside are people, bidding endless. The sound of the cutter is deafening, and occasionally there are people tearing their hearts out shouting, up, up. This was the Dalong Evening Market, a magical place where the myth of riches was created every day. The place where Shinjunyi and the head of Tianlu Jewelry's purchasing department agreed to meet was called Jilong Gambling Place. It was huge, and her own stone lodge was a roadside stall compared to this place. This place was a true mecca of stone gambling, attracting gamblers from all over the country who fantasized about getting rich overnight. As soon as the two entered, they felt the fire of the place, a steady stream of people looking at the stone. The sound of the bright light hammering the stone filled their ears, and there was a long line of people cutting the stone. A bearded boss came forward to greet. "Two. Is the first time to Geelong? Would you like me to recommend 2 stones for you?" Yi Ching smiled coyly. "Boss, I don't know how to gamble, and I'm only here for a long time. If there is a suitable material, I will try my luck. If not, forget it." The boss understood what he meant. If the price is right, then play. If not, then go. Smiled, "All friends are friends within the 4 seas. It is fate to come here. I have materials from all fields. More money to play big, less money to play small. You can look at it freely. Call me when you see it well." "Thanks, boss." Yi Ching nodded his head in thanks, and went directly to go around. There are many stones here. Very big, very selective. Chapter 7. A fairy can't break an inch of jade. Shin Junyi followed behind Yi Ching, but her attention was not on the jadeite raw stone. Instead, she was looking for the head of the purchasing department of Tianlu Jewelry. Yi Ching led her, directly ignoring the piles and piles of kilograms randomly stacked on the ground. According to the custom of the gambling workshop, the good raw stones were placed separately. What he was looking for was moxisha material. This field is famous for its seeded water material, large production and good quality. In this era of increasingly scarce colored jadeite, the price of seed water material has skyrocketed every year. The characteristics of the moxisha raw stone is the seed water is sufficient, polished especially after the goods. Maximum interpretation of the colorless emerald crystal clear characteristics, all show the pearl. The most important reason is that in these 3 years, he has cut open the window of the most moxisha material, but also the most familiar. Yi Ching turned around, his eyes were attracted by a smaller piece of moxisha white saltskin material. Moxisha field mouth is also divided into layers. The best layer is the white salt skin. This piece of material's crust was so desiccated that it was like a handful of salt grains had been sprinkled on it. The crust alone gives a pleasing feeling to the eye. Since being inexplicably cut down on the airplane, Yi Ching's eyesight has also reached an unbelievable level. Without the help of a strong flashlight, under the dim light of the store, he could also tell that this piece of leather shell had a coarser sense of sand. This is one of the most important characteristics of the moxisha field mouth. The coarse sand represents the delicate jade flesh inside. Yi Ching took out a strong flashlight, squatting on the ground to play light on the stone. Individually placed raw stone cannot be randomly on the hand, because this kind of raw stone is more valuable. In case it is broken by the customer, it is easy to have a dispute. Therefore, you can only look, not move. From the effect of the light, the transmittance is very good, and there is also the manifestation of desanding, which is also the characteristic of moxie sand raw stone. Most of the stones will have different degrees of desanding, just some more and some less, but as long as there are raw stones with sandy skin, you can definitely find desanding. The transparency is good. It is a light bulb material. The reflection is sky blue. Very beautiful. If he came across this kind of material in the past, Yi Ching would definitely bet on it, but now his eyesight is not what it used to be. Generally speaking, hit the lamp. Even with the most powerful flashlight, you can only see into the jade flesh of 3.3 millimeters. Good seed water can reach 6.6 millimeters. Of course, except for the glass seed, because the glass seed is extraordinarily transparent, just like glass. But even so, you can only see up to 10 millimeters. What degree of flesh in the innermost part? It depends on gambling. This kind of bet is to bet on luck. But Yi Ching, with the help of his superhuman eye power, saw deeper into the raw stone. Although it couldn't achieve the effect of perspective, but being able to see in 1 more millimeter was 1 more chance of winning. Instead, Yi Ching saw 2 centimeters of jade flesh, a full 10 millimeters more than others, and the dense cracks inside made him shudder. The owner of the Geelong gambling house had been paying attention to the duo. Yi Ching is okay, a casual sportswear, still cannot see what brand. Such gamblers abound in Ruwali. Although Shin Junyi had gone through a cover-up, she was carrying a coach bag in her hand. The woman who casually carried hundreds of thousands of dollars in her hand. Even if she was a rookie, she was a rich rookie. The boss came over and also squatted on the ground. Laughing, brother hit the light to look at the material. Very careful. Veteran Yi Ching smiled and said, learned it from the internet. Yi Ching himself is the one who opened the stone gambling store. Very clear about the routines here. The general gambling store owner rip off 2 kinds of people. One is a rookie, a knife blood but leave a little leeway for fear of scaring the rookie away. The second is to understand the gambling stone. As long as you look on the material, originally asked for 5,000. Open mouth is 500,000. A knife into the neck cavity, not to put your blood clean, will not stop. So, don't tell people you know how to gamble. Immortal hard to break the inch jade, not the original stone cut, who knows is up or down. The real gambling on stones relies on money and luck, and the so-called experience can only account for 30%. This is also what he and Shinjunyi said. 3 parts strength, 3 parts luck and 4 parts financial strength. Without money, you can't afford even the best material, and wealth passes you by. Luck is that you can meet good material. Strength is experience and eyesight, with experience and eyesight to decide whether you bet or not. Now Yi Qing, the account has 200 million. As long as it has not encountered the best material, he can afford to gamble. But this luck thing depends on whether God reward you this meal. He can use his rich experience and superhuman eyesight to see details that others can't see. The likelihood of the bet going up increased to 50%. The boss laughed. This piece of material is good. Moxisha old pit. White salt sand. Hit the light is sky blue. The most likely to come out of the glass seed. A piece of material will allow you to earn hundreds of millions. Yi Qing pursed his lips and smiled. This boss is also a fox. Just talk about the benefits and not say the bad things. Why didn't he say that the material of Moxisha, the most likely to come out of the emperor crack? How much? The first time we meet is fate. Count your price. $200,000. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, really slaughtered to death, turned his head to look at the bag carried by Shinjunyi, suddenly understood. When Shinjunyi heard the boss's offer, she was surprised. 200,000. A stone you want 200,000. Why don't you go and rob it? The boss laughed, but did not say anything. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and waited for Yi Qing to counteroffer. The rules of stone gambling: as long as the boss makes a bid, the gambler counteroffers. The price is right, the deal is done. 200,000. Just by this little white guy can come up with 200,000. Not to mention 200,000. I don't think he can even come up with 20,000. Yi Qing turned his head to see, but in the airplane because of the beautiful stewardess and his dispute with the Kyoto gentleman Wang Liang. Wang Liang looked at him with contempt. Kid, you came to gamble on stones right after getting off the plane. You really aren't afraid of even losing your pants and going back to Kyoto naked. Seems to be amused by his own humor. Laughed out loud. However, that way is also open. All the way to the north with a high-song bare body. Shinjunyi was furious. Just wanted to sneer back, but was pinched by Yi Qing on her calf. The words reached her mouth and swallowed back. Yi Qing smiled and said, I've seen it on the internet. This stone is called white salt sand. The exposed base is sky blue. $200,000. Surely you can bet on it. With a bad smile on his face, he put a strong flashlight and pressed it on the gambling stone. Wang Liang took a look at it and immediately got excited. It's really good. Yi Qing was bitter. Unfortunately, I don't have enough money. It's all from Kyoto. Can you lend me some? Wang Liang burst out laughing. Man, do you know what gambling on stones means? One cut is poor. One cut is rich. One cut wears sackcloth. Since you're from the old country, I don't want you to die here, or else who will go back to Kyoto to have a date with me? Besides, 200,000 is not bad. You a fresh graduate college student, don't take the risk. Master dare to bet. Is master can afford to lose. Chapter 8, Bad old man bad very much. Wang Liang obediently squatted beside Yi Qing. How is it? Consider it well. Can't afford to gamble, let me. Pulling out a strong flashlight, he kept hitting the light on the stone, swinging it left and right. Very professional. And he also knew the rules of stone gambling. Before Yi Qing did not give up, neither could he ask the price nor raise the price. Otherwise, it was the boss who would benefit. The boss was surprised. Boss Wang, you know this brother? Wang Liang immediately said. Not familiar. A piece of the plane to come. On the plane to the stewardess. Was I taught a lesson? But all from Kyoto, pro or con hometown. I don't want him to become a ghost under the rooftop. Shinjunyi's gaze at Yi Qing instantly became contemptuous. Molesting a flight attendant on an airplane. How horny are you? The boss smiled furtively, knowing that Wang Liang had gone astray. Wang Liang turned his head and saw Shinjunyi. Yo, you're blessed with good luck. You found another superb girl. Is it a domestic or Burmese girl? Burmese girls are cheap, only $50 a night. Yi Qing hemmed and hawed. This one is a bit expensive. $5,000 a night. With a snap, the coach bag smashed on his back. Shinjunyi twisted her body and gambled away. Wang Liang said, quickly go after it. Such a superb girl. A night of 5,000 is also worth it. Brothers, our Kyoto men, listen to my brother, a word of advice. Play women although expensive but cannot hurt the tendons, cannot move the bones. But gambling on stones can make you lose all your money and die in a foreign land. Yi Qing nodded. You gamble. I'm just looking. Only then did Wang Liang look at the boss. Boss Chi, I'll take this piece of material, but $200,000 is too expensive. Make it cheaper. Boss Chi laughed. You are a big boss from Kyoto. $200,000 is a heavenly price for others. but for you it's just a drop in the bucket. Don't let me look down on you and drop your own value. Wang Liang laughed. That's fine. I'll take it. Transfer the money. Yi Qing took a look at the stone. 7 or 8 pounds of stone is priced at 200,000. More black than himself. The transfer was completed. Wang Liang held the stone and looked at Yi Qing. Brother, listen to my advice. Don't play with the stone. Playing with women is cheap, but never remember to wear a condom. Yi Qing smiled and nodded his head, for Boss Chi also kept a watchful eye. The bad old man was bad, killing acquaintances. He was obviously familiar with Wang Liang, but didn't tell him that the stone was likely to be cracked. But gambling this kind of hook. Good words are hard to persuade the damn ghost. Before the stone is unraveled, he will not believe whatever he says. What's more, Yi Qing also wants to borrow this stone to verify whether his judgment is accurate. Besides, since this man can afford to lose, let him lose. Shen Junyi didn't go far. When Yi Qing walked to her side, he heard her say, "You were really on the airplane, making a move on the flight attendant. He also advised me to remember to wear a condom when playing with you. Be careful, you have a disease. You're the one who's sick. Men are no good." Shen Junyi gritted her teeth and glared at him, not giving him a chance to fight back. "Are you really looking at that piece of material?" Yi Qing laughed evilly. "If I want it, the boss can only negotiate the price with me. It's not Wang Liang's turn." "Why? This is the rules of stone gambling." Yi Qing smirked. "I'm negotiating with the boss. He can't make a bid until he gives up. This gentleman had a poisonous mouth but didn't break the rules, so he squeezed me with words to make me give up." "Why give up?" "Crack." Yi Qing lowered his voice. Shen Junyi was taken aback. "You saw it. Why didn't that Wang Liang see it?" "That's experience and eyesight." Yi Qing let out a sigh. If it was not for the strange encounter on the airplane, this piece of material himself must have bet. High goods sky blue. $1 million profit. Ah. Shen Junyi's words changed. "Is that flight attendant pretty? Your focus is there." Yi Qing gave her a funny look. Her pretty face was red like fire. The beauty was amazing. Shen Junyi didn't have the good sense to say, "What are you looking at? Go find a rock." Yi Qing brought Shen Junyi, and circled around the store again. Seeing a row of raw stones that no one was looking at, Yi Qing quickly walked over. This row was all black raw stones. It was the same type as the sky-high priced raw stone that Master had gambled down. Black oolite. But the one that Master bet on is the old material from the old Mwanji field. But here is the raw stone from the new field. In the eyes of the general public, black raw stone out of garbage, and the new field mouth material seed tender, gray bottom. The most important thing is, cracks more, will also be out of the ushui, is a person to see people afraid of the material. Therefore, the old gamblers will choose to stay away. After all, 10 gambling 9 collapsed infamous. Not everyone dares to play. But the master bet on Mwanji black ursine is not without reason. This material is most likely to come out of the Emperor Green. At least Yi Qing knows. Gambling Circle opened the Emperor Green, almost half from this field. Here dozens of pieces of material. All are black osea. The material of Mwanji is divided into wax crust, tumbled sand crust, water crust, and oil crust. The most gambling material is the black crust, which is high in color but short in head. The most distinctive feature of the stones from this site is that they have obvious white spots and are grayish in color. But as long as the performance is good, the species is good, it is sure to be outstanding. The chances of gambling up are high. And if you add the white python, the certainty is even greater. Yi Qing looked at a dozen or so raw stones in a row, and finally selected a 7 or 8 kilogram raw stone. This piece of raw stone was very attractive, shaped like a piece of bread. This shape was the easiest to produce bracelets, and it was easy to find a few bracelets. Shen Junyi carried her bag and watched Yi Qing gesticulating on the raw stone and said in surprise, "What are you gesticulating for?" "Estimating how many bangles can come out." Yi Qing to Shen Junyi, also a bit appreciated. Unlike other women who chirped and made random comments while the man was talking, "You haven't even cut it yet, so you're looking for bangle bits." Yi Qing squatted. Shen Junyi stood and talked inconveniently, so she hugged her skirt and squatted beside him. Gambling on the stone, not only to bet on the jade inside, but also to bet on its maximum value. Shen Junyi put down her stance. Yi Qing was also embarrassed to target everywhere, patiently explaining, "Gambling on stones has a bracelet, 2 cards and 3 egg face bets, but it's not alright. In fact, a piece of seed watercolor all good egg face is more expensive than a bracelet. Therefore, it should be 1 egg, 2 bracelets and 3 cards. But that kind of egg surface is a piece of jadeite, the most essential part. Gambling out need big luck. Gamblers retreat to the second best. So that's why it becomes 1 bangle, 2 cards, and 3 egg faces." Speaking of egg surface, Yi Qing inexplicably recalled the piece of black osam that was cut down by his master. The cracks were big and small. Even if he couldn't take the bracelet, the plate, he could still take the egg surface. Even the most horrifying imperial cracks would produce changes. and it was impossible for 380 kilograms of raw stone to be all ruined. You watch this piece. Chapter 9 God's Mischief. It's not bad. The material skin is dark and oily, full of oil, and there are localized signs of desanding. Yi Qing pressed the strong flashlight on the desanded area. See, clear bottom. However, the most terrible thing about manhwa material is the cracks. Moreover, this piece of material is only a small portion of desanding. The light can't penetrate it. It's very menacing. Shinjunyi frowned her pretty eyebrows and said bitterly, "Can't understand. Look more and you'll understand." Yi Qing smiled faintly. The effect of this piece of material under the lamp was obvious. It was material that could be gambled on. This piece of material sans skin tight. Seed water is not a big problem. Followed by color. Color is good, price is high. Now to bet on whether there are cracks inside. You dare to bet on cracks? Shinjunyi couldn't help but think of that heavenly priced gambling stone that Wen Lao had gambled down as soon as she heard about cracks. Yi Qing looked up at her. It's only normal for an emerald to have cracks. A piece of raw stone weathered in the wild for hundreds of millions of years. Without some cracks it's not a real emerald. With my experience, I dare to bet on the seed water and color of this piece of material. The crack will depend on whether God fulfills you and me as a pair of bitter lovebirds. Shinjunyi blankly glanced at him. Who is a bitter lovebirds with you? Is a person who molests a flight attendant on an airplane worth trusting? I don't have a penny to do with you. Besides, if I'm not following, is it that you also look for a few main girls? Dozens of dollars a night? How cheap? What are women in your eyes? Wine, sex, money and wealth is summarized as eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Yi Qing said with a smile. Even Sage Kong can't be exempt from this, let alone a mere mortal like me. However, I'm a bit picky about women, and I can't look at women in the wind and moon scene. However, I'm impressed that you're willing to squat down and whisper to me. The main thing is that you're cheap. One night you only cost a penny, even cheaper than a main girl. Without waiting for Shinjunyi to retaliate, Yi Qing called out, "Boss, how much is this stone?" Boss Chi walked over quickly and looked at the stone twice. "Brother, are you sure you want to bet on this piece?" Yi Qing smiled. "A bit of eye candy, boss, quote a price." Boss Chi saw that he really wanted to bet, and solemnly said, $500,000. Yi Qing laughed. "Boss Chi, if you want to slaughter, you slaughter like Boss Wang. More meat and blood, a knife to see fat, like me who just graduated from university and traveled out with my girlfriend. How much money can I have?" Boss Chi also laughed. "Brother, all are clear-eyed people. Your girlfriend's outfit can be worth a lot of money. I'm sure brother is also a rich son. Take a look. Return a price?" Yi Qing shook his head and laughed. "That bag in her hand is purely for window dressing. In our Kyoto realm, high-ranking officials and rich businessmen gather. You have to pretend even if you don't have money. Otherwise people won't take you to play. She accept that bag. The rest are high fashion. This broken stone 5,000. 5,000 I'll buy it." Even Shinjunyi was taken aback by this price Yi Qing offered. "This is too ruthless. A $500,000 stone and you're still asking for 5,000. Boss Chi was instantly laughed at by the anger. People's counteroffer is at most a stopgap. Brother directly wipes his neck. 5,000 isn't even enough for shipping. This isn't me ripping you off. It's you ripping me off." Yi Qing said with a straight face. "I don't know the stone. Just look at it fun. Like a big bread. So, boss, give a real price. If I can afford it, I'll take it. If I can't, I'll go to another gambling house and turn around." Boss Chi gave him a deep look, staring at the stone, murmuring, "Brothers say honest, but not real people, but I also want to make you a friend. Maybe when I go to Kyoto have to ask for a brother's place. You give 100,000. Honest price. Any less, you will not play in the house stone, the pile of raw stones outside. You can pick one at random. Count it as my gift to you." Yi Qing took out his cell phone. "Boss, report an account number. I'll transfer the money to you." Boss Chi reported the account number, and Yi Qing directly transferred the money without any hesitation at all. Boss Chi patted him on the shoulder. "I really wasn't wrong. Brother is not a real person. The hand down this is called a dry and sharp." Yi Qing was just about to speak, when he heard that side call out, "It's open, it's open." At once, the gamblers who were looking at the stones, gathered over there. Boss Chi swept a glance. "It's Wang Liang's stone. Brother, do you want to go over and take a look?" Yi Qing also wanted to see what was going on. Following Boss Chi over, he saw Wang Liang squatting on the ground, laughing wildly in surprise. Yi Qing was still skeptical. Did he guess wrong? It wasn't an imperial crack. Wang Liang carefully pried the stone open. The smile on his face was especially satisfied. However, when the raw stone opened a little bit, the smile on his face became stiff. "Congratulations, one piece of emperor crack. Next to the sharp-eyed has seen jade meat." Began to regret uproar. Wang Liang was furious and squatted on the ground, hitting the lamp to look at the dense cracks on top of the jade meat, wanting to cry. Yi Qing smiled slightly. sky blue high ice seed. No cracks if at least a few million. Unfortunately, this piece of material cracks are too dense. Not even egg surface. Worthless. Gambling on the emperor crack is more difficult than opening a white stone. This is God's mischief, calling you to heaven and then kicking you into hell. The huge psychological gap was too much for many people to bear. Wang Liang stood up in annoyance and kicked the stone away. Damn. Bad luck. Turning his head, he glanced at Yi Qing. See, this is gambling. You never know what's inside until the stone is cut. Yi Qing laughed. Kyoto man, don't be a sore loser. There's still no traveling expenses. Why don't I borrow some from you, and return it to me when we have a date? No need. Wang Liang waved his hand and walked away without looking back. Shen Junyi looked at Yi Qing in surprise. Only she knew why Yi Qing didn't bet on this stone. When he said there was a crack, he really opened the emperor crack. After opening the emperor crack, the popularity also dispersed most of the people. Many people sighed while walking out. Boss Chi looked at the gamblers walking towards the door with a bitter smile and said bitterly, "Brother, it's up to you. This is the stone gambling. Gamblers only chase good luck. Gambling up. Firecrackers." The crowd doubled. Gamblers will be crazy to buy stones. Gambling collapsed. Turn around and leave. Can't even stay. Seeing that there are still people deciphering the stone, there are more than a dozen people who stayed behind and waited to watch the fun. Yi Qing handed the stone over to the master in charge of cutting, and turned his head to see Shen Junyi standing with a young woman in a purple dress. Exchanging whispers, the stone-cutting master asked, "Pair cut?" "Don't," Yi Qing hurriedly said. "I bought this stone just because it looks like a piece of bread. Cutting it down is good as a travel souvenir." The stone-solving master smiled at him. "Master, really not." Yi Qing hurriedly shook his head. "I'm just betting on luck." No one generally dared to gamble on Mwanji's stones. Those who dared to gamble bet on the seed and color. And black wushu sand was most likely to produce high seed and high color. But the disadvantage is also obvious. It is cracked, so you need to open the window. If the window out of the high color, the stone will not have to cut. Directly find the next family to transfer the risk. Chapter 10 Extreme High Ice Sea Sky Blue. And the consequence of one size fits all is to see the light and die. Just like Wang Liang, you bet on high ice, high color, but also bet on the emperor crack. Worthless. That's why the master said he was a master. The stone-solving master took out the drill and prepared to open the window. Yi Qing gave him a helpless look. This master definitely did it on purpose. You give me a new adamantine grinding head. This material seed old. Ordinary grinding head cannot gnaw. Hard cut will hurt the meat. Bet up. I pack a big red packet. The stone master looked at him with a smile. Still say it is not a master. Boss Chi laughed while patting him hard on the shoulder. Brother is really unkind. Yi Qing also laughed. Buying stones could be pretending to be an amateur. Cutting stones could not. If I'm being generous, you're being ungenerous. Wipe my neck with a knife. You also bled me a cut of $400,000, or I recognize myself. Boss Chi shook his head and laughed bitterly. But gambling is like this. All playing with the heart, depending on who is skillful. At this time, Shen Junyi and the purchasing minister of Tianlu Jewelry walked over side by side and asked in a low voice, "What's the point of this?" Boss Chi smiled at him meaningfully, his eyes directed towards the minister of purchasing of Tianlu Jewelry. When he looked at Yi Qing again, there was a hint of warning in his eyes. Yi Qing followed his eyes. The dozen or so people surrounding the cutting machine. There were 3 or 4 gamblers in suits, who gave the purple-skirted beauty a wary glance, and then turned their eyes towards Yi Qing. It dawned on Yi Qing that these few in suits were merchants under the Jade Union, and if they cut out a high grade of jadeite, they would pay a high price to buy the jadeite away. It was a good thing for the stone gamblers, but it might not be for Yi Qing. Shen Junyi and the purple-skirted beauty stood together and talked and laughed, which also made the people from the Jadeite Guild treat him as an enemy. It was true that peers were enemies. Yi Qing smiled in a breezy manner, but in his heart, he added 3 points of vigilance. When Shen Junyi saw that Yi Qing didn't answer, she whispered, "Asking you." Yi Qing said helplessly, "Normally a raw stone with tender seed water can be used with an ordinary grinding head. However, the outward appearance of this piece of raw stone, the seed water is old enough that it's hard to drill into it with an ordinary grinding head again, so you have to use an adamantine grinding head to slowly rub it." The choice of grinding head, because of different personal habits, there is no fixed rule, but people in the industry know. Those who do not know will let people cheat. If you accidentally hurt the flesh, people won't pay for it. Shen Junyi continued to ask, "The imperial fissure in that raw stone, how did you see it?" Yi Qing quickly swept a glance at Boss Chi and hurriedly said, "Let's talk about this matter later. Now is not the right time." Shen Junyi understood and glanced at the purple-skirted beauty beside her. The purple-skirted beauty smiled sweetly, but did not come forward to speak. Instead, Boss Chi turned his head and laughed. "Indeed, you are an expert. Brother, since you know how to rub stones, why don't you personally take on the job?" lest my store mate give it a bad rub. Yi Ching categorically shook his head. What a joke! A line of sky, curved willow moon brows, plus the 8-legged spider window. That was the master's unique skill. There was no chance that Boss Chi would be able to recognize it. Once he was identified as Wen Yuanshan's disciple, he would be slaughtered by others as a fat sheep. I won't hide it from boss. I only know a little bit. I can't be considered proficient. I'm sure I'll break the window cleaning by myself. I won't even be able to find a grave when I cry. Boss Chi smiled indifferently. In his heart, he had already decided that he was the master of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He just wondered when such a teenage expert had appeared in the stone gambling circle. This was Yi Ching's first time officially gambling on stones, and although $100,000 was a drop in the bucket for him, nervousness was inevitable. But he also realized why his master had tried every possible means to sharpen his temperament. This kind of excitement of being poor in one cut, rich in another, and wearing burlap in one cut, was truly addictive. Yi Ching clenched his fists and carefully stared at the store as the master rubbed the stone, and the window was rubbed away little by little. The master rinsed the stone with a hose and then looked up at him in shock. Yi Ching also saw. His heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Breathing a little difficult. Hanging in the chest of the dragon stone species Pishi, steeply secrete a coolness, sobering him up. Yi Ching has seen the color of the stone. Blue like the blue sea and sky. The store master laughed. It's really an expert. Even though he didn't bet on the emperor's green, it's still sea and sky blue. Superb. Shinjunyi grabbed his wrist and nervously called out. The bet won. Yi Ching nodded, took a strong flashlight, hit the light to see the most beautiful blue color, like a clear sky after a rain. Beautiful. The stone-solving master laughed. The material must have risen greatly. I just don't know how many times it has risen, but the big red packet is unavoidable. Boss Chi also walked up, took a look through the light, and called out in envy. This high-color Haitian blue is too beautiful. I don't know how many years have not seen. Moreover, the seawater is very old. The overall translucent, as if the sun shines in the seawater in general. Brothers, sell it, $1 million. Shinjunyi was surprised and couldn't close her mouth. $100,000 to buy the stone from him, just to open a fingertip-sized window, and he recovered it for $1 million. Yi Ching slightly smiled. She boss boasted about the color of this stone. Bottom, species, water but a pass. Clearly want to pick up cheap. However, the layman looks at the color. The insider looks at the seedwater, with Boss Chi's estimation. What is the price of this stone? He asked. This was just a habit. After all, in Kyoto he opened his window not to gamble on stones, while on the other hand, he wanted to know if Boss Chi was truthful in his estimation. Boss Chi gave him a solemn look. Less than blast seed, but the seed water to high ice. Bracelet bit there are 8, each calculated by 200,000. About 1,600,000. Shinjunyi angrily said. Then you still charge at 1 million. Isn't it obvious to take advantage of it? Boss Chi laughed. This is only rubbed a window. Does not mean that the inside is full material. Full material is worth this price. Brother, sell or not? Give a word. Yi Ching smiled slightly. Boss Chi only said bangle, but not bangle core. The bangle core can be deducted from the plate. Each at least 100,000. Plus the scraps can be deducted from some of the egg surface. 10,000 to hit the bottom. But this price is also fair. After all, it is only open window, not unlocked. Yi Ching sincerely said. She boss. In fact, you can see, I am the first time to gamble. How to unravel and then talk about the price. Moreover, rubbing up doesn't count as up. In case the inside changes seed, you'll be at a big loss. Shinjunyi surprised. The material will also change seed. This is the gambling stone. No one can know before unraveling what changes will happen inside. Boss Chi laughed. Brothers don't stop gambling until they see the real thing. So unravel it. Yi Ching looked at the material and made a gesture. Take a cut from the center. Keep the bracelet bit. Boss Chi laughed. Brother is very confident. This knife down once varietal. The value will fall by half. If there is a crack, it is worthless. Chapter 11. $10 million rise. It's alright. $100,000. I can afford to lose. Yi Ching knew what he was thinking. This piece of material that he took over, he wouldn't cut it himself, but rather find a wrongdoer to sell it. Just based on the skylight reveals the seed water color, he can earn 600,000. Chi boss heartbreaking grin. The old gambler is to see good, stable win. Cut will really have to bet on luck. Deconstruction master will material fixed on the cutting machine, directly under the knife. Everyone clenched their fists, watching nervously, as if the material is theirs. $1 million worth of material is considered a big material. This knife down is another few million, or lose a car, a house. No one dare to determine. The excitement of cutting stones is unspeakable. With the ear-piercing noise of the cutting machine, everyone's blood flow accelerated. Heartbeat accelerated. Up, up, up. A low roar shouted out from everyone's throat. Even Shinjunyi was the same. Yi Qing also wanted to put on a breezy pussy. But gambling on stones originally had a strange magic that made people adrenaline rush in desire. This piece of material has already reached a preliminary estimate of $1,600,000, not counting the plate and egg surface. If there is no variegation, no color change, perfect and no cracks, at least another million. The cutter cuts in a little bit, like a knife that decides life and death, can make you fly to heaven, can also knock you into hell. Boss Chi smiled and handed over a cigarette. It's torturous. Yi Qing took the cigarette, borrowed Boss Chi's lighter to light it, and took a deep breath. I finally know that many people know that there are risks in gambling on stones, but they still come from thousands of miles to gamble on stones. This stuff is really addictive. Boss Chi nodded with palpitations. Yes, addictive. When you see a piece of stone, revealing the seed, water, color all good jade, not to solve it out. Dead are not willing, but gambling on stones is most afraid of addiction. Many people are pursuing this kind of excitement and lose everything. Yi Qing exhaled a mouthful of smoke and asked with a smile. Then why doesn't Boss Chi gamble on stones since he likes the thrill? Watching others deciphering stones and gambling on stones myself are two different things. I'm also afraid of getting addicted. Boss Chi smiled bitterly. So, the reason I sell stones and don't gamble is that I don't want one day one of the people who go to the rooftop to line up will be me. Yi Qing was speechless, staring intently at the cutting machine. Seeing that the stone was about to be cut, whether this cut would be heaven or hell would be seen immediately. The noise of the cutting machine finally stopped, and everyone looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing didn't rush forward to open the material, but learned from Yu Qian, and smoked a cigarette in one breath. This mouthful of shivering smoke clogged inside the lungs. It is very difficult and irritating. Deconstruction master bawling at Yi Qing. This window is worth $1 million of material. He did not dare to just open. People who gamble on stones are superstitious about luck, and he seems to know that he doesn't have this kind of good luck. In case the enemy, who's to blame? Everyone stared at Yi Qing, waiting for the stone to be opened. Yi Qing spat out his cigarette and stepped forward, pulling the stone apart bit by bit. He knew very well what this meant. Bet up, and from then on, he could embark on his life of gambling on stones. If you lose the bet, you will have to roll back to Kyoto and continue to sell your own stones. He suddenly understood why his master had put 200 million into his account. It was to let himself let go of the bet. The next bet. Not only can you afford to win, but also to lose. 1 year of cutting the stone, 2 years of opening the window, 3 years of sharpening allowed him to read the code that nature left on the jadeite raw stone. $200 million is its own guts. Yi Qing pulls the stone apart bit by bit. His forehead veins are soaring and throbbing. Watching someone open a stone was like riding a roller coaster. That immense pressure of a steep descent from the sky, torturing people into a sweaty mess. Every single person held their breath and could hear the sound of their heart beating. As the stone was pulled apart bit by bit, the strings in the heart seemed to be torn apart. Excitement. Yi Qing's eyes widened as he looked at the stone that was pulled apart. Smooth as a mirror, without a single crack. It's up, it's up, it's up big time. This luck. The onlookers went crazy, jumping and jumping. Boss Chi sighed. He knew that he had no chance with this piece of material. Even if he bought it at a high price, he wouldn't make much profit. Brother, this luck. I'm convinced. Boss, give an estimate this time. Yi Qing swept a glance at the men in suits. Boss Chi smiled. The material has no flaws, no cracks, no variegation, no miscellaneous colors yet. One color sky blue. There are 8 bracelet bits, and you can also pull out 8 plaques, and there are a dozen egg faces. He did not say the price, but his eyes swept the 3 merchants affiliated with the Emerald Guild. 5 million. The purple-skirted beauty couldn't help but bid. A young man with a white face and a beardless face glanced at her with a smile. 6 million. I'll take it. 6.5 million. The purple-skirted beauty didn't want to give up. There was no profit at all left at this price, but this was a high-grade jadeite. 7 million. The young man with a white beardless face slowly raised the price. This is already a heavenly price. According to the current market, sell it and lose $500,000. Purple dress beauty lightly biting cherry lips. The last time to raise the price, 7.5 million. The young man with a white beardless face slightly mused. 8 million, the highest price. Yi Qing quietly kicked Shinjunyi beside him. Shinjunyi was stunned. Then she snapped out of it and raised her hand and called out, I'll bid 9 million. Boss Chi froze, then revealed an odd smile. Last bid, $9.5 million. The young man with a white beardless face glanced at Shinjunyi suspiciously. Boss Chi laughed. Brothers, it's okay, Whoever buys this piece of material back will lose $2 million. Losing money they will still buy it? Shin Junyi simply didn't believe that there were still people in this world who did money-losing deals. Yi Qing called out, "Sold." The purple-skirted beauty had a disappointed look on her face. At this price, she really didn't dare to take it. The young man with a white beardless face walked over quickly, reached out his hand and smiled. Wang Bo, director of the Jadeite Guild. Brother, make a friend. Yi Qing, from Kyoto, a jobless hobo. Yi Qing smiled and shook his hand. Girlfriend doesn't know any better. Don't mind brother Wang. That 1 million doesn't count. The Jadeite Guild has plenty of money. Don't care about this 1 million. Besides, I'm just following orders. It's not mine to save the money. Wang Bo laughed brightly. 1 million. Hand you this good luck friend value. Next time brother bet out of high-grade jadeite. Must make a phone call. I buy at a high price. Wang Bo took out a business card and handed it to Yi Qing with both hands. Definitely. Yi Qing accepted the business card with both hands. If people show respect, you must return the favor. Upper-class people courting people, lower-class people stepping on people? This was what his father taught him. Chapter 12, Immortal Bureau. Bro, report an account number. I'll transfer money to you. Give me $500,000 in cash. Give everyone a red packet. Dip your luck. Yi Qing smiled and reported his account number. Took out his cell phone. Followed the number on the business card and dialed back to Wang Bo, turning off his SMS tone in the process. Not a moment later, the text message of $9 million arrived. Wang Bo also handed over a suitcase. 500,000 in cash. You count it. No need. Trust brother Wang. Yi Qing laughed and turned his head to look at Boss Chi. Give 100,000 to the stone deciphering master, and split the rest for everyone. Brother atmosphere. Boss Chi laughed. Wang Yong, go set off the firecrackers. Big rise. The onlookers cheered loudly. 100,000 for the stone solving master. The boss kept 100,000 for himself. There is still 300,000. Everyone can share more than 20,000. People here don't care about money. What they care about is luck. The luck of deciphering $9.5 million worth of high IC sky blue. The gamblers who got the money immediately went to pick the stones, while the gamblers who heard the cheers also swarmed in. In the surging crowd, Yi Qing took Shin Junyi and walked out. Until he walked a long way away, the Dalong night market still had firecrackers going off. Shin Junyi said heartily, "You are generous." $500,000 changed hands and gave it away. The water here is deep. You don't understand. Yi Qing sat directly in the driver's seat. He didn't dare to let Shin Junyi drive anymore. Shin Junyi hadn't recovered from her excitement and sat on the co-pilot. What don't you understand? The stones in the store are all ordinary goods. Opening a high IC sky blue is a fluke? Yi Qing gave her a blank look and started the car and drove away quickly. The really good raw stones are in the safe on the second floor, but you don't have that financial power. Boss Chi will never show you. Spreading money is also a means. That piece of jade. Really lose money. Lose money is true, but something is not right. I have not yet figured out what is going on. What else can happen? The Jadeite Guild doesn't want Chen Lu to buy high-grade jadeite. Shin Junyi looked at him with contempt. Chen Lu asked you to meet her at the Crown Restaurant. She invited you to dinner. You call her and tell her to go back to the hotel where she is staying first. Change her clothes and a car. Then find an ordinary restaurant and ask for a private room. Yi Qing drove his car and wandered aimlessly on the street. What the hell are you thinking again? Yi Qing laughed bitterly. Sister, open your mind and think. The people from the Emerald Guild have long been eyeing Chen Lu. If I meet with her and let someone with a heart see it, I won't be able to buy raw stones at the Dalong night market. Shin Junyi also realized that the people were not targeting Yi Qing, but Chen Lu. Quickly dialing the phone. Alright, she'll send me the location in a while. Not bad, not too stupid. Yi Qing nodded in relief. Now that you have seen my strength, you should tell me what is your relationship with my master. Shin Junyi didn't blush or blink. Employment relationship. He gave me $1 million to help him with these things. That's good. You can go back tomorrow. It's not like you're the one who hired me. What gives you the right to fire me? Shin Junyi turned back into a cold lawyer and squinted at Yi Qing. The money. I'm not going to refund it. Didn't ask you to return the money. Yi Qing showed no mercy. This matter no longer has any relationship with you. I'll take on all the debts, so feel free to leave. Shin Junyi boarded her pretty face and scolded in a cold voice. What do you call this? Unloading the donkey. You are the donkey. Yi Qing asked back. You are the donkey. Shin Junyi stormed. I'm a lawyer. I have to abide by the contract. I won't leave before settling old Mr. Wen's commission. The night is so beautiful. Yet you're playing rogue with me. I won't leave. It's fine if you don't leave. Warm the blanket for me tonight. Yi Qing despised. Isn't it just for money? Make me comfortable and I'll give it to you. Shin Junyi angrily shouted. How can you be so shameless? It's not called shamelessness. It's that I gave you a choice and you didn't choose. Yi Qing took a long breath. Anyway, you're much cleaner than those main sisters. You don't have to worry about dirtying your body. Shinjuni took a long breath to calm herself down from her frenzied emotions, and asked with a cold face, "Tell me, why did you try everything to drive me away?" Yi Ching parked the Bentley on the side of the road and twisted his head to look at her. "You're very smart, but you don't understand the circle of gambling stones. Staying will only spoil my business." Shinjuni looked at him in surprise. "Say it clearly, or I won't leave." Yi Ching gritted his teeth. "Okay, I'll tell you. Tianlu Jewelry ordered $200 million of high-grade jadeite, and this piece of black wushu standard king appeared in Sister Gao. Master cut out the emperor crack. The bank came to the door to call for the loan before the repayment date. The Jadeite Guild took the master's store by the way. Do you think this is a coincidence?" Shinjuni was suddenly shocked. "You suspect this is the Immortal Bureau. Master's gambling stone workshop and Jade House aren't even worth $500 million. Yi Ching said quietly. "According to my estimation, 300 million tops the sky. The Jadeite Guild is good enough not to fall on their sword and take it at a low price, but also spend 500 million on a sky-high acquisition?" Shinjuni said suspiciously. "Perhaps it's that people are in the way of friendship with your master. Help him out. What kind of friendship is worth $200 million? Do you believe there are such people in the world?" Yi Ching despised and sneered. "Besides, Master's relationship with the Jadeite Guild has always been bad." Shinjuni understood and said suspiciously, "But since you want to harm your master, why give an extra 200 million? Without a tenfold benefit, people wouldn't go through the trouble of laying such a trap." Yi Ching sighed. "That's why I needed to hide my relationship with my master and secretly investigate this matter. But you once helped Master with the transfer procedures of the Gambling Stone Workshop and Jade House, and your identity has been completely exposed. Today at the Jilung Gambling Stone Workshop, Boss Chi has already begun to suspect me, and the people from the Jadeite Guild aren't little cuties either. Therefore, it is in your best interest for me to leave." Yi Ching nodded his head gently. "If you're not a direct relative of Master, there's no need for you to get involved in this muddy water, lest you invite trouble." Shinjuni stared into his eyes. "What about you? You stayed even though you knew there was danger." Yi Ching smiled. "This is where you don't understand the gambling circle. Phase Jade Masters have a high status in this circle. No one would easily harm a Phase Jade Master, and I am the Master's mantle disciple. I have the obligation to take on all his responsibilities." Shinjuni was incredulous. "In the gambling circle, Master and disciple is this kind of relationship? The word father in Master is the word father in father. Master treats me like a son. I serve Master as my father. Even if Master has immediate family, when he grows old the inheritance will have my share." Yi Ching solemnly said, "I cannot want it, but Master cannot not give it. However, with inheritance comes obligation. You don't have any blood relationship with my master. There's no need to take this risk." Chapter 13, Beautiful Lawyer Turns Sister. Shinjuni's bright eyes turned. "Such a large transfer will definitely leave a transfer record in the bank. I can help you, as a lawyer, to find out who is receiving the money. Won't I know who is setting up a scheme to harm your master?" "Sister, do you know that there is a way called money laundering?" Yi Ching said bitterly. "The money was transferred long ago, and it even took a few turns abroad before it returned to the country. Moreover, even if you track down the owner of the stone, you don't have any way to get the money back through legal means. This is fraud on his part." Shinjuni said angrily. "I can sue him." Yi Ching gave her a helpless look. "That's why I said you don't understand the rules of the gambling circle. Before a piece of raw stone is cut, no one dares to conclude whether it is jade or stone inside. Rising and collapsing depends on God's will. There is no such thing as fraud, unless the stone is a fake. You can sue him." Yi Ching sighed. "However, everyone knows that this stone was the bidder of the year. It's just that people got on the means to make Master's judgment wrong. In this business it's called taking medicine." Shinjuni was silent. Yi Ching quietly looked at her. "Don't you think nonsense? I will use my way to take revenge, and you can't help much. The best option is to leave and completely forget about this matter." Shinjuni solemnly said, "What if I have a reason not to leave? Unless you can convince me. I'm of mixed blood, from Mu sisters, and I joined this side of the country because I went to school." Shinjuni solemnly said, "That means you're Master's daughter. Then why don't you have the surname one?" "I'm not sure." Shinjuni let out a sigh. "I only came over when I was 10 years old, and when I first settled down, that was my name." Yi Ching pursued, "Is there any other evidence?" Shinjuni squinted at him and sneered. "You're asking me to come up with evidence to prove that my dad is my dad. Ridiculous, no." Yi Ching sweated profusely. "But on the household register, it will always fall on the father's name. I landed the household separately." Shinjuni quickly pulled out the account book from her coach bag and handed it over to Yi Ching. Yi Ching opened it. The head of the household was Shinjuni. The back was empty, gritted his teeth and said, "This old fox, what the hell again? I really can't figure out the relationship between your master and disciple." Shinjuni looked at him curiously. It's only been half a day. I haven't heard you scold my father, but the respect you have for him is true. Yi Qing let out a bitter laugh. You still don't understand your father. He's just an old liar who went through a lot of trouble to temper me, a righteous youth, into a small liar. You believe in my identity? Shinjunyi asked with a smile. Believe it? This is master's usual tactics. Yi Qing sighed. That's believing. Shinjunyi was incredulous instead. Yi Qing pointed at his nose. Ever since I worshipped my master, he didn't allow me to step into Yunnan, and no one in Sister Gao or Delong knew that I was Wen Yuan Shan's disciple. Same tactics. Shinjunyi was also speechless. He usually boasts that when others play chess, it's one step to see 3 steps. When he plays chess, it's one step to see 10 steps, and others don't even know how to be played to death by him. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and said, as a result, this time, he played a big game. Even his disciple and daughter had to accompany him on the battlefield. Are you still driving me away now? Yi Qing solemnly said, go, must go, but not to Kunming, but to Kyoto, where no one dares to touch you. You're that confident? Shinjunyi was surprised. You think your father accepts all disciples? Yi Qing laughed. My shu is a common disease in the country. Without some special relationship, he would rather bring all the skills into the coffin but also refuse to accept disciples. Shinjunyi said suspiciously. I'm curious. Your father is from Kyoto. My father is in Sister Gao. How did they meet? That's not the point. The 2 old men haven't said anything either. Yi Qing laughed. The point is, tomorrow you're leaving. I'll give my brother at home a call, and ask him to arrange for you to go to the Nanshan nursing home and accompany my grandfather. Your grandfather lives in the Nanshan nursing home. Even if she didn't understand it anymore, Shinjunyi knew that that place was definitely not for ordinary people to live in. Don't care about that much. How I arrange it, how you listen is all. Shinjunyi said gruffly. What if I don't go? Why are you so persistent? I will investigate the truth of the matter. The money will also be brought back in no less than a penny and handed over to you to deal with. Yi Qing said with a straight face. I learned my master's craft. I don't care about anything else. No wonder father trusts you like this, letting me call you at the first sign of feeling unwell. Shinjunyi laughed. However, I can't go. After master's body is able to withstand the transfer, I will also arrange for him to go to Kyoto and get him the best doctors. Yi Qing said with a straight face. All of that? You don't have to worry. You're his disciple and you dare to take risks. Why can't I if I'm his daughter? Because you are a girl. Yi Qing said bitterly. If there's a death, how can I explain? With you protecting me, what danger could there be? You don't even have that much confidence. Shinjunyi's eyes rolled and used the agitation method. Yi Qing scratched his hair in exasperation. It's not that I don't have confidence, but girls hang out outside. If they are not careful, the cost is too great. You know, and I don't want you to be aggrieved. Shinjunyi despised a smile. I'm not scared. I've seen the world. Yi Qing brother. Wait, how old are you? Yi Qing called out. Say your age first. Shinjunyi's eyes rolled, and she said in a tricky way. I'm 22. I'm 25. Alright, you're the older sister. Yi Qing laughed bitterly. Although you're older than me, you're a girl after all. You look down on women. Shinjunyi squinted at him. We're not discussing this. Yi Qing was completely at his wit's end. A highly intelligent woman. Her ability to change the topic was also highly intelligent. What we should be talking about is the issue of you going to Kyoto tomorrow. I won't go. Shinjunyi looked at him with a smiling face. How to disguise your identity? You figure it out yourself, but don't try to drive me away. Stay if you're not afraid of being aggravated. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. What kind of aggravation? Shinjunyi asked curiously. Chapter 14, Bright and Straightforward Lone Shark. When you're my girlfriend, even if you don't sleep under the same blanket, you still have to live in the same room. Yi Qing frowned. Moreover, I can't go to Master's villa. I need to get a room at the Tinglong Hotel. What kind of aggravation is this? As long as you don't make a fake out of it. Shinjunyi raised her eyebrows, full of concern. A wolf needs to eat meat. Yi Qing deliberately scared her. As a couple, romances for sure. Maybe at some point, eating steak and drinking red wine with you, and then put you to sleep. Coming to a man with 2 fortunes. I'm so scared. Come if you have the guts. Shinjunyi knew that Yi Qing was a man with a flowery mouth, but kept to her roots. Instead she started to provoke him. Yi Qing was so depressed. He failed to flirt and was instead flirted by a female hooligan. Ding! Shinjunyi's cell phone let out a soft ring. Shinjunyi gave him a delicate blank look. Little bastard, don't fight me. Opening her cell phone, she glanced at it. Chen Lu has found a private restaurant and asked us to meet there. Yi Qing promised, started the Bentley and scampered into the underground parking lot of Delong Commercial Building. What are you doing? Shinjunyi looked at him in surprise. Learn. Yi Qing also did not say anything. Found a parking space, parked the Bentley, and directly opened the door to get out of the car. Shinjunyi was bewildered, but didn't ask too many questions. put on her small suit and got out of the car as well. Yi Qing walked over, holding her small waist, from the negative elevator directly up to the mall. At night, it was the time when the mall was crowded. People were next to people. People were crowding people. Shinjunyi's body was almost all attached to Yi Qing. This kid took the elevator straight to the fourth floor. To the fourth floor but not down the elevator. Directly press a floor. Wrapped his arms around Shinjunyi directly out of the mall entrance. Reached out for a cab. The two directly drilled into it. The moment the door closed, Shinjunyi saw, from the mall entrance, ran out of two men wearing black suits, twisting their heads to look around. Boss, go there. Yi Qing made a wink towards Shinjunyi, and Shinjunyi laughed. Old Han family private cuisine. The cab driver stepped on the gas and the car scurried out. From the rearview mirror, he glanced at Yi Qing. Boss, this is ode to loan sharks. Big brother bright eyes. Not enough money to gamble on the stone today. Borrowed $1 million. Agreed to return tomorrow. Yi Qing was sad inside. As a result of the gambling collapsed. They followed me. Loan sharks can't afford to owe 10% interest. And these old Burma is very ferocious. Beat people, directly run back to the wood sister. The police can't do anything. The cab driver said sorrowfully. If the boss has money, hurry up and pay it back. They can't find you. They will go to the station, the airport and wait for you. Anyway, you can't run away. Called home, but the bank is not open at night. We'll call the money over tomorrow. Yi Qing bitterly said. Just don't know how to explain back. The cab driver laughed. The most fearful thing in a person's life is that the money is in the bank. The person is in heaven. The child is called someone else's father, and the wife is in someone else's bed. Look at Mr. Dress, not a penniless person. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the money I need, but I'm sure I'll be able to get the money I need. In case you gamble on Imperial Green, the boss will be rich. Shinjunyi listened to the tears and laughter. These old Myanmar loan sharks in the country. The police do not care? Manage. How to manage? The cab driver said in disbelief. Gamblers look at the stone. Cash is not enough. Go to the bank to get money. When you money to hand, stone is also gone. You can only look for Old Main. They have cash in hand. Win. Return to them. Lose even more to return to them. Escape will only ask for trouble. This is the land of Emerald. Rich at home is not rich. Only rich in hand is big money. Yi Qing was amused to laugh. Open cab is very hard. Here is the holy land of stone. Gambling to make money is very easy. Big brother, how not to bet on the stone? Gambling to have money but also have to have luck. The cab driver laughed. People like me have neither money nor luck, so I don't dare to gamble. However, sometimes helping people build bridges to earn some hard-earned money is not bad. Big brother knows where there are good stones. Yi Qing laughed. Build a bridge. Tomorrow the money comes over and I'll have money. The cab driver looked at him. Mister, lost $1 million today. What did you say to your family? Yi Qing didn't even blink. I told my family that I lost $2 million. Yo, you're awesome. The cab driver admired. Looks like Mister's family is rich. Not really rich. Dry construction. Helped people build a dozen buildings. Earn some hard-earned money. Yi Qing's blind words came out of his mouth. It made Shinjunyi admire it as well. Those who do construction are big boss's law. The cab driver then took it seriously. Sir, leave a phone number. I have a few old Burmese friends who bring some private goods over from time to time. When the goods arrive, I'll inform the boss. Say your number. I'll call you. Yi Qing took out his cell phone and called according to the cab driver's number. My name is Lu Chang. The cab driver parked his car in front of Old Han Private Cuisine. Sir, wait for my good news. Find a good deal and give you a big red packet. Yi Qing smiled bashfully and handed the cab driver $100. No need to look for it. Thanks, boss. The cab driver waved his hand and left. You've gone through so much trouble with him. You really intend to let him find goods for you? Shinjunyi frowned as she straightened her pressed and wrinkled dress and asked. In Rueli, there are 3 kinds of people who are the most well-informed. Yi Qing solemnly said. The Jadeite Guild, the Horse Gang, Old Main, and these taxi drivers are their eyes and ears. Without those words just now, turning around he would have sold us out. But you can't guarantee that he won't sell you out now. Shinjunyi was instantly worried. So, this calls for a gamble. Yi Qing laughed. If I were to go to the airport or the station, he would immediately notify someone. But I don't plan to run, and since he has money to make, naturally he won't sell me out. Besides, more friends make more roads. If that stone really came from the Jadeite Guild and they know my identity, I'll have to consider taking the goods from Old Main. Shinjunyi nodded gently and worried. But is Old Main reliable? There is no reliable person in this world. Yi Qing smiled indifferently. They are very honest in their business. And Master has many business partners who are Lao Mong. It's just a pity that Master's phone book is a heavenly book. I can't figure out who's who. I spent my childhood in Muse, and haven't traveled any farther. Shinjunyi let out a sigh. I can't help you at all in this regard. Yi Qing let out a light laugh. I don't expect you at all. That sentence really hurts. Shinjuni let out a cold snort and walked quickly towards the front desk, looking at the waitress dressed in trimmen. We're looking for a friend. Box 608. Okay, miss. The beautiful waitress revealed a sweet smile. Please follow me. Chapter 15 Love at First Sight is love at first sight. Wait. Yi Ching laughed. Has box 608 ordered the food yet? Already ordered. Just waiting for Mr. and Miss. Yi Ching's smile was charming, causing this waiter to glance enviously at Shinjuni. Help me settle the bill first. Yi Ching smiled and handed over his bank card. How much is the total? The waiter lowered his head and swiped his card. A total of 2,800. Thank you for your patronage. Is my friend alone in the box? Yi Ching retrieved the bank card and asked softly. Yes sir. That lady has been waiting for half an hour. Yi Ching asked with a smile. Don't you recognize my friend? She's a star. Do you want me to get an autograph from her for you? The waiter revealed a thoughtful look. That lady is very pretty, but I have no impression. Is she really a star? Yi Ching said in a serious manner. Acting in a web series. She's not famous now, but sooner or later she'll be a hot mess. Put. Not only was the waitress amused, even Shinjuni couldn't hold back her laughter. Box 608 is inside. Do you need me to take Mr. and Miss over? No need. Yi Ching held Shinjuni's small waist and walked towards the box. Shinjuni was confused. You're just burying Chenlu like this. She's treating and you're paying, as if she can't afford to spend this money. I want to know if she is smart enough. Yi Ching smiled and gave her a blank look, lowering his voice. Besides, if you eat someone's mouth, you still don't know if it's a hongmen banquet. You suspect Chenlu. Shinjuni looked at him in surprise. Isn't she worth suspecting? Yi Ching was skeptical instead. With my understanding of her, she is not this kind of person, Shinjuni said with a straight face. And she's a little girl. How could she do such a big thing? You're familiar with her. Yi Ching said alertly. University classmates. Only that I studied law and she studied business administration. Shinjuni laughed. Moreover, the two of us were roommates and lived together for 4 years. I know her character very well. Wait, why am I getting more and more confused? Yi Ching frowned. Even if the two of you are in the same school, you study law and she studies business administration, you're not in the same department. How could you be roommates? She is a rich girl. She bought an apartment near the school at the beginning of the school year. She was scared to live alone, so she posted a rental advertisement on the internet, and as a result, I went there, Shinjuni said rightfully. Yi Ching cried and laughed. It's really fate. Then you still plan to fight a lawsuit with her? Shinjuni blankly glanced at him. Do you really think I don't distinguish between public and private? She knows that your father is Wan Lao. Yi Ching asked with a straight face. I didn't tell her that. Shinjuni laughed. What are you up to again? Don't ever say anything about this matter. Yi Ching cautiously admonished. And after we meet, you can just introduce me as Elder Wen's disciple. Yi Ching found the 68 box and gently knocked on the door. The door of the room was quickly opened. Even though he had met Chen Lu at the Jilong Gambling Stone Workshop, meeting at night still surprised Yi Ching. Chen Lu was obviously well-groomed, wearing a set of black one-piece wrap dress, making her figure even more delicate, hair coiled, snowy neck slender, face fair and beautiful, gentle and serene, chest peaks and peaks, waist slender and ungraspable, is really an unparalleled beauty. Elegant neck hanging a red line, pendant is a glass seed spinach green manhwa Buddha, set off the skin like sheep's fat. No more accessories on the body, but just this one manhwa Buddha. Will Shinjuni wrist Chanel watch, coach bag then down. Chen Lu was also seriously sizing up Yi Ching, a young man dressed in extremely plain clothes, standing there quietly and calmly. On his clean and handsome face, there was a faint smile. A pair of dark and deep eyes were boldly staring at themselves. A sweet smile spread out on Chen Lu's face as she quickly stretched out her hands. I'm Shinjuni's schoolmate. My name is Chen Lu. Yi Ching smiled slightly. She didn't say her position in Tian Lu Jewelry. Instead she said that she was Shinjuni's schoolmate, which invariably drew her relationship with him closer, and gently shook on her small hands. My name is Yi Ching. I'm her boyfriend. This is giving me a downward spiral. Chen Lu glanced at Shinjuni with a smile. Originally, I thought that my senior sister and I had nothing to talk about, but I didn't realize that I wouldn't talk about it even though I have a boyfriend. Yi Ching's heart stirred. She was doubting her couple relationship with Shinjuni and explained with a smile. She and I fell in love at first sight. Another meaning of love at first sight is love at first sight. However, Sister Shin has the money for this, and Mr. Yi is even more young and handsome. Today's stone solving is really an eye-opener, Chen Lu said with deep meaning, while sidestepping to let in the duo. After inviting the duo to take their seats, only then did she look at Yi Ching. Originally, it was my treat, but I didn't expect that Mr. Yi grabbed the bill first. It looks like Mr. Yi is full of wariness towards me. Same to each other. Yi Ching laughed. Otherwise, MS. Chen wouldn't have instructed the waiter to call you to let you know when someone pays the bill. Shinjunyi waved her hand and laughed. Alright, you two don't cheat each other. Hurry up and serve the food. I'm hungry. Chen Lu gently hit the bell. The waiter quickly served the food and filled a table. After the waiter retreated, then she smiled. It's also my first time here. Knowing that Mr. Yi hasn't eaten since he got off the plane, I purposely ordered a roasted deer leg. I heard that it's a specialty here. It's very famous. Just call me Yi Qing. Yi Qing laughed. Ms. Chen is a smart person, and she speaks with skill. Dealing with you makes people feel like spring breeze. Don't call me Miss Chen either. Chen Lu glanced at him angrily. The word miss has long been played out by you men. Call me Chen Lu directly, or Miss Sister is fine. Yi Qing laughed and hurriedly explained. Miss of the $10 billion jewelry company. I don't mean to blaspheme. It's not good to call me by my name directly. It's better to call me Miss. Do you want me to call you little brother? Chen Lu smiled playfully and swept a glance at Shinjunyi. Aren't you afraid of your senior sister being jealous? Both of you are sour. Shinjunyi bristled as she listened, and said boldly, call it whatever you want. Chen Lu, if you're capable, snatch him away from me. I won't mind, as long as senior sister doesn't get into a lawsuit with me. Chen Lu was very good at warming up the scene. Smiling sweetly, little brother must be hungry. Eat a couple bites first. I brought a bottle of Romane Conti. Slowly savor it a bit later. You to really spare. This wine more than $200,000. Shinjunyi was surprised. When you picked me up, why didn't you take it out? You and I are sisters. Little brother is a brother-in-law and an honored guest. It's still the first time we've met. Chen Lu gave her a blank look. Naturally, you have to receive them graciously. Otherwise, I, as a younger sister, wouldn't have lost my manners. Chapter 16, It's not your peers but crossing borders that defeats you. Chen Lu took out 3 crystal-clear goblets, filled them with crimson wine and sent them to the two of them. Yi Qing was really hungry, and didn't politely and directly chucked a large piece of venison, poking a little bit with chopsticks to eat it in a very civilized manner. I heard that Kyoto gentlemen are all very boozy. Why can't little brother let go today? Chen Lu playfully asked. Swallowing wolf in front of 2 beautiful women is an eyesore. Yi Qing swallowed the venison before speaking. Shinjunyi's teeth itched as she looked at him and kicked him fiercely. How can you be so elegant and graceful in front of Chen Lu, but badass when it comes to me? Chen Lu smiled and said nothing. Can that be the same? You are a lawyer and speak aggressively. Missy is a businesswoman and is all about peace and harmony. Yi Qing smiled and pursued. Miss Sister is able to tell me what's going on. You eat 2 more bites. Things are not urgent, Chen Lu said with a smiling face. Yi Qing sighed. Hey, how can it not be urgent? Master is lying in the hospital. I still owe you $200 million for the high-grade emerald. If I can't gamble it out, I will have to lose $600 million. Chen Lu stood up and bowed slightly to him. I'm also very sorry for the bad consequences caused. Solemnly say sorry. Don't be so polite, young lady. Yi Qing smiled, picked up his highball glass and gently shook it. I'm not here to ask for a pardon, but I want to know the cause and effect of the matter. Chen Lu also heard out that Yi Qing still had suspicions about himself, lightly smiled and raised the cup to indicate the same drink, and the 3 of them took a sip together. Only then did she softly say, if I say that I really don't know through what channel old Mr. One purchased that piece of heavenly priced gambling stone, does little brother believe it? Yi Qing laughed. If Miss Sister is this honest, how can I not believe it? Only then did Chen Lu smile. Thank you for little brother's trust. This makes me feel much more at ease. The cause of the matter is a year ago after the year high-grade jade continued to sell well, the treasury alarm, and we with the old Mr. When to chase a batch of high goods jade. Originally, this batch of goods do not need to be too urgent, because every year Yangon will be held in March and June public market. At that time, we can buy a large number of jadeite material from the hands of gamblers. The purpose of doing so is just to be prepared, but did not expect. Yangon suddenly came a bad news. The fair was postponed to October. This way our inventory can only support us until the end of May. Little brother is also in the business and should know what it means for a jewelry company to be short of high stock. Yi Qing nodded, losing a large number of high-end customers. Yes, Chen Lu gave a heartfelt sigh. 5 months of missing high-end jadeite jewelry, causing a loss of high-end customers, is enough to cause a jewelry company to lose a lot of money, or even go out of business. Yi Qing muttered to himself, this will be able to explain it. Shinjunyi's strong point was lawsuits. She knew nothing about business operations. You thought of something. Old Burma is the only source of raw jadeite. Yi Qing smiled and explained. When the Rangoon public disc was postponed, raw jadeite became scarce. Shinjunyi was surprised. Isn't there a domestic public disc as well? The raw stones of the domestic public market are also purchased from the Rangoon public market. There is a very strict control of the raw stone. Good quality of the raw stone must be on the public disc. And because of overexploitation in the past few years, the old field mouth is extinct. In order to ease the situation and raise more rough, Yangon chose to postpone, Chen Lu said with a smile, but because of this, the domestic public market has lost its source of supply. When the source doesn't supply water anymore, the downstream naturally dries up. Yi Qing frowned. Although Sihui, Jiayang, Guangzhou and Pingzhou all have jadeite public markets, they are far from Old Burma. Only Ruweli is blessed with more than 200 kilometers of border with Old Burma, and there are even special trade zones in News and Sister Gao, with many channels. Before Yangon held the public market, Sister Gao and Dalong were the only sources of goods for domestic jewelers, he said cryptically, but Shinjunyi also understood. This place was too close to the origin of the raw stone. It was inevitable that the major mine owners had some private goods that appeared here through special channels. The Jadeite Guild knew about the postponement of the public market in the first place, and that's why they started to acquire high-grade jadeite bright material at any cost. Chen Lu had more than a hint of anger on her face. It's all about playing a time difference, maliciously raising the price when jewelers are scarce in high-grade jadeite, and jewelers, unwilling to lose the high-end market, can only grit their teeth and endure the exploitation. Chen Lu twisted her head and asked, "What does this have to do with your master?" Master has been operating in Sister Gao for many years and holds many channels, Yi Qing solemnly said. If the Jadeite Guild wants to monopolize the high-end market and reap huge profits, they must cut off this channel and not allow the old Guang jewelers to get the jadeite high goods from Dalong Sister High. Shinjunyi laughed. There is no high goods of emerald. You can do the mid-range and low-grade market. The market is solved every day. So many emerald. Chen Lu smiled bitterly. Jewelry companies have their own stores in the busy districts of major cities. They need to pay high site fees, business taxes, which makes the operating costs high, and they can't make money by only doing mid-range and low-grade. Take Ruweli for example. It is a tourist city, and gambling on stones is only part of the income. But you can't expect that all the tourists who come here to visit go to gamble on stones. The travel agency's biggest income comes from the finished jadeite merchants under the Jadeite Guild, giving a high commission. But you can expect these tourists to buy millions and millions of dollars worth of jade jewelry? Mid-range and low-grade jade jewelry is the best choice for tourists. A few years ago, low-grade jade jewelry, the cost of 500 can be sold to 5,000 or 5 million. Mid-range jade jewelry, 50,000 to a million, ranging from lucrative. Who did not expect the network so that the rise of e-commerce? They do not need to deliver site fees. In order to quickly go, goods constantly pull down the price of low-grade jadeite. Not only jewelers, Ruweli's tourism industry and jade merchants were hit hard at the same time. This has led to the mid-grade jadeite jewelry barely being maintained, and the low-grade becoming money-losing goods. Yi Qing laughed. It's not your peers that defeated you, but the cross-border. Yes, Chen Lu shared the same feeling. The only high-grade jadeite is because of the scarcity of supplies. The price not only does not fall, but also goes all the way up. Now the biggest profit of the jewelry company is from high goods. Trader, Shinjunyi was filled with righteous indignation. Jadeite jewelry worth 500. You dare to sell 50,000. Mid-grade dare to sell 1 million. How much do you dare to sell those high goods jadeite? Yi Qing directly opened his cell phone and searched, letting her see for herself. Shinjunyi was shocked. A glass seed emperor green pendant, only 49.8 grams. You guys dare to sell 4,225 million. A high ice fortune and longevity 3-color bracelet. You dare to sell 17 and 25 million. How many lawsuits do I have to go through before I can buy it? How many lawsuits do I have to fight before I can afford to buy a pendant? A bracelet. Traders. Traders. Chapter 17, Sky High Recruitment. Yi Qing swept a glance at Chen Lu's neck and said with a smile, Miss Sister, this piece of Maitreya Buddha, at least worth $15 million. When you come across someone who truly wants it, $20 million is possible. Shinjunyi was shocked and said in horror, how can it be so much worse? That is emperor green. This is spinach green. Color difference. Price difference 100 times. Yi Qing retrieved his cell phone and gave her a deep look. And these extreme emerald prices increase at a rate of 30% per year. It's the same as if you wore it for nothing for a year, but also earned a large sum of money. But the mid-range jadeite and resisting jadeite, not losing money is good. Now all the jadeite merchants are starting to frantically acquire high-grade bright material. Chen Lu smiled and said, and the high-end market, the least of which is the rich, which has evolved into a high-grade jadeite, a goods hard to find. The price is constantly being pushed up. Yi Qing understood the purpose of her saying these words. The entire Ruweli gambling market dared to disobey the orders of the Jadeite Guild, and the only one who did business with Tianlu jewelry was Master. Therefore, the one who least wanted something to happen to Master was her. Seeing his silence, Chen Lu asked with a smile, Little brother, are there any more questions? Can I take a look at the contract that Tianlu jewelry ordered with my master? Of course. Chen Lu was very quick and took out the contract from her bag and handed it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing flipped through the contract. All he needed to know was what kind of high-grade jadeite was agreed upon in this contract. Although Shinjunyi was a lawyer, she didn't know anything about jadeite, and the difference in the word jadeite in the seed water was 1,000 miles. Fortunately, there are only glass seed, gold silk seed, green water seed, some flower green seed, floating flower. There is a lot of room for manipulation. We Chaos Han merchants do business with the most credibility. Chen Lu saw him nodding slightly and said with a smile, "And old Mr. Wen is also a connoisseur. We can't take advantage at all. Thanks a lot." Yi Qing folded the contract neatly and returned it with both hands. Actually, that $200 million, little brother doesn't need to take it to heart, Chen Lu said sweetly. How about, little brother joins Tianlu Jewelry, with an annual salary of 10 million, and only needs to help us gamble on the stones, and does not participate in the operation of the company. Gambling collapsed is counted as the company's. Gambling up gives you 10% commission, and this 200 million debt, I can also apply for exemption, is a little bit of sincerity to the little brother to join Tianlu Jewelry. How? $200 million, say it's forgiven. Shinjunyi was shocked, and a high salary and commission. Little brother is worth this price. Chen Lu laughed. Shinjunyi was stunned and couldn't close her mouth. Chen Lu looked at Yi Qing with a smile, waiting for his reply. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head. Missy's kindness is appreciated, but there's no way I'll be able to supply Tianlu Jewelry. I didn't realize that someone had jumped the gun and recruited little brother. Chen Lu smiled confidently. If little brother isn't satisfied, what other conditions do you have? Just say it. Our Tianlu Jewelry has a market value of tens of billions of dollars and can satisfy little brother. No one has solicited me. Yi Qing also laughed. It's just because of personal reasons. I don't like to be constrained. Chen Lu pondered. What if we change the way of cooperation? Little brother bets on the stone. I will buy it at the highest price in the market. Shinjunyi was already disappointed. She did not expect Chen Lu to come up with such a good offer, and was pleasantly surprised. Secretly, Chen Lu nodded with a light smile, but she didn't expect that Yi Qing would reject it again. I will deliver high-grade jadeite worth $200 million or $600 million in compensation within the time agreed upon in the contract. Not waiting for Chen Lu and Shinjunyi to question, he continued, "Thank you, Miss Sister, for the red wine. The conversation was very pleasant, but I'm too tired today. I need to rest." Pulling Shinjunyi to her feet, she nodded her head toward Chen Lu and turned to leave. Chen Lu stood up in a panic, looking at his back with suspicion. Only when it was gone did she take out her cell phone and dial a number. "Elder Wang, do you know that there is someone named Yi Qing in Kyoto? Isn't he a young man in his 20s? Very good looking and speaks very kindly." "Yes, that's him." The other party was skeptical. "Why is he in Ruwali? I even saw him at Stonejai this morning. Is he famous?" Chen Lu was surprised. "In this circle in Kyoto, he is honored as Little Master. His surname is Yi. It's normal to be called Little Yi. It's not true that his surname is Yi, but the Little Master's master is Grandpa's master. Little Master. So domineering." Chen Lu bristled in disbelief. "Missy, you didn't defend him?" Wang Lao anxiously asked. "What? Is he very powerful?" Chen Lu was surprised. Wang Lao explained seriously. "He's very powerful. He started his business at the age of 18, and in 3 years, he has a few $100 million. He's a legend in Kyoto. A few $100 million. That's not a lot." Chen Lu sighed in relief. Elder Wang on the other side of the phone, knowing that Missy was high-minded and proud, and was known as a business wizard in the Guangzhou circle, aggravated his tone and said, "A young man in his 20s with a few $100 million is already impressive, but that's not the point. The point is that he is a government official. Back then, when the chairman came to the capital to develop, he entrusted many people to meet his fifth brother. Without his fifth brother's word, Tianlu Jewelry is untenable in Kyoto. The Yi family in Kyoto is a prestigious family. The old man in Nanshan Pension, although his father is not in Kyoto, but also the main political party, his elder brother, the second brother is a civil servant, the third brother, the fourth brother early years as a soldier, only the fifth master and this young master mixed business circle. This kind of character can only be befriended and not messed with." Before Wang Lao finished speaking, Chen Lu had already broken out in a cold sweat. She was not a fledgling little girl, but a business elite who knew that money alone was not enough to do business in the country. Even the most wasteful government officials could make things happen, not to mention this kind of magistrate who was known as a legend. 200 million bright materials and 600 million in compensation may seem like a lot, but he would make you lose more in minutes. "I didn't offend him." "It's good that you didn't offend." Elder Wang, who was stationed in Kyoto, was one of the patriarchs of Tianlu Jewelry. Hearing Chen Lu's reply, he was relieved. During this period of time, the high goods are in an emergency, and it's all supported by the medium materials opened by his named Stone Jai gambling workshop. Every day, yes, every day there are a few pieces of material opened out. but also let the stone Jai's popularity is terrible high. Almost all the jewelry companies in Kyoto have buyers in the store squatting. Legend has it that those open window materials are handled by this young master. But this young master has a strange quirk. Open window does not gamble on stones. But today he gambled. And he even gambled high ice sky blue. Chen Lu said in frustration. But it was snatched away by someone from the Jadeite Guild at a high price. Ah, Chen Lu said in frustration. Moreover, he is also a disciple of Elder Long Ruewen. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang immediately raised his importance to Yi Qing by another 3 levels and solemnly said, Missy had better report this to the chairman. Kyoto government officials all call themselves men and are most righteous. Chapter 18, Boss Cheese Bait. Chen Lu turned off her cell phone and frowned, hesitating whether to call home or not. Under the dim light, Yi Qing and Shen Junyi walked side by side. This place was far away from Delong Commercial Building, but the two of them didn't go back to get their cars. Yi Qing pondered over every word Chen Lu had said, not missing a single detail. His silence made Shen Junyi even more apprehensive, and suddenly took 2 quick steps and turned around to stop Yi Qing. I'm sorry. Yi Qing was a bit surprised. Why did you say sorry? I didn't expect that Chen Lu would turn out like this. Shen Junyi was filled with shame. I thought that she was still the bright little girl back then. I didn't think that she would want to borrow this debt to control you. Yi Qing looked into her eyes and said sincerely, you are the daughter of the master. That is, my elder sister. There is no need to say sorry. Besides, any jewelry company that encounters a Sagittarius Jade Master will try to recruit them by all means. Then why didn't you say anything? Yi Qing smiled. I was wondering if Master knew earlier than the old Guang merchants about the delay of the Rangoon public market. What does it matter? Shen Junyi was a bit surprised. Regardless of whether you knew first or later, this is an immortal bureau, Yi Qing mused. But in this bureau, it's worth speculating if there is a bureau within a bureau. Rangoon wants to grip the wool of the world. Ruweli Jadeite Guild wants to grip the wool of domestic jewelers. There is both a crisis and an opportunity here. If Master also wants to eat the fattest piece of meat in this wool-gathering war, he needs to lay out in advance. Shen Junyi said suspiciously. He's lying in the hospital. How could you come up with such a ridiculous deduction? Yi Qing comforted in a relaxed tone. Sister, don't be anxious. $200 million worth of jadeite bright material. It's really not a big deal. How can it not be a big deal? If you can't gamble it out, you have to pay out 600 million renminbi. Besides, even if you gamble it out, the Jadeite Guild won't let you sell it to Chen Lu, Master and Tian Lu Jewelry. The most unreasonable part of the contract signed is that it stipulates that if you can't hand over 200 million worth of high-grade jadeite at the end of May, you have to triple the compensation. Yi Qing smiled and said, this means that Master has long estimated that the high-grade jadeite that is now worth $200 million will be worth at least $600 million by the end of May. Shen Junyi's jaw dropped. It can still be calculated like this. This is still based on the minimum calculation. Yi Qing said with a straight face, it might even skyrocket to 5 times. That is to say, as long as I gamble out $40 million worth of high-grade jadeite in the shortest time possible, and wait until the end of May to deliver it, the account will be evened out. Shen Junyi's anxious heart instantly calmed down. You bet on a high-grade jadeite worth $9.5 million today, and it's not difficult to bet on another $40 million worth of jadeite. The difficulty lies in what reason you have for not selling it to the Emerald Guild. A living man can still be suffocated by urine. Yi Qing smiled. Reason? Just find one at random. I'm going to play a set of jade jewelry for my family. I'm getting married and need to beat a whole set of jewelry for the bride. Shen Junyi was surprised. This kind of reason is fine. In a legalized society, he dares to force himself. Besides, I'm not a bully. Yi Qing smiled proudly. The biggest problem right now is where I'm going to find suitable gambling stones. Sisgao, Delong, there are hundreds of gambling stone stores, so I'm still afraid that I won't be able to find good stones. That's where you're wrong. This gambling stone today, it's not luck, Yi Qing said with a straight face. It's because Boss Chi knew that the gambling stone purchased by Wang Liang would definitely open up with an imperial crack. And when this gambling stone collapsed, the popularity of his store immediately dropped to freezing point. He needed to have a stone to save the market. That's why he sold me one for $100,000. Shen Junyi realized. That means that after we left, business in his store must have been booming. The biggest profit of a gambling shop is selling raw stones, not cutting them. Yi Qing laughed. And the only stone in the store that can cut up is that one. The others, even if they can cut out emerald, are also small up out of high goods. This tactic is called putting bait. Shen Junyi stared wide-eyed in amazement. Your stone fast in Kyoto is also this way to make money. Yi Qing shook his head and laughed. Not only me, even your father is making money this way. You guys are so treacherous. Shen Junyi sighed. Releasing this stone and betting on a big rise. He can make tens of millions of dollars tonight. And there's not even a little bit of risk. Yi Qing smiled. So, Stones don't lie. It's people who lie. Since he dares to put bait, don't other gambling stores put bait? Shinjunyi laughed happily. Let's go. Go to the hotel and get a room. Tomorrow we'll make a killing. Grabbing Yi Qing's wrist, she pulled and left. Shinjunyi was confident, as if Yi Qing could treat DeLong and Sister Gao's stone gambling workshop as an ATM. But Yi Qing wasn't that naive. He was the one who opened the gambling stone workshop. No one knew the hooks in it better than him. Not to mention the gambling workshop. Is the Yangon public plate carefully selected out of the jadeite raw stone? Is also 9 out of 10 gambling. Not to mention these gambling houses, which are mainly targeting tourists. Almost all of them are bricks and mortar. Gambling stone is originally 3 points of luck, 3 points of strength, 4 points of financial hook, and luck is that you can meet. Worth letting go of a bet on the material. If 10 pieces of material have 3 pieces can cut out the jade, the owner of the stone workshop themselves will cut directly. There is no turn for others. Even the major jewelry companies hired by the highly paid jade master, betting on the rate of less than 30%. Even if you can cut out the green, pay and return is also disproportionate. The most vivid example is last year's Rangoon Fair, where a piece of Damakin's finest material was bullish by countless jadesmiths. As a result, the Chaoson Gambling Group took it for 500 million renminbi, and cut out a bean seed positive green, worth less than 10 million renminbi. Chen Lu had offered a sky-high price to recruit herself, just because she had seen the rate of gambling up. Shinjunyi pulled Yi Qing and went straight to the Dahong Hotel. Yi Qing's arm was pulled into a straight line by her. Her eyes flowed over her body, the Chanel-fitted short skirt, best emphasizing the woman's delicate curves. She was quite tall, around 1 meter 7. Her body was round where it should be round, slender where it should be slender. Due to the fast pace, her body swayed like a willow welcoming the wind. Yi Qing lightly laughed and teased, "Sister, you just can't wait?" Shinjunyi had long since seen and understood that when he was courteous, he was secretly calculating, but when he was cynical, he didn't have any bad intentions at all. Turning back and smiling sweetly, "Brother Yi Qing, sister is going to a room with you today. This £100 or so will be given to you." Yi Qing hadn't even gotten to the entrance of the hotel when he felt a little weird. On both sides of the main entrance stood 6 short and skinny men in worn-out suits. As long as someone entered, they would be sized up a few times. Chapter 19 with Sister White Fox. Shinjunyi also saw them but didn't care, took Yi Qing's hand and walked towards the hotel entrance. Yi Qing had a bad feeling in his heart. These people were obviously not nationals. Rather, they were old Burmese, black and thin, sinewy, and looked like they were here to look for someone. But the artist was bold, and there was nothing to fear. Sure enough, just arrived at the door, 6 old men stood in a row, blocking the way. The old man at the head asked with a smile, "But, Mr. Yi Qing, who are you guys?" Shinjunyi frowned and asked sternly, "It seems like we don't know each other." The old man in the lead didn't get angry, and respectfully said, "We are the people of the woods, Sister White Fox, and have been ordered to come and invite Mr. Yi." Yi Qing laughed, "I don't know White Fox, so there's no need to take a trip with you guys. We don't want to make things difficult for Mr. Yi. Please don't make things difficult for us either." "What? In broad daylight? You want to kidnap Don't forget, this is China." Shinjunyi's spirited nature came up and she didn't care. "Believe it or not, I'll sue you." A few old men looked at her expressionlessly and stood in the doorway without moving. Shinjunyi was completely enraged, and pulled Yi Qing, "Go, let's go in." "I don't believe it. They still dare to make a move." Her figure moved. She was about to break into the hotel. The old Mong standing on one side, reached out and pushed towards her shoulder. Just when this old man's black hand touched Shinjunyi's shoulder, Yi Qing quickly stepped forward, a big hand on his wrist, gently shaking. The black skinny old Mong staggered back 2 steps. Seeing this scene, the other 5 old men quickly surrounded them. Yi Qing blocked Shinjunyi behind him and gave them a cold look. "Good dogs don't take the right path. Don't blame me for not being polite if you keep pestering me." That old man, who had been repelled by Yi Qing with a strange maneuver, cursed and slammed his fist towards Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing also struck out with a fist, but it was faster, and the 2 men's fists collided in the air, followed by a crunching sound. The black skinny old Mong let out a miserable cry. His body retreated 5 steps, crashing into the glass door behind him before stabilizing his body, but his right arm was already hanging limply. This punch not only shattered his finger bones, but the huge impact also dislocated his arm. Luckily, the glass was thick enough, so it didn't shatter. Hurting someone right out of the gate is also the same as stirring up a hornet's nest. The other 5 old men swarmed up. Yi Qing and Shinjunyi's shocked gaze bulldozed up. Elbow strikes, knee tops, bone bruising, pinching the wrist, all close combat techniques. He struck viciously, and all of his strikes were on the most vulnerable parts of his body. Especially horrifying is that his fists also seemed to contain a horrifyingly huge force. As long as they are smashed in, there will be bone-cracking sounds, and for a while, the screams were endless. Yi Qing's eyes chilled, flashing a hint of killing intent, and smashed his fist into the throat of Old Mane, whose left-hand trajectory reached for his waist. Stop! A delicate cry came. Yi Qing's fist stopped steadily at Old Mane's throat. The black and thin Old Mane's cold sweat invaded his entire body. He didn't dare to move a muscle. He knew very well that as long as this punch was solid, his throat would be shattered and there would be no salvation from the gods. Yi Qing twisted his head to look. Boy! Another big beauty, at about 24 or 25 years old, a figure of about 1 meter 6, wearing a snow-white trimmon, stood in front of the hotel, the eyes of the beauty of the eyes with a fury to look at him. The temon was a dress unique to the Meng sisters, like a tube of cloth over the body, with a knot at the base of the neck to prevent it from slipping off. But the Meng sisters are also generally dark and thin, but this one is an exception. Shinjunyi also came back from her shock. She never thought that the good-looking Yi Qing fought so hard, but that was not the point. Instead, she asked in a row, "You're not hurt?" "Nope." Yi Qing lightly smiled and shook his head. As soon as his words fell, a van rushed out from the left fork in the road and sped over, scaring the crowd of onlookers into panic and hiding. Shinjunyi was also scared out of her wits, leaning tightly against Yi Qing's side, one hand grasping Yi Qing's arm in a death grip. Yi Qing did not move at all, coldly looking at the old man in worn-out suits walking down from the van one after another. The most amazing thing about the van was that you never knew how many people were loaded inside. Shinjunyi silently counted. A total of 12 people came down, all carrying pickaxe handles in their hands. Murderous. Yi Qing saw the murderous aura in the biting eyes of this group of people. All of them were killers or soldiers who had survived countless life and death battles. The group of people stood behind the beautiful white temon woman. Silent. Send them to the hospital. The white temon woman commanded with a twist of her head. Without a word, a dozen men lifted the men and left. Only then did the white Tesman woman look at Yi Qing. "Isn't Mr. Yi afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Yi Qing asked back with a smile. "We're Old Mane. We beat up people and go to Sisterwood. No one can do anything about us." The white Temon woman smiled and said, "And Mr. Yi injured so many of us. Aren't you afraid that we'll fight you for our lives? Not to mention injuring, or even killing? No one cares about me." The smirk on Yi Qing's face intensified, and his words became more sinister. "I know, Mr. Yi is from Kyoto. His identity is not simple." The white temon woman bowed slightly. "We were the ones who were rude today, so let's forget about this matter. What are you guys looking for me for?" Yi Qing was surprised. "I didn't lend you guys any money." The white temon woman laughed. "Mr. Yi, it was one of your hometown who borrowed money from us. Borrowing money is just fine. If you can't pay it back today, you can pay it back tomorrow. But he chose to run away and was captured by us from the airport." Yi Qing knew who it was as soon as he thought about it, and said with a straight face, "It's just an old hometown. I just met with the gambling stone workshop twice on the airplane, and not only was I not familiar with it, but I also caused a bit of a nasty scene." The white temon woman laughed. "Our old Burma is the most disciplined in doing business. We were going to bring him to Moo's sister to cut off his hand, but he said he could borrow money from Mr. Yi. That's why we came to ask Mr. Yi for a word. Since Mr. Yi doesn't want to pay his debt for him, I'll take my leave." Shinjunyi was so scared by her ruthless and bloody words that her face turned pale and she couldn't help but grip Yi Qing tightly. Yi Qing sensed her timidity and glanced at her with a smile. "How did you guys find me? We have eyes in every major hotel. We haven't met either. Boss Chi has surveillance in his store. Can I meet this homie? Maybe he has some last words that I can help bring back." The white turban beauty hesitated. "That's against the rules. You old Burmese lend money for money, and you brought him back to Moo's sisters because you didn't want to cause trouble over here. But when a person dies, the money is gone. Mr. Yi knows us well." The white temon woman was surprised. Yi Qing smiled. "I've heard people say that Sister Moo White Fox is a person who was very disciplined in doing business." White Fox bowed. "Thank you Mr. Yi for the compliment. However, since Mr. Yi doesn't intend to pay back the money for him, there's no need to care about this idle matter." Chapter 20 White Fox's Request. Yi Qing frowned. "How much does he owe?" 3 million RMB. "What did he do to owe you guys so much money?" Shinjunyi knew that Yi Qing had been moved to compassion, but the moment she heard so much money she instantly became anxious. "He lost in the Delong Night Market's Jilong Gambling Stone Workshop, and ran to the Moo Sisters Casino to gamble, and when he lost his eyes, he took out a loan of 3 million to flip his capital, and ended up losing it all again." White Fox glanced at his cell phone. "After 12 o'clock, that's $3,300,000. Loan sharking is illegal in China," Shinjunyi said angrily. "Believe it or not, I'll sue you." White Fox didn't care at all, smilingly said, "The casino is in Sister Moo. He borrowed the money from Sister Moo, so feel free to sue." Shinjunyi was speechless. Mu's sister is the territory of old Burma. The domestic police simply can't control that side. I do want to save him, but I transferred $8 million of my winnings to my family, and I have less than $1 million in my hand. Yi Ching frowned. White Fox pondered slightly. We don't want to cause a death either. Peace and harmony is the way to go. I heard that Mr. Yi is very good at gambling on stones. As long as you promise to take over this debt, I can give a few days of grace. As long as Mr. Yi doesn't leave Rueli. Shinjunyi instantly quit. Angrily said. On what grounds? Yi Ching gripped her hand tightly, signaling her to keep quiet. Did you cut your hand? White Fox smiled sweetly. It hasn't been cut yet, but according to the rules, it definitely needs to be cut. Can you not cut? White Fox nodded cheerfully. Yes, $500,000. Where is the person? Right in Delong. White Fox bar. You really want to go? Shinjunyi worriedly grabbed Yi Ching's arm and quickly said. This kind of person can't be trusted. Don't worry about that, miss. As long as you follow the rules, we won't hurt you, but we will only follow the rules if you break them. White Fox laughed softly. And Mr. Yi looks like someone who knows the rules and follows them. Yi Ching nodded and White Fox reached out and an old Toyota drove over. Yi Ching didn't feel comfortable with Shinjunyi staying alone, pushed her into the car and got in himself, followed by White Fox. The three of them squeezed into the back seat. Yi Ching laughed bitterly. You guys run casinos and loan sharks. So profitable. Why don't you change a better car? White Fox didn't care at all about squeezing in with Yi Ching. Smilingly said, the money isn't ours. It's just an escrow. Yi Ching's heart stirred. Rangoon is still the place. What is Mr. Yi inquiring about this for? White Fox asked with a smile. Injuring so many of us. Even if we take revenge, it's only right that we look for Mr. Yi. Didn't have that idea. After all, anyone who comes here to gamble on stones has times when they are short of money. Yi Ching laughed. When the time comes, it's inevitable to trouble MS. White Fox, happy to oblige. White Fox twisted her body, pulled out a business card with body fragrance from her chest, and handed it to Yi Ching with both hands. As long as Mr. Yi makes a call, the money will be delivered right away. No matter if it's in Delong or Sistergao, there will definitely not be any delay for Mr. Yi to gamble on the stones. Shinjunyi looked at White Fox snuggling up to Yi Ching, and said sourly, you're seeing the wood for the trees, pulling in customers right away. White Fox smiled apologetically. This is the only place. She's also a main sister. Yi Ching smiled and explained. Only went to school in the country and became a lawyer after graduation, so her words are a bit sharp. Don't mind. White Fox gave Shinjunyi a surprised look. It really makes me envious. You can't go to school over here without a nationality and a household registration. It looks like Mr. Yi is really capable. Yi Ching smiled and didn't explain. The car was very fast and arrived at the White Fox bar in 10 minutes. The Toyota parked directly in the backyard. Before getting out of the car, he saw Wang Liang locked in a dog cage, curled up, blood stains on his clothes, wailing and wailing, obviously beaten badly. Seeing Yi Ching get out of the car, Wang Liang was pleasantly surprised. Man, lend me 3,300,000. Back to Kyoto immediately, pay you back. Yi Ching asked in a bad mood. The family has money. What are you running for? The family looked tight. Heard that I will bring the 2 million have lost. Dead or alive do not give. Wang Liang wailed. My family is a demolition household. Not no money, just don't want me to bet on the stone. Alright, I'll buy you this life. White Fox said indifferently. Cut off his hands. A few people walked over and directly stretched out Wang Liang's hand from the dog cage, raising their knives towards the arm. Alright, I'll buy his hand too. Yi Ching said helplessly. The knife stopped at Wang Liang's wrist, but didn't cut down. White Fox looked at Yi Ching seriously. You really bought it. Tomorrow, I'll have my family call in the money. Yi Ching said with a straight face. I heard Boss Chi say that you are very good at gambling on stones. Why don't you go and gamble on stones? White Fox was surprised. As long as you gamble up a piece, this amount of money will be paid back. Yi Ching pointed at Wang Liang and said in a serious manner. Gambling on stones is risky. You're sick. White Fox laughed and scolded. He is a fat sheep, destined to be slaughtered by others. But you are a master. Chi bosses are admiring you very much. If I would bet on the stone every day, so can the stone workshop. Damn, 9 million a day. Do you know? I put loan sharks only earn how much a day? In case you run into a master like you, underlings are still beaten up. Pouring medical bills can be so lucrative, why not gamble? Yi Ching hemmed and hawed. If you don't find me tonight, his hand will be gone and he will be buried alive tomorrow. Scared me. White Fox was a bit surprised. You are really righteous, taking money from your family to help him pay off his debt. I, White Fox, am also a man of rules. You should pay his debt and release this kid. But Mr. Yi, if your family didn't call the money tomorrow, I will not only look for your trouble, but also your girlfriend's trouble. Intimidating me. Yi Qing's eyes turned steeply cold. It's not about intimidating. It's about making the rules clear first. White Fox smiled sweetly. Gambling on stones is a means of making money for you. Why don't you gamble again? Win the bet and you take the person away. If you lose the bet, his hand, your girlfriend, I want both. The man, I'll sell him over there to be a miner. The woman? You also know how much the men in the mines need women. Yi Qing despised and sneered. I know you're true to your word, but I'm also telling you that I can make you not walk out of the borderline. I admit, you have great hands. White Fox looked at him seriously. But I'm short of money, very short of money, and need someone to help me make money. Without money I'll definitely die. I'll take desperate measures in order to stay alive. Mr. Yi, promise me. Okay. Chapter 21, You Make the Night Darker. White Fox took 2 steps back and bent over to bow. Yi Qing's voice was cold and icy. You tricked me into coming here, just to get me to help you gamble on the stones. No, it's for us to gamble together, and give you every penny of the money earned that belongs to your share. White Fox raised her head, but her body bowed lower, revealing a large portion of snow-white skin, and said seriously, I will only take the portion that belongs to me. Shen Junyi looked at Yi Qing, wondering what choice he would make. Tonight he met 2 women. One was Chen Lu, the $10 billion little rich woman of Tian Lu jewelry, while the other was the Mong Mong's sister White Fox. Chen Lu wanted to control Yi Qing with debt and high salary, but White Fox chose to cooperate. But could this woman be trusted? I want to know. The reason why you lack money? Yi Qing looked at White Fox's beautiful face. He could gamble on stones, but he was a newcomer in DeLong's sister Hai, and the owner of the gambling store liked to do business with acquaintances. A new face would never come up with top-quality raw stones, and without top-quality raw stones, he couldn't gamble on high-quality emeralds. He also needs groundlings to go for top-quality raw stones. Most importantly, in case his identity was leaked, the Jadeite Guild would definitely give strict orders to Sister Gao and DeLong's gambling stores not to do business with him. Once this situation arose, he could only go to Burma to gamble on the stones, but over there he had the same lack of channels, while White Fox could be his other option. Yes, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me, both of you. White Fox smiled happily and turned around. Can she be trusted? Shen Junyi followed beside Yi Qing and asked in a low voice. Stones don't lie, talents do. Yi Qing smiled faintly. The only real thing between people is money. White Fox pushed open the door and invited the 2 in, smiling sweetly. That's right, as long as we can make money, we will treat Mr. Yi as our most honored guest. The girls' room was clean, as well as bright and colorful. White Fox invited the 2 to sit on a set of fabric sofa. Tea, or wine? Shen Junyi didn't wait for Yi Qing to speak. She opened her mouth and laughed. No need to bother. It's better to get to the point. White Fox opened the refrigerator and took out 2 cans of drinks and sat on Yi Qing's side. The reason for the lack of money is because the rainy season is about to start, which also means that the war is about to start as well, and we need a large amount of money. Yi Qing froze and said cautiously, you have a military background. White Fox didn't deny or affirm, and politely said, any place needs an umbrella. We opened casinos and loan sharks in Moose Sisters, and have been safe and sound because of the powerful forces behind us, but there must be payment for what you get, and once we can't come up with enough money, we'll be replaced. This is a terrible disaster for us, and to add insult to injury, our most trusted partner and Sister Gao can't be working together for some reason, breaking a very important channel for making money. Yi Qing mused, can I ask, who is this partner? White Fox glanced at Shen Junyi. It's old Mr. One from the Long Rui Gambling Stone Workshop. Mr. One has a partnership with you as well. Shen Junyi moved horribly. She then realized that DeLong and Sister Gao had so many stone gamblers every day, but it was herself that made White Fox notice Yi Qing. Yes, White Fox nodded her head affirmatively. Every year, before the rainy season starts, Yangon holds a public market, and our pressure is not so high. But this year, the Rangoon public market was delayed until October, and the war requires a large amount of investment. The task given to us, therefore, is a desperate one, and old Mr. Man often goes to watching, purchasing large quantities of raw jadeite, although he purchases kilograms of material, which is allowed to be exported. Once the war starts over there, the risks become uncontrollable. Therefore, someone needs to be able to help him ship out the raw stones. Old Mr. Win chose us, and we have worked well together for so many years, bringing us tens of millions of dollars in profits every year. But we never expected. Yi Qing finally understood how those broken stones in his store came to be. Although the purchases were all kilograms of material, but there were some good stones mixed in there as well. The master was using the kilograms of material to cover his tracks and smuggle the top quality raw stones. Suspiciously said, so the money that Wang Liang lost, you guys intentionally lent it to him. No, it was a complete accident, White Fox said sincerely. It was him who blurted out Mr. Yi after he escaped and was caught. We then went to the Jilung gambling shop to get the surveillance and recognized this sister. White Fox glanced at Shinjunyi before continuing. It also let us know about Mr. Ye's ability to gamble on stones. Shinjunyi sneered. What are you guys suspecting? What the Jadeite Guild suspects is also what we suspect. White Fox smiled and said, Sister, we are really short of money, and we also want to sincerely cooperate with Mr. Yi. Shinjunyi was surprised and said, Your place is the origin of Jadeite. Wouldn't you have money if you cut the stones yourself? Yi Qing snorted and laughed. White Fox's eyebrows twitched, and she also laughed subtly, and said seriously, Not every piece of raw stone can be cut out of emerald, and not every person can find emerald from the stone. Thus, there is the profession of the Jade Master of the Phase. Yi Qing said in a serious manner. Gambling on stones is risky, White Fox said meaningfully, but I believe that Mr. Yi will definitely win. No one dares to guarantee that they will win. Even the Jade King doesn't dare to guarantee that he will win every time he gambles. I can only minimize the risk. White Fox's eyes twitched. Open the window and transfer the risk. Yi Qing nodded in delight. White Fox is not simple, able to understand his words, but there are also two prerequisites. One is that I can find good Jadeite raw stones. The second, in the process of my betting on the stones, any decision I make, you cannot question. Just believe that I will bring you the greatest return on the line. To do these two things, we can cooperate. White Fox was overjoyed in her heart and smiled like a flower. Then let's go to the Jilung Gambling Stone Workshop and see Mr. Ye's strength with our own eyes. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head. Boss Chi won't take out any more good stones. I'll go. He wouldn't dare refuse. White Fox explained with a smile on her face. His import channels are also within our sphere of influence, although there is no cooperation. But if he refuses me, he won't be able to get the goods. Shinjunyi was shocked. White Fox's voice was euphemistic and melodious, but everywhere it leaked out her ruthlessness. The Toyota was very broken, not even air-conditioned. Sitting in it was like a cage. White Fox looked out the window at the traffic and laughed. Dalong is a place that only glows with magic in the darkness of the night. As long as you have a pair of discerning eyes, you can find emeralds of great value. Shinjunyi sneered back. But you make the night darker. White Fox heard that she was mocking herself and smiled sweetly. In fact, we are the most disciplined. Mr. Yi looks clean and speaks kindly, but in reality, he is a strong person. If we don't follow the rules, he would rather fight a fish to death than cooperate with us. Chapter 22, The Terrible Mo Wanji. Shinjunyi was surprised. How did you tell? Fighting. 6 of my men, crippled 2, for seriously injured. White Fox smiled and raised his cell phone. It can be said that every blow was fatal. Yi Qing sincerely said, Sorry, I can pay for the medical bills. No need. After all, we are the ones at fault. White Fox smiled sweetly and changed her words. Mr. Yi has been a soldier. Yi Qing smiled and asked rhetorically, Why would you make such a guess? White Fox laughed. The doctor's description was that only special military personnel would practice this kind of fist technique that seeks to kill with one blow. Yi Qing laughed and didn't answer. White Fox's bright eyes turned, and all of a sudden, she asked with a smile, Mr. Yi and Sister Shin aren't really lovers. You. Shinjunyi clenched her teeth in anger and demonstratively snuggled her body into Yi Qing's arms. You guessed wrong. A woman's intuition is never wrong. White Fox didn't care and looked at Shinjunyi with a smile. Sister Shin is exposed. Don't make a scene. Yi Qing said helplessly. Not making a scene again. White Fox said seriously. If Mr. Yi opens my eyes tonight, I can pay any price for the sake of cooperation. Shinjunyi was furious and laughed. Why are you so shameless? Men with strength. Once you miss them, you will never meet them again. White Fox was calm and self-assured. Therefore, to take him down, you have to pay a price that he can't refuse. And women are the most attentive kind. Yi Qing solemnly said, I don't like being controlled. Even you don't have this idea, or you will pay a heavy price. White Fox tilted her pretty face and asked with a smile, Is this a warning? Sort of. Yi Qing smiled faintly. White Fox smiled even more beautifully. I hope I didn't look at the wrong person. The group walked into the stone gambling workshop. Boss Chi glanced at Wang Liang in disgust before he looked at Yi Qing and laughed. Brother, this is about to chase the poor enemy with great courage. Yi Qing smiled coyly. It's for this old countryman of mine. Boss Chi sighed and didn't say anything. This lone shark thing is an invisible killing knife. And someone like White Fox is even more of a maggot on the bone. Once she gets wrapped up in it, she can't even shake it off. White Fox gave him a chilling look. Cut the crap. Let's go to the second floor. She walked towards the stairs first. Yi Qing lagged a few steps behind. Boss Chi gently tugged on his sleeve. Brother, you shouldn't help Wang Liang. And even more so, you shouldn't get yourself into trouble. Kissing or not kissing a hometown resident, He doesn't want me to die here, and I don't want him to be buried alive. Yi Ching let out a sigh. White Fox, you can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend, all are bitter people. A moment later, Boss Chi, don't slaughter me, brother, leave me a way out as well. White Fox wants to take the stones in my safe. You still won't let me slaughter. I'll just jump straight off the building. Boss Chi was afraid of White Fox. His gaze was sad and helpless. There's money for everyone. I'm not a greedy person either. Yi Ching whispered. To tell you the truth, I opened a stone jai in Kyoto. This time I came to Sister Gao to stock up. How about sales? Boss Chi was instantly interested. It's great. Every day I can sell several tons of kilograms of material. Yi Ching smiled and said. Boss Chi can search online. Panjiayuan stone jai. No wonder brother's eyesight is so high. They are all stone cutters. Boss Chi immediately took out his cell phone and searched, and smiled when he saw the results. Kilograms of material are not worth much, but it is a trade of turning waste into treasure. A few tons a day. A month's sales would be considerable. Today I'll open the safe and let brother pick whatever he wants. Yi Ching smiled and nodded. Business is negotiated this way. You give me concessions, I let you make money. You and I are good, everyone is good. When they arrived upstairs, White Fox sat on the sofa without saying a word, just coldly looked at the Boss Chi. Boss Chi opened the safe and took out a gambling stone, carefully placing it on the table. The original stone was not very large, irregularly shaped in 3 angles. White Fox laughed. Mr. Yi, it's up to you. Wang Liang laughed. The scars on his face looked particularly hideous, that's for sure. This brother of mine is very lucky. Boss Chi can testify to that. Boss Chi glared at him in disgust. This brother, not only does he have good luck, his eyesight is also poisonous, but when it comes to you, he's out of luck. Yi Ching smiled, but didn't say anything. Wang Liang was full of concern. If I had his luck, I would have been rich. Yi Ching, take a look at this piece of material. Boss Chi's collection. Take a look. Open window material. The green color is coming through. I feel better than the piece of black osea you opened. 10 million big material. Yi Ching bristled. Open window material. In fact, more sinister than the full gambling material. Open window is to show the best side of the stone. Once you are attracted by the open window, you will ignore many features. And gambling can not just look at the benefits of the stone, but also to see the bad. Comprehensive analysis of the possibility of winning the bet. Moreover, the open window material is very expensive. Boss Chi is in the face of White Fox. Come up with good material, but does not prevent him from slaughtering fat sheep. The light is dim. Yi Ching hit the lamp to see the skylight, but carefully observed the case of the original stone. The color is gray. The gravel sense is not very strong. The most horrible thing is the crack. It is obvious that this should be Mwanji gray skin shallow material. Shallow, also commonly known as the old mine, out of the good kind of good water. Yi Ching picked up the material. The weathering is uneven, and also brushed the skin. The purpose of brushing the skin is the original stone after hundreds of millions of years of weathering, the natural formation of python, pine flowers, moss, etc. With an iron brush off, so that the stone shell is thinner. The inside of the jadeite can be seen clearly, but will also give people a kind of illusion. Let a person mistakenly think that the shell is thin, immediately can see the inside of the jadeite. But the danger is that you cannot rely on python, moss and pine flowers and other inherent characteristics of the original stone to determine the material inside the seed watercolor. You can only rely on the window he opened and the cracks on the stone to judge the stone, whether it is worth gambling. Seeing Yi Ching's silence, Wang Liang anxiously handed over the strong flashlight. Look at the window. It's really good. Yi Ching didn't say anything and took the strong flashlight and directly hit the light. The species of the window is not very good. The crystals are coarse, belonging to the glutinous species, but the waterhead is good. The luster is also okay. There is cotton wool, a lot of it. If based on these alone, it is not possible to bet. But the window is very clever. Will be inside the color exposed. Willow green. Seed is on the tender side. Can be out of floating color plaque and bracelet. If good handmade, can reach a single piece of about 200,000 yuan. Not good material. Can only bet on color. As long as the color inside becomes yang green, even if it is bean seed is also worth a lot. But python, pine flower, moss is not. Yi Ching cannot judge from the stone shell appearance inside will not change seed color. And this piece of material has more cracks. Cracks, as long as eaten in, can block the seed in color. Change for the better. Naturally all happy, but change for the worse will be bad luck. Chapter 23 Good words can't persuade a damn ghost. Yi Ching asked, how much? Boss Chi smiled. 300,000. No two prices. Yi Ching snorted and laughed. This is grinding a fast knife to slaughter. Wang Liang said confidently, gentlemen, this piece of material open window to see green. I will win. It's hard for an immortal to break an inch of jade. Yi Qing despised. I'm not betting. You bet. Wang Liang immediately rejoiced. You lend me $300,000, and when I win, I'll even pay back the money from White Fox, so I don't have to make it difficult for you anymore. Yi Qing despised and skimmed his lips. This is a gambler. Seeing a little hope of winning, he forgot that he was almost buried alive with his hand cut off just now. Turning his head to look at Boss Chi. Let him have this piece. I'll pay for it, but he's already lost a lot of money with you. You'll have to make some concessions as well. Boss Chi glanced at White Fox and said with a bitter face, Brothers, I'm here in a stone gambling workshop, not a Goodwill Hall. I'm just trying to make him die and stop gambling on stones in the future. Yi Qing laughed. Think of it as you sending kindness for once, and I'll send a red packet. 250,000. I won't open a price of 2,005. That wouldn't be generous. Yi Qing laughed. 100,000. He owes White Fox 3,800,000. Go back to Kyoto and let him pay me back 4 million with interest. Boss Chi laughed in anger. These words had already determined that Wang Liang would lose, but he was also unconvinced. This piece of raw stone performed so well. How could it be cut down? His tone slowed down. The interest shouldn't be out of my pocket. My money didn't come from the wind either. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head. Even if you are helping him, there is a bottom line. Brother, then you can't wipe out $150,000 at once. Boss Chi laughed. 200,000. I'll take it as a good deed. Yi Qing said in a firm tone. Just 100,000. I won't give out even 1 point more. Man, just lend me more. Wang Liang saw that things were going to be yellow. He was anxious. This piece of material. I'm going to win. Yi Qing rolled his eyes. If you want to win, Boss Chi would have cut it himself. Why should it be your turn? Bad luck. Wang Liang's face darkened and complained. Every time I meet with you, you always say bad luck. Boss Chi scolded with hatred. This brother is right. There is no guaranteed win in gambling. A rich knife relies on eyesight and luck. And a knife through sackcloth is talking about lousy gamblers like you who have no eyesight and no luck. Wang Liang's face became even more ugly. White Fox walked over and asked with a smile. This stone is really not worth gambling. Wang Liang anxious. How will not worth gambling? Open window color hot. This kind of material hand fast hand slow no. White Fox was too lazy to bother with him. Turning his head to look at Yi Qing, inquiring very seriously. How did you conclude that this piece of raw stone cannot be gambled? This piece of raw stone has cracks on the surface. The cracks will block the spread of the color. That is to say, the color that you see in the open window is not necessarily eaten in. In case of variegation in color change, this stone will collapse. Wang Liang panicked. How can you just see the bad and not see the good? You see how spicy this color is. It doesn't need to be out of the full material. As long as there is half of it, it's worth 5 million. Yi Qing gave him a helpless look. Good words are hard to persuade the damn ghost. As long as you decide to gamble, I'll give out $100,000. Boss Chi, give some face. Wang Liang twisted his head to look at Boss Chi. After so many years of friendship, man is in trouble today. Can you help out and let me turn over a new leaf? Boss Chi said. You should listen to this brother. Wang Liang affirmed. I will win this piece of material. Not only will I be able to pay back White Foxes with interest, but I will also win back the money I lost in the casino. Yi Qing didn't say a word. Letting Wang Liang bet on this piece of material was to show White Fox's strength. As for the money Wang Liang lost and owed, he didn't put it in his mind. Want to make waves here? Want to take advantage of the Yangon Grand Prix extension to reap the greatest benefits? Must find more good raw stone, in order to cut out more high goods jade. But the Jadeite Guild would never let him sell a large amount of high-grade jadeite to Qinlu. The 3 White Fox siblings were the first bully of the Wood Sisters, and in case the Jadeite Guild ordered the merchants under their command not to sell in raw stones, they could still go to Burma to gamble on the stones. Boss Chi twisted his head to look at Yi Qing. $100,000 is not a small amount. I have to earn it back as well. If this piece of material comes out, let me collect it. Yi Qing nodded his head crisply and transferred the money directly. Wang Liang saw that the deal was reached. He smile, confidently said, this piece of material is gambling crack. Along this crack a knife. A sure win. Wang Liang took a pen and drew a line. Yi Qing looked at the place where he drew the line, which happened to be the beginning of a crack. Boss Chi nodded and smiled. Go downstairs and use my best cutting master. Wang Liang held the material and Boss Chi went downstairs. Yi Qing did not follow. Wang Liang's eye for gambling stones wasn't good, but the angle he chose to cut the stone was okay. This cut was the best position, but the risk of this piece of material is too great. Cracks, variegated, color change are all possible. He was just confused by the window. Veterans open the window. Itself is to deceive people. High goods are scarce. Color becomes an important condition to measure a piece of jade. Open the window is to let you see the color. Once the enchanted mind lost control, mistaken for full material, will not consider the flaws in the stone. The veteran gambler, cracks, species, cotton, locks should be considered comprehensively. But Wang Liang has already been mesmerized by the color. Did not even think about the risk. White Fox asked seriously, this piece of material, you really can't gamble on it. Yi Qing gave a bad smile. In our circle there is a saying that color is empty. White Fox nodded slightly. Yi Qing heard the sound of the cutter ringing out downstairs, and his brows wrinkled slightly. No one dared to give 100% guarantee on something like gambling on stones. If Wang Liang won the bet, it would be the same as being slapped in the face himself. And whether or not he could make White Fox believe in himself depended on this cutter. This was originally a dangerous game, but Yi Qing had to play on. The master was cheated, and the one who is a disciple must help him get back the field. And the field that was lost in the gambling stones could only be recovered from the gambling stones. White Fox had the channels while he had the strength. The combination of the two was naturally unbeatable. You're picky about women? White Fox was asking Yi Qing, while skimming Shinjunyi out of the corner of his eye. Yi Qing was slightly stunned and asked back with a smile, does this have anything to do with our cooperation? White Fox was furious and stomped her foot. You just won't go along with my words. You have to be sheepish. Yi Qing said with a straight face, every person has scales. The woman beside me is my scales. If anyone dares to touch her, I dare to dig up the enemy's ancestral grave. What do you take me for? White Fox changed her smile and skimmed at him with her eyes glowing with winks. Yi Qing laughed, also someone who dares to dig up people's ancestral graves, but knows the rules and abides by them. With the appearance of a vixen and the heart of a coyote, not an over-river dragon that can't subdue you. Then you like sister like this, or me like this? White Fox asked seriously. You like this? Yi Qing said indifferently. You're ruthless and naturally a bad woman. In the gambling circle, good people are the fat sheep to be slaughtered. They are the ones who are going to suffer big losses. Compared to you, she is a little too pure. Chapter 24, not a strong dragon but a river. White Fox ate and laughed softly. To praise a person's purity in the gambling circle is to call her stupid. Yi Qing said with a straight face, a woman can be stupid, but a partner can't be stupid. White Fox lightly bit her cherry lips. In your eyes, I'm just a partner, not a woman. Like-minded partners can only come together, and the basis of our cooperation is money. It's solid but also cruel. Yi Qing leisurely said, I don't know when you'll see profit and forget about justice, so I definitely have to guard against you. But there's one thing I'll tell you in advance. Don't have any crooked thoughts about me? You can't afford to mess with me. White Fox collected her laughter and looked at his deep eyes. Mr. Yi is really confident. Yi Qing seriously said, on our side, there is a saying that not a strong dragon does not pass through the river. And there is also a saying that the one who comes is not good, and the one who is good does not come. White Fox was slightly stunned. At this time the sound of the cutter stopped, but the cheers of the gamblers were not heard. Yi Qing knew that the material had collapsed. Then he heard the stairs stomping. Wang Liang ran all the way up with the material in his arms. His face was ugly, placing the material on the table. Gentlemen, take a look. Is this material still salvageable? Yi Qing looked at the material and smiled helplessly and bitterly. The cut was colored, but not spicy, and the flesh color around it ran off and appeared pale. The fine bean seed has turned into a coarse bean seed with low transparency. Picking up the flashlight and knocking on it twice, the flesh was knocked off a few pieces. Yi Qing looked at Wang Liang's eager face. It can't be saved. Wang Liang anxiously said. No, why did it turn out like this? You look at the window, colorful ghost, how hot it is. It's not normal. Yi Qing smiled contemptuously. I told you a long time ago. This material is covered with cracks. These cracks will give the flesh the possibility of mutation and color change. Boss Chi nodded. The cracks blocked the color from extending inside, and that's what led to the variegation. Discoloration. If it's a coarse bean seed, it's not bad, but the cotton is too heavy. Wang Liang, call it quits. You lost a few $1 million. Although you didn't lose your family, but you are still greatly injured. Do you have to go jump off a building to die? Wang Liang is very reluctant. Shouted, impossible. I don't believe the bet can win. This is only the first cut. I'll cut another cut. Picking up the material, he turned around and went downstairs. The most terrible psychology of a gambler is not to admit defeat and despair, but everyone knows that he is bound to lose. Shinjunyi was pleased. White Fox was surprised, but Boss Chi had a bitter smile on his face. The sound of the cutter sounded and stopped, and although the crowd did not go downstairs, they heard Wang Liang's angry curses. Chi boss, this. What material to recommend to me? This is a pit. Boss Chi was instantly enraged and cursed away upstairs. What kind of feces are you spewing? Yi Qing told you a long time ago. This piece of material can't be gambled. You have to gamble. If you can't afford to lose, don't gamble. Lousy gambler. Yi Qing closed his eyes. There was no excitement, only sadness. Although there are risks in this business of betting on stones, the biggest fear is not being able to afford to lose. Not long after, Wang Liang holding material, cursing up again. The material is all cracked. The bottom is also gray, color all gone. Wang Liang threw the stone on the ground. Frustrated, really, how can I not win the bet? Yi Qing coldly said, gambling on stones not only relies on luck, but also relies on strength. It's not like you can become a master just by watching a little bit of gambling video on the internet. There are so many stone gambling workshops in Delong. Why don't the owners gamble on stones? That's because they don't have the guts. Wang Liang was furious and sophomoric. You have guts. That's why you lost everything. Yi Qing despised. $4 million? If you don't pay me back, I'll take your house away and make your whole family sleep on the street. Wang Liang was instantly paralyzed on the ground, crying, I'll get it together for you, but you also have to allow me some time. White Fox swept a glance at Wang Liang. Yi Qing, you don't care about this matter. I'll bring him to Mu Sister City and dig a pit to bury him alive. Wang Liang shivered in fear and looked at Yi Qing in horror. Man, forget it. Yi Qing waved his hand. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be able to recognize White Fox. It's easy to get him killed, but a family would be finished. White Fox glared at him with a pair of charming eyes, and said in a bad mood, You're messing with mercy. This kind of lousy gambler will never be able to quit gambling. Dig a pit and bury him alive. Get it over with. Being a man leaves a thread. We'll see each other in the future. After all, I still have to go back to Kyoto. Yi Qing smiled and walked towards the safe. Looking at the materials inside, only one of the two safes was opened. Boss Chi smiled bitterly. Man, leave me some coffin money. The materials in this cabinet are all good, but I won't recommend them to you. There are too many people who can't afford to lose. It's like Wang Liang, when he loses his red eyes, he starts talking nonsense. He's a hooligan. But you're different, big boss. Yi Qing nodded. A man who can afford to win must also afford to lose. Don't worry, a few $100 million. I haven't put it in my eyes. That's good. Boss Chi swallowed his spit and glanced at White Fox with palpitations. These words he didn't say to Yi Qing, but to White Fox. The water of gambling on stones was deep, so if you came in, you had to have the awareness of being drowned. In case White Fox couldn't afford to lose, and got annoyed and cut off his supply, that would be bad luck. White Fox glared viciously at Boss Chi. She also heard that Boss Chi had something in his words. Yi Qing looked at the materials in the safe, all of which had windows opened. This is the setup. Buy the material back, then open the window in the place where it is easiest to excel, and when you see the jadeite you immediately close, and the price doubles 10 times, 100 times, but they never bet. Sell stone people know. 10 gambling 9 collapsed. Only to sell open window material can make a steady profit. Yi Qing is doing is the business of selling stones in the window. More than anyone else is familiar with this inside the routine. Picked up a piece of material. Weighed 5 kilograms or so. The material is small and heavy, indicating that the meat inside is good. Emerald is the densest stone. Then ordinary stone molecular structure is much tighter, but this gap is very small. Not a veteran weighing out. The open window material is a big pit, but there are many places that can be observed. Yi Qing did not look at the open window, but carefully observed the crust. Yellow skin, very thin. Gravel sense is also very strong. Is the material of Dharmacan? Pick up the flashlight to hit the light. There is fog. Yi Qing then look at the open window. Flesh glutinous, crystal fine. Head of water is very good, reflecting the glass light. Naked eye, no cotton wool, but the seed is tender. The fog layer is uniform. It is a piece of material for playful carving. This piece of material can definitely win the bet, but Chi Boss absolutely open high price. Even if the waist cut will not have much profit. Yi Qing casually put the stone back. Wang Liang is a little anxious. Yi Qing cannot win the bet, related to whether he was pulled by the White Fox to the wood sister buried alive. But he didn't dare to speak, giving the scene a pin-drop silence. But the atmosphere became tense as a result. Chapter 25. 9 out of 10 bets are bad for the old elephant skin. Yi Qing was not in a hurry. With $200 million in his card, he could afford to lose. But since he was gambling, he didn't want to lose. Wanting to find a huge piece of material that can trick a stone gambler into jumping out of his skin to avenge his master is not easy. Although he didn't know yet who was counting on his master, but there was material in his hand in order to set up a trap. If you want to find this kind of material, you can only go to Tile City or the mines. But even if he was lucky enough to find this kind of material, he would have to ship it back. White Fox and the forces behind her had this ability. From the moment he met White Fox, he started to conceptualize this bureau. Stones don't lie to people. It's people who lie to people. Gambling on stones is a hook for people to cheat people. You get my master a piece of sky-high priced raw stone and make him lose everything. I'll also get you a piece to send you to the rooftop line. Ever since he was on the airplane, being poured that blood mixed with strange liquid by the dragon stone seed pixie, he has been transforming Yi Qing's body all the time. making his eyes sharper and his sense of touch stronger. Gambling is not every piece of stone needs to be first-hand. The best way to choose the stone is to choose the mouth of the field first. When you find the material of the old field mouth, you win half of it. To bet a big, strange, Muna material is the best choice, but the risk involved is also big. If you bet on the color, the best is the material from Mwanji. But this thing of gambling on stones relies on luck, and you have to come across good material. Yi Ching patiently chose the material, spent a long time, looked at several pieces of material, but were not satisfied. Although the material in this safe is worth a lot of money, it's not much to gamble on. The price of the windowed material is already expensive, and the gambling is still not big. It is a draw or a small cross. Yi Ching was not in a hurry, at the side of the safe, slowly looking, but Boss Chi was in a hurry. The longer the white fox stayed in the store, the more unpredictable the blessing and the curse. Brother, do you want me to recommend it for you? Yi Ching also knew that he was in a hurry. Tigers don't eat people, but their reputation has long been ruined. No decent businessman would want to deal with someone like White Fox. Although she doesn't speak, she stares at you like a ghost, making it difficult and multiplying the psychological pressure, especially as long as she determines that you cheat her. She and you talk about the rules. Cut off the hand. Burying people never hesitate. But gambling stone originally has a gambling word, that there is not cheating. Just like Wang Liang, obviously his own gambling collapsed on the Chi boss. Boss Chi is not afraid of Wang Liang, but he is afraid of White Fox. This woman is a disciplined but unreasonable woman, and her stubbornness is unbelievable. Cannot withstand the torment of the Boss Chi. Directly from the cabinet out of a piece of carved old elephant skin, although not large, but the sand, crust are very delicate. Chi boss a face of reluctance. Miserable, weak a head layer. Old mine, is my shot from the public market on the full plug material, but see good material. I also cannot help but give the window. You see this window, should understand its value. He spoke very learned, did not say that this piece of material package win, also did not say the price, but told Yi Ching, this is the material auctioned off from the public market. The full plugging material are very expensive. Opened this window, even more expensive. He decided that this piece of material can certainly win, but he did not dare to bet. But you can't offer a price that'll wipe his neck. Otherwise, I'd rather offend White Fox than play with you. Yi Ching also came to be interested. Usually the old elephant skin material is worth betting on. The light is dim. He also does not hit the light. Carefully observe the material. Will card shallow open window half gambling stone. The window is opened very large, almost occupy one side. Exposed jade flesh is obviously glutinous seed. Crystal fine. Head is very good. Strong sense of glass. There is cotton wool but not much. Light green floating orchids. The species is old, but the bottom is gray bottom. But this material cannot bet on the color. Color difference 100 times the price difference. Can only bet on floating flowers. As long as there are floating flowers can add money. Followed by betting on how many goods out of this piece of material. Yi Ching heart calculation. This kind of bottom color gray, flowers and seed water, out of the sign, no cracks, flowers without mess. If you add a good process, each sign in the 100,000 or so, the material is very large, at least 7 or 8 plaques, worth in the million, but cannot come out of the bracelet. It is not guaranteed, but as long as out of 2 bracelets, at least worth 2 million. Yi Ching is a little interested. Will material up? Hands on to see. Chi boss heart apprehensive, always thinking of sending away the White Fox this plague, gritted his teeth and said, I'm bleeding. This kind of material collection for a few years, the price of 10 times is possible. Usually I will not take out. You look at the window. How good looking. Yi Ching pursed his lips and smiled, not commenting. He understood the purpose of Boss Chi saying this, but the material can only be looked at by yourself. You can believe in Boss Chi's good intentions, but you have to doubt his eyesight. The owner of the Gambling Stone Workshop is not a jade photographer. He has only looked at the material more. But you can't just look at the advantages of gambling stones. The most important thing is to look at the disadvantages. Otherwise, once you are mesmerized by the pros, you will be pitted by the cons. I'm a jade master, Yi Ching said innocuously, and Boss Chi instantly stopped talking, watching him hold the material and look at it from top to bottom. Steeply, Yi Ching saw some tiny cracks, like strands of hair. Ordinary people could only see it by hitting a lamp and holding a magnifying glass, but he could see through the tiny cracks and see the densely packed cracks inside, and they kept going deeper and deeper. Yi Ching sighed and put the material down. This piece of material, Boss Chi obviously hit the eye. Whoever bets on it will collapse. Boss Chi saw him put the material down and said incredulously, this piece of material you don't bet. Find a fat sheep and sell it. Yi Ching shook his head and laughed bitterly. He didn't say it wasn't worth betting on, but let Boss Chi use this piece of material to slaughter a fat sheep. Although the contact time with Yi Qing was very short, Shinjuni also understood him as a person, and cursed in her heart, "Treacherous businessman. Thanks a lot." Boss Chi understood that the Jade Master said that he couldn't gamble and that this piece of material would definitely collapse, and put the material away. Wang Liang endured, and finally couldn't hold back. "Gentlemen, you have to be bold to look at the material." "Put." Yi Qing was happy. "You are bold. You come." Wang Liang cried out, "Didn't I have no luck?" "Know what luck is?" Yi Qing snorted coldly. "Luck is when God lets you come across good material, but to gamble or not to gamble relies on experience and eyesight. So if you gamble and fall apart, don't blame God for not giving you luck. It's because you don't have that strength." Wang Liang didn't say a word, sighing on the side. Yi Qing was not in a hurry, nor could he be in a hurry. With a turn of his eyes, he saw a piece of gray leather shell in the safe, a very small piece of material, only as big as an adult's fist. Yi Qing took in his hand a weighing 3 kilograms or so. The crust is very delicate. There is no cracks on it. There is no sign of brushing the skin. It is a piece of complete all gambling material. The so-called complete all gambling material, that is, from the field out of the mouth, has not been tampered with. Chapter 26, Green Python Wrapped in Ribbon. The so-called tampering is windowing and skin brushing. To open a window is to make a very small window in the place where the raw stone is most likely to produce green, so that the gambler can peer into the interior of the raw stone. A high handicapper can open the window to see the color and bring out the best part of the raw stone. If the seed is old and the color is hot, it allows the gambler to see the good points of the raw stone and forget the bad points. The most abominable is to brush the skin with an iron brush to brush away the naturally occurring python, pine flowers, moss on the surface of the raw stone, so you cannot see any shortcomings, but let the price of the original stone doubled, the risk of at least 10 times. And this piece of material is cement skin. Yi Qing heart happy, because this kind of cement skin material, only a Mo Shisha old pit have, Ma Shisha pit, a total of 3 layers. The first layer of white sand skin, yellow sand skin mostly. The second layer of gray skin, that is, elephant skin and cement skin. The third layer is black leather, belonging to the bottom layer. It is difficult to ship. The second layer of material is not as good as the first layer, but it is already very rare. See pure luck. This field to seed water, just famous. Color instead of secondary. Gambling is very big. Experience tells Yi Qing, the second layer of material, as long as there is green or flowers, must be green, and in the jadeite green is honored. The material below the second layer out of the sky blue, poor first class, but this piece of material crust colored python, not very clear, the general public cannot see. Yi Qing has concluded that this must be more than the second layer of material, not to the first layer, but the bottom is green. Python is a specialized term for expert stone gamblers, subdivided into a dozen kinds. Commonly speaking is the jadeite raw stone, after hundreds of millions of years of natural weathering, did not wear away the gravel. Roughly divided into 2 kinds, white python and green python. White python through the seed water, green python wrapped color band. Yi Qing took the material, a little excited. Gambling really rely on luck. A large safe material, can see only this piece. This piece of material is not big, but you can bet on the seed water, bet it out of the high goods. Green python winding color, if the green is thicker, the value will be over 10 million. I say, man, is this a jadeite raw stone? This is a piece of cement. Don't bet on it. Wang Liang looked at the heart. How to look at this piece of material is not a jadeite raw stone. You shut up. White Fox glared at him fiercely. Yi Qing hit the light seriously. The cement skin material was hard to gamble on because the light couldn't penetrate. Moxisha material was a hot commodity 10 years ago. Now the first layer material is basically unseen. Even the second layer of cement skin, also mostly in the hands of collectors, rarely appear on the market. Although it is difficult to bet, but it is worth betting. This material out of the high species, as long as the color is thick, is the price of heaven. Yi Qing looked to Boss Chi. How much is this piece? Boss Chi looked at this piece of material he took. A face of surprise. Brother, this piece of material I cannot understand. You bet on it? Why? Once Yi Qing heard this, he knew that Boss Chi's knowledge of the mine mouth was very limited, and said with a smile, play a hand. It's small anyway, and even if it's cut down, he can't lose a few bucks. When he said this, Boss Chi instead became more suspicious. Carefully sized up the material for a couple of moments, took the material, and placed it on the electronic scale. 3 kilograms and 4 taels, counting 3 kilograms, according to the price of the original stone, 10,000 per kilogram. But brother bet, you give 20, 000, 60, 000 was not expensive. Before Yi Qing could say anything, Shinjunyi was surprised and said, the market price is 10,000 kilograms. How come he doubled it here? Listening to your tone, it seems like he even took a big advantage? White Fox also shared the same hatred and stood up, a pair of beautiful eyes staring fiercely at Boss Chi. Boss Chi cried and laughed, looking at Yi Ching. Brother, explain. Yi Ching also knew that both Shen Junyi and White Fox didn't understand the rules of stone gambling, and laughed bitterly. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Since they are famous they have to have the awareness of being slaughtered. Boss Chi only doubled the price. It's considered very generous. Or brother knows the rules. Boss Chi gave a thumbs up. White Fox was puzzled. After asking for 30,000 more, why are you still helping him out? Yi Ching smiled bitterly. Pretending to be a pig in a store can only be played once. If it wasn't for the fact that you had to come to Boss Chi's place, I would have definitely switched to another one. I was looking at that old elephant skin. Boss Chi would have multiplied the original price by 10 before he would have offered it. But this piece is only doubled. That's why I say he's generous. White Fox understood. Because Yi Ching had gambled and won once at Boss Chi's place, and it was a big increase. That's why he's hooked up with Boss Chi. He looked at the gambling stone. Chi Boss in the original price based on multiply 10 open price. If Yi Ching doesn't want it, Boss Chi will cut it himself. It was the same as Yi Ching giving him the eyes to look at the stone for nothing. Yi Ching turned his head towards White Fox and smiled. Do you want to play a hand? White Fox's cherry lips flicked and said in disgust. It's too small. Even if you bet on it, how much can you earn? Yi Ching hemmed and hawed and laughed. That's good. If you don't bet I'll bet myself. Wait, I'll bet. White Fox gritted her teeth. 30,000 right. Transfer, as long as you can win. Yi Ching frowned. There's no sure win when it comes to betting on stones. White Fox let out a sneer. I don't care about others, as long as you can win. Anyway, you owe me so much money. You must be very cautious in choosing the material. I don't gamble on stones, but I gamble on people. Yi Ching frowned as he listened. Okay, pay up. The two quickly completed the transfer, and only then did Boss Chi walk over. Brother, tell me what's going on, so I can grow a bit too. How did this piece of material come about? Yi Ching asked without answering. I'm not sure. Boss Chi frowned and thought. This Jilong Stone Gambling Workshop is something I dished out 5 years ago. I'm afraid it's the material left behind by the old shopkeeper. Since it's small it's been thrown here. That's right. This piece of cement skin is material between the first and second layer of moxisha. After Yi Ching finished speaking, he took the material and turned around to go downstairs. Boss Chi was depressed when he heard that. Or that master. Saw Yi Ching's eyebrows open and smile. The red packet gave $100,000. There are really not many such tycoons. He was just about to reach out and pick up the material. Wang Liang stepped forward. You go away. This material I cut. Can you do it? Yi Ching said suspiciously. What do you mean can you do it? I also cut 2 years of material in Tingchong. Just did not find a master to lead into the door. So my gambling is not as good as you. Wang Liang gritted his teeth. This material is related to whether I am buried alive or not. I don't feel comfortable letting others cut it. I want to cut it myself. Yi Cheng nodded. Okay, I'll trust you once. Wang Liang immediately got excited. How to cut? Small material. You can't go straight down the knife. You have to open the window first, then hit the light to see the performance. Yi Ching didn't hide anything. It was easy to find Wang Liang's redeeming qualities. If the technique is okay, let him work to pay off his debt. $4 million is enough to pay off his whole life. Yi Ching directly scratched a window on the stone. Wang Liang put the material down, took out the electric drill and opened the electric door with a skillful technique. Yi Ching nodded slightly. Gambling is important. Cutting the stone is also very important. A good piece of material haphazardly to a knife directly collapsed. He stood aside is also very nervous. Dragonstone species Pishy constantly secrete a coolness, calm his churning chi and blood. Chapter 27, Hard Skin, Old Enough. Such a stone is worth $60,000. White Fox was not nervous at all and said delicately, tell me how it's worth $60,000. Yi Ching deliberately said, do you think I like your $30,000? I just don't want to throw away $60,000 for nothing. Gambling on stones has risks. Letting you in is sharing the risks. I'll play disappear tomorrow, White Fox said in a serious manner. Yi Ching swept her a glance. Her beautiful eyes contained a smile. This sentence was more of a petulance than a threat. You're the one who earns the big money. You have to be calm. The problem is that I don't understand. You should know that people like me always have an inexplicable fear of things they can't control. White Fox gritted his teeth. Yi Ching laughed. I'll explain it to you once today. Next time you share a bet with me, learn to shut up. White Fox knew what he meant when he said this. The material was no longer good, but he couldn't say it in front of his boss. That would be unkind. This is material from the old pit of Moxisha, the skin and shell-colored python. You can bet on it to come out with a high seed. Outstanding. Once outstanding the price doubles, but how many times it doubles depends on the intensity of its color. White Fox seriously said. That is very expensive, right? Shinjunyi of course no. High seed high color means, Chanlua glass seed spinach green pendant, is worth 20 million. Cold Ice said, do not disturb Yi Ching, let him concentrate on looking at the stone. White Fox said in a serious manner. Sister, a man like Yi Ching, you can't keep him, why don't you let me have him? Don't even think about it. Shinjunyi immediately countered. Yi Ching let the two girls fight and kept his eyes on Wang Liang. He opened the window very steadily, but the leather shell of the material seemed to be very hard. The electric drill grinded for half a day before knocking off a little bit of the skin. Boss Chi's eyes glistened. The hard crust means that the seed water inside is old. This kid's eyesight is simply excellent. Yi Ching directly ignored him, but the hard skin of this piece of material was shocking. Now he didn't even dare to conclude what kind of jadeite would come out from inside. What's wrong? Shinjunyi asked in a low voice when she saw that his face was tense and his eyes were staring at the stone without blinking. Seed old. What does seed old mean? White Fox snatched after him. Seed old means that the crystal structure inside is tight and the base is relatively clean. Yi Ching whispered. One of the most important options for distinguishing between good and bad jadeite is seed old, a material with a tender seed. The crystal structure will be obvious, and there will be more impurities on the bottom, so the older the seed is, the better and cleaner the material is represented. Can't understand. White Fox called out from the side. Take a flashlight. Go to see Wang Liang cut down that piece of material. That is coarse bean seed. Light can see inside the crystals and beans like. Yi Ching casually perfunctory White Fox. White Fox can also see that Yi Ching is very nervous. Tens of thousands of dollars for him is also a drop in the bucket, so he is not at all concerned about collapsing. The only reason that can make him so nervous is the possibility of a big rise. Dainty blanked him. I have a stake in it. You don't want to bombard me with. Is it not that the finer the crystals are, the more valuable it is? Yi Ching nodded. There is no time to talk. The crust was Wang Liang a little bit of grinding open. The window has what performance? It determines the degree of good and bad material. If the window is ideal, directly see the high color. Then this piece of material, not even need to cut, directly resold. But if the window is not good, you can only continue to cut. The risk is also increased accordingly. But this is the stone gambling. Gambling is the heartbeat. Gambling is exciting. Not about the money more money less. Once someone cuts the stone, the more guests gathered over. The general public has a strong curiosity, but no one made a sound. Only the ear-piercing sound of the electric drill grinding the stone. Yi Ching didn't even blink, watching the window slowly open, afraid of missing any details. This was already his second time gambling on stones. Still nervous, excited, his body unconsciously tightened up, making it hard to feel good, and he didn't dare to relax yet. Wang Liang put down the electric drill, directly to the material to the bucket of water, constantly scrubbing. Gentlemen, Wang Liang opened so much material. Is this piece of the hardest? The wrist is almost tired to break. White Fox has been waiting for the heart anxious as fire. Containing anger, do not bowl asterisk. Hurry to take out. Wang Liang was so scared that he immediately fished out the material from the water. However, when he saw the window, his face steeply became ugly. Yi Ching knows, Wang Liang understand jade. Face changed shows that the window is not ideal. A heart also hung up. Puff 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 jump. Rush to take the stone from Wang Liang's hands. Carefully look at the window. Mother, really is not ideal. Not that bad, but did not meet expectations. Wang Liang opened the window is not big, the size of a beer bottle cap, but have been able to see clearly. Glass luster there. But this is the electric drill grinding, not the emerald itself flooded with glass luster. The bottom is not very good, Boss Chi said from his side. Yi Ching nodded. The species is very old. The crystal is also fine. The head is also good, but can only be considered ice glutinous seed. Color dark did not come out of the high color. Chi Boss hit the light to see. Immediately laughed. Is also considered a small rise. Ice glutinous seed. Head is good. Glass luster. But the oil bottom green melon skin green. Color did not come up. Did not see the cracks. Can do the sign and pendant. 300,000 certainly have. Brother, out of it. Yi Ching shook his head, pondering in his heart. Should not Moxisha cement skin. Either not outstanding, or out of high color. If the window is not outstanding, then stop here. A small profit that is safe. However, the oil green melon skin green, which indicates that the material has the possibility of high color. It is impossible to be melon skin green. White Fox is also nervous, urgently called out. Yi Ching, how is it? You talk small rise, selling now, worth $300,000. Yi Ching turned around and smiled. It's worth $300,000. White Fox couldn't see how, so he opened a window the size of a beer bottle cap, and the value of this stone went up from 60,000 to 300,000. Chi Boss immediately said, White Fox, this is already very good, because it is ice glutinous, belongs to the middle grade. Melon skin green is oil green bottoming, change is very big. I'm willing to pay 300,000 is to look at the ice glutinous. You sell it now, make 240,000, but a cut, in case of cracks, or discoloration jump seed, it is worthless. Brother, sell it, you are choosing a piece. Boss Chi was telling the truth. The risk of gambling on a stone lies in the fact that you simply don't know what changes will appear inside. But for him, the biggest risk is not the stone, but the white fox. This can't afford to win and lose. Now see good. Everything is fine. If he continued to gamble, in case everything collapsed, the unlucky one would most likely be himself. Yi Ching narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, it's hard for a god to break an inch of jade. White fox, is it good to see, or continue to bet? White fox didn't hesitate. It's up to you. You can bet if you want to. Yi Ching asked with a smile. I want to bet on the big one, but in case everything cracks, $30,000 down the drain. You can't blame me. Chapter 28, White Fox's Temptation. White Fox smiled sweetly and said, 240,000. I can share 120,000. I'll count this 120,000 for you when the time comes. Don't bet if you can't afford to lose. Yi Ching was not polite at all and despised. If you dare to count it in, I won't bring you to play next time. Then I'll disappear for 3 days. White Fox smiled smugly. The interest is horrible. You do the math yourself. You're being a scoundrel. Yi Ching shook his head and laughed. In this business of gambling on stones, you have to be able to lose even if you can afford to win. Don't be like a pussy. Just take advantage of the situation and not suffer. I am the pussy. White Fox shook his body. White Temin within a wave. Contemptuous look at him. You blind ah. Boss Chi laughed bitterly. Brother, don't reason with women. Especially pretty women are even more unreasonable. What's more, even men don't have a lot of gambling skills. That's right too. Wang Liang, another cut. Yi Ching laughed it off. Now what he wants to bet, is that this piece of material out of high color? Because the bottom is good. Once out of high color, then the value of 100 times crazy. Moreover, the location of the window is he chose, for their own gambling and open window to sell to others, are two different things. To sell stones through a window, you have to open it in the best place, but when you gamble for yourself, you have to observe the worst. Therefore, this piece of gambling stone open window did not open in place, can only see melon skin green. He wanted to know if the white fox had a gambling character. In deciding whether to take her to play in the future, Wang Liang will squat on the ground to change the blade. Kind of old is very hard. Ordinary blade is no longer competent. Must use the best blade to cut. Fix the material. Cover the lid of the machine. Start the button. When the cutter sounded, the onlookers were roaring in low voices. Up, up, up. The sound gathered into a wave, attracting more people in. The people outside couldn't squeeze in, only jumping up to look inside. Yi Ching, in order to prevent someone from taking advantage of the opportunity to mooch, pushed White Fox and Shinjunyi in front of him, one hand around their small waist. Shinjunyi is not defended against him, but White Fox's waist muscles instantly tense. Yi Ching heart bad smile, or a check ah. White Fox turned back. Yi Ching hurriedly said, I'm not taking advantage of the opportunity. I didn't say you took advantage. White Fox gave him a glance and whispered, what I'm saying is that you're the first man who dares to embrace me. I'm looking forward to you proving yourself, and when I approve of you, I'll let you help me take off Temin. Yi Ching shook his head categorically. That's better. Sister Shin is not suitable for you. In this line of work the heart has to be ruthless, the hands have to be poisonous, and the money has to be made as quickly as possible. White Fox's beautiful eyes crossed the waves, smilingly said, moreover, becoming one of us will be of great benefit to you in acquiring raw stones. Yi Ching knew that what this was craving for wasn't her own body, it was her own stone gambling craft. Sacrificing her color is to put herself in control, and from then on be reduced to a tool for her to make money. And faintly said, you can't talk about feelings when you joint venture to gamble on stones. It hurts too much money. White Fox was angry and gritted his teeth. At this time the sound of the cutter abruptly stopped, and the attention of the two of them shifted to the stone. Wang Liang opened the lid, rising out of a mist of water, all the high-temperature water vapor produced by the high-speed cutting of the blade. Wang Liang picked up the hose and poured water into it to suppress the water mist, then unloaded the stone. The stone was not completely cut off by the blades. He picked up the steel blade and looked at Yi Ching. You open, or I open. This was the rule of stone gambling. Only the lucky person was qualified to open the stone, and Wang Liang knew that his luck was really bad. Yi Ching smiled indifferently. You do it. Wang Liang was obviously a bit timid, gritting his teeth, stomping his foot, and with a hard slam, the stone was opened, and the cut-off lid fell to the ground, rolling around. Boss Chi stomped on the lid, picked it up, took a look at it. His face changed violently, gritted his teeth and said, Gao Bing. Yi Qing was violently excited when he heard these two words. However, Boss Chi's face was extremely ugly, as if he was disappointed, making Yi Qing a little confused. Taking the lid and looking at it, the material species is very old and has reached the level of high ice. But, damn, 3 big cracks, directly along the stretch into the jade flesh. A crack destroys all, and then good jadeite once out of the crack. Also finished. Yi Qing is also creepy. Before he has observed, this piece of material of the skin shell has no cracks, but after cutting it, there are cracks, and still 3, like a 3-way intersection, extending deep into the material. Indeed, it is difficult for a god to break an inch of jade. Boss Chi looked at him with disappointment. The cement skin can't be seen through, but this is not bad. $1 million? I'll take it. Wang Hu also came over and cried. It's disgusting. Ruined a piece of superb material. It's all fluorescent and rigid inside. This piece of material carefully polished, can be sold as a glass seed. See, the species has changed. Ice glutinous into high ice. Melon skin green into full green. If not for these 3 cracks, 10 million won't be able to get it down. Wang Liang cried with a sad face. I said I don't open, but you made me open. Go to the side. This has nothing to do with luck. Yi Qing continued to hit the light to see the material. The green color is very uniform, revealing a spirit. Full green, although not as good as the emperor green, is also excellent, but the crack spreads down and can only clasp the beads, and the value is discounted. Boss Chi kindly said, brother sold it. This material can only buckle beads, can buckle out how much who cannot see through. 1 million because of high ice, high color. Even if you transfer to me, there is nothing to earn. This is a gamble, win or lose. White Fox listened to the 3 of them lament in unison, but Boss Chi offered 1 million, and really couldn't figure it out. This material came out with high ice full of green. Although small, it is worth 10 million. So expensive. Shin Junyi was also creeped out, but out of the big crack. Will this piece of material ruined? Boss Chi advised. This material can't continue to be gambled anymore. White Fox, it's better to take what you can get. $60,000 is $1 million. That's a lot. What do you say? White Fox looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing cautiously said, no crack is not called jade. The original stone in the wild weathering for hundreds of millions of years. There are cracks inside is normal. What you want to bet on now is the best and most beautiful part of it. But you have shares. I cannot make the decision alone. You need to take an idea. Is to continue to gamble or to see the good to accept. White Fox was a little hesitant. $500,000 was quite a lot for her. Putting out $5 million in order to recover $500,000 in interest. But the risk involved was that if the gambler couldn't afford to lose and jumped down from the rooftop, she wouldn't be able to recover a penny. And this kind of thing often happens. Otherwise Sister Gao and DeLong wouldn't die every day. White Fox gritted her teeth fiercely. Before I came here, you said that you listened to all of the gambling stones. I'm just waiting to get the money. Just make your decision. This time she didn't threaten with interest, but chose to trust, making Yi Qing satisfied. Chapter 29, a shocking slash slices the Great Rising. Yi Qing turned on the strong flashlight and the beam hit in. Full green color. Very beautiful. Also cannot see any crystals. Delicate degree infinitely close to the glass species. However, at most 10 millimeters could be seen in, and 10 millimeters away was still unknown. If I were to choose, I would definitely continue to bet. Yi Qing looked at it carefully for a few moments, not hesitating, looking at it now. $1 million is a sure thing. If it's cut in and not cracked, it's a few million, but I don't dare to bag a win? Then what's the point of hesitating? $1 million won't run away anyway. White Fox laughed sweetly. Yi Qing was also amused. This is only the second time he gambled. He has a gambler's mentality. He will not stop until he opens the material out. Think clearly. If the big crack turns into a small crack, it won't be worth $1 million. White Fox did not hesitate. I said, you bet and I take the money. Win or lose by God's will. You really have a lot of guts. A born gambler. Yi Qing laughed. Wang Liang, the 3 cracks on the lid are going horizontally. According to this trend, if there are no emperor cracks and spider cracks, this piece of material can produce at least 3 plaques. High ice full green plaques. Each piece is worth 2 million. But the question is, you can't cut the stone and ruin it. Do you have the guts to keep cutting? Boss Chi shrugged and shouted. Brother, you're just pulling it? This piece of material can be out of a license plate. I count you in. In my opinion, it can only carve beads. This crack 100% up in. Don't see only 3 big cracks, but there must be small cracks inside. Now resell. I can follow the open window material to sell out. In a knife to become bright material, the value will be discounted. Wang Liang heard this, immediately anxious eyes. You damn will not speak. This is not a curse us? We have lost millions of dollars, and still do not dare to cut a piece of broken stone, but cut out the material. You do not think about it, dead or alive will not be sold to you. Boss Chi was blocked by him and was almost mad with anger. His face was ugly and he didn't say a word. Wang Liang twisted his head. How to cut? Yi Qing had a number in mind. His strange eyesight allowed him to already see the 3 plaque bits, hitting the light from one side of the strong flashlight. Hit the light, don't go straight up and down. You can't see the crack, only hit it from the side. You can see the crack inside clearly. Cut along this crack in the center. The light can still be hit like this. Wang Liang and Boss Chi both saw the cracks under the light. Although they were few, they could clearly tell the direction of the cracks. Yi Qing smiled faintly. This is the trick I summarized, and I'm teaching it to you today. Wang Liang took a look and immediately got excited. Fixed the material again, pressed the electric door, and the sound of the cutter rang out. Boss Chi had palpitations. This piece of material today, but ups and downs. Grandma, this little heart of mine can't take it anymore. Turning his head to look at Yi Qing. Brother, how did you practice your eyesight? Yi Qing breezily said. Master taught me the experience. Each field of stone cut another 10,000 pieces. Also practiced. Don't pretend. I just want to see if your judgment is accurate. Boss Chi gritted his teeth and said. Both he and Wang Liang hadn't cut a lot of stones, but they just didn't have a master to pass on their experience. But this kind of thing cannot be forced. Phase Jade masters are selfish. Would rather bring all the skills into the coffin rather than accept a disciple. Let's teach the disciple to starve to death, master. And the Jade master are very rich. You take the money to smash cannot be smashed. Worship in the Phase Jade master under the door is dependent on chance. The sound of the cutting machine was shrill, causing White Fox and Shinjunyi to be nervous as well, staring at the cutting machine dead on. Open. After a full half hour, Wang Liang let out a shout. You open it. Yi Qing laughed. Wang Liang's hand shivered as he opened the lid of the machine. His lips cracked. Today's stone cutting was thrilling with twists and turns. No matter who it was, they were all tortured and exhausted. Wang Liang picked up the water hose and rinsed off the residue on the surface of the stone. His head almost stuck under the blade, and coldly yelled. It didn't go in. Yi Qing also rushed over and hit the light to take a closer look. The large crack in the center had been to the bottom, but the other 2 cracks ran off, stretching outward along the stone shell. The big crack is not terrible, as long as the big crack did not derive fine cracks. You can do the sign. Buckle egg surface. Yi Qing excitedly looked at the material in his hand. High ice seed. Full green. No cotton. No miscellaneous colors. Green rich, bright and vivid, and very dynamic and vivid. Almost catching up with the Emperor Green. Man, we finally won. Wang Liang jumped up happily. I'm convinced of your strength. There is only 1 crack eaten in. Split the material into 2 halves, enough to place 6 tags. High ice full of green tags, each with $2 million. White Fox came over. A handful material snatched over. Looked at half a day. Did not see anything. As long as the material back to Yi Qing. Fox doubt. This is a win. Yi Qing looked at her face full of doubts. Laughed. What else do you want? Open the glass seed Emperor Green worth hundreds of millions? Don't be too greedy as a human being. Otherwise, it's either a calamity or a disaster. I'm not afraid of calamity. White Fox smiled, turned his head and asked with a smile. Boss Chi, this piece of material is really worth $12 million. Chi Boss face is very ugly, no matter who. Within 1 day was opened away from 2 pieces of high ice jadeite. The mood is certainly not good. White Fox this sentence is in his blood dripping heart and then inserted a knife. Arjua said, 2 pieces of material, 6 tags. Brother, let me. 12 million. 5 more egg faces can be opened. Yi Qing gestured. Each egg surface can also be worth $500,000. Leave me some profit. Boss Chi was on the verge of crying from his anger, and said bitterly, Brother, you can't drive the whole thing out. If we let the Jadeite Guild and Lao Guang bid on this piece of material, how much can we sell it for? Brother, you're ruthless. Boss Chi said unwillingly, $13 million, $12 million to you. You pay for the red packet. Yi Qing smiled and said, but the material in the second safe. Let me pick a piece. I knew that nothing good can come from you making a profit. Boss Chi wailed. Those are all public material. The price is not low. I don't want it if the price is low. Yi Qing laughed. Transfer the money. Boss Chi was also secretly glad that thanks to it being 1 in the morning, neither the Jadeite Guild nor the old Guang merchants came. Otherwise, how could this material not fall into his hands? The glass kind of Emperor Green not. High ice full green king. Fearing that White Fox would regret it, he hurriedly took out his cell phone to transfer money. Take out my share of $3,800,000 and transfer it to her. Yi Qing laughed. The text message to the account arrived soon. Yi Qing arched his hand to say goodbye. He was really tired today. Getting into the Toyota, White Fox looked at him with a strange color in her eyes. Is it going to my place? Or going to the Dahong Hotel? Go back to the hotel. Yi Qing lazily leaned back on the seat. Chapter 30 Women are born with poison. White Fox hugged his arm, a pair of plumpness close to his skin, and delicately said, "Why don't we go to the White Fox bar? You just don't want to see me take off my temen. Even if you strip naked, he won't get into your bed." Shinjuni's tone was sour and her words were hurtful. "Sister, don't be so petty. We main sisters never minded sharing a man." White Fox provoked. "Look at him. Now he can't wait to swallow me in one bite." Yi Ching added with a bad smile, "I wouldn't dare to have this thought. You are not only stuffed with teeth but also poisonous. Swallowing it will kill you. Women are born with poison." White Fox smiled seductively. "Don't tell me that Sister Shin stays by your side because of love. She and I really aren't what you think," Yi Ching solemnly said. "More respect than utilization." "Ha ha," White Fox laughed his head off. "So, men respect women all the way to bed. It seems like Sister Shin hasn't gotten into bed with you yet. You're investigating me." Shinjunyi became anxious at the sound of it. "Just curious." White Fox glanced out of the car. The Dahong Hotel was arriving soon, her spring onion-like jade fingers hooked onto Yi Ching's chin, confidently saying, "You'll be begging me." Yi Ching's eyes condensed. White Fox had already pushed open the car door and got out, bowed and smiled. "I've already opened the room for you guys. Take an early rest." Yi Ching looked at White Fox and said gruffly, "What did you mean by the words you just said?" "I'll tell you when you beg me." White Fox smiled daintily. "And know everything," Yi Ching said in a serious manner. "Don't be like this. Once you get into bed, you can't be friends anymore." White Fox despised. "Men and women can never be friends. Either they are siblings or lovers. I'm not fated to be a sibling with you. I can only be a lover." Yi Ching laughed bitterly. "It seems like you can't take advantage of anything in this kind of thing. People who follow the rules never want to take advantage. Even if you become mine, the rules are still the rules. I won't covet a single penny of your money, but if you dare to pit me, I'll bury you even with tears in my eyes." White Fox didn't wait for Yi Ching to reply, turned around and got into the car and left. Yi Ching walked into the hotel lobby. White Fox really opened 2 sets of rooms. A luxury suite, 2006 a night, an ordinary standard room, 106, but let Yi Ching pay for himself. Yi Ching took out his card and handed it over to the receptionist, shaking his head and laughing. "This is the White Fox. Absolutely no loss in this area of money." Shinjunyi sneered. "You really want to be her lover?" Yi Ching categorically shook his head. "Didn't have that idea." Wang Liang said with envy and jealousy, "Man, you should actually consider that in a place like Delong's sister Gao, with White Fox covering you, you can walk sideways. You really don't know Panjiayuan Stone Jai?" Wang Liang steeply shocked. "You are the Yi family's young master. I am really damned. How dare I provoke the young master? Not bad, not too stupid." Yi Ching laughed. "In a while, let the front desk help you find a doctor to treat your wounds. Tomorrow morning, you'll take the plane back. Can I follow, little master? I can cut stones." Wang Liang looked at him blearily. "Aren't you afraid of losing your share of Kyoto masters?" Yi Ching asked with a smile. "Following little master will only make people jealous." Wang Liang begged in a low voice. "Little master, reward me with a meal. As long as you promise me not to gamble on stones anymore, you can stay," Yi Ching said with a straight face. Wang Liang nodded sincerely. "My family is a demolition household, divided into 3 suites, $10 million. In the past few years, playing with antiques, playing with strings, playing with birds, playing with crickets and even playing with women. I've played with everything, but I just don't feel like it's tasty. Gambling is not only want to make money, but also play exciting. As a result, this time the excitement is big." Yi Ching smiled. "In Kyoto, this kind of long poor and rich, there are too many people with empty hearts. Stimulation instead became their only pursuit." Wang Liang nodded bitterly. "Following little master to cut stones, you can enjoy the same excitement," Yi Ching said cheerfully. "All right, since you agreed, stay. It just so happens that I'm also short of a helper to cut stones." "Thank you, young master." Wang Liang bowed and watched adoringly as Yi Ching walked into the elevator with Shinjunyi on his arm. In the small space, Shinjunyi leaned on Yi Ching, her eyes flashing. "You really took in this lousy gambler. I'm a jade phaser. I don't personally cut every stone." Yi Ching laughed. "Wang Liang's skill in cutting stones is good. A little mention is a stone cutting expert. Aren't you afraid that he will have second thoughts?" Shinjunyi said cautiously. "Knowing that I'm the young master of Kyoto, if he still dares to have second thoughts, he really deserves to die." Yi Ching smiled faintly. "On the contrary, it's you that makes me feel strange." "You're strange. I'm still strange," Shinjunyi said eagerly. "This piece of high ice full green jadeite. Why don't you stay by yourself? With this piece of jadeite, the pressure won't be so great, because I have my eyes on Boss Chi's second safe," Yi Ching said meaningfully. "He also promised me that he would let me choose a stone from it. The hook of gambling on stones is anyone's guess. Sometimes finding a good stone and cutting out a good piece of jadeite is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Shin Junyi gritted her teeth and said, but it's still gambling. And there's no way you can guarantee that you will be able to cut out a jadeite worth hundreds of millions of dollars from the original stone. You really don't understand this line of work. Yi Qing smiled and patted her spine, carefully explaining, even if it's a god, it's impossible to open high-grade jadeite from kilograms of material. If you want to gamble up, you have to find top-grade raw stones, and the best choice is public plate material. However, the real public plate material is either cut out on the spot by the gamblers on the public plate, or it is privately hidden by these bosses. Shin Junyi questioned. The public plate material will definitely be able to cut out top-quality jadeite? Yi Qing smiled and said, in the mining area, only the finest raw stones are selected by the mine owner to participate in the public plate. At the public plate it is then carefully selected by stone gamblers and jade masters to confirm that it can be gambled up before it is bid at a high price. Even so, the chances of opening jadeite from the public market material is only 30%. Shin Junyi heard and understood that opening high-grade jadeite worth hundreds of millions of dollars from kilograms of material was a legend. It was made up by the owner of the gambling store in order to sell kilograms of material. He chose the higher-priced public material in order to increase the chances of gambling up. Every penny counts. Right. Yi Qing nodded his head affirmatively. It's luck for a gambler to come across a piece of top-quality raw stone, but top-quality raw stones are expensive. And it's also luck to come across a gambler who isn't bad with money. Spreading money is to tell Boss Chi that I'm not bad with money, so feel free to bring out your private stash of good goods, and I've also left another way out, which is White Fox. If I can't find a stone to my heart's content in Sister Gao and DeLong, I'll go to watching. Chapter 31 One Crack Destroys All. Shin Junyi knew Yi Qing's intentions and completely put her heart down, asking with a smile, what do you want to say? Yi Qing looked at her strangely. Why are you fighting with the White Fox? Humph. Shin Junyi stomped her feet with hatred. At this time the elevator door opened. Walked out first, directly swiped the card to open the door. Once she saw the furnishings inside, she was surprised. No wonder 2006 a night. Unfortunately, there are not enough stars here. No presidential suite. Shin Junyi squinted at him and teased. What? Showing off your wealth with me? Don't mean that. It's just that people who can make money should also learn to enjoy themselves. Yi Qing directly opened the small suitcase and took out a set of casual clothes. There are 2 rooms. Pick one for yourself first. I'm going to take a shower. I'm dirty after cutting stones for half a day. Give me a blouse. Shin Junyi grabbed it. What are you doing? Yi Qing stared wide-eyed. My change of clothes are in the villa. You brought me directly to the room. Did you let me go naked after the shower? Shin Junyi stared with a pair of charming eyes and asked back. Pugnacious still face but red. Okay, count my fault. Yi Qing hemmed and hawed with a bad smile. Shin Junyi's face was red, daintily blanked him, dodged and drilled into the bathroom. Not a moment later, Chanel suit and a set of underwear. Threw out from the washroom. Call the waiter for me. Take it to dry cleaning. Yi Qing took 2 small pieces of cloth, which still had the woman's unique flavor left on it. By the way, he took off the casual clothes that he had changed on the plane and the sportswear on his body, changed into pants, called the waiter, and took away the clothes that were in the bag to be cleaned together. The woman bathed endlessly. The luxury suite was lavish, 2 bedrooms and a living room, but there was only 1 washroom. That material that was gambled down by master. Have you seen it? Yi Qing was bored of waiting and asked in a loud voice. After it was gambled down, I took pictures and passed them to Chen Lu. Shin Junyi's voice came from the bathroom. The photos are in my cell phone. The password is 3 6s. See for yourself. Yi Qing picked up Shin Junyi's cell phone from the coffee table, entered the password and opened the photo album. The material had already been sorted out in pieces, and at first glance it was a stone slice. The stone seed water reaches the glass seed. The fly wings are obvious. The green is also very transparent. Although it does not reach the emperor green, it is also a superb apple green. But the only pity is that this stone is almost all cracks, dense like a spider's web. Split the whole stone. A crack destroys everything. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yi Qing couldn't help but curse in pain, sliding the screen to turn the page. The second, third, the raw stone that was rationalized piece was similarly so. Not to mention the bracelet. The plaque and egg face couldn't even snap out the beads. Turned 13 pages in a row, and then turned. But a beautiful woman wearing a light veil, long dark hair, waterfall-like fall, round snow-white shoulders. A pretty face is beautiful and thrilling. A light veil could not cover the wonderful curves of the body. Even the fine sweaty hairs on the skin were clearly visible. Yi Qing had already looked dumbfounded. He didn't even see the bathroom door open. Shin Junyi, barefoot, gently walked to his side. Out of the corner of her eye swept the cell phone screen. Suddenly let out a shriek. Why are you flipping around? Don't you know that a girl's cell phone hides privacy? Yi Qing slid the screen too late and could only smile awkwardly. Shin Junyi's face turned red with shame. and she snatched the phone over. Yi Qing grabbed his casual pants and flew into the washroom. This asshole, Shin Junyi cursed in a low voice, but couldn't help but open her cell phone and find the photo that was peeked by Yi Qing. Shyly exasperated, she said, "Does this count? Will sisters see the light?" Bathroom did not answer. Only the spray nozzle issued by the sound of ZZ. Shin Junyi forced herself to endure the throbbing in her heart and raised her voice to shout, "What do you see? A really good figure." Yi Qing casually laughed. "Bastard, who asked you this?" Shin Junyi shouted in annoyance. "I'm asking about that jadeite, glass seed, apple green." Yi Qing washed his hair as he did so. "Unfortunately, it's the most horrible imperial crack. A total of 13 pieces, all of them. But what?" Shin Junyi pursued. "The shape of that original stone. It's a big sweet potato." Yi Qing tilted his face, letting the water wash away the foam on his head and wiped his face. "And it's full of material. Master didn't rub the stone and chose to cut it directly. But one thing is strange. These materials don't seem to be full. Try and see if you can put together these 13 pieces of material into a sweet potato shape." Yi Qing dried his body, put on casual pants, naked, with a dragonstone seated brave hanging around his neck, and walked out. Shin Junyi lowered her head, carefully calculating the shape of the 13 pieces of material. The photos were all taken by flattening the stone pieces, and they simply couldn't be spelled out. It's a bit of an imposition. Looking up at Yi Qing, his eyes fell on the dragonstone seated braves. "The color of this pendant is even better than Shanlu's piece." Yi Qing grinned. "This is not a pendant. This is a hand piece, held in the hand to play. I just figure it is convenient to hang it around the neck." "Right, this thing you have never seen?" Shin Junyi shook her head in shame. "We met for the first time today. How could I have seen your stuff? By the way, you like it so much. Is it expensive?" "It's not bad. It's a few times more expensive than Shanlu's piece." Yi Qing was surprised in her heart. This was her master's portable object. She had never seen it before. Several times, hundreds of millions. Shin Junyi was shocked. Her jaw stuttered and couldn't speak. Yi Qing rubbed his hair while smiling. "It should still be more expensive according to the market price. This thing is unattainable. If it goes on auction, God knows what price it will fetch." "Glass seed, Emperor Green?" Shin Junyi asked tentatively. "High-grade jadeite, she knows this kind. Emperor Green is right, but it's not glass seed. It's dragonstone seed." Yi Qing corrected with a smile. "Then what kind is it?" Shin Junyi quickly stepped in and reached out to take off the dragonstone seed pixie. She only had a pullover on her body, which was empty, and this arm-lifting action revealed a small half of the roundness, like two pieces of full moon hidden in the clouds, making Yi Qing's eyes involuntarily slide down. The corner of Shin Junyi's lips revealed a smug smile, teasingly saying, "Do you want me to lift it up so you can see it clearly? The picture is already clear." Yi Qing casually laughed. "Bastard." Shin Junyi's heel ruthlessly stepped on his foot. "You still have the face to say that. Beauty is like jade, it's meant to be admired." Yi Qing bared his teeth in pain. "Besides, you're still wearing a layer of light veil. Look at those models and beauty pageant ladies. Don't they just walk around on stage wearing 3 points in a big way? No one looks at them and they're still not happy about it?" Shin Junyi snorted coldly, twisted her head and sat on her knees on the sofa. "You haven't said what kind of seed this is." Chapter 32, The World's Richest Dog. Dragonstone seed. Yi Qing walked over and sat down next to her. "A very rare kind of jadeite. It's now extinct." Shin Junyi looked at the brave handle in her hand, aggrieved and wanted to cry. "I desperately fight lawsuits every year to earn a few $100,000. Saved for a few years in Kunming to sell a set of 3-bedroom apartment. Usually wear Chanel. With Chanel, collapsed coach bags. Happy to go to eat steak, drink red wine. Fought already very small capital. But see you in Shanlu. Casually wear a jewelry are 20 million hundreds of millions. Only to find that I live even worse than the dog." Yi Qing knew that she was using the topic to scold herself. He laughed. "Don't insult the dog. The world's most money-driven dog is called Gunther 4, with $2.5 billion US dollars in cash and multiple properties, including a mansion in Miami where Madonna once lived, and villas in the Bahamas. He wakes up every day from his tens of millions of dollars worth of mansion, with a butler and maid close at hand, as well as his own stylist and a customized pool to escape the heat. There is an exclusive chef, and the daily meal is truffles and caviar. There is an exclusive chauffeur who travels in a prestigious car and travels wherever he wants. Every time you dine or play, you're accompanied by a different beautiful woman. Being irritated by him like this, Shin Junyi wowed and cried out. Yi Qing knew that she had been tortured these days. Her father was lying in the hospital, and she had sold all her properties in order to pay off her debts. Also owed $200 million worth of high-grade emerald or $600 million of huge compensation. And then the strong woman cannot withstand. Crying is the best vent. Yi Qing tentatively put her in his arms. Shin Junyi did not resist, wrapped around his neck, lying on his shoulders and cried out loud. crying at the top of her voice, crying her liver. For half an hour, her crying stopped. Yi Qing laughed. Actually, you are also very rich. Shinjunyi raised her small crying pearly face and said in grief, you still mock me. Where am I rich? Do you know that this dragon stone seeded bravery is the master expressed to me? Yi Qing solemnly said. Shinjunyi was surprised. My father gave it to you, after gambling down that heavenly priced raw stone? According to the time projection, it should be correct. Yi Qing laughed. When he gave me this piece of bravery, he was telling me that I could leave the school. However, you should think about it the other way around. If you sell this piece of Dragonite Seed Jadeite Pixie, you can solve all his problems. But he would rather give it to me than use it against his debt. What does this mean? It shows that the property he left you was worth much more than this Dragonite Seed Imperial Green Pixie handle. Yi Qing depressedly said. But master had a stroke and coma at such a time. Shinjunyi shook her head incredulously and said with tears streaming down her face. Impossible. He still has money there. Don't cry. Let people hear you. As if I did something to you. Yi Qing hurriedly helped her wipe the tears from her face and said urgently. Listen to me analyze it for you. You say. Shinjunyi let him wipe away the tears on her face and hugged his waist with her backhand, as if she could only find a sense of security in his arms. Yi Qing frowned and said, Master has a strict mind. He leaves a backhanded approach in everything he does. Even when he bets on this heavenly priced raw stone, I never believed that he'd throw his weight around. But, this piece of raw stone is really tempting. Yi Qing said with a straight face. Don't forget, Master is the one who runs the gambling workshop. In his eyes even the most tempting raw stone is still a commodity. If the cost is too great, he will change hands at a high price to make the most secure money. Shinjunyi finally realized. So you suspected me of trying to get his money after you met. Right. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. That's why I drove you away. But his money was there. Shinjunyi was puzzled. If he has the money, why did he sell the Dragon Rue Gambling Stone Workshop and Jade House to the Jadeite Guild? Yi Qing frowned. I'm also confused right now. Where would he hide the money? Shinjunyi also frowned in agonizing thought. I'm not worried about that. Instead I'm wondering what exactly Master is going to do. Yi Qing's face was depressed. This old fox was in a coma, but he also left a big mystery. How could this be guessed? How could you think that? Shinjunyi looked at him strangely. For a businessman, a keen sense of smell is the only way to get rich. Yi Qing said with certainty. The Jadeite Guild is attempting to monopolize the entire market of high-grade Jadeite jewelry. This is a great opportunity to get rich. Master will never let it go. Shinjunyi was skeptical. How else could he do it? If you want to figure out Master's purpose, you need to know why the Jadeite Guild is doing this. Yi Qing said gruffly. Temporarily monopolizing the market. Although you can make a huge profit, it's killing the chicken to get the eggs. When the Rangoon public market opens, all the jewelers in the country will treat the Rueli Jadeite Guild as a public enemy, and the losses will outweigh the gains. An old and skillful manipulator would never do such a thing. Could it be that the Emerald Guild has other plans? Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. Master must have guessed it. Shinjunyi frantically said. What's the point of guessing? He's lying in the hospital. You are his daughter, hidden by him in Kunming for many years. I am his disciple, always in Kyoto. Yi Qing sneered. But now they've all been summoned to Rueli by him. The only reason is that the old fox wanted to fish in troubled waters and didn't have enough manpower to get us together. This speculation of yours? It's ridiculous. Shinjunyi looked at him with disappointment. It's a bit whimsical. Then we'll see. Yi Qing was confident and twisted his head to look at Shinjunyi. It's late. Go back to your room and sleep. Shinjunyi's eyes suddenly hid, embarrassed to look at him, and only after gathering enough courage did she say, You don't want to sleep with me? Don't talk nonsense. Yi Qing looked at her in shock. Shinjunyi gritted her teeth and raised her head. I'm serious. Unless you think that I can't compare to White Fox and don't have the slightest idea about me. Don't compare yourself to White Fox. In my mind you are 100 times more noble than her. Yi Qing looked at her solemnly. Just noble. Yi Qing said helplessly. You are more beautiful than her. But, I think she's right. Only then did Shinjunyi reveal a hint of a seductive smile and summoned her courage to say, when a woman meets a man she likes, it's like a jade photographer meeting a superb stone. She'd rather kill the wrong person than let go. Yi Qing suddenly realized that what White Fox said had given her a lot of pressure. Don't get carried away. In my heart you are the older sister, but we don't have a blood relationship. Shinjunyi said seriously. You just really don't like me at all? It's not that. Yi Qing hurriedly said. Even if I like you, I still need to get Master's consent to finalize the relationship. Our lineage is very important. Master treats me like a son. I treat Master like a father. Getting you at a time like this would be the same as falling down a well. Chapter 33, Seeing Red Only After More Storms. I'm in charge of my affairs. Shinjunyi gritted her teeth as she held back her shyness. But I can't be the master of my marriage. Yi Qing shrugged it off. Even if you and I are in love, I can't give you a marriage. Even if you are willing to be a lover, you must still ask for your master's consent. Otherwise, I would be deceiving my master in committing treason, and would be expelled from the master's school. Shin Junyi was shocked. You respect him that much? Yi Qing lamented. Don't look at me scolding him all day long. That's because he's disrespectful for his old age and counts on me all day long. But the kindness of saving his life and the virtue of teaching him is as heavy as a mountain. You pair of master and disciple. I really don't understand. Shin Junyi laughed delightedly. But the trust that father has in you, the respect that you have for father, I can see it. Come on, brother Yi Qing, carry me to bed. You're still making a scene. Yi Qing's eyes glared. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm not making a scene. I haven't had a good night's sleep for a while. I have nightmares when I close my eyes. Shin Junyi said sadly. Can you imagine that kind of fear? And you are one of my beautiful dreams. I'm really afraid that as soon as I open my eyes tomorrow, the dream will wake up. Yi Qing looked at her tearful eyes. The fear in his heart was self-evident. He sighed softly and held her in his arms, walking towards the bedroom, pulling open the silk quilt, covering her body, turning off the lights, breathing between the two of them. The dark night was quiet, and a needle could be heard falling in the room. Is it hard? In the darkness, Shin Junyi's bright eyes stared at him. Nonsense. I'm not Lu Xiaohui. I haven't practiced to the point of sitting on my ass. Shin Junyi pouted her cherry lips. Since I dare to sleep with you, I'm not afraid of you bullying me. Yi Qing lamented. Conscience can't get over it. I'm a Burmese sister. It's polygamy over there. Shin Junyi whispered in his ear. As long as you treat us equally. Do you think that a big girl from Kyoto who comes from a family will share a man with another woman? Yi Qing asked back with a straight face. Tears instantly flowed down Shin Junyi's face as she hugged Yi Qing even tighter. She knew that she and Yi Qing just weren't in the same world. And once she let go, it meant loss. The night was sleepless, and there was Chen Lu who tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. When she returned to the Crown Hotel, she received a call from her mother, solemnly admonishing her not to offend Yi Qing. Think of every way to get closer to Yi Qing. Otherwise, Tianlu Jewelry will be strangled by the Emerald Guild. Chen Lu was very clear that the Jadeite Guild had used the opportunity of the delay in the Rangoon public market to set up a heavenly bureau. This bureau will operate jade jewelry companies, all of which are included in the net. The people are the chopping board and I am the fish meat. However, what kind of price do you need to pay if you want to completely control a worldly family? Chen Lu was still deliberating, hesitating. The price is small. It is difficult to let Yi Qing move. The price is large. She is difficult to give up. When she thought of the bottom line handed over to her by her mother, she shuddered. 20% of the shares of Tianlu Jewelry, worth $2 billion. How many people could not earn money in their lifetime? A fledgling upstart in the gambling circle was really worth that much money? Chen Lu knew her own shortcomings, but a woman's greed for money was a common problem. She didn't want to, at all, give away shares worth $2 billion. What's more, Chen Lu had long concluded that Yi Qing's sudden departure was playing a trick to escape. She carefully recalled the details of her meeting with Yi Qing, humble and courteous with the arrogance of a son of a worldly family who defied everything. What can you do to make Auntie bow down? Chen Lu suddenly became furious and threw the pillow on the floor. Pulling over the silk quilt, she covered her head and struggled to breathe as if she was drowning. But this is also the current situation of Tianlu Jewelry. Being viciously pinched, so that you can't die living is still difficult. But what can one do? After all, jadeite is a non-renewable resource. After hundreds of years of mining, especially in recent times the addition of large excavators, the old pit has been extinct. New pit output of jadeite. Seed tender, water head short, poor color. Value is not high. But it's not that the new mine does not have high-grade jadeite, but it is too rare, and needs a higher strength of the gambling expert. From the new mine raw stone to find them out. Was Yi Qing such an expert? Thinking about his age, Chen Lu was incredibly frustrated. Dahong Hotel, luxury suite. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sleeping Shin Junyi was awakened by a ringing phone. When I married her in, she slowly turned bad, and when money went into her pocket, it never came out again. A sack of good words, screwing $10 and $20. Saying that only rich men will turn bad. A little good girl before marriage. After marriage auntie, change a little fast. Let a person really helpless. Shin Junyi listening to want to laugh, but forced to hold back the laughter. Will flutter eyelashes eyelids, and then quickly closed. Yi Qing carefully got up, broke free from her arm holding her, which picked up the phone and looked at it. Fifth brother, what's up? Little six, over there. A cynical voice came from the other end of the phone. Where else can I be? Stone fasting. Yesterday it was too late to open the window for the stone. Directly slept over here. Yi Qing said without a good mood. Shin Junyi cursed in her heart. This kid's blind words came out of his mouth without hesitation. Is that so? I'll go find you in a while. There's something to talk to you about. Something to say on the phone. I'm not like you who is idle all day long, picking up stars. picking up young models, picking up college students. Yi Qing complained, if it wasn't for me putting in a good word for you, Grandpa would have rushed into the clubhouse with his cane and broken your legs. I still don't know whose legs I'll break this time. The phone heatedly laughed strangely. Xiao Lua. Yesterday at the Delong night market, you had a great time cutting rocks, right? How did you know I was in Delong? Yi Qing was instantly alert. Of course it was Lu Yu who told me. The other side of the phone said smugly. Impossible. Lu Yu would never betray me. Yi Qing said with certainty. Say, who told you? Is there such a thing as questioning your brother? Apologize to me. The voice on the phone was steeply stern. Say something. I'm hanging up if there's nothing. Yi Qing's tone immediately became roguish. You kid. Sooner or later, you'll fall into the hands of this little girl. Lu Yu. The voice on the phone became unorthodox. Xiao Lua. I'm telling you, a man has to go through more storms before he can see red. Otherwise, with that little girl's tactics, in the future you won't even know what another woman tastes like. Chapter 34, Extreme Widow. Yi Qing hurriedly covered the microphone with his hand, alertly glanced at Shinjunyi and the comforter. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, only then did he angrily say, don't you spoil the reputation of other girls. She is the store manager of Stone Jai. She and I are small onions mixed with tofu. It's clean. You think so? People do not think so. Ah. The phone laughed strangely. Lu Yu went to Nanshan Times. Can be more than you and me as a grandson? Grandma asked a few times. Lu Yu is not in and you are dating. What did you say? Yi Qing also tensed up. Of course I said yes. Lu Yu, that girl. Family history is good. Play pretty smooth mouth is also sweet. Every time we meet our five brother called. Just like my brother-in-law seems. How would I give up the lovebirds? Okay, with your old five on. You do not get married. I will not get married. Nothing to hang up. Sleepy. Don't. Something's wrong. Yi Qing lowered his voice. Despised, then there is something to say. Don't talk nonsense about idle words. Simple. Since you went to Delong, get a batch of high-value stones back. I'll open a separate venue in the clubhouse, specializing in gambling stones, guaranteed to earn a mountain of silver. Why do you also want to play this business? Yi Qing helplessly said. A knife poor and a knife rich. A knife through the sackcloth. Heard it or not? I don't play myself. It's a joint venture with you to sell gambling stones. I'm not worried about selling here. It's just that there are no stones, and the emerald that opens up is taken away by someone at a high price, and there's no risk at all. But those broken stones in your store won't work. That's why I let you get some good ones back. Who collects jade? Yi Qing was surprised. A widow in the jewelry business. Fifth brother laughed. The call came to me this morning. When I heard it was a good business. When you come back, I'll have her come to the capital, and you'll know what it means to be the best. Where? From Jiayang. I heard the company is very big. Ha ha ha. Fifth brother, you've been counted. Who dares to count me? It's that extreme widow you mentioned. Yi Qing gloated. Her daughter is in Delong, and wanted to heavily recruit me to help her gamble on stones. I didn't think that you, Yi Lao Wu, would also have times when you were used as a gun. Did you promise? Of course I won't promise. Yi Qing said rightfully. How does her daughter look like? Ye Old Five asked with a bad smile. Fifth brother, which sentence of yours is the point? Yi Qing chided with a frown. Ye Old Five smiled evilly and compelled. Her mom is extremely good. Her daughter must not be bad either. You can play with her, and you can make some money on the side. Yi Lao Wu, I'm warning you, don't use your brother as a bargaining chip to pick up the widow. Yi Qing was instantly anxious. The situation over here is complicated and dangerous. That's why I let Lulu go over. Why did you let Lulu come over? Besides, I have no intention of working with Chen Lu. That girl is too controlling. Of course Lulu went over to protect you. That's not the point. It's up to you whether you cooperate or not. I, Yi Lao Wu, want to make money. There's no need to waste time on a widow. Ye Old Five said cheerfully. Club-size stars, beautiful models, old and young everything. Female color still can't confuse me. What's the point? The point is that the club's dignitaries, rich businessmen and tycoons also want to play gambling stones. You think a good raw stone is just a cabbage in the ground that can be bought with money. I'm still worried about where to find it. Yi Qing didn't have the good sense to say. Who doesn't know that Yi family's young master is an expert in playing with stones? Yi Laowu laughed. It's so happily decided. When you come back, I'll find 2 young models to help you break your shameful virginity. You'll be like a Kyoto man. You'll be like a man in Kyoto. You're so old-fashioned. And you're so childish. Do you know? You've become a joke in the circle. Several girls are asking me if you like men. Do. Yi Qing looked at his cell phone, wanting to cry. Especially, when he saw Shinjunyi shivering with laughter under the covers. He was even more miserable. Shinjunyi managed to hold back her laughter, raised her pretty face and asked with a smile. Virgin, Yi family young master, is this talking about you? Even when he was photographing the stalls in Panjiayuan, he had already exercised his face skin to be as thick as a city wall. Yi Qing's face was red with shame, and in his heart, he cursed, "This mouthy Yi Laowu, go back and clean him up properly," and said awkwardly, "Little master, that's called being clean, not being in the same stream as them." Shin Junyi snorted a laugh, as if flowers bloomed, beautiful, without good humor. "I know, little master is not to see those rouge vulgar powder, and the little woman to little master sitting in the bosom of the skill, also from the heart to respect. Last night, but you kept hugging people, but did nothing." The tone of voice was filled with endless sorrow, and Yi Qing's heart swam when he heard it. "Don't you call little master like an outsider. I can't afford it." Yi Qing hemmed and hawed. "It's better to call your younger brother, sounds good to my ears. Count on you having a conscience." Shin Junyi hugged his waist with one hand. The smile on her face became even more odd, hesitantly saying, "You don't really like men." "Nonsense, I endured it so hard last night." Yi Qing looked at the cold and beautiful barrister, transformed into a vixen, and his heart was helpless to the extreme. "I didn't put up any defense to you at all. It's just that you don't want it yourself." Shin Junyi blankly glanced at him, lifted the quilt and stood up, twisted her small waist and went to the restroom. Yi Qing called and asked the dry cleaning department to send the clothes to him with a tip, just about to change his clothes, but found that there was an extra sticky layer of dirt on his body, as if in his sleep. The dragonstone seed pixie was also transforming his body. Yi Qing was suspicious and curious, confused. What is the origin of this thing? Is it an immortal treasure? When Shin Junyi came back from the restroom and recklessly lifted up her pullover, revealing the delicate body inside, Yi Qing whooshed and scurried into the restroom. Shin Junyi laughed and scolded, "Coward," holding the two small pieces of cloth in her hands, but she couldn't help but blush. This thing seemed to be thrown to Yi Qing by herself. Yi Qing cleaned himself up and brought Shin Junyi to the hall. Wang Liang had already waited for a long time, and the three of them ate breakfast hastily. Yi Qing handed Wang Liang $10,000 and told him to go to the Mang City airport to pick up Lulu. Himself and Shin Junyi took a taxi to the hospital. Master was still lying in the intensive care unit. Yi Qing handed the carnations to the caregiver and slipped her a large red envelope, but he himself stayed by the glass wall, looking inside at his master who was lying motionless on the hospital bed, and sadly shed tears. "Don't be too sad, everything will be fine." Shin Junyi choked in a low voice, "I'll take you to see Dr. Lu." Yi Qing nodded and followed behind Shin Junyi. Walking to the expert consulting room, Shin Junyi knocked on the door and an invitation to come in came from the room. Yi Qing walked in first and saw a young woman. Chapter 35, The Female Doctor Who Doesn't Eat Earthly Flavor. Lu Feng, wearing a white coat unique to medical personnel, pink and white cheeks, rose-like bright cherry lips, deep and clear pupils, long flowing hair with a black luster, falling to a slender waist. Elegant temperament makes her body exudes a kind of unearthly mistiness, both clear and colorful. Yi Qing thought that he had made a mistake and suspiciously wanted to exit. Shin Junyi pushed him in amusement. "This is Wen Lao's attending doctor. Don't look young, but director level. Don't blame me for not recognizing him. Tai with my eyes. Just now I thought I had seen a fairy." Yi Qing smiled and extended his hand. "Yi Qing, from Kyoto, a junior to old Mr. Wah, Lu Feng." Lu Feng shook his hand, blanked him and laughed. "I've encountered this kind of thing a lot. They all think I'm too young to be the attending doctor." Inviting the two to sit on the sofa on one side, Yi Qing skimmed the coffee table. On it was a set of exquisite purple sandpot tea set. Smiling, he pulled out 2 tea cakes from his handbag. "I came in a hurry. I didn't bring any gifts. I originally wanted to give it to old Mr. One for tasting." Looking at the appearance of Dr. Lu, it seems like she also likes to enjoy tea, so I borrowed the flowers and offered them to the Buddha. Lu Feng skimmed, 100 years old banjiang. "Each cake is worth 20,000. Mr. Yi is making me make a mistake. Meeting friends with tea, just a little token of appreciation." Yi Qing said with a straight face, "I don't know how old Mr. Wen's situation is. Acute cerebral hemorrhage. Thanks to the timely delivery." Lu Feng laughed. "Just now I did a checkup. The bruises have started to be absorbed, but when he can wake up, it's not guaranteed." Yi Qing mused. "It's a bit presumptuous to ask this. Please forgive me. Dr. Lu, what is it you say?" Lu Feng laughed. "In this case, old Mr. Weth, can he be transferred to a hospital?" But the smile on Lu Feng's face instantly solidified. "What? You look down on our hospital? Really don't mean that." Yi Qing hurriedly said, "I have a few doctor friends in Kyoto. It's in the military general hospital. If possible I would like to transfer old Mr. Wen over there. After all, the medical conditions there are better." Lu Feng said in a light tone. "Mr. Ye's heart is good, but with old Mr. Wen's condition it's really not recommended to transfer him, even by airplane, a few thousand miles long distance. once something happens that causes the condition to deteriorate. Yi Qing thought seriously for a moment. May I ask Dr. Lu, with old Mr. Wen's condition, are there any tricky issues? No. Lu Fang glared at him. You're looking down on me. Yi Qing hurriedly explained, sincerely saying, I don't know anything about medicine, but just have more friends. If there are difficult problems, I can invite them over. Of course, it's still mainly Dr. Lu. I went to a medical university in Kyoto, and I'm studying for my bachelor's and master's degrees. Lu Fang revealed an odd smile and sneered. I also know a bit about the circle of doctors in Kyoto, but I don't know. Who can Mr. Yi invite? How about Huang Jingming Huang Lao? Yi Qing said without hesitation. You know Elder Huang. Lu Fang was instantly taken aback. That was the imperial doctor, the Tarzan of the medical world. Also friends made with tea. Yi Qing smiled confidently. Inviting him to Ruili shouldn't be difficult. Lu Fang no longer dared to belittle Yi Qing, casually sending out 100-year-old Panjiang. Being able to invite Elder Huang showed that his power in Kyoto was not trivial, and laughed. Old Mr. Wen and my father are good friends. If it's something that's beneficial to old Mr. Wen's condition, I won't push back. Not to mention being able to learn from Elder Huang, even if it's just observing. It would also be a good thing for me. But after the expert consultation, Elder Wen's condition is already moving in a good direction. There's no need to alarm Elder Huang anymore. Lu Fang's refusal. Instead, Yi Qing was a bit hesitant. Your father is. It looks like Mr. Yi is still not at ease with me. Lu Fang smiled to herself. My father Lu Guohua. Yi Qing immediately put his heart down and laughed. So it's Director Lu. I'm really out of respect. Lu Fang said suspiciously. You know my father. 3 years ago, when I was an apprentice at the Long Rue Gambling Stone Workshop, I once had the honor of meeting with President Lu a few times. Lu Fang stared at Yi Qing and scrutinized him for a long time before saying, You're that young apprentice of old Mr. Wah. Yes. Yi Qing nodded his head affirmatively. When I was in distress in Sister Gao, it was my master who saved me and sent me here, asking Director Lu to bandage my wounds. So I have a deep memory of Director Lu. Lu Fang glanced at the 2 cakes of 100-year-old Panjiang on the coffee table. It looks like Mr. Yi came prepared, and this old Panjiang is not a gift for me. Yi Qing was a bit embarrassed and hesitated. Forget it, not to bother with you. Lu Fang smiled and said, the tea set in this room was originally my father's. He has nothing to do but run here to drink tea. He gave him a delicate blank look. Besides, I also count myself as owing you a favor. Back then when I was studying for my doctorate, I couldn't find a mentor. It was still Wen Lao who asked your 5th brother to help, and I haven't been able to find a chance to repay him. Yi Qing smiled bitterly. This world is so small. Shen Junyi was shocked, not realizing that this could even climb into a relationship. Lu Fang stood up, reached out her hand and smiled. We are also considered world friends. Reacquaint yourself. Lu Fang. Yi Qing stood up with a smile and held her smooth and tender little hand. Yi Qing, nothing else to say. If you have the chance to go to Kyoto, I'll take care of the clothes, food, housing and transportation. Lu Fang smiled playfully. If I look for you in the future, don't shirk. How could I? Yi Qing loosened his hand. It's not fun to have a friend from afar, let alone a fairy. Beijing Oiler really knows how to talk. Lu Fang smiled. The two of them resumed their seats. Since we are friends from the world, I'll be honest. Wen Lao's kind of disease, as long as he is sent to the doctor in time, there is no big deal, and all of his bodily functions are very good. Recovery is just a matter of time. There's really no need to labor on a trip to Huang Lao. Yi Qing nodded his head and smiled. With your words, I am relieved. May I ask when Dr. Lu has time? I would like to invite you and Dean Lu to have a meal together. Lu Fang playfully said, still calling me Dr. Lu. Then what do you call me? Call me sister. It makes you older. Yi Qing laughingly said. Calling miss sounds a bit weird. Don't forget, I could have stayed in Kyoto for 8 years. The nastiness in your Beijing Oilers words, I have a clear understanding. Lu Fang stifled her laughter, gave him a blank look, and said bashfully, just call me sister, or I'm taking advantage of it. As for inviting Dean Lu to dinner, I can't do the main thing, but you can invite me. Chapter 36, Merchants Value Profit. I'm going to stay in Ruili for a period of time to help master with some things. Sister, call me when you have time. Yi Qing took out a business card from his handbag. Lu Fang took a look at it. There were only the 2 words Yi Qing and a string of phone numbers on it, and asked with a smile, this is the legendary private business card. Yi Qing smiled coyly. I've made sister laugh. Well, I'll call you when I have time. You guys don't have to come here often. I'm the attending doctor and the caregivers are very responsible. Lu Fang laughed. Unless you guys don't trust me. Yi Qing got up to take his leave. Lu Fang sent him to the door and watched the 2 of them leave. Shen Junyi held his arm and looked at the side of his face suspiciously. 3 years ago. It seems like a lot of things happened to you in Rueli. Yes, a lot of things happened. Wait for the opportunity to slowly tell you. As Yi Qing was talking, he saw Chen Lu carrying a fruit basket and hurriedly came. Shen Junyi did not feel good about Chen Lu at all now, and whispered, "Cat crying. Businessmen value profit." Yi Qing laughed in a low voice, "So just understand it in your heart." Chen Lu walked over and asked in a low voice, "How is Wen Lao's condition?" "Thanks, Missy. The doctor said it's moving in a good direction." Yi Qing took the fruit basket and sent it to the caregiver, turned his head and asked with a smile, "Miss Chen is in such a hurry. I want to talk to my little brother again." Chen Lu had a smile on her face and held Shen Junyi's arm. "Little brother, give or take a chance." Yi Qing was about to refuse when the phone rang, smiled and said sorry, walking aside to answer the phone. The person who called was Wang Bo, which surprised him a bit. "Does Mr. Yi have time?" "What is it?" "The vice president of the Jadeite Guild, Mr. Zhao Delong, is hosting a gambling event. I wonder if Mr. Yi is interested," Wang Bo courteously said. Yi Qing was a bit pondering. He knew that Wang Bo was drunken, but couldn't figure out where he had revealed himself. But instead of going, he made people more suspicious. "What time?" "Afternoon." Wang Bo instantly smiled. "If Mr. Yi has time, I will give you the invitation." "What place?" "Lido Bar. I'll wait for you here." "Good." On the other side, Chen Lu pulled Shen Junyi, but she was whispering, "Little brother is comfortable and spontaneous in a casual outfit, while you are in a formal outfit. You look like a woman who doesn't smile and laugh. You should change your clothes to match with your little brother." Shen Junyi was already defensive towards Chen Lu, but after hearing her say this, she also knew that there was something wrong with her outfit. Just as Yi Qing looked this way, Chen Lu knew that he was going to drive himself away, and hurriedly laughed. "I'm going to buy clothes with my senior sister. Little brother has something to do. Just go. We'll call for you in a while." Yi Qing also knew that Shen Junyi's luggage was all in the villa. His eyes looked towards Shen Junyi. Seeing her nodding gently, he casually handed the card over. "No need. I have money," Shen Junyi hurriedly said. "Why does little brother need to be divided so clearly? I also did 4 years of roommates with my senior sister. Like sisters, a few pieces of clothing I can still send up." Chen Lu smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Miss Sister's good intentions, but to buy clothes for your own woman and let others spend money, the face of the Kyoto man will be lost in Rueli." Yi Qing smiled and sent the card to Shen Junyi's hand. "This is the secondary card. Feel free to spend it." Chen Lu's face was lost, but Shen Junyi smiled like a flower. In the eyes of the two women went first, cab to the Lido Bar. Wang Bo leaned on a red Ferrari. His face was very complacent. For the general young people, he is the idol. Not very old. $500 million. Limited edition luxury cars. There is no shortage of beautiful women around. How not to let people envy? But Wang Bo also understood that everything he had was dependent on his brother-in-law Zhao Delong to help him out. Yesterday, Zhao Delong watched the video of Yi Qing stone gambling, and suddenly became interested in Yi Qing. With Wang Bo's mentality, how can he not swallow this breath? Today is to take the opportunity to send invitations. Let Yi Qing see, what is a tycoon? Not you bet on 2 pieces of jadeite, earn 10 million fortune, is a tycoon. Therefore, the meeting place, deliberately set in the Lido Bar, this kind of luxury place. After seeing Yi Qing walk over, and a handsome-looking man quickly greeted him. "Mr. Yi, welcome, Mr. Wang gave me the opportunity to make money. Of course I will come by appointment." Yi Qing glanced at Zhao Biao. "This is Zhao Biao, the son of the vice president of the Jadeite Guild." Wang Bo hurriedly introduced. Zhao Biao nodded with a cold face, seemingly not interested in Yi Qing at all. Yi Qing didn't care either, and followed behind Wang Bo. Coming into the bar, the duo didn't book a private room, but chose the hall. Of course it wasn't to save money, but habit. A small room doesn't have as many beauties as a hall. Zhao Biao likes this tone. Into the hall began to hunt for prey. Many white-collar women like to soak up the bar, and can spend the night with such a woman. Always better than the nightclub called Miss. Nightclubs charge by the hour for girls, and these white-collar women to spend the night, do not have to spend a penny. Zhao Biao found a table and sat down, snapped his fingers, and the waiter sent 3 glasses of beer. There were too many people in the hall, and although it was quiet, Yi Qing was a bit unhappy, waiting for Wang Bo to bring out the invitation. But Zhao Biao, this kid was very flamboyant, sitting in his seat and talking loudly. There was an innocent-looking woman who came over and said in a delicate voice, "Isn't this Mr. Zhao? Did he forget about me? He didn't come to look for me for a long time. Not a bit of conscience at all." Yi Qing swept a glance and got goosebumps. Bar girl pretending to be innocent. "You also let's wipe off the foundation." Zhao Biao was happy, glanced at Yi Qing, casually took out a few $100s from his handbag, stuffed it into the woman's arms, and slapped her on her plump buttocks. "Not available today. Next time I'll find you." The woman knew that today is no play, threw a wink and twisted the body away. Zhao Biao said smugly, Ruwali is a good place, there are plenty of beautiful women, as long as you have money. It's like changing your clothes, how many you want to change. Yi Qing didn't pick up on the conversation, to be general with a turd, but instead, he fell short of his status. Mr. Yi is a jade master, Zhao Biao asked tentatively. No, just came to Delong to hit the big time. Yi Qing smiled lightly, took a sip of beer, just as Chen Lu sent a text message, casually sent a location over. Every year, I don't know how many gamblers who speculate on getting rich overnight come to Delong, but not many are as lucky as Mr. Yi. Zhao Biao lost interest in Yi Qing and said coldly, Chapter 37, The Toad Who Wants to Eat the Swan. Wang Bo presented the invitation. This stone gambling feast is a chance for Mr. Yi to make a fortune. Thanks a lot. His tone was condescending, like a handout. Yi Qing was too lazy to get to know him, collected the invitation and was about to find a reason to leave. Just as he was about to get up, Chen Lu and Shin Junyi had already walked into the bar. Shin Junyi black halter small undershirt, blue denim high-waisted wrap skirt. More show the figure of graceful skirt under the too slender and beautiful long legs, white dazzling, lost the kind of seriousness, more than a few points of lovely. Chen Lu, however, is a snow-white tank top, white hip-wrapped wide-legged pants, appearing to be very ethereal. Zhao Biao had wanted to ask Yi Qing's origin in the set. Suddenly, seeing the two heavenly fairies' beauty immediately diverted his attention. The two women were both superb, and walked side by side, comparing all the women in the bar. Zhao Biao, needless to say, had his eyes fixed on the two women. Shin Junyi smiled sweetly towards Yi Qing. Does it look good? Yi Qing nodded with a smile. Zhao Biao's face changed slightly, but he was dressed in a suit. All famous brands, more like a successful person than Yi Qing who was dressed in casual clothes. He stood up courteously and greeted Chen Lu with a smile. Ms. Chen, it's good to see you again. Chen Lu, however, didn't have any good feelings towards him at all and coldly said, You'd better stay away from me, or else you'll be treated impolitely. Gifting you a sentence. You're so ambitious that you want to eat a swan, but you don't know that the swan is flying in the sky, and you're crawling on the ground. Yi Qing forced a smile. Zhao Biao, however, his face turned blue and said viciously, Don't forget that this is Delong. Believe it or not, I'll make it so that you can't buy a single piece of high-grade jadeite. Look, you still don't believe me when I say you're a lie toad, but your mouth is getting bigger and bigger, Chen Lu coldly said, turning her head to look at Yi Qing, smiling sweetly. Things are done. Yi Qing smiled and nodded his head. Good then, I'll treat you to a drink. Yi Qing wanted to refuse, but didn't want to look at Zhao Biao's face. Sorry, Counselor Wang. I have to go beforehand. Call me. Wang Bo grimaced. The last thing he wanted to see was Yi Qing being pulled in by Chen Lu. This kid's luck was unbelievable. Both times he struck out, he gambled high ice emerald. Once he became a gambling expert under the banner of Tian Lu Jewelry. Zhao Biao saw Yi Qing, surrounded by two beautiful women, walked out, turned his head to Wang Bo and said, The woman that the master has his eye on. He dares to move. Call Ma Wu. Break the legs of the surname Yi. Wang Bo was surprised. This isn't appropriate. We haven't even scratched the surface of Yi Qing. He made $10 million from gambling on stones, but he doesn't know to get himself a good outfit. What he's wearing isn't even worth $1,000. Such a person, at a glance, is a poor boy who came to Delong to gamble his luck with a dream of getting rich. How can he be willing to be an obedient dog if he doesn't give him a bit of suffering? Zhao Biao said grimly. To make a dog obedient, beat him up before throwing him a meat bone. Chen Lu didn't bring Yi Qing in a car, and after leaving the door of Lido Bar, she turned around and entered an alley. Yi Qing looked left and right, a little surprised. Where are you taking us? Chen Lu asked back. What are the two of them looking for you for? Yi Qing didn't bother to hide it. The vice president of the Jadeite Guild invited some experts to gamble on stones. They are sending me an invitation. Chen Lu's face was instantly cold as ice. I guessed it wasn't good. Not good for you, but an opportunity for me. Chen Lu shook her head with a cold face. Zhao Delong is a narrow-minded person, and his son has inherited his nature. Wang Bo is profit-oriented. For the position of a counselor, he would not hesitate to give his sister to Zhao Delong as a lover. I advise you to stay away from them. Yi Qing smiled. Even if he is narrow-minded, it has nothing to do with me. Could he still kick me out of Delong? Chen Lu sneered. Is that so? Can I make a bet with you? I bet that Zhao Biao will definitely find someone to teach you a lesson in order to make you obey. If I win, promise me a condition. If I lose, I promise you a condition. Dare to bet? Yi Qing froze. This girl is also a bit unscrupulous. This kind of condition also open out. Glanced at Chen Lu's beautiful face twice. His heart swirled. If he won, what condition she mentioned herself. Pursued, what condition are promised? Chen Lu cold snort. This guy face lewd expression. has betrayed his thoughts. If the school sister does not mind, I'm willing to bet to lose. Shinjunyi looked at the two with amusement and added fuel to the fire. I don't care. Chenlu glanced at her in surprise, twisted her head and laughed, pointing to the entrance of the alley. Take a look. You lost. Yi Qing froze, followed her finger and looked. He saw a dozen of hooligans strutting over at the entrance of the alley. This scene was familiar. It seemed that when gangsters came out in the movies, they all had to put up this spectacle. You did it on purpose. Yi Qing instantly understood. Every expert who comes to Ruwali to gamble on stones, the Jadeite Guild tries to find ways to recruit them. Besides, you and your senior sister walking together has long attracted their attention. Chen Lu said with a straight face. I merely added a fire to the fire, so that their ugly faces would be exposed earlier. But you also made me suffer. Yi Qing depressedly said. How am I going to gamble at DeLong in the future? That high-grade jade worth $200 million is not wanted. I just want to tell you that only me and you are on the same side in Ruwali. Crazy woman, incomprehensible. Yi Qing laughed bitterly and shook his head. You take Shinjunyi and hide far away. Chen Lu, however, didn't move a muscle and turned to look at the visitors. 6 or 7 small hooligans rushed towards the duo first. Seeing the two women's stunning looks, one of them whistled. Mother asterisk 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 her, a penny for a penny. Tell that kid Zhao Biao, add money. Chen Lu smiled smugly. You can admit defeat now. You put yourself in a dangerous situation just to cooperate with me. Was it worth it? Chen Lu did not say a word, as if she was gambling with him. One of the hooligans in the lead quickly rushed towards Chen Lu and said in a petulant manner, Beautiful girl, in the future, follow brother and make sure that you have a happy life every day. Suddenly, Yi Qing's figure moved, a close lean, only to hear a bone-crunching sound. The person was directly knocked out. The people behind him took a look, and immediately shouted and accelerated their footsteps. Yi Qing stood in place and looked at the two girls. You two run, leave this place to me. Before the words fell, a fist smashed on the face of the big man who rushed in first, directly smashing the nose flat, followed by the body rising up in the air. A flying spinning kick, directly kicked on the neck of another person. Chapter 38 Beautiful Wing Chun Fist. Chen Lu, Chaos Han Jewelry Merchant, Yi Qing's friend. Yi Qing was thinking that he would try to stall these people and let Chen Lu and Shinjunyi run as far away as possible, so he was ruthless as soon as he struck. One of them shouted, Damn, catch that chick, master is going to have a good time. However, he heard another person laugh. Ma Wu, no need to rush, that chick came back on her own. Yi Qing hurriedly turned back, but saw Chen Lu send Shinjunyi to the depths of the alley, but he himself quickly ran back. He could not help but say in a hurry, What are you coming back for? Silly girl. Chen Lu's footsteps were light. With a surly smile on her face, she delicately said, You're caring for me. Yi Qing coldly swept a glance at her. Whatever, don't expect me to save you if you fall into their hands anyway. As he spoke, 4 or 5 hooligans had already surrounded Chen Lu. There was no chance to run even if he wanted to at this moment. He gritted his teeth fiercely and decided not to keep his hands off. The big deal is to get someone killed. I'll go straight back to Kyoto. He smashed 2 people in a row, either broken arms or broken legs. The ground wailing, but also so little effort. Heard that Ma Wu angrily cursed, encountered a tough stalwart, to the death. When Yi Qing heard this, he became anxious. The most men fight, but once a girl falls into the hands of the gangsters, there will be the end of the wheel. This Chen Lu is really not to die, will not die. He was about to turn back to save Chen Lu, heard behind him, screams, look back even more surprised. Just see Chen Lu is like a white butterfly, in a few people floating around, not a few times. A few hooligans are either broken hand or foot, out than their own ruthless. Ma Wu was also stunned, fiercely cursed a bad year, bypassed Yi Qing and rushed towards Chen Lu. He was an old hand at fighting, instinctively choosing the weakest to fight. As long as Chen Lu was captured in his hands, the man even stronger would have to obediently concede. Yi Qing also did not expect Chen Lu to be a Wing Chun expert. Wing Chun is an extremely simple boxing style, focusing on the fastest speed to subdue the opponent, popular in Guangzhou and Macau. And he practiced the military inch fist with different and the same wonderful work. No wonder she dared to come to DeLong to break in alone. Chen Lu a close counterattack, directly twisted Ma Wu's arm, flying up a kick on his right leg, body shape a turn, borrowing the waist force, a twist and a kick in a throw. Ma Wu let out a scream, fell heavily on the wall, sliding down the wallpaper, can't even move. Master, Yi Qing smilingly clasped his fists, military inch fist killing technique, each other. Chen Lu's eyes flashed with a trace of amazement, and he also clasped his fists to return the salute, turning towards Ma Wu. Say, who told you guys to come? Tell the truth and I won't call the police. Ma Wu gritted his teeth, not saying a word. Chen Lu's lips spread a cold smile, the sharp heel of her high-heeled shoes stepped directly on his palm. like a nail, piercing his palm. Yi Qing shuddered at the sight. However, he did not expect that manhwa was shivering in pain, but he insisted on not saying a word. Chen Lu laughed, lifted her foot and pulled out the heel of her shoe, walking towards the second person. That person stared at Chen Lu's blood-stained heel. At the sweet smile on her face, even the most beautiful woman turned into a rakshasa, and was so scared that he shrieked out loud. I said, it's Xiao Biao who told us to come. Chen Lu elegantly turned around and looked at Yi Qing, smiling playfully. Little brother, you lost. Yi Qing dryly coughed. Chivalrous woman. Good hands. Hey, obviously an angel, but inside is a devil, right? Chen Lu playfully asked. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Chen Lu walked over, holding Yi Qing's shoulder, lifting her foot to take off her high heels, and delicately said, I also want to give my little brother a chance to save the beauty of a hero, but know that if Sister Shen loses a hair today, my little brother will never ignore me again. Yi Qing laughed dryly twice, considered acquiescing to her words, took over the high heels, took out a tissue and wiped the blood on the heels clean. Then he squatted down and put the shoes on her. Little brother is more like a gentleman. Chen Lu laughed softly and delicately. It gives me an urge to give my body to him. You'd better forget it. It's not your turn in the queue. Yi Qing blankly glanced at her without any good humor. Chen Lu's eyes instantly turned red. Little brother's words are so infuriating. Girls, never put yourself in danger. Yi Qing snorted coldly. Men fight and play with their lives at most, but once a girl falls into their hands, it's worse than death. Is little brother feeling sorry for me? Chen Lu put on a pitiful look and said, heartbroken for you. Yi Qing raised his head and gave her a despicable look. Even the softest cat is a carnivore. You are no different from them, but they use their fists, while you use money. Chen Lu's complexion became solemn. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at him without blinking. But am I wrong? It's right for you. Recruiting a stone gambling expert under your banner will be of great benefit to the company. Yi Qing stood up and glanced at Shin Junyi, who was running from the distance. But always remember, Little Master Kyoto is a man you can never control. Chen Lu was stunned. No matter if it was the first time she met Yi Qing or received a call from her mother, she only had one thought in her head, and that was to do whatever it takes. Even if it meant sacrificing her color, she would still want to put Yi Qing under her control, but never thought that there are men in this world who are not moved by the face of money and beauty. He hates to be in control and aspires to be free, and his horrible family history makes you not dare to use substandard means. Cats are carnivores, hunting only to eat, but a wolf comes out of Kyoto to hunt, and everything in his sight is prey, but they won't let you go. Chen Lu argued reasonably, you and I working together is the best choice. I have no intention of letting them go either. Yi Qing smiled, but Missy, don't talk about feelings with me, it hurts money. Show your sincerity if you want to cooperate. Chen Lu bit her cherry lips tightly for a long time before she said, how do I know? Will you fall on your sword when you know the truth of the matter? Yi Qing said indifferently, opening jadeite from a stone relies on luck. That's why there is the term gambling. You can only gamble if you want to cooperate with me, but the question is whether you dare to gamble or not. Chen Lu was silent. She understood Yi Qing's meaning. There is a chance to win if you bet. There is no chance of anything if you don't bet. However, the thought of the consequences made her hesitate. Shin Junyi ran over and glanced at the dozen or so punks lying on the ground. Call the police. I can sue them and make them sit through the bottom of the jail. Yi Qing looked back at her, shook his head and laughed. What's the point of letting them go to jail? The real culprits are still at large. Shin Junyi said unwillingly, could it be just letting it go? That's impossible. If they dare to play black with me, I'll cut a piece of their flesh. Chapter 39, Tigers and Wolves Competing for Food. The three of them walked out of the alley and got into Chen Lu's Rolls-Royce. The interior of the car was spacious like a small living room with luxurious decorations, hanging a 21-inch LCD TV and even a small refrigerator. Chen Lu made a gesture and the driver drove off. Yi Qing, Shin Junyi sat in the back row. Chen Lu twisted the seat to face them, and pressed it from somewhere, raising a coffee table. Chen Lu took out 2 cans of drinks from the refrigerator and smiled. There's red wine here, but I recommend drinking drinks after a lot of exercise. Yi Qing took the filled drinks and took a sip. The flavor was a bit sweet, but not good. Where to? Chen Lu asked with a smile. Back to Dahong Hotel. Wang Liang went to pick up Lulu. Yi Qing looked at the time, 12 o'clock. It's time to arrive. Chen Lu asked with a smile. Who is Lulu? My 5th brother's bodyguard. Yi Qing glared at her without a good mood. It's all because of your mom. Chen Lu inexplicably stared at her with wide eyes. What's it got to do with my mom? Yi Qing was surprised. Don't you know? Chen Lu was even more surprised. Little master, make it clear what I should know. Your mom wants to openly cultivate a secret place and compel my 5th brother to play with gambling stones as well. Yi Qing looked at her expression. It didn't look like she was faking, but she didn't think that the Kyoto masters were also something she could play with. Can you speak a bit more civilized? Chen Lu instantly changed her face. This is already very gentle. If not for today's incident, I would have made her bloodless. Yi Qing Yui coldly said. Old Guang merchants, the whole world knows that shrewdness is scary, but when you study the business way, we study the three kingdoms, moving the heart and mind, playing tricks, we are the masters. Chen Lu gritted her teeth. Don't forget, you still owe me a condition. Even if I agree to cooperate with you, I can still take the opportunity to cut a piece of your meat. Yi Qing laughed contemptuously, so that you can't even find a grave to cry in. Chen Lu looked at him seriously. $200 million of high goods emerald exemptions, plus 10% of the shares of Tianlu jewelry, and 20% for you if you gamble the stone up. Yi Qing frowned. Didn't I tell you that I won't join Tianlu jewelry? Chen Lu was almost exasperated and cried, pouting and betting. Little brother, why are you so hard-hearted? Bullying me as a little girl, can it make you happy? Yi Qing looked at her seriously. Little master grew up in the circle. What kind of women have seen? As long as little master likes, beautiful women can be lined up from Panjiayuan to Qiamen. If you want to talk about feelings with little master, don't talk about business. When your feelings and mine reach the level of honey, I will help you unconditionally, but don't treat yourself as a woman when you talk business. The division of interests must be clear. This is the way to cooperate. Chen Lu frowned her beautiful eyebrows and was silent. Xin Junyi, however, suddenly took pity on Chen Lu and reached out to grab Yi Qing's wrist. Yi Qing amusedly patted the back of her hand. Don't pity her, she's just a cat lady. Acting pitiful and playing meek is a cat's forte. But when you catch a rat, you'll eat all the bone crumbs. Then you are the wolf from Kyoto, looking at everyone as prey. Chen Lu gave him a blank look without any good humor. I can be frank, but little brother also promised me one thing. What is it? You can't fall on your sword. Chen Lu bit her cherry lips and looked at him pitifully. Kyoto men are righteous. As long as you are open and honest, I won't take advantage of people. Yi Qing knew that the bottom line in her heart had been breached. Chen Lu left her position and sat beside Yi Qing, hugged his arm and asked seriously, really? Speak up. Chen Lu nodded and pressed the button beside him, raising a partition to isolate the driver's cabin from the small living room, before organizing her vocabulary and solemnly saying, the purpose of the Jadeite Guild's acquisition of high-grade jadeite at any cost is to wait for May, when we have a scarcity of high-grade goods, and then ship them out at a high price. Chen Lu sighed mournfully. We don't care if they make a quick buck once, but we are worried that they will take advantage of the opportunity to occupy most of our funds. When it's time to open the public market in Rangoon, they can purchase large quantities of raw jadeite and continue to hoard. They want to control the supply of high-grade raw stones. Yi Qing sucked in a breath of cool air. The Emerald Guild was playing a big game of chess. Ruweli's unique geographical advantage allows them to have multiple channels to obtain raw stones, but we in Lao Guang do not have such conditions. If we then allow the Jadeite Guild to cut off the Rangoon public disc as a source of goods, our side of the public disc won't be able to open up, and Ruweli will become the only public disc in the country. Raw stone control in their hands, also has the pricing right. People for the knife and eye for the fish, for our old white jewelers, is a disaster. Chen Lu sighed mournfully. Little brother, will you help me? Xin Junyi was surprised. Since you already know about their conspiracy, why do you still continue to buy their high-quality Ming materials? The money to participate in the Rangoon public market was put together by all the old Guang merchants. Chen Lu explained seriously. The Ruweli Gambling Group, the Kyoto Gambling Group, and the Shanghai Gambling Group are all like this. Kyoto Gambling Group and Shanghai Gambling Group, etc. After bidding on the raw stone, they will cut it on the spot. And these jadeite bright materials are usually in the mode of on-site bidding and fall into the hands of the jewelers. But these 2 years the jadeite fair results are not ideal. High goods jade shortage. Once Ruweli Jadeite Guild large number of shipments, that even if you know it is hemlock to quench the thirst, there will be a large number of jewelers hoarding to occupy a large amount of money. This makes us unable to compete with the Jadeite Guild on the Rangoon public market due to the shortage of funds. And from then on, we are caught in a vicious circle. Businessmen seeking profit. It's natural. There's no way to change that. Yi Qing rolled his eyes, and in his mind, he was thinking about how Master planned to get a piece of the pie in the midst of this gluttonous feast. To put it another way, what exactly was the Emerald Guild afraid of when they were so wary of Master? Little brother, you won't keep your word. Chen Lu nervously hugged his arm and shook it around. Wait, there's something. My comb cage. Yi Qing was flustered by her shaking, especially when his arm was held in her arms. That warm fragrance and smoothness made him a bit apathetic. Chen Lu was surprised. Comb cage what? Yi Qing's eyes flashed with a thieving light. If that heavenly priced raw stone that my master cut down was the handiwork of the Jadeite Guild, then what are they afraid of? The Jadeite Guild is afraid that Elder One will make a move to smash it. Chen Lu didn't hesitate. If in May, before the Jadeite Guild didn't put the hoarded high-stock jadeite out, a large amount of high-stock jadeite suddenly appeared on the market. Jewelers wouldn't buy the jadeite guild's high-stock jadeite. A large number of high-stock jadeite accumulates in the hands of the jadeite guild. They will not have sufficient funds to bid for the jadeite raw stone in the Rangoon public market. Chapter 40 Confusing. Yi Qing nodded slightly. People are counting tigers. Tigers are also counting people. Ruweli Jadeite Guild is counting Lao Guang Jewelers with a young plot, but Lao Guang Jewelers plotting layout to return the favor. But what is the position of the master? Why is he involved in this tigers and wolves fighting for food? Frowned, with my master's bit of capital, want to make waves, and don't have that ability. A family fortune of more than $1 billion is not the same as being able to come up with more than $1 billion in cash, and $300 to $500 million placed in the Rangoon public market is just a drop in the bucket. To know, the annual turnover of the Yangon public disc is several billion, or euros, converted into RMB is tens of billions. You're saying that the Ruweli Jadeite Guild is worried that your master will make a move to smash the plate. That's why they made the first move. Chen Lu was also shocked by this idea of Yi Qing's. How much high-grade jadeite would it take to smash this huge plate? Yi Qing twisted his head to look at Shen Junyi and solemnly asked, the photos of the dozen or so pieces of raw stone, where were they taken from? Shen Junyi was puzzled by the question. In the villa's treasury. How many more raw stones are in there? No, just the one that was cut. A total of 13 pieces. Shen Junyi was stunned. Could it be that you suspect that he is still hiding jadeite raw stones? Yi Qing was a bit blind. Every time he felt that he was about to find out the truth of the matter, but it was plausible. He cursed mournfully. This old fox pits his disciple to death. It was the first time the two women had seen Yi Qing in this kind of appearance, and they were both amused and distressed. The car quickly arrived at the Dahong Hotel. When Yi Qing got out of the car, he saw Wang Liang and Lulu. Shen Junyi and Shen Lu were also curious about Yi Qing's haste to greet Lulu, but they were greatly disappointed at first sight. A very ordinary young man. His body wasn't stout. Instead it was a bit thin and weak. Standing next to the tall Wang Liang, it was easy for people to overlook him. However, he did not expect that Yi Qing sprinted 2 steps and gave him a big hug, and by the time both sides let go of their hands, Yi Qing's handbag, which never left his body, had already arrived in Lu Li's hand. This makes Shen Junyi was shocked. Yi Qing is a very bottom-of-the-barrel person. His handbag not only loaded with cell phones and bank cards. This change of hands was equal to handing over all of his fortune to Lulu. She looked closely but was disappointed. She really couldn't see what was so special about this young man with a small stature. Yi Qing smiled and introduced the two girls. Lulu looked deeply at the two girls, nodded but didn't say anything. Yi Qing laughed. Set a private room to receive you. Lulu shook his head. That's not important. I need a car. We're going to gamble on stones in the afternoon. I guess we'll finish at 4 or 5 o'clock. Then we'll go buy a car. Yi Qing laughed. Book the room first. Then we'll go eat. Yi Qing's importance to Lulu also caught Shen Lu's attention, and booked him a luxury suite of 2,600 a day, right next door to Yi Qing. And Wang Liang also got what he wanted, and moved from an ordinary standard room to a luxury suite. Luxurious suite. A table full of Ruweli food. Yi Qing ordered a bottle of wine, but Lulu didn't drink any of it. Instead, Shen Junyi and Chen Lu drank a few mouthfuls of it shallowly, and the rest of it was all wrapped up for Yi Qing and Wang Liang. What's your plan for the afternoon stone gambling? Chen Lu took a sip of wine and asked with a smile. Yi Qing glanced at her. Perhaps it was the wine she drank that made her pretty face even more flushed. Her eyes were like waves. I reckon, Zhao Delong wants to decode the stone but doesn't want to take the risk. So that's why he put out the top-grade raw stone and passed the risk to the gamblers. If the gambler decodes high-grade jade, he can buy it at a high price. Moreover, he is the owner. Even if a jeweler participates, he is embarrassed to bid with him to raise the price. Your task is to raise the price, and call for $1 million for something up to $10 million. Chen Lu's eyes lit up. That's right, I can't buy the emerald, but I can disgust him to death. Lulu has been quietly listening. He does not drink chopsticks, cannot be polite, and the amount of rice is extremely large. Soon swept away the plate in front of him. Eat and drink has been more than 1 o'clock. The people out of the Dahong Hotel. Chen Lu's driver Will Rolls-Royce drove over. Lulu went straight to the driver's side, opened the door and said quietly, "Get off." The driver looked at Chen Lu in shock. Chen Lu turned her head to look at Yi Qing, who smiled. Let Lulu drive. The driver didn't want to give up the driver's seat and said in dissatisfaction, "Have you ever driven such a nice car? Be careful of breaking it. I usually drive a big red flag." Lulu said lightly. The driver, who knew how to drive, immediately got out of the car obediently. "Give you a half day off. Come pick me up at night," Chen Lu commanded and pulled open the car door. Yi Chang and Shen Junyi got in, followed by Chen Lu, and Wang Liang sat on the passenger side. Lulu swept a glance at Wang Liang. "From now on, you're in charge of driving the door." Wang Liang muttered in dissatisfaction. "Man, little master didn't even say anything. I'll be the driver." Everything in the car is my call, Lulu faintly said. Sixth brother won't have an opinion. If you want to stay by sixth brother's side you need to learn some rules. Otherwise, I'll just send you back to Kyoto. Wang Liang glared. You know what I do, and you dare to talk to me like that. Wang Liang lives in Sanlitun, Chaoyang district, unemployed hobo, has an old mother, a wife, 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy is in 3rd grade at Chaoyang Primary School. The girl is in the kindergarten of Sanlitun, Chaoyang, in the big class. Demolition households, divided into 3 sets of houses, worth 37 million, 10 million demolition money. These 3 years by your defeat of 7 or 8. The bank is now deposits, 1,377,004,000. Lulu focused on driving. Mouth a word popped out. Still want me to continue to say it? Even your daughter-in-law this morning 8 would have seen what people. I can tell you. Wang Liang's face went white. Shen Junyi and Shan Lu's jaws dropped as they listened. This is too scary. Even people's families are investigated clearly. Shan Lu said unconvincingly. Do you know me? Lulu faintly said. Before I left Kyoto, I had already investigated you clearly. Shan Lu shouted furiously. You're breaking the law, violating my right to privacy? You can go and sue me. Lulu didn't even look at her, as if this beautiful girl was nothing in his eyes. Is this how your family teaches your bodyguards? Chen Lu twisted her head and questioned Yi Qing. He's not a bodyguard. He's my brother. Yi Qing said indifferently. And even if you go and sue, there is no organization that will accept it? Chen Lu was silent. She finally understood the terror of the Yi family in Kyoto. The car was fast but steady, like a boat gliding on calm water. Chen Lu knew very well that her own driver's car skills definitely could not reach this point. Even the car stopped. The crowd did not feel a trace of abnormality. Dragon Pool Villa. Outside the door has been parked full of luxury cars. Chen Lu had already returned to her senses and laughed chirpily. This vice president of the Emerald Guild, with a fortune of billions of dollars, is not a simple person. Chapter 41, A Toad Thinks About Beautiful Things. Yi Qing gloated. I heard that Zhao Biao is interested in you. Chen Lu gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood. That toad is just thinking about beautiful things. Yi Qing suddenly realized. So he wants to get 2 things for his money. Chen Lu lightly bit her cherry lips and got off the car first. Wang Bo was at the door to welcome the guests. When he saw Yi Qing bringing Chen Lu, his face was complicated, but he still respectfully invited them in. The villa was luxurious and large. A hall at the back was the venue for the auction of the stone decomposition, with 4 cutting machines in the front row. In the middle of the hall were several glass cabinets and rows of wooden shelves. Inside the glass cabinets were jadeites that had been deciphered. Yi Qing looked at it. Most of them were ice glutinous seed. There were also a few pieces of ice seed, which were worth a lot of money. Wooden shelves placed more than 20 pieces of jadeite raw stone. From the shell to see the various fields have, although the size is not big, but our private collection of old pit raw stone. Against the wall piled up some raw stones. There are big and small, all kinds of colors. The small ones are only fist-sized. The big ones are like a table, afraid of 1 or 2 tons of weight. Wang Bo led Yi Qing and his party, walking to an old man with white hair in his 50s. The old man wore a pair of gold glasses and had a very elegant appearance. Yi Qing clasped his fists. Kyoto Junior Yi Qing. I have the honor to pay my respects to Senior. Zhao Delong hurriedly shook his hands, and laughed. The younger generation is fearful. Our group of people are old, and we often lament that the gambling circle is green and yellow. After watching the video of you gambling on the stone, I realized that the circle has already produced a gambling expert. The younger generation is fearful, and it is a good thing to be congratulated. Senior's fallacious praise. Late generation is just a little bit better luck than others. Yi Qing smiled faintly. Zhao Delong nodded his head with a smile, and turned his gaze to Chen Lu. Ms. Chen, the chairman and I are good friends, and coming to Ruweli Ms. Chen is avoiding it. Is it looking down on me as an elder? It's not that I don't see, but the chairman is always busy. Chen Lu's voice was cold, but her attitude was humble and courteous. It is also a coincidence that I came to pay my respects today. I also deeply sympathize with your company's plight. Zhao Delong let out a sigh. I have the intention to help, but if I do not have a name, I will surely be opposed by the members. And you know that the Emerald Guild is not up to me alone. Chen Lu smiled proudly. Don't bother, Chairman. A little difficulty. We will find a way to solve it. Zhao Delong glanced at Zhao Biao, who was in the middle of a group of beautiful women. The youngest child is also considered to be a rising star in the industry. If you have time to get in touch with each other more, it's also an opportunity for your company. Thank you, Chairman. Only I already have a boyfriend. Chen Lu smilingly hugged Yi Qing's arm. It's this fearful upstart that the president praised. Yi Qing was innocently lying down, but also understood Zhao Delong's purpose, wanting to take advantage of someone's danger to force Chen Lu to give in. Reaching out and wrapping his arm around her slender waist, He intentionally pretended that he didn't understand Zhao Delong's words. Chairman has a kind heart. Yi Qing thanked Chen Lu on behalf of her. But Chen Lu is already in love with me and I am in love with a lovebird than a wing. So I don't want to trouble Chairman with it. Zhao Delong's smile immediately stiffened on his face. And he laughed dryly. Then congratulations to both of you. Since you're here, let's have a good time. These gambling stones are all from my years of treasures. Take them out for everyone to gamble and have fun. Yi Qing smiled and agreed, watching Zhao Delong walk towards the center of the hall, just wanting to take back his hand, but was pressed by Chen Lu on her slender waist, her eyes carrying a plea. Little brother, help someone to the end. I really don't want to deal with Zhao Biao, that stupid fool. Turning her head to look at Shinjuni, she whispered, I'm just borrowing my little brother for a while. Don't be angry. Senior sister. Shinjuni daintily blinked Yi Qing and turned her head to look away. Lu, who hadn't said anything, walked over to Yi Qing's side, looked at Zhao Delong who was walking towards the center of the hall, and said in a low voice, this person has seen blood on his hands. Chen Lu and Shinjuni's hearts tightened as they listened. Yi Qing laughed in a low voice, there is no one in the raw stone business who hasn't seen blood. Zhao Delong walked to the middle of the hall, saw that the people were almost here, and said loudly, old friends, the time has come, and the people are almost here, so let's start. These are my collection of old pit raw stone. Everyone see for themselves, look good say price. However, according to the rules, these raw stones open out jadeite can only be acquired by our jadeite guild. Chen Lu gas gritted his teeth, this is talking about me. Have you thought about it? What are you going to do? At this time, Boss Chi walked over and gave Yi Qing a suspicious look. Brother, what are you? Before Yi Qing had time to explain, Chen Lu had already pasted her slender and delicate body on him, smiling sweetly, why? Boss Chi even cares about this kind of thing. My sister Shin didn't even say anything. Boss Chi laughed bitterly, brother not only good luck in gambling stones, this lustful fortune is also Chi Tian Ah, but, doing this today is to give Chairman Zhao a candy ah. Everyone in the circle knows that Chairman Zhao is bent on joining forces with Tian Lu Jewelry. The wind has blown out, just waiting for Chairman Tian Lu to agree. Yi Qing sneered and pinched Chen Lu's small waist, this kind of thing, why don't you say? Chen Lu gave him a blank look but didn't say anything. Yi Qing smiled and asked, how did this Chairman Zhao get rich? Boss Chi quietly said, it's hard for the average person to get rich in this line of gambling, but President Zhao sells the stones and doesn't cut them just like us, passing the risk on to the gamblers. Yi Qing nodded, also a shrewd person. Yes, Boss Chi's heart palpitated. The current president of the association is old, and the one who has the most hope to take over as president is him. Brother, it's not that I'm betraying you, but I don't dare offend him. The piece of material that was solved last night, he bought it. Boss Chi said bitterly, well, $15 million, not something I can refuse. What are you guys so afraid of him for? Shinjunyi frowned, isn't it just a vice president of the Jadeite Guild? The Ruweli Jadeite Guild has another name, the Jewelry and Jade Association, which is a semi-official organization. Yi Qing laughed, Sis Gao, all of Delong's gambling stores and Jadeite jewelry stores are members of this organization. The most important thing is that the Jadeite Guild has the authority to import the raw stone, participate in the Yangon public plate of the gamblers, jewelers, even if they participate in the public plate in a private capacity, but will be the raw stone or Jadeite bright material transported back to the country, but also need to be the Jadeite Guild to go to the customs to pay the tax. And, the guild also has the power to issue appraisal certificates to jade jewelry. No Jadeite Guild appraisal certificates cannot prove that the sale is natural jadeite. Tourists will not buy. Shinjunyi smacked her lips as she listened. They have so much power. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. With power comes obligation. The Jadeite Guild has the obligation to regulate the market. However, this obligation will form a one-handed situation under a distorted interpretation. Therefore, in Sister Gao, Delong, if the Emerald Guild wants to block a person, it only takes one sentence to do so. Chapter 42, Too Clever to Calculate. Boss Chi nodded his head with a bitter smile. Brother is a man of understanding, so I don't need to bother explaining. The piece of raw stone that I promised you can't be sold to you. What? Boss Chi is going to back out. Yi Qing sneered. This is out of order. It's out of order. But the situation compels me. Boss Chi said helplessly. However, I still have to do the business of kilograms. My brother-in-law opened a raw stone factory in Tingchong. Wait for my call today. Make an appointment to go. Yi Qing smiled, and Boss Chi was relieved to leave. Chen Lu looked at his back and whispered, it looks like this Boss Chi is not willing to be manipulated. Yi Qing hemmed and hawed and laughed. Having money without earning is a good thing. Besides, businessmen emphasize profit over parting. They are all people who see profit and forget righteousness. Chen Lu gave him a playful blank look. This is to say me again. He is only forgetful of righteousness at the sight of profit. You are too smart in your organization. Yi Qing let go of her small savage waist and walked towards the wooden shelf. Chen Lu was dumbfounded at her words. The next sentence of the organ is too smart. Is the counter mistake of the life of the secretary? Talking about Wang Shifeng in the dream of the Red Chamber. Although Wang Shifeng is a woman, but in fact is the ruler of the Jia house, has the heart, has the power, but the organs are too clever but lost his life. Is this kid a thoughtless statement, or does he mean it? On this side of the wooden shelf, most of the people, including Zhao Delong, are here, and the crowd is gathering around a basketball-sized oval stone. Yi Qing also gazed at two eyes. This piece of raw stone is the most attractive place. Is a foggy emerald green around the middle. Green python, the color is very attractive. Tightly wrapped around the stone's skin shell. Sand python represents the seed water. Green python represents the color. This green python wrapped around so much. It means that this piece of raw stone has a lot of green. Zhao Delong was introducing. This piece of raw stone is my high bid back from the public auction. Green python wrapped around the skin shell, destined to come out with high emerald. What do you guys think? The crowd was hesitant. This piece of raw stone was destined to be worth a lot of money. One of them asked, President Zhao, what price? Zhao Delong laughed. Bought back 10 years ago for 80,000 euros. 10 years 10 times, 8 million RMB base price. Whoever offers more goes to whoever. Yi Qing bristled. Wang Liang, however, his eyes glowed. The price is a bit higher, but the green python on the stone is too attractive. Little master take it. Does he dare? Zhao Biao despised and sneered. $10 million? I'm afraid that's all he has. Yi Qing laughed twice but didn't say anything. Gambling on stones? The most attractive place is the word gambling. A good raw stone, no matter what scientific instruments you use, cannot see the crust inside is jade or stone. Therefore, gambling on stones is not only risky but also exciting. Gambling win a night of wealth. Gambling lose a fortune. Strong excitement and get-rich-quick mentality makes this kind of trading from ancient to modern times. If this piece of raw stone out of the emerald, and its crust on the color python is vivid green, then it is definitely the top of the emerald, worth more than 10 million. But it is difficult for a god to break an inch of jade, and it is also possible that, with one cut, it will be a white stone. Therefore to Zhao Biao's agitation, Yi Qing ignored, looked at a few eyes and lost interest. This piece of raw stone from the crust cannot be seen at all. What the field, the skin above the locks, cracks, sand, moss and pine flowers, all gone, leaving only a color python. At a glance it is known to have been brushed skin, and then placed for many years, so that the dust will be all the details, all hidden. This thing is too risky. Although Zhao Delong's asking price was high, there were quite a few onlookers who jumped at the chance. Boss Qi glanced at Yi Qing, saw him shaking his head slightly, and laughed. I'll start then. $8 million. Yi Qing pulled Chen Lu and Shen Junyi outside. Chen Lu's sharp eyes saw the duo's small movements and asked in a low voice, you don't look favorably on it. Why would Boss Qi still bid on it? This piece of raw stone 8 million surely can't be taken down. Boss Qi is just doing a favor. He himself is not going to bid. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Qing's words fell, someone did start bidding. 8,100,000, 8,300,000, 9,800,000, 10 million. They stood outside the crowd and definitely wouldn't have called out the price, but listening to the stone gamblers treating money like paper and bidding at any cost, they were also hot and excited. This was the charm of gambling stones, big enough to call people irresistible. In the last round of bidding, this piece of raw stone had climbed to a sky-high price of $13 million, and was bid on by a middle-aged man. Boss Qi retired after his success and stood next to Yi Qing, exclaiming, there are so many rich people. Shen Junyi could already understand a bit of the lingo. Boss Qi's words meant so many. Seeing that the transfer was completed, the middle-aged man walked aside holding the stone. Yi Qing saw that middle-aged man was quite calm when he called the price, but now holding the $13 million stone, his hands were a little shaky, and after placing the stone on the empty shelf on the other side, he turned his head to look over here again. Boss Qi glanced at him. Brother, tell me what's going on. Yi Qing whispered, didn't understand the field entrance, and brushed the skin. Boss Qi nodded. There was only one meaning in Yi Qing's words. The risk was too big, not worth the gamble. The sound of the cutting machine rang out. That boss was unraveling the stone. Most people gathered around. Boss Qi whispered with a wry smile, brothers, don't play a hand. If you can't take away the jade to earn some money or not, play for sure, but only if there is a favorite stone. Yi Qing has been watching Zhao Delong, this moment of effort, and sold a few pieces of raw stone. At this time, he heard the people over there who were watching the stone cutting shouting, it's rubbing up, it's rubbing up, prepare the firecrackers. Chen Lu curiously said, don't go over to take a look, rubbing up doesn't count. Yi Qing shook his head and laughed bitterly, losing, you're still a jadeite merchant, you don't even understand this. Who said I don't understand? I'm just curious. Chen Lu looked at Boss Qi with a smile on her face. Why don't Boss Chi take a bet? These can be rare public material. Boss Chi hemmed and hawed. Those who sell stones don't gamble on them so that they can make a steady profit. Besides, public market material is also 9 out of 10 bets. The risk is huge. Shinjunyi was surprised. Isn't public market material good? How come it's still 9 out of 10 bets? Yi Qing shook his head and laughed. The public plate material is only good on the outside. The chances of cutting out emerald are high, but no one can guarantee that it will definitely be able to cut out emerald. Boss Chi nodded his head affirmatively. That's right, that's the reasoning. Unless one has a brother's eyesight, it's better not to gamble on stones. Steeply, the noise of the stone cutting machine stopped. A group of people wailed in disappointment. Collapsed, collapsed. The middle-aged boss's face was ashen, and he walked out of the villa's gate with a bewildered look. Chen Lu laughed bitterly. $13 million hit the water. The successful bidders continued to unravel the stones, and Yi Qing also began to select the stones. Even though he was the owner of the stone jai, it was the first time in his life that he had seen so much public plate material. Moreover, whether or not there was any jadeite in these public plate materials, no one could predict. Yi Qing swept through the first piece. The gravel on top of the crust is tight, but the pine flowers are too loose, and there is bad moss. The window is a bean seed, and the stone is too small. There is no interest in gambling. Gambling experts for luck is very important. Luck refers to the encounter of good wool, but gambling or not, rely on their own experience and eyesight. There are quite a few raw stones here, and luck has been there. Chapter 43 Heavenly Thunder Strikes Thunderstones. However, not every piece of public material could be gambled with high ice and high color. For the poorly performing stones, Yi Qing swept past them, and his strange eyesight allowed him to see the crust of the original stone very clearly. Comprehensive stone shell on the python, pine flowers, moss and cracks, whether the gravel is tight and other external manifestations, hanging in the heart of the dragon stone species Pishi, constantly secreting coolness, so that he stayed calm. His brain is like a supercomputer, quickly analyzing each piece of raw stone, betting on the likelihood of how high to play. Let's play a big one. Yi Qing walked towards the large piece of wool. Boss Chi, however, had a helpless face. Small bets are good for the heart, big bets hurt the body. Zhao Delong is clearly slaughtering the fat sheep. Brother can't not see it. You stabbed me in the neck to bleed, the kind of treachery. Where to go? Wang Liang's face was full of excitement. Lu Li's color was calm and silent as he followed behind the crowd. Yi Qing circled around the wooden racks and turned towards the raw stones piled up on both sides of the hall. Chen Lu and Shin Junyi kept following behind him. Seeing that he had abandoned the raw stones on the wooden rack, Chen Lu asked in surprise, "It's not even worth the bet." "Not a good bet." Yi Qing shook his head depressingly. Although they are all public material, but the python, turquoise, and moss perform normally. Instead there are quite a lot of cracks and locks. There's no need to take a risk. Down the hall, checking those stones piled together, Chen Lu was even more surprised. You want to find good material from these stones. These are all new field mouths. Generally speaking, new field mouths have tender seeds in poor color, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they won't produce high emerald. Yi Qing pointed at the pile of unattended stones. The stones here have one characteristic. They are all from the Thunder Field. This stone is so ugly. Shinjunyi's eye for selecting materials was very chic, using beauty and ugliness as the selection criteria. But this pile of material was not only disliked by Shinjunyi, even Chan Lu frowned. These stones were piled up like a miserable fire scene. Yi Qing stifled a laugh. Thunderbeat Field is one of the 8 major fields. The whole mountain produces this kind of material. The Thunderbeat locks on it is the identity card of this kind of stone. The stones in this field are all protruding out of the ground, making the surface of the raw stone seem like it has been burned by fire. The surface of the raw stone is in pieces. The selling looks are not good, and the material of this field entrance usually has cracked locks. The general stone gamblers will not choose this kind of material stone at all. Yes, the risk is too great. Even if you bet on high CUI, you have to bet on cracks first. Boss Chi laughed behind him. Moreover, the seed of Lei Taiba's material is tender, dry, not hard enough, and the locks are ugly, but it also has its advantages. Once out of jade must color spicy, oil and water enough. More deep green will not change color. How about it? Chen Lu saw Yi Qing staring at the stone in silence, thinking that he had fallen for it. Yi Qing frowned and said, I have the least contact with the raw stone of the Thunder Field. Gambling on this kind of raw stone requires strong professional knowledge. Winning or losing all depends on the will of God. I really can't see it. Isn't your vision too high? Chen Lu turned back to look at the jadeite wool on the wooden shelf again. Frowning, this doesn't of public plate material. You just can't see a single piece. Yi Qing smiled and explained. It's not that I didn't look at it, but if you want to get these public plate materials into your hands, you need to auction bidding, and at that time, you definitely need to pay a sky-high price. Even if you cut out the high-grade emerald, You don't want to make money. It's the same as giving Zhao Delong a long look for nothing, and you also have to bear the risk. Chen Lu then understood why he gave up the public market material. Boss Chi gave him a thumbs up, but didn't say much. Seeing through and not saying anything was the same rule in the gambling circle. Yi Qing looked at several pieces of wool in a row, none of which had an eye. Lei hit the field of material to bet on cracks. Is really this field of stone? As if all the heavenly lightning struck. There is not a piece of raw stone crust without cracks and locks of the above. But gambling on the stone would rather bet on the big cracks, do not bet on the small locks. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for the services you need. But locks are more terrible than cracks. Once extended to the stone inside, not to mention the bracelet, even the brand bit is not, can only buckle egg face or beads. If the color is uneven, the value is very low. But judging the value of a piece of jadeite is the first choice is the bracelet, followed by the sign. Beads and egg surface is only the last choice. Of course, except for high material full of green. High ice full of green gouge out the egg surface and beads are sky high. Wait, after looking at many pieces of raw stones in a row and not finding a favorable one, Yi Qing was just about to turn around and leave, when out of the corner of his eye, he swept over a piece of fully gambled wool, not small in size. The surface of the raw stone was covered with hideous crack locks, but there was a sand python vaguely in the middle of the locks, a python hidden in the lock. Yi Qing quickly walked over and squatted in front of the stone to carefully observe. A dauntingly large cracked lock hid a twisted knot like band python. If it wasn't for his superhuman eyesight, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to realize that there was a band python hidden in the cracked lock. What a python! Shen Junyi didn't dare to disturb Yi Qing from looking at the stone and turned her head to ask Boss Chi, to determine whether the jade inside a stone has enough seed and water. The first thing to look at is the python. Boss Chi couldn't read this stone, stayed nothing, so he gave Shen Junyi this kind of white person to solve the problem. A piece of raw stone in the soil layer after the earth fracture movement, by the surrounding soil gravel constantly rubbing, the loose part of the crust will be worn off, but some gravel grows in the outside of the emerald, can also be understood as the emerald outward along the stretch. The gravel jadeization is relatively hard, such a strip of gravel, by the expert gambler called the python. Shen Junyi nodded her head as if she understood. Boss Chi stared wide-eyed for half a second, but couldn't see anything but the daunting cracked locks. Yi Qing was still concentrating on observing. This was a banded python and twisted and knotted into a rope. This kind of performance was called a python tight. Generally this kind of python represented a high breed, and there were some loose flowers on the python band. But this special performance is covered by the unique black and red color of the thunderstone. There are pine flowers, there is color, but the color distribution is not uniform. This represents out what kind of jadeite. Yi Qing saw this strange wool for the first time in his life, very puzzled, but also marveled at the magic of nature's creation. Boss Chi did not see the magic of nature, but only the fear of the gambler's aftermath, and squarely said, "Brother, you cannot tell me to look at this piece of material. You're a connoisseur. I won't say much about anything else, but raw stones with big crack locks are a big no-no in gambling." Despite Boss Chi's solemn warning, Yi Qing didn't give up. This piece of material he felt would have a surprise. "I'll take another look." Yi Qing directly hit the light. A dim nothing could be seen, shone the light sideways, but saw a piece of moss, really colored. Yi Qing exclaimed in his heart, generally where there is moss there is a possibility of excellence, but the moss also eats color. Once eaten by the moss, the inside of a good emerald is like an extra layer of fly that can sicken a person to death. Yi Qing continued to hit the lamp along the crust to find moss. Bet on moss first, bet on species. There are with python seed water is not bad. Chapter 44. A bad gambling stone worth $10 million. Moss is the traces of different sizes and shapes on the original stone, with patches, bands mostly, the color of black, dark green and gray, which is a special mark given by nature to the original stone. Moss and green have a lot to do with each other, but where there is moss, there is not necessarily green, and where there is green, there is not necessarily moss, and there is also a difference between live moss and dead moss. Live moss goes deeper into the stone, while dead moss dries up to the skin. The moss on this piece of thunderstone is gray live moss, obviously eaten in. Yi Qing's biggest worry is that the jadeite that opens a good variety of water is littered with fly poop, but the cracked locks and the hidden python, with pine flowers and live moss, this kind of crust has not only never seen, not even heard of. It is impossible to judge. What kind of emerald inside the stone shell? Yi Qing stared at the stone hesitantly, difficult to decide whether to bet or give up. What? Want to bet on this piece? Zhao Biao walked over quickly, raising his voice with a grim smile. I have to say, you have a strange eye. This piece of material was 5 years ago when my father and I went to Rangoon and spent a large amount of money to bid back. Chen Lu changed the lady's dignified euphemism and sneered back. Your vision is also quite unique. You bought a piece of waste back and didn't sell it for so many years. Zhao Biao's face instantly darkened and grayed, as ugly as it could be. This piece of material was the one he hid from Zhao Delong's bidding, and he almost had his legs broken after buying it back. Putting it here all these years, not only did no one dare to bet on it, no one even looked at it more than once. Shen Junyi squatted down and softly said, "Don't gamble if you're not sure. Find another piece of material. Maybe the next one is a good stone." But her words were like the morning bell, waking up Yi Qing. Encountering good material relies on good luck. Since they look at it, that is the luck of the draw. Whether or not you can win the bet depends on whether or not your judgment is accurate. But once you give up, you've also missed out. Whether God gives you back a chance or not, who can't say? How much? Yi Qing decisively asked. 6 years ago, I spent 160,000 euros, not to say that it went up 10 times. 10 million renminbi base price is not much. Zhao Biao laughed grimly. As to whether it will fetch a sky-high price, that's unknown. Seeing that Zhao Biao was negotiating the price with Yi Qing, people in the neighborhood gathered around. I'll offer $10 million. If someone bids, I'll let it go. Yi Qing hemmed and hawed with a bad smile, seeing a few people in the crowd with flickering eyes, obviously with hesitation. He was the one who played this. He knew what was going on at a glance. Zhao Biao had found a few trusts in advance, but these few trusts were also afraid of seeing this stone. They were prepared to bid on the stone regardless of Yi Qing's preference, raising the price of the original stone to a heavenly price before giving it to this kid. But this piece of broken stone wants the price. This kid do not want to be smashed in their hands. Gambling rules, once the seller out of the home buyer counteroffer, as long as both sides agree, business is even closed. Not to mention that this is a bidding. Zhao Biao has given the base price. Once involved in the bidding, Yi Qing does not increase the price of the stone as their own. They don't dare to hope that Zhao Biao has the money not to. More than $10 million to buy a piece of stone struck by lightning. Ferrari can buy too. Gentlemen are not stupid. Zhao Biao looked at no one bidding. His face was even darker, like a dead old man's mother. Brother, reconsider. Boss Chi saw Zhao Biao did not call the deal. There is still room for moderation. Worried to persuade, although this material is large, 100 kilograms, but this cracked locks are too terrible. Not to mention 10 million. A million is not worth it. When Zhao Biao heard this, he didn't hesitate to call out, "Deal." Brother is so bold. Boss Chi gave a thumbs up, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had already reminded Zhao Biao a few times regardless of offending him, but Yi Qing didn't listen, so it was considered to be benevolent. Zhao Biao walked over and said with a cold face, "Transfer or cash?" "Not enough money. I'll find someone to share." Yi Qing had a bad smile on his face, reached out and asked for the phone from Lulu, directly dialing White Fox's cell phone. "What is it?" White Fox's soft voice came. "I've got my eye on a stone. Are you in or out?" Yi Qing said smilingly. "How much?" White Fox became interested at the sound of it. $5 million. Half the shares. Yi Qing laughed. "Send the location. I'll bring the money over." White Fox was very quick. He didn't even ask what kind of stone, and directly hung up the phone. Yi Qing sent the location to White Fox. Chen Lu walked up to him. "I have money. I can lend it to you. Don't share with White Fox." Yi Qing sent the location while smilingly said, "I came to Rueli. White Fox didn't find me in trouble. I'm going to pit her." Zhao Biao sneered. "Even White Fox you dare to pit? Looking for death? Lulu, book a plane ticket and go back to Kyoto immediately after playing this game." "Ah." Zhao Biao froze, then sneered. "I'm afraid you won't even be able to get on the plane. You'll be captured back by White Fox." Boss Chi rolled his eyes. He knew that Yi Qing's card had at least $10 million in it. There was no need to share with White Fox. This kid either wanted to pit White Fox, or he wanted to pit Zhao Biao. But he was no longer capable of participating in this kind of occasion, and quietly withdrew from the crowd, but gritted his teeth and didn't leave. Shen Junyi was calm. She knew that Yi Qing had more than 200 million in his bank card, and was not short of money at all, and must have had another purpose to share with White Fox to gamble on the stones. Chen Lu worriedly said, "I'll give you $5 million. No need to pay back. Don't mess with White Fox, okay? Kyoto masters have always been you hit me a punch, I return your kick. Revenge does not last overnight." Yi Qing saw Zhao Biao gloatingly staring at himself, as he wrapped his arm around Chen Lu's small waist, sticking her slender and enchanting body against his body. Zhao Biao's face turned green, looking at Chen Lu not only not rejecting, but instead revealing a look of enjoyment. He was about to go mad. Zhao Delong was rich, but his fortune was only more than 3 billion, compared to a $10 billion little rich woman like Chen Lu. He was far from it. What's more, this little rich woman is also a stunning beauty, as long as she marries, even if she reaches the peak of her life. He also made plans with his father to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to force Chen Lu to marry him. But looking at this woman, softly in Yi Qing's arms, He felt like the Hulenbire prairie was above his head, with a bright green light. I'll see how you die. Zhao Biao shouted the deal. Don't have to worry about Yi Qing backtracking, so he cursed viciously. According to the rules of the White Fox, escape to cut off the hands, put in the water prison. 2 days can't get the money to be buried alive. In the woods sister police can't save you. Zhao Biao said the more ruthless. Yi Qing heart the more frank. After all, the Emerald Guild is also a behemoth. Once Zhao Biao is not afraid of White Fox, this bureau will be ruined. Exposing his identity as the Prince of Kyoto in advance was also not a wise move. If he wanted to swallow the fattest piece of meat in this immortal bureau, he had to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. If I'm captured by the White Fox, will you accompany me? Yi Qing looked at Chen Lu's pretty face in his arms and asked in a low voice. Chapter 45. A knife through sisal cloth. Chen Lu was stunned. The situation Yi Qing said made her unable to judge, nor did she dare to judge. Yi Qing smiled and didn't continue to ask, but the arm that was wrapped around Chen Lu's small waist quietly loosened a little. Still that old broken Toyota. Still that set of white temen. The White Fox swayed with a delicate body, curling in, followed by 8 black thin old men, one of them carrying a worn suitcase. Seeing the White Fox, everyone's face shows a hint of fear. This beautiful old Mong sister is a murderous blood-sucking demon. Zhao Delong greeted him smilingly. White Fox, rare guest, welcome, welcome. White Fox swept him with a delicate smile. Welcome my money, but if you want to pit me, you have to be careful. Zhao Delong's face darkened. We're all in this circle. We should understand the rules of gambling on stones. Don't worry, if I lose, I'll only look for Yi Qing to settle the score. I won't look for you. White Fox coldly swept a glance at Zhao Delong and walked directly to Yi Qing's side. Glancing suspiciously at Chen Lu, you change women faster than you change clothes. Chen Lu's pretty face flushed with anger, but it flickered away and said as if nothing had happened. Men are the prey of all women before they get married. White Fox didn't pay attention to her, and gave Yi Qing a delicate glance, softly saying, sister, but gave you the opportunity. It's you who don't cherish it. The hardest thing to do is to accept the grace of a beauty. Yi Qing snorted. For you and me, it's still money that's the most real. The stone I've already looked at. I'll transfer you to pay the money, and this business is done. White Fox glanced at old Mane behind him. Open the box and let Vice President Zhao count the money. No need to count. White Fox, I still trust. Zhao Delong said smilingly. That's right. I, White Fox, have always followed the rules when doing business. White Fox gave him a blank look and turned his head towards Yi Qing. That piece of raw stone. That's the piece. How ugly. White Fox took one look and disliked it. Her pretty face wrinkled into a bun. You spent $10 million to buy such a piece of. Stop it. I'll transfer the money. Yi Qing smilingly slapped at White Fox's plump and pretty buttocks, startling the hall crowd. Your guts are getting fatter and fatter. For so many years it's always been me hitting people. No one dares to hit me. White Fox's pretty face instantly reddened, fiercely glaring at him. For the sake of you inviting me to join the stock, spare you this time, but this ugly stone, if you lose the bet, let's settle the score. A woman who drills into the eyes of money. Yi Qing shook his head with a bitter smile and ordered Lulu to transfer the money. Sis isn't hypocritical, just loves money. White Fox smiled and said, I'm waiting for you to help me make a lot of money. A group of people sweat profusely. On this piece of heavenly stone you still want to make a lot of money. 5 million waiting for the water to float. But this kid is really bold. Not only dare to lighten the White Fox, also dare to make skin with her. Really do not know how to write the word death. Although all present are formal businessmen, but playing with stones, there is no lack of money. Often dealing with White Fox, the rules of loan sharks, all understand. Deconstruct the stone. Zhao Delong smiled and glanced at his son, giving a reassuring look. Yi Qing nodded. Looking at the situation, Boss Chi drilled into the crowd again. I'll help Wang Liang solve it. Thanks a lot. Yi Qing sincerely thanked. What a thing to say. You came to Delong first and foremost to take care of my business. There's nothing to say about helping you solve the stone. Boss Chi smiled and went forward. And Wang Liang carried the thunderbolt stone and went straight to the cutting machine, putting down the material. Boss Chi circled around the thunderstone and asked, how to solve it? Chen Lu did not look favorably on this piece of material. The weight was enough, but the crack locks were too horrible. Even so, she did not give up. Staring fiercely, she wondered if Yi Qing would hit the eye. Moreover, she also understands that just now the hesitation to let go of Yi Qing. Between the two again appeared cracks, biting the cherry lips. Apprehensive, a pair of beautiful eyes afterglow skimming Yi Qing. Wang Liang similarly did not look favorably on this ugly stone, although Yi Qing did not care. But in Sisgao, White Fox represents the black. Suggested, rub the stone. It's safe. Yi Qing had already roughly judged the distribution of jade inside the original stone, only with the python underneath to be able to decipher the jade, but he was not sure if the live moss aided in. Wang Liang meant that once the green was rubbed out it could be changed hands. Yi Qing carefully observed. This cracked lock destroyed most of the original stone. Why don't we start here? Rub along this area. That side will come out green first, and then we'll make a calculation. Boss Chi nodded. He has no opinion. And Yi Qing, White Fox is the buyer. White Fox did not say anything. The decision was given to Yi Qing. Can only listen to him? With Wang Liang together with the hands of rubbing the stone to open the window. The sound of stone rubbing attracted everyone over. When the crowd saw this piece of lightning stone, they were surprised and excited. All of them didn't say a word and waited quietly with their fists clenched. Yi Qing and White Fox stood at the front. Behind them were Shinjunyi and Chen-Lu. All of them looked nervous and cold sweaty. Yi Qing smiled and glanced at White Fox, asking in a low voice, if this stone collapses, I'll help you desensitize. Gambling debt to pay for meat. White Fox gave him a delicate blank look. I'll directly sell you to the mines, and don't want to come back for the rest of your life. So damn realistic. Yi Qing cursed fiercely. Sis is the realistic woman. White Fox was full of concern. You also know Sis's situation. If I can't make any money, I'll end up worse than selling you to the mines. Yi Qing laughed evilly. You might as well cheapen me before you get unlucky. This is something to consider. White Fox seemed to be smiling. Teasingly said, you are good looking, and your body is strong enough. When Sis gets tired of using it, she will prepare a box of whey brother for you, and find 10 rich women. This kind of money comes faster, and it's much more cost-effective than selling you to the mines to be a hard laborer. Count on you. Yi Qing gave a thumbs up and expressed his deep admiration. You're nervous. White Fox swept him with a smiling face and said meaningfully, otherwise, you wouldn't be flirting with me like this. It's a bit nervous. Yi Qing readily admitted. Looking at the stone, this is a thunderstrike stone. It's my first time betting on this kind of raw stone. What kind of emerald can be opened? Whether it's worth $10 million or not, I'm not sure at all. This is knocking me out. Don't get you in trouble if you lose. White Fox is also the lord who heard the song and knew the meaning of elegance, and gave him a coquettish white glance. Or you are hiding something woeful. He. Chi-Boss quickly rubbed out the window. A pot who splashed up, suddenly dumbfounded. No green. This is cut down. $10 million down the drain. Zhao Biao gloatingly looked at Yi Qing and said in a conspiratorial manner, one cut is poor, one cut is rich, one cut wears sackcloth. You have to have the awareness of death when you gamble on stones. Yi Qing went up to take a few glances. The open skylight was snow white. Chapter 46, Goldenrod Seed. It's water foam. Boss Chi shook his head repeatedly as he stared at the cut. This stone collapsed right after it was cut. Not a good sign. The onlookers immediately lost their enthusiasm, glanced at the cold-faced White Fox and prepared to leave. White Fox hugged his knees and squatted beside Yi Qing. What is water foam? Water foam is the companion ore of jadeite. Because the hardness is not up to it, it is not considered jadeite. Yi Qing touched the exposed water foam, pondered for half a second, stood up and pulled White Fox back a few steps. Rub this side. Boss Chi saw Yi Qing calm and relaxed, without a trace of panic, his heart secretly surprised, did not ask more questions, turned to the side to continue to rub. Can you rub out the emerald? Chen Lu said in fear. This depends on the will of God. Yi Qing faintly said. Chen Lu nodded and continued to watch Boss Chi rubbing the stone. The ear-piercing sound rang out again. White Fox glanced at Chen Lu, whispered in Yi Qing's ear. This woman play even if, sister and you share gambling stone. According to the rules, willing to gamble to lose. But this woman has a good face and a greedy heart. She will swallow you with her skin and bones. Yi Qing nodded slightly and asked with a smile. Are you also nervous? What am I nervous about? I don't understand a damn thing. White Fox couldn't help but burst out. Even if you cut out the emerald, how much it's worth is also up to you. Sis believes in you. Just wait to count the money. Yi Qing tilted his head and laughed twice. Don't you laugh. If you lose this time, Sis admits it. But one of the 10 black and fat rich women won't be missing. Sis personally feeds you Viagra. White Fox viciously said. You've changed. Yi Qing smiled faintly and swept a glance at Shinjunyi. Not threatening me with women anymore. You're even harder than that ugly rock. Sis doesn't want to cause you to recoil. White Fox daintily blanked him, her eyes turning to Lulu who was standing behind him. He seems to be looking at the rubbing stone, but his ears keep moving. All the movements around him can't be hidden from him. His aura is cold and cold. He has killed someone. Right. Good eyesight. Steeply, the sound of the stone rubbing machine stopped. The person who turned to walk out a few steps also stopped and turned around. Why has it stopped? The onlookers who were watching the fun were watching with great interest. When the stone polishing machine stopped, the hand was a pot of water splashed over, revealing a touch of green. Green! A sharp-eyed one shouted out in disbelief. What a rare thing! This kind of stone can also cut out green. Boss Chi carefully observed 2 eyes, brothers, out of the green. The green is dark and not bright, is a rare spinach green, and the green has a tendency to directional arrangement. It is likely to be gold seed. However, the window rubbed too small. Is it continue to rub or change hands? White Fox also got nervous and grabbed Yi Qing's wrist. What does spinach green mean? Yi Qing felt her tender little hand is full of sweat. Odd smile. Spinach green is a professional term in the emerald green grade. Refers to the emerald color translucent. Green in the deep with blue. Like spinach leaves, green is not bright enough. White Fox breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a smile as if relieved. Zhao Delong, Zhao Biao and Wang Bo, however, were dumbfounded on the spot. Who has never thought? This ugly stone. Who dislike goods, but open the gold silk species spinach green. This is more ridiculous than sows on the tree. Gold seed spinach green. In the high-grade jade are belong to the middle goods, second only to the high ice. If there are no cracks and locks have bracelets or cards bit, the value of gold silk flowers will multiply. Yi Qing's heart silently calculated, gritted his teeth and said, rub up is not considered up. Continue to rub, will expand the window. Boss Chi was also a fox who had become a savvy fox and knew what Yi Qing was saying. Window expansion will be able to see clearly inside the emerald. Is to resell to earn a little money, or a knife down the stone open emerald out. Boss Chi opened the stone rubbing machine and continued to work, and the ear-piercing sound of rubbing stones rose again, up again, big up it's really a gold seed, or spinach green, block so big, this has to be worth how much money Next to the person also got complimentary knife, thunder hit the field of thunder hit the stone, all over the locks crack, worth $10 million of stone, if not a little sure, who dares to be so crazy, master master, the window opens wider and wider, the inside of the emerald is also exposed. The sound of amazement is endless. The white fox smile more and more beautiful. A man in a suit called out, wait, don't rub it. This stone, I'll offer $15 million. The rest of the risk to me? What are your eyes? This stone is more than 100 kilograms. Even if it's not full material, it's 50 kilograms to hit the bottom. 50 kilograms of golden silk seed spinach green. $15 million just wanna take it. What kind of dream is that? I offer $20 million. Sell it to me. At times like this, money is no longer money, but paper. Even White Fox cursed, really damn, the speed of making money is also too fast. If my mom knows how to gamble on stones, what kind of loan sharks are there? Yi Qing, however, put all the murmurs behind him and squatted with Boss Chi to look at the window carefully. The golden silk species of emerald is a green band, oriented arrangement, green floating in the translucent emerald. There are strips, bands, flakes, or filaments, distributed in the light-colored emerald. Set it off more vivid. That is to say, this piece of jadeite can only have big cracks, cannot have small locks, or cut out high seed high color is also a piece of waste. The crowd kept raising the price. White Fox coldly swept a glance, before Yi Qing makes a decision. All shut up. The boiling crowd was silenced. Yi Qing observed carefully, smoothed out the light and whispered, smooth silk, cracked and no locks. The color is getting more and more vibrant. There's a trend towards apple green. Now we have to bet on whether it'll be variegated inside. Boss Chi looked at him in shock. You can see inside. Look at the light. Follow the green color. Yi Qing handed the strong flashlight to Boss Chi. Boss Chi pressed the strong flashlight on the window. Yi Qing then laughed. Don't look like that. With the light halfway down, the light source will follow the green band along the inside. Boss Chi moved half of the torch and looked inside to understand, shaking his head in admiration. Brothers can eat this bowl of rice. It really isn't by luck. Sell? The man in the suit saw the two stand up and hurriedly asked, sell what sell? Keep cutting. Boss Chi waved his hand with bravado, as if the stone was his, and turned his head to ask Yi Qing, how to cut. Now cut the crack. Yi Qing was confident, pointing to the cracked lock on the stone. Wang Liang, cut directly through this crack, split it into two halves, and say the rest. Chapter 47, Ice and Fire. Boss Chi nodded his head affirmatively. Cracks had the possibility of variations. The purpose of cutting cracks was to cut off the unwarranted variations directly. Wang Liang pressed the stone cutting machine. Zira. The stone cutting machine directly started, dry and clean the original stone all two halves. Hey, this is life. Collapsed. Just sold still worth $20 million. Now worthless. If I had known this, just now should be sold. This is a knife heaven. A knife hell. The onlookers sighed and were heartbroken. $20 million just gone. God's joke can't be played. White Fox. Shen Junyi and Chen Lu's heart also lifted. Chen Lu apprehensive eyes look at White Fox, afraid that this woman cannot afford to lose. Turned the other cheek. White Fox's pair of beautiful eyes fell on Yi Qing, saw him calm and relaxed. The corner of his lips showed a hint of a smile. She couldn't read stones nor jade, but she could read people. What next? Wang Liang lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. He liked excitement, but this time the excitement was a bit too big. His hands were starting to shiver. he could only smoke to ease the tension. Yi Cheng, however, was not panicked. When he saw that cracked lock with the python in it, he guessed this outcome. That cracked lock directly blocked the emerald from extending inward alone, destined to be half gold seed emerald and half water foam, half flame, half sea water. It's called water and fire. Yi Cheng was very excited. His own experience and eyesight was verified. A foot will be full of water foam, half of the original stone kicked away. Now continue to cut along these two lines. According to the trend of the banned python, not much of a problem. Glanced at the hands shivering, hard-smoking Wang Liang, contemptuous, don't be so uninteresting. The little master can afford to win and lose, but cut up or cut down. It depends on you, this knife. Okay. Wang Liang, holding a cigarette, refixed the original stone. Little master, you are the main body with purple light flood blessing, or you come. I'm not lucky. Yi Cheng shook his head and laughed and cursed. Little master is not an immortal. Gambling on stones, never bet on luck. No nonsense. Cut. Boss Chi carried the water basin and stood aside. Wang Liang gritted his teeth and ruthlessly pressed the handle of the stone cutting machine. Fantastic. Out of the green again. Boss Chi eyed the green color in the crumbs and splashed a basin of water on it. Wang Liang lifted the knife. The crumbs were washed away by the water flow, and a little bit of green was revealed on the cut, the size of a nail, but it was enough to surprise Boss Chi. He could remember Yi Cheng's words. Little master, I never bet on luck. How on earth did he see it? It's gone up again. It's gone up big time. As Wang Liang pressed the stone cutter handle again, green crumbs continued to appear. The side is also out of green, or gold silk seed spinach green. No variegated color change. The value has tripled. A moment of people's voices boiled over. Shin Junyi, Chen Lu felt like riding a roller coaster, just being thrown down to hell, and immediately thrown up to heaven. Both sides out of the green. Can only rub stone. Will be wrapped in the jade outside of the crust, slowly wipe off. This is a strength work. Chi Boss and Wang Liang cheerfully left and right to work. Such a large piece of gold silkseed spinach green, or never seen in my life. Yi Cheng backed up a few steps. The casual clothes on his body were invaded by sweat. Not tired but really nervous. You already know the result, but also nervous. White Fox put her arm around Yi Cheng and smiled triumphantly. Look at sister. Sister is not nervous. Yi Cheng laughed bitterly. You are not nervous. Anyway, you decided that no matter if you win or lose I will give money. White Fox daintily gave him a blank look, and said in a bad mood, don't make me sound so bad. I understand the rules of gambling on stones, and accept my fate if I lose. If you said that earlier, I'm still nervous. Yi Cheng laughed and cursed, turning his head to whisper a few words to Lulu. It took a full hour for Boss Chi and Wang Liang to peel off the 50 kilograms of gold silkseed spinach green jadeite peak. Lulu held the emerald in his arms. Zhao Delong, Zhao Biao, and Wang Bo stared greedily at the valuable stone. $50 million. Zhao Delong stepped forward. Yi Cheng, it was agreed beforehand that the emerald cutout would be sold to the Emerald Guild. Fart. There's no such rule in stone gambling. I'll sell it to whoever bids higher. White Fox's voice was cold and domineering. $50 million is already a very high price. Zhao Delong swept a glance at the crowd of onlookers. No one dared to bid. Chen Lu steeply remembered Yi Cheng's explanation before he left and raised his hand. I'll bid 100 million. Chen Lu, you really want to go against the Emerald Guild? Zhao Delong didn't expect that a Chang bite would come out halfway and stared viciously at Chen Lu. White Fox said, whoever sells at the highest price. Chen Lu laughed contemptuously. If you can't afford this amount, I'll be rude. $110 million. Zhao Delong felt his heart aching as he gritted his teeth and shouted the price. $150 million. Chen Lu sneered. At this price, it's still compensation if you take it. Zhao Delong growled. I can afford to pay for it. Chen Lu watched his face grimace. His voice spewed out from his throat. The evil anger that had been stored up in his heart for a long time finally came out today. Zhao Delong gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. $160 million. Chen Lu gambled. $190 million. We Lao Guang have nothing else but money. $200 million. Zhao Delong gritted his steel teeth. If he let Chen Lu take away this piece of golden silkseed, his prestige and reputation in the Jadeite Guild would all be ruined. Deal. Yi Cheng didn't wait for Chen Lu to bid again and laughed. White Fox, Vice President Zhao has a word of honor. The emerald deciphered has to be sold to the Jadeite Guild. White Fox really didn't know anything about jade, but she was greedy enough to give Yi Cheng a blank look. The price isn't high enough. Zhao Delong was furious and sprayed a mouthful of old blood. His body swayed and was held up by Wang Bo, who was quick on his feet. President, I'm fine. Zhao Delong leaned on Wang Bo, his hostile eyes staring at White Fox. Yi Cheng advised. Look, Vice President Zhao is vomiting blood. Just take pity on the old man and sell it. White Fox stared with a pair of bright fox eyes, despising. Whether he dies or not is none of my business. I only want money. Be obedient. Sell it. don't make me a bad person. Yi Ching lowered his voice, next time the gambling stone will still let you participate. White Fox had a reluctant look on her face. Why are you pitying him? With Zhao Delong dead, the Jadeite Guild still has more than 3,000 members, so there's no need to worry about not being able to elect a vice president. However, this is the first time you've begged me, so I'll reluctantly agree. The words were too lethal and insulting enough that Zhao Delong clenched his teeth in death to keep the blood from spewing out. Inspect the goods. Out of the corner of Yi Ching's eye, he swept a glance at Lulu who was holding the jadeite. Lulu nodded, holding the emerald in one hand, clenched his fist with one hand, and slammed it on the gold silk seed spinach green. The crowd's eyes were attracted by Zhao Delong who was spitting blood. No one saw Lulu punching the emerald. Moreover, even if you see, no one cares. Emerald is a very hard stone. Not to mention smashing a fist, or kicking a foot will not be damaged at all. Chapter 48, The Bully Cures the Hooligans. Lulu carefully placed the gold silkseed jadeite on the ground and stood guard. Wang Bo took a magnifying glass and looked carefully for half a second. That's right. Gold silkseed spinach green. Yi Ching laughed. Since the goods have been inspected, sign a contract first. After all, the amount is too large. Vice President Zhao also has to give an explanation to the Jadeite Guild. Zhao Delong nodded and Wang Bo brought the contract. Shen Junyi scrutinized it. The contract was in duplicate. The terms were fine, and nodded towards Yi Ching. Zhao Delong was the first to sign. White Fox was a little disgusted, contemptuous, skimming his lips. What's the point of getting this thing? This piece of jadeite was procured by Vice President Zhao instead of the Jadeite Guild. Yi Ching said meaningfully, there is an official contract that can prove Vice President Zhao's impartiality. Can't figure you out. White Fox gave him a blank look and signed her name on the contract first. Yi Ching also signed his name. Zhao Delong arranged for the transfer of money, and Zhao Biao walked up to the jade and bent down to hug the jade. Originally, he saw Luli's body is small and thin, strength must not be big. He can hold up the jade. His own height and strength should not be a problem. But a hand only to find that the weight of the emerald more than he thought. Clenched his teeth before the emerald hold up, but did not expect. Peeled off the shell of the emerald oil full slippery. Bang! This loud bang. The little ones all stunned. The whole piece of gold silkseed spinach green jadeite, worth $200 million of bright material, fell heavily on the marble floor, smashed the floor a pit. Jadeite appeared dense cracks. Miserable. Mr. Zhao, what are you? Yi Ching's jaw dropped and stuttered. Zhao Biao wanted to cry, looking at Zhao Delong who was shivering with anger. Father, little, you're so pitiful. You won't stop until I'm killed. Zhao Delong's eyes went black and almost fainted. Originally Yi Ching gave him a wake-up call, as this piece of bright material is for the Jadeite Guild to acquire, because Chen Lu bidding which was auctioned out of the sky, their own nothing to lose. But now this piece of jadeite was Zhao Biao fell to the ground, broken in a mess. The crowd backed away, afraid of getting into trouble. White Fox was first taken aback, and turned her head to look at Yi Ching, before she smiled sweetly. Vice President Zhao, we have signed the contract, and the emerald is confirmed to be correct. Even though I'm saddened that this has happened, you won't be reneging on your debt and not paying the money, will you? White Fox. Blood spilled from the corner of Zhao Delong's mouth and his fingers shivered as he pointed at her. Shen Junyi laughed. I can sue him for reneging on the debt. How troublesome that would be. White Fox waved her hand, unimpressed. This kind of huge lawsuit can't be fought without a year and a half. Shen Junyi hesitated. She was very clear that what White Fox said was true. Even if you win the lawsuit, people don't pay. You can only apply to the court for enforcement. But with Zhao Delong's connections in Ruili, you can easily dissolve the matter and take the money out of reach. Listen to White Fox. Yi Ching laughed and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, whispering in her ear, bullies ruling over hooligans. You're not good at this kind of thing. Shen Junyi gave him a delicate blank look. White Fox sneered. You cannot give money, but you remember, White Fox's rules are unbreakable. 200 million a day, interest of 20 million. 7 days after the interest to principal. You owe a year and a half. Billions of family property should be enough. Also, you don't go to the Rangoon public disc. I guarantee that if you go, you won't be able to come back. Put. Zhao Delong sprayed out another mouthful of blood and shouted sternly, transfer the money. Ding, ding. White Fox and Yi Ching's bank SMS beep sounded at the same time. Yi Ching bowed slightly. Vice President Zhao, I'm sorry for your loss. I'll take my leave now. White Fox waited for Yi Ching to finish, and with Shen Junyi on the left and right, turned around and left. Chen Lu followed behind with a gloomy expression. Yi Ching was originally pretending to be her fiancé. With his delicate mind it was impossible for him to forget these details, but now that he was holding Shen Junyi on his arm, there was already a dividing line between the two. The ups and downs of today's plot were unpredictable. Wang Liang and Boss Chi were just like dreaming. Lulu greeted the two of them before he followed. White Fox smiled and invited, take my car. Can't fit so many people. Let you two sit. Didn't let them. White Fox sneered. Go back how they came. Yi Ching turned back and gave an explanation. Lulu drove the Rolls-Royce and followed the old Toyota. It was still the same old broken car. Yi Ching sat in the center. White Fox and Shin Junyi on the left and right. The smile on White Fox's face was full of mysterious flavor. What's going on today? Yi Ching knew that White Fox saw the clues and laughed. You collect the money is. What do you care so much? 5 million turned into 100 million in the blink of an eye. This deal is a good deal. White Fox's face changed, staring viciously at him. But you're killing a chicken for me. Don't look down on yourself. How can you be a monkey? You are clearly a fox. Yi Ching said as if nothing had happened. I admit that I'm using you, but just by myself I can play them to death. If you mind, I won't call you next time. Next time you utilize me, remember to say it in advance. Otherwise don't blame me for flipping out. As soon as White Fox heard that she could continue to co-own the stone gambling, her anger immediately turned into a beaming smile, and she playfully asked, tell me, how did the emerald break? Yi Ching smiled without saying anything. White Fox ordered the driver, go back to Sister Moo. Okay. Yi Ching knew that hooligans weren't scary. What he was afraid of was female hooligans. Lulu cultivates inch fist. Get it? Don't understand. White Fox simply said. Square inches, its power to open mountains. Talking about the ancient martial arts inch fist. In the country only a few people are qualified to practice boxing. Practiced to the extreme. Can punch a block of iron into iron powder. Although Lulu didn't cultivate to this realm. But there was no problem with breaking rocks into powder. What's more, that piece of emerald already had a lot of tiny cracked locks, and the power of the fist hitting in would make those cracks increase. As soon as the jadeite hits the ground, it will be shattered into worthless waste. Shin Junyi and White Fox were dumbfounded as they listened, and White Fox said with palpitations, you planned all of this, going with the flow. Yi Ching smiled. Anyway, if you don't do this, there are other ways. Shin Junyi whispered. You're the one who made Zhao Dalong lose $200 million because Zhao Biao hired someone to beat you up at the Lido bar. Yi Ching didn't deny it and fatally said, Little Master Kyoto, revenge never lasts overnight. Even I'm a bit scared of you. The Honda has no air conditioning. The cabin is stuffy. But White Fox still couldn't help but shiver. Horrified, this means too ruthless, and too unbelievable. Yi Ching smiled in shame. I'm not ruthless enough. My hands are not spicy enough. If my fifth brother had made a move, he would have definitely sent him to line up at the rooftop. White Fox glared at him fiercely. You're just terrorizing me. Yi Ching said with a straight face. My cooperation with you is sincere. Moreover, I will give you a large amount of business. Chapter 49. Talking about feelings hurts money. Besides gambling on stones, what other business do you have? Upon hearing that there was money to be made, White Fox's pretty face of a frozen snowy winter immediately smiled like a spring break. I opened a stone lodge in Kyoto, which is also a stone gambling workshop, and it has always been supplied by Wen Lao. Now Wen Lao is seriously ill and hospitalized. Long Roy Gambling Stone Room was also acquired by the Jadeite Guild at a high price, and the supply of goods is broken. But the stones from Sister DeLong's High are too expensive, and I want to go to Watching to procure raw stones. You need our channels. White Fox's pair of bright eyes suddenly shone. That's right. Yi Ching nodded his head affirmatively. I need to procure a large amount of raw stones. The shipping cost is according to Wen Lao, but I only trust you. White Fox rolled his eyes, understanding Yi Ching's concerns, and said seriously, you should know that we are very disciplined. That's you, but I don't trust them. Yi Ching also looked at her. There's a saying in our country that a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Besides, your side is too dangerous. I'm not afraid of the cruel environment, but people's hearts are unpredictable, and once someone sees money, their personal safety is hard to guarantee. So, I need you to convince them to cooperate. Be more disciplined, and if they don't cooperate, get together and part ways. Don't cooperate on the surface and have mischief in your heart. We will tear our faces apart and fight to the death. White Fox said anxiously. You're worried about the forces behind us. Yi Ching nodded his head affirmatively and said in a cautious tone. I don't have any friends in Ruweli, although you are greedy for money, but you are greedy in a bright and honorable way. So I think it's a good choice to cooperate with you. White Fox had nodded and said seriously. I understand. I will report it as soon as possible. Yi Ching laughed. I'll wait for your good news. White Fox put his arm around his shoulder and lamented. How nice if you were one of our own. The speed at which you make money is horrifying. We run a casino. We can't even make $100 million a year. You made it in an hour. Yi Ching laughed. This time, it was the use of the conflict between the Ruweli Jadeite Guild and the old Guang jewelers that made this piece of jadeite auctioned at a sky-high price. It will be hard to find this kind of opportunity in the future. White Fox also knew that this kind of thing could not be replicated and nodded with a light smile. You have to remember what I said. Stay away from Chan Lu in the future. This woman is not honest. How did you know? Yi Qing was a bit surprised. She once approached us, hoping to borrow our channels to purchase raw stones from Tile City. White Fox smiled faintly, but I refused. Shinjunyi looked at her in surprise. Why? Would you have money to spare? What we need is a long-term cooperation and a steady stream of money. And she just wants to use us to break the Jadeite Guild blockade and tide her over. She'll fly away when the Rangoon public market opens. But we're turning against the Jadeite Guild. White Fox sneered. She treats others like little cuties, playing around. Yi Qing nodded gently, deeply aware that not only her, but even her extreme widowed mom was the same. Come with me to the White Fox bar. White Fox looked at him with a smile. I earned a lot today. Reward you. Can't you see my girlfriend sitting aside? Yi Qing glared at her without a good mood. Sister Shun, don't mind it. An excellent man like him is not something a woman can tie down. White Fox saw Shinjunyi's eyes turn cold and laughed. If you want to stay by his side, you have to learn to accept other women. Can you be more shameless? Shinjunyi was also defeated by White Fox, and with a grunt of anger, she twisted her head to look out the car window. It's precisely because you're also a main sister that I'm saying this to you, White Fox said with a smile. Don't look at him rejecting me again and again. That's because he doesn't trust me yet, and he also knows that I won't give my body to him easily, and that he has to pay a price if he wants to get me. Eyes fluttered in blank Yi Qing, but this man just wants to get high and leave with his pants up. He doesn't want to pay anything. Shinjunyi blushed. This kind of thing could be said openly. Yi Qing laughed. That's because you don't just want money, you also want people. White Fox said with a straight face. Trust is mutual. When I completely trust you, I won't let you go no matter what. Not talking about feelings, only money. As long as you make me hurt. Yi Qing stroked his forehead full of sadness, but it was undeniable that White Fox was smarter than Chen Lu. Coming to this kind of place is all about making money. Talking about feelings really hurts money. The car arrived at DeLong Commercial Building. Yi Qing shouted to stop. White Fox blankly glanced at him, once again looked at Shinjunyi and solemnly said, you can keep him in good hands. Don't be taken advantage of by Chen Lu. That woman is even greedier than you and me combined. Yi Qing pushed open the car door and got out, took out the phone and called Lulu, telling him to go to Dahong Hotel first. He would pick him up later. Shinjunyi followed beside him and walked towards the underground garage, asking while walking, what White Fox said is true. There's truth and lies. Yi Qing collected his cell phone and looked at her with a smile. In the circle of Rueli, White Fox and the Emerald Guild have the same interests. Shinjunyi was surprised. How so? Chen Lu doesn't just represent Tianlu jewelry. She also represents the entire Chaos Han Jadeite merchants. Yi Qing opened the car door. Shinjunyi sat on the co-pilot, and the Bentley drove out of the underground parking plant soundlessly. The purpose of the old Guang businessman is to break Rueli's monopoly on raw stones and continue to open public markets in Jian and other places. But for her, this is not a good thing. Muzi and Sisakeo only has a bridge across the river. The two sides of the interoperability visa easy to come here to gamble on stones and travel to Muzi. The rise of e-commerce has already put the tourism, gambling and finished Jadeite business here in a difficult situation. If we continue to allow Lao Guang to open the public market, the number of tourists here will continue to decrease, and White Fox's business will also be affected. And in this regard, she and the Jadeite Guild's interests are the same. That's why she can help me pitch out alone, but she won't cooperate with Chen Lu against the Jadeite Guild. She is a smart woman. Shinjunyi admired from the bottom of her heart. Yes, otherwise, she's a Mongmong sister who dares to run to Sister Gao Dalong to lend money to loan sharks, and she's still doing a great job. You like her? Shinjunyi suddenly asked. Doing things without delay, simple and straightforward. Such a woman is the best partner. Yi Qing glanced at her. The word like is too heavy. Don't say it easily. You're avoiding my question. Shinjunyi looked at him seriously. No one knows what will happen in the future. Yi Qing also became solemn. Appreciation will also turn into feelings as you get to know each other better. Shinjunyi's nose soured and she almost cried out, turning her head to look out the car window and choked. I'm not qualified to ask this question. Yi Qing aggravated his tone. White Fox understands that men traveling around always have to play games, so she talks about money and not feelings, because feelings are too extravagant. Chapter 50, Your circle is really messy. Shinjunyi wiped away her tears and looked at him fondly. If I just like you. Yi Qing hesitated for a moment. You first figure out one thing. Is it because Master is seriously ill and in a debt crisis, making you feel that I'm your dependence, hence the dependence mentality, or do you genuinely like it? What about you? Shinjunyi asked with tears in her eyes. Even if you and I aren't together, I'm still your destined reliance. There's no need to become lovers. Yi Qing deliberated on his vocabulary. I also don't deny that your beauty attracts me, but doing so would be like taking advantage of someone's danger. Your caution about feelings makes me happy. Shinjunyi broke into a smile. Pearly beautiful, there is no deal between you and I. The reason I let you come to Rueli is because my father fell ill suddenly, and I want you to see him one last time. As for his debt, I have been prepared to bear it all, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to take on this responsibility, which surprised and admired me, and the good feelings started from that time. Yi Ching did not know that most of a woman's love comes from good feelings, not to mention the cruel reality that first crushed Shin Junyi's longing for love, and after meeting a warm man, the frozen heart began to melt and fall. That will have to wait until Master wakes up. What are you running away from? Shin Junyi glared with rounded phoenix eyes and questioned. Not running away, but giving you a little more time to understand me better. Yi Ching solemnly said, I'm not a person who starts and stops, and you're not a woman who can be dispatched with money. Therefore, the relationship between us must be discreet, just like you and Lu Yu. Shin Junyi said curiously. We are because we are too familiar and neither of us is willing to poke through that window paper first. Yi Ching smiled bitterly. What's more, we're all too young. Once we get married, we'll have to have children. Two little brats coaxing a little brat. That scene is just too scary. Ha ha ha. Shin Junyi seemed to see two little hairy men, facing a wailing little hairy man, at their wits' end. But one had to admit that Yi Ching was really not very old. Only 22 years old. In this era where it was normal to get married at 30 years old, it seemed too young. How old is Lu Yu? Shin Junyi was instantly in a soothing mood and asked after him with a smile. 2 months younger than me. Yi Ching shook his head and smiled bitterly. You two are really too young. Shin Junyi pursed her lips and smiled. I thought you would tell her that a man has to establish a career before starting a family. That's being perfunctory. Yi Ching gave her a blank look and said in a bad mood. Some people can be cheated, but some people absolutely cannot be cheated. Lu Yu is the kind that absolutely cannot be cheated. Will you tell Lu Yu that there is another me in Rueli? Shin Junyi looked at him squarely. You think she doesn't know? Yi Ching snorted lightly. In Kyoto Stone Jai, I'm a shirker, and the one in charge of operations is Lu Yu. When Ye Old Five wanted to open a special stone gambling session at the King's Palace Business Club, the first person to consult was her. With that girl's cleverness, Yi Lao Wu does not come up with some real material to do intelligence sharing. Lu Yu is not going to tell him. Shin Junyi, a brain of black lines. Never thought. They have not had their way and already exposed. Worried to ask, then she will not kill to Rueli. No fear. Yi Ching saw her worried, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lu Yu is not quite the same as other women. Valiant and atmospheric. Besides, you and I are just stuck at the point of being friends. We haven't gone overboard with our behavior yet. Women are all petty when it comes to relationships. Shin Junyi was filled with sorrow. Yi Ching gloated. It's still urgent to quit now. Shin Junyi's face sank. Tears overflowed from her eyes again, and she said sadly, You hate me that much? Yi Ching glanced at her hopelessly, a small face crying heartbreakingly. Don't worry, Lu Yu won't look for you to settle the score. She will only make things difficult for me. Really? Shin Junyi was incredulous. Yi Ching nodded his head affirmatively. Shin Junyi suddenly realized that although Lu Yu was young, she was a person in the circle. She knew better than anyone else the truth that men become bad when they have money. This was something that could not be controlled. Trying to be strong and extravagant would only backfire and make men disgusted and stay away. Therefore, it was better for her to block than to sparse, as long as the one who received the license was her. Your circle is so messy. Shin Junyi thought about this point and was in a good mood, wiping off her teardrops without a good mood. This sentence is wrong. Yi Ching gave her a serious look. The people in this circle have all received higher education, coupled with the cultivation of the older generation. They are all refined characters. Look at the gossip on the internet. That one is the real prince. My dad's name is Li Gang, and those who say that are all little people who don't make the grade. Prince of the power sect, Kyoto Yamen. What things can't they handle themselves? And when things come up, they still need to report their old dad's name. What about your fifth brother? Shin Junyi asked in surprise. The one who opens the gambling stone workshop. He himself never gambles on stones. And the one who meets the office is also the same thing. Yi Ching laughed. Don't look at the clubhouse star modeling a whole lot. That's for the rich businessmen and tycoons. They never use it themselves. They think it's dirty. You guys are practicing women. Shin Junyi grumbled in anger. Not really. Yi Ching smiled and shook his head. Fifth Brothers King Palace Business Club is a place for a group of elites to negotiate business. Star models try every possible way to squeeze into this circle because this group of people control the channels. Money. Want to become famous? Naturally, you also need to pay. This society is very realistic. No one will spend money on you for nothing. Listen to your words. Let me 3 views destroyed. Shin Junyi grumbled in anger. Go there, to pick up Lula Wang Liang and buy a car. Shin Junyi, who was in a good mood, wondered, with this Bentley, do you still need to buy a car? It's okay to use the Bentley once in a while, but not frequently. Yi Ching pondered for a while. If I didn't want to sit with Chen Lu, this car would have been thrown in the parking lot of Delong Commercial Building. And in the future, I'm going to go to a bit of a lot of places, And maybe pull some stones or jade. The Bentley won't be enough. You're really going to Tingchong? Shinjunyi was surprised. Definitely can't put eggs in one basket. Must learn to walk on two legs. Yi Ching said with a straight face. White Fox is just one channel I chose, while Boss Chi is another channel. With the two channels going hand in hand, I won't have to worry about them tripping me up. You're worried about White Fox? Shinjunyi was surprised. Didn't you say she is the best business partner? Chapter 51, Slave to Money. Once she finds the opportunity she'll slaughter the fat sheep too. Yi Ching hemmed and hawed. I'd better prepare early. You guys are all too tricky in your minds one by one. Shinjunyi was sincerely convinced. Doing business and fighting a lawsuit are two different things. Fighting a lawsuit to seize the evidence to pursue and fight. Doing business, the word give up must be kept in mind. The time to give up, absolutely do not hesitate. What kind of car do you want to buy? Shinjunyi asked with a smile. Cross country it. It just so happens that I know someone who works at Auto City. Shinjunyi laughed. Haven't you been in Kunming all this time? How come you have connections here too? Yi Ching was surprised. Who doesn't have a few classmates? Shinjunyi gave him a delicate blank look. People don't see each other often, but they have always been in contact. Arriving at the Dahong Hotel, picking up Lulu and Wang Liang, the Bentley quietly merged into the traffic and Chen Lu's lost gaze. The two sat in the back seat. Shinjunyi glanced at Yi Ching and said cautiously, "It's a bit petty for you to do this." Yi Ching said with a straight face, "Marx said that as long as a businessman has 50% profit, it dares to take risks. If the profit reaches 100%, it dares to trample on the laws of the earth. With 300% profit, it dares to commit any crime, even risking hanging. So don't underestimate this woman. She's terrifying when she's mad." As a matter of fact, Chen Lu has been using tactics to try to pull fifth brother and sixth brother into Lao Guang's camp. The silent Lulu opened his golden mouth once in a while. Shinjunyi gave Lulu a surprised look, not expecting that he would see things so clearly. Sighing, "I just feel sorry for her. Although she holds companies worth tens of billions of dollars, she has become a slave to money, and she wants to turn others into her slaves." Yi Ching smiled faintly. "Because of this, I decided to hang her out to dry for a while, so that she understands that not everyone will be defeated by money. You will still work with her in the future." Shinjunyi was shocked. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Yi Ching wrapped his arm around her fragrant shoulders and said deeply, "In case the stone that Master cut down has something to do with the Jadeite Guild, I will need to join forces with her. It's us who dragged you down." Shinjunyi looked at him guiltily. "What silly words. You and I are originally a family." Yi Ching looked at her eyes solemnly. "The word master is not something to be called casually. In the future, don't say such things." "Aha!" Shinjunyi nodded heavily and smiled sweetly. "What kind of car are you going to buy?" Only then did Wang Liang dare to turn back, laughing. "The car is a man's little wife. Not casually, must buy a good, in line with the identity of the little master, but also once and for all, reduce the time of break-in, and even avoid the trouble brought by the garbage car. Just now, the Hummer we saw is good. More than $1 million. It's not too expensive. Hummer is too tough. Not suitable for Yi Ching," Shinjunyi solemnly said. "Anyway, Lulu is here, and little master doesn't drive." Wang Liang hemmed and hawed and looked at Lulu. "What car do you say to buy?" "Land Rover." Lulu directly parked the Bentley in front of the Land Rover Forest store and turned his head to look at Yi Ching. "This car is big enough and safe." "Listen to you." Yi Ching agreed cheerfully. The four of them got off at the entrance of the Land Rover store, and there was a welcoming lady who had already greeted them. Entering the store, Shinjunyi took a fancy to a Land Rover. "How about this one?" Yi Ching looked at it. The modeling was luxurious, a bit like business. Shinjunyi laughed. "This car's price tag isn't expensive. It's only over $700,000. Indeed not expensive." Yi Ching smiled. Shinjunyi was looking at a cherry Jaguar Land Rover Evoque, but Luli's target. "I'm afraid it was imported. This gentleman is really discerning." The beautiful sales clerk wearing a red trimman, seeing that Yi Ching was the buyer, immediately increased her recommendation and her voice became gentle. The Range Rover Evoque continues Land Rover's most avant-garde design language, with the exquisite combination of tear-eye headlights and running turn signals blending in with the air intake grille and bumper. The new model comes standard with hidden door handles, which blend with the rising waistline on the side to give the sidelines a smoother look, and flared 20-inch diamond-cut wheels. The powertrain is a 1.8-liter turbocharged gasoline engine with a power output of 170 horsepower. The beautiful salesman sold her recommendation, but Shinjunyi didn't give face at all. "Not bad. You have strong expertise, but unfortunately, you can't give us the biggest discount. Call your manager Wang here." "You know our manager Wang." The beautiful salesman looked at Shinjunyi. Seeing her nodding slightly, she bowed and said, "Okay, please wait." "So it's Junyi's schoolmate. Came to sister's territory. Why don't you know to make a phone call? This could buy for several years." finally gave up coming to see sister. A beautiful woman wearing a small black suit walked over quickly, opened her arms from a distance, and gave Shinjunyi a big hug. Looking at the four majestic peaks colliding and squeezing each other in a miserable manner, Yi Qing blushed, only to hear Shinjunyi bad joke. Sister Wangli, this body is getting better and better. Is not brother-in-law moisturized? Bah! Where did the brother-in-law come from? Now sis is single by strength. Wangli pretended to be annoyed and pushed her away, but her eyes swept Yi Qing's trio without leaving any traces, and immediately returned the color. Rather, it's our family Junyi that's getting prettier and prettier, and I don't know which family's teenager picked you as a flower. As she spoke, Wangli lightly turned around and looked at the trio with a smile on her face. We really came to buy a car. Shinjunyi laughed. Wangli finally got serious. You're a lawyer. Just drive a sedan. What off-road play? Shinjunyi contained a smile and pointed at Yi Qing. This is the buyer. Wangli was a bit surprised. She really didn't see that Yi Qing and the others could afford a Land Rover Evoque. The top of this car had been a small million. Anyone who bought this kind of car, which one wasn't dressed in a suit? A rich kid. Shinjunyi also knew that Wang Li's professional habit, but she didn't say anything about it. On the contrary, she also wanted Yi Qing to get less attention from women, especially Wang Li's kind of woman who was looking around for a golden son-in-law. But Wang Li's eyesight, indeed, is not Shinjunyi comparable. A careful survey found that Yi Qing wore casual wear, although not brand name, but fine workmanship is extremely well-fitting, obviously a master's handiwork, and Yi Qing casually to that station. On the permeability of a different temperament, this is not a thug can pretend out, and hastily laughed. This is Junyi's boyfriend. Right, this little ninny is really petty. All refused to introduce, but also afraid that I robbed your boyfriend. You're used to seeing big tycoons in Delong. You still need to rob your boyfriend from me, Shinjunyi said half-heartedly. Wang Li contemptuous skimming, are a group of rotten gambling ghosts, today's fortune of hundreds of millions, tomorrow rooftop jumping. Sis do not want to enjoy life before becoming a widow. Have not yet asked this gentleman your name. Chapter 52 Customized Premium Edition Range Rover SV Coupe. Exempt from noble surname Yi Qing. Yi Qing smiled and shook her small hand that reached out. Wang Li looked at Shinjunyi with a smiling face. Good eye. Brother-in-law picked a good one. Courteous, a little bit of the temperament of the children of the world. Yi Qing let go of his hand and smiled coyly. Sister Wang Li compliments. Is this Evoque still satisfactory? Wang Li made sure it was a car purchase and asked with a smiling face. Yi Qing twisted his head to look at Lulu, who shook his head. The horsepower is a bit smaller. Wang Li was taken aback. This car runs in the city. The horsepower is not small. We're going to run mountains and cross-country. Yi Qing smiled and explained. Is there an imported Range Rover? There is. Wang Li turned her bright eyes and glanced at Shinjunyi, wanting to help her test Yi Qing's family. However, it's a national limited edition, only supplying a total of 999 units in the country. Customized Premium Edition. After arriving at the store, it's used as a show car to solicit customers. It's a little expensive. Sister Wang is bullying me for being young. Yi Qing hemmed and hawed. Can you take a look? Wang Li looked at Yi Qing with surprise, and said out of breath, really want to see? Don't be angry. Sis is just playing a small joke with you. She knew that Shinjunyi was working as a lawyer in Kunming, and although she earned $1 or $2 million a year, after buying a house, she had very little left in her savings over the years. Yi Qing looked to be in his mid-20s, and it was really impossible to afford this customized version at this age. Yi Qing was also the main person with a delicate mind, knowing that she was worried that it was Shinjunyi who bought the car for herself, and laughed. It's not Junyi's sister buying it for me. It's me spending my own money, and it really doesn't take offense. It's useful. Wang Li was skeptical and led the group towards a luxury Land Rover. This Land Rover full name Range Rover SV Coupe. The front compared to the 5-door version of the model more than a circle of silver decorative strip. The Range Rover logo on the hood and rear of the car, handcrafted in Birmingham's Jewelers Corner, is the ultimate in luxury. The sides of the car feature silver-colored, single-bar vents and frameless doors with electric suction. The interior of the car sets the tone with wood grain trim, complemented by a two-tone color scheme of white dumplings. The windows are frameless glass, and the in-car audio system is from Britannia. In addition, the seats are more than 10-way adjustable with massage function. For buttons on the periphery of the rotary slide knob, there is an LED light display, and with the 4-wheel drive system, there are more than 4 driving modes to choose from. Power is a 5.0-liter V8 mechanically supercharged petrol engine with a maximum power output of 400 streams of consciousness kW. Maximum speed of 265 km per hour. Accelerating at 100 km in only about 5 seconds. After hearing Wang Li's introduction, even Shinjunyi felt that it was a bit extravagant. Looking at Yi Qing in surprise, you won't really use this car to pull rocks. Even the best cars carry people. Besides, this has nothing to do with luxury. The point is safety. Yi Ching laughed and turned his head to Lulu, who came down from the car. How about it? Add solid bumpers in the front, hooligan hooks in the back, and if you load rocks, it's best to put a safe inside the trunk. Add a set of the latest streaming car recorder inside the cab. Lulu spoke very briefly. More so, Wang Li couldn't figure out who was actually buying the car. Moreover, it's not impossible to add on like this, but it pulls down the style of this car. And once she heard that she wants to install a stone, she was surprised and said, "What kind of stone is worth putting in the safe?" Yi Ching smiled coyly. "Sorry, Sister Wang Li, I'm what you call a lousy gambler." Wang Li immediately looked embarrassed, dryly smiling. "Sorry, Mr. Yi, I was joking just now. It's okay, in our line of work, it's supposed to be one cut to heaven and one cut to hell." Yi Ching instead laughed, not thinking, however, Sister Wang Li's concern for Junyi is true. Wang Li glanced at Shin Junyi and gritted her teeth, to say something that shouldn't be said. "I've been in Delong for many years, and every year I've seen a lot of people walk in with the mentality of getting rich overnight. But the ones who can make away with their wealth from here are just a handful of people. Most people lose their money. Since Mr. Yi knows the risks of this business, why, as a matter of fact, I am nature's porter, specializing in selling stones." Yi Ching laughed. Gambling on stones is nothing more than a little fun. Only then did Wang Li have more than a hint of a smile. A small gamble is a good thing. It's me who's overthinking it. Calling Mr. Yi is too formal. It's better to call me Yi Ching. Yi Ching laughed. I'm really happy that Junyi has such a good sister. Good, then I won't be polite. Are you sure you want this car? Wang Li still couldn't believe it. Yi Ching nodded. Money is not a problem, but it needs to be the fastest because tomorrow I'm going to Tingshong to purchase raw stones. Wang Li pondered a little. The modification will take time, but I can find a few more mechanics to work overtime. As for the cost, this Range Rover you want, even though the public selling price is $3,800,000, you need to raise the price to pick up the car. Since it's my schoolmate's boyfriend and within my purview, this amount will be waived. However, I can't do anything about the cost of the markup and the 10% purchase tax, license, insurance, etc. Looking at Yi Ching nodding, Wang Li smiled and asked, I don't know if it's a loan or full payment. Yi Ching glanced at Lulu. Lulu directly took out his bank card from his handbag. So Yi Ching still has a butler with him. As soon as Wang Li heard full payment, in her heart, she upgraded Yi Ching's client level by another grade. The butler, the bodyguard was not lacking in any of them. It looked like Shin Junyi had really caught a golden son-in-law. This is my brother. Following around, helping with some miscellaneous things. Yi Ching smiled humbly. He'll be driving this car from now on, so he's more on board. Wang Li smiled. Money is good. The show car immediately went into the workshop for modification. Lulu also signed a large number of contracts, delivered 5,300,000, which is still Wang Li gave exempted 300,000 markup purchase fee. He and Wang Liang went directly to the workshop to oversee the modifications, but it would take at least 6 or 7 hours for the modifications to be completed. Yi Ching didn't intend to wait here, especially when Wang Li looked at himself, always with a scrutinizing look, as if his sister-in-law was looking at her brother-in-law, making him uncomfortable. Shin Junyi looked at Yi Ching fidgeting and was too embarrassed to say goodbye. She smiled and pulled his hand. Looking at Wang Li, the day after tomorrow we'll go back to Delong. Then we'll invite Sister Wang for dinner. There's still a small matter today, so I'll take my leave first. Wang Li glared at her angrily. I'm not just admiring my brother-in-law. You're about to leave. Heartless little ninny. You're really afraid that I'll steal my brother-in-law. Chapter 53, Kyoto Chivalrous Lady. Shin Junyi giggled lightly. That depends on the skill. Holding Yi Ching's hand, she walked towards the main door and got into the Bentley. So this is the car he drives. Wang Li looked at the large Bentley worth $10 million. Her heart was even more envious and jealous. Shin Junyi swept a glance at Yi Ching, who was focused on driving out of the corner of her eye, and teased, Is Wang Li pretty? Don't ask these shadowless things. Yi Ching slanted her a glance. Go to the villa first and get your luggage. Don't change the topic. Just now Wang Li looked at you as if she wanted to eat you. Shin Junyi laughed softly. I've never seen her look like that before. There are so many beautiful women in the world. Do I hug them all back? Yi Ching didn't have the good sense to say. As he spoke, the phone rang. Little boy before marriage. Auntie after marriage. The dangling lyrics made Shin Junyi paralyzed in her seat with laughter. Coming up for air and saying, Can you change the ringtone? Isn't this a reflection of you women? Yi Ching swept a glance at the cell phone and made a gesture of silence as a thief. The screen lit up and a stunning beauty appeared. A snow-white jade-like melon face. Curved willow leaf eyebrows. The corners of the eyes to hide the show. Agar nose. Cherry lips skimmed out the curved moon-like arc. Upper body a lapel small vest. Bundle slender waist. Is a high-waisted white bottom blue flower pants skirt. Inverted daffodil-like scattered at the foot. Just like the ancient teenage chivalry, that is called a valiant. With her right hand holding the reins of her horse, a tall and divine date red horse was nibbling on the grass by her side, and the rolling green hills behind her could be seen vaguely. The picture was picturesque and beautiful. Shinjuni peeked her eyes and saw it, this astonishing envy in her heart. This woman was too beautiful to be on earth. Cold River Lone Shadow. Jianghu old man, a farewell 2 days can be well, Yi Qing said in a serious manner. You have one hand on the steering wheel, one hand on the cell phone. Do you want to touch the police, or go to the ghost gate? Lu Yu's cherry lips skimmed and said with a smile, don't you wish me some good? I am wishing for sixth brother to be good. Lu Yu mournfully let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, the wolf left Kyoto has lost its constraints. If you catch back a fishet, little sister will also recognize. In case the catch is a dead rat to get a bacteria back, little sister will not be polite. Will your stone fast to my name, so that you clean up and get out? Che, little master Kyoto, is the kind of person who is hungry for food. Yi Qing sheepishly glanced at the side, the silent Shinjuni, knowing that sixth brother is clean. However, you first give the phone to that woman next to you. Lu Yu had a frosty face, and said in a conspiratorial manner, who is this flowery face? Why don't you learn to be good? This big night is still with sixth brother. Are you looking for a hotel or playing car sex? Auntie, shouldn't you be jet lagged? I'm here during the day. It's dark because it's cloudy and about to rain. Yi Qing put his heart on the line and handed his cell phone to Shinjuni. I'm 800 kilometers away from you, forgetting that the sun and moon are different days. Lu Yu snorted. Honestly, who is that and why is he with you? Shinjuni held up her cell phone and shone it at his face, not even daring to look at it herself, rather like a mouse afraid of a cat. Shinjuni, my master's daughter. Lu Yu shocked and rounded a pair of phoenix eyes. Your treacherous and mean master can also give birth to such a beautiful daughter. Pay attention to the quality. There's no cursing your father in front of your daughter. Lu Yu disdainfully bristled. I'm just being honest. How is your master's health? Sudden cerebral hemorrhage. But the doctor said it's not a big problem. Yi Qing drove while looking at his cell phone screen. Drive properly. Don't look at me with slanted eyes. Let me see your weak heart. Disgusting. Lu Yu's nose wrinkled and she snorted lightly. Her words changed. Do you want me to ask Grandpa Huang to go there? No need. Yi Qing solemnly said. The doctor said that he was sent to the hospital in time. The bruises are well absorbed, and recovery is just a matter of time. Then I'm relieved. Lu Yu smiled playfully. Fifth brother asked me to ask you how the arrangements are going. I knew you were at the King's Palace Club. You dared to turn over a new leaf when I wasn't in Kyoto. Who are you to be so in charge of me? Lu Yu smiled disdainfully. If you want me to be obedient, fine. Come back and buy 999 roses, a ring, and ask me to marry you in front of the public. Yi Qing was shocked. You can't be in such a hurry. Lu Yu stomped her feet in anger. If I'm not in a hurry, my lair will be occupied. What am I? How can you say that you are also a Kyoto chivalrous woman? You don't have so little confidence in yourself. Yi Qing despised and bristled. Besides, I came to Ruweli to do something, not to pick up girls. Talking about feelings in a place like this really hurts money. Lu Yu snorted and laughed, still worried about that extreme widow compelling fifth brother. In fact, you can rest assured. Not to mention fifth brother does not agree. Even if she agrees, she will not want to have her way. Come to the King's Palace Business Club, non-rich that is, and have investment vision. High-grade jade prices doubled over the years. The trend is becoming more and more obvious. And come here to bet on the stone is a stimulus, not for overnight wealth. She looked at this circle with the eyes of the businessman is very wrong. Think about it. What kind of price does she need to pay to be able to buy away from these masters who don't have bad money to personally gamble on jadeite bright material? Once Yi Qing heard that this was the case, he gave her an approving look. It's not bad to be a senior student of Tsinghua, calculating this shrewdly. That is. Lu Yu smiled condescendingly with her hands in the air. Moreover, today, fifth brother brought a group of tycoons and came to our store to seek excitement. As a result, there is not much open window material left in the warehouse, and everyone is having a good time, just complaining that there is no high emerald cut out. Tomorrow I'll go to Tingchong and see if I can trip a way out. Yi Qing laughed. It won't affect the sales in the store. Today's sales were 24 million. Gross profit 20 million. Separating the Stone Lounge from the upscale gambling place is really lucrative. Lu Yu said happily. This amount not only startled Yi Qing, even Shinjunyi shivered. $4 million of principal, $20 million of profit, or 1 day's revenue. This was more exciting than robbing money. If the grade of the raw stone is raised by a notch, even if it's held once a month, the sales would be horrifying. Lu Yu said with a smiling face. Actually slaughtering these big fat sheep is much faster than slaughtering those tourists in Panjiayuan to make money. Alright then, I agree with this plan. Yi Qing nodded crisply. It's fine. Hang up. How dare you? Willow Moon came out of her left hand hidden behind her back, a form of ancient and peculiarly shaped silver bracelet, hanging on the goat-fat jade-like graceful wrist. Yi Qing was taken aback. How do you wear your grandmother's bracelet? Today after work, I went to Nanshan with fifth brother. Grandma asked me, did Xiao Lu propose to you? I told her that 15 years ago at Shangshan Mountain to see the red leaves, in front of the two grandfathers. I asked, and I said yes that year, but now sixth brother turned his back. Grandmother was furious. Said her old man to me, wait for you to come back, dare not keep the promise to break the legs, and gave me this old leaf family heirloom. Chapter 54, The Unpredictable Path of Money. Lu Yu smiled like a spring flower, bright and colorful. You're being secretive. Yi Qing was all raw and decisive. Hang up, Sister Shun, don't listen to him, point the camera at yourself. Let me see what kind of junior can make sixth brother move. Lu Yu shouted loudly. Shin Junyi couldn't hide, couldn't avoid, gritted her teeth and flipped her cell phone over with an awkward smile. Lu Yu, I'm Shin Junyi. Lu Yu carefully looked twice. Heavenly beauty billet, smiled and nodded. Not bad. Sixth brother's vision is not bad. Sister Shun, you yourself are a junior, but you have to guard against junior 4 and 5. Don't let sixth brother lead a reinforced platoon back and can't favor you even once a month. You can't even find a grave when you cry. Shin Junyi blushed like she was dripping blood and stammered. Sister Lu Yu, Yi Qing and I are innocent. Explaining is the same as covering up. All living in the same room, can be innocent there. Lu Yu coldly snorted in a domineering manner. I recognize that you are a mistress, but you also have to do your part. Those foxes, demons, you can just fight it out. Not any contraption can enter the door of the Yi family. Okay, what should be said has been said. Hang up. The cell phone screen flashed. Lu Yu's image disappeared. Shin Junyi froze like a wooden chicken, arduously turned her face to Yi Qing, palpitating with fear. What does Lu Yu mean by this? Admitting that I am a junior. This is the Kyoto big girl. Think clear, carry clear. Do things always out of your expectation? Yi Qing let out a lament. She gave you an identity, and you became her eyes and ears. Don't worry, she won't give you a hard time. However, I'll have a hard time making money. How is the future unpredictable? Shin Junyi said worriedly. I'm talking about money. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. This is taking the old lady's decree to take over my stone lodge. Shin Junyi then understood and snorted. Sure enough, it's the same as what your cell phone ringtone sings. Little good boy before marriage, auntie after marriage. Yi Qing was suddenly dumbfounded. That's not the point. What is the point? Shin Junyi was also made nervous by his sudden sentence. Yi Qing alerted. Lu Yu's left hand is behind her back and her right hand is holding the horse. Who helped her with the cell phone? One Palace Business Club. Ye old 5 Yi Huan, with a sad face, watched the date red horse, nibbling on the well-cared-for lawn of the golf course. The setting sunlight gave a layer of golden light to the beauty who walked in style, just like a fairy. But the beautiful little face was filled with anger. Fifth brother, I've already said all the words according to your explanation, but now if you don't give me a statement, I'll send you to the hospital. Lu Yu cupped her right fist with her left hand, her bones making a crunching sound. Yi Huan knew very well that this girl looked slender and soft. A gust of wind could blow her away, but in reality, she was an expert in fighting. Forced to smile and said, Lu Yu, don't be enmity. If it wasn't for the fact that I stole grandma's bracelet, the two of you wouldn't be able to poke through the window paper in your entire life. I did poke through this layer of window paper, but I also found a mistress for sixth brother. Lu Yu was annoyed and said, I haven't even entered your Yi family's door yet, and I've been wronged so much. As she spoke, her silver teeth clenched while her teardrops flowed down. Yi Huan was secretly glad that this girl kept her senses and didn't make a move, and sighed. Lu Yu, do you know, why did you and Xiao Lu come to this point? Why? Lu Yu couldn't figure it out either. I'm 6 whole years older than the two of you. I remember it clearly. Yi Huan laughed. Back then, when my mom gave birth to Xiao Lu, her body was weak. After Xiao Lu was born, she squeezed in her aunt's arms and grabbed milk from you. After you grew up, you went to kindergarten together, elementary school, middle school and high school together. In the end, Xiao Lu failed the exams, and you got into Tsinghua University, and that's how you separated for a period of time. You even know how many nevas on each other's body. Familiar cannot be unfamiliar. Although you have grown up, more and more beautiful, the body strip is also getting better and better. Say is the national color beauty absolute is not an exaggeration, but Xiao Lu has already lost his curiosity about you, so you can't even find a lover kind of feeling between you. It's true that you are a butterfly on the shoulder of a beautiful woman. You can also say such rogue words. Lu Yu's beautiful eyes contained tears, but she blushed in shame. Yi Huan looked at her contemptuously. You're also someone who went to college. Don't you understand that a boy's longing for a girl starts from being curious about the body? Don't talk nonsense. Go on. Lu Yu knew that she absolutely could not discuss this issue with a playboy like Yi Huan. Xiao Lu has always been excellent in his studies, and the two of you also agreed to meet at Qinghua Park. But do you know, why did Xiao Lu fail in the college entrance exams? And what did he do during the 4 years apart? Lu Yu said blankly, isn't it just a stone lent? Merely a stone lent. A mysterious smile surfaced on Yi Huan's face. Fifth brother, itchy skin, right? How dare you sell secrets? Lu Yu had already been attracted by his analysis, and was also curious about what he had done during the years he had not been by Yi Qing's side. Yi Huan turned around, looked at the square 50,000 square meters, beautiful manner, and drew a big circle. This is what he did at the age of 15, and together with me, we struck a mountain worth $10 billion. Lu Yu was shocked. What? Sixth brother with you? I pride myself on being too smart, but I'm still so far behind compared to little six. Yi Huan frowned, plunged into memories. This matter is still from his first year of high school. Picking up leaks in Panjiayuan, bought a handwritten copy of The Dream of Red Mansions in penmanship. When we wandered Panjiayuan together, in a stall selling calligraphy and painting, he found a manuscript of The Dream of the Red Chamber written in pen. We all laughed at him, even if the forgery of Chao Shuachen's manuscript, but also have to use xuanji, brush lettering, a fountain pen writing manuscript. A look is fake, but Xiaolu looked at a few eyes, spent $100 to buy it, but also mysteriously do not let others see. Later on it was this King's Palace Business Club. A smug smile surfaced on Yi Huan's face. This place was originally a princeling brother, who spent $10 billion in 5 years to build a tourist and leisure resort, and as a result, after opening because of poor operation, it lost money year after year, and that's why he got up the idea of intending to transfer it. I don't know how this news was little six no. Compel me to disk it down. As you know, I started out as a seller of approvals, and it would have been nice to take out $1 billion for this piece of fat meat that I simply couldn't eat. But Xiaolu dragged me to invite this prince brother to dinner, cut the price to $7.5 billion, and agreed that I first put out $1 billion of the deposit, the rest of the 1-year period, with interest a piece of payment, and agreed, if the due date cannot pay the final payment, the manor unconditionally recovered prince brother. But there is a precondition. Prince brother must first transfer the property rights to my name. Chapter 55, The Royal Palace Clubhouse. And then, Lu Yu was already listening mesmerized. The property rights came to hand. Xiao Lu asked me to immediately ask the bank to do an asset evaluation and take out a loan of $6 billion. He smiled and took out a handwritten copy of The Dream of Red Mansions. Only then did I realize that it wasn't a dream of red mansions at all, but a Qing Palace imperial chef, who wrote the secret book of Jia's dishes based on The Dream of Red Mansions. Yi Huan's face also revealed a look of admiration. I hired a few high-level chefs and researched for more than a month, finally allowing these legendary dishes to be released. After launching them, they immediately exploded in the capital, to the point where it was hard to find a table. The guests waiting to turn the tables every day can be lined up in the thousands, and in just half a year, I made $500 million. Lu Yu was shocked and asked, and then later, Xiao Lu suspected that opening a restaurant was slow to make money, so he came up with the idea to change this place into a high-class club. A smile appeared on Yi Huan's face. 5 types of cards were made: Supreme Card, Crystal Card, Gold Card, Silver Card and Bronze Card. Xiao Lu and I gave the Supreme Card and Crystal Card to the bigwigs who hold key departments, and everything is free for eating, drinking and playing here. The Bronze Card has an annual fee of $1 million, the Silver Card has an annual fee of $10 million, and the Gold Card has an annual fee of $50 million, which is deducted from consumption. It's equivalent to me collecting money before selling goods, but these cards have restrictions and can only go to specific areas. Therefore, the merchants and businessmen who come here to eat can only choose to upgrade their cards in order to get close to these bigwigs and seek a chance to get rich. Lu Yu also revealed an admiring smile. Empty gloves and white wolf. 2 brothers are good tactics. That's right, in just half a year, I sold $1 billion in cards alone, and at the end of the year, after transferring the final payment to Brother Prince, I still have $1 billion of liquidity. I used these $1 billion to pay a portion of the bank's loan and interest, and then continued to use the clubhouse as collateral to change the loan amount. The loan has been paid off this year, and this King's Palace clubhouse already completely belongs to our Yi family, but the value of the land here has tripled. Stone Shy was also gotten back by 6th brother using this tactic. That's right. Yi Huan nodded affirmatively. Lu Yu was annoyed again after hearing this. But what does it have to do with me after you've said so much? You're really the same as Xiao Lu, smashing pots after eating. Yi Huan hemmed and hawed, pointing at the golf course, playing rich businessmen, celebrity models, smilingly asked, see what I mean? Shameless, but none of them have thrown away their wives and children to fight divorce. Yi Huan held back his laughter, because they all know clearly that these stars, models, And beautiful women are nothing but slippers in the bathtub. Wear them and forget about them. No one will bring them home. But those gentlemen who are serious and don't look away, once they get into the trap, they will leave their wives and children behind. Lu Yu snorted coldly. Yi Huan hurriedly explained. You graduated from college and resented the low wages given by other companies. Xiao Lu found you right away. $1 million a year and 20% dividends from Stone Zai to invite you to join. But he is willing to spend money on you. Care does not mean that he will you as a woman. He is treating you as a brother who shares wealth and fortune. You are also treated as a little seven in our Yi family. How could you possibly hit a spark of passion? Lu Yu aggravated. But you can't ask me to help him find a mistress either. Still don't get it. Say, it's actually very simple. Yi Huan smiled bitterly. Xiao Lu's biggest dream is to walk the world with a sword. He's as wild as a wolf inside. The four seas and hunting the world. That's what a wolf is. You can't control it at all. The only way to get this wolf to listen to you is to let him go to the proud mountains and fields and come back naturally when he's had enough. But the problem you have now is that the prey he met is not a star model who can be dispatched with money. Rather, it's an innocent woman with whom he has a great relationship. Once he's hooked, he'll go further and further away and never look back. It is imperative to draw a small circle for him first, in which there are several women though. But you are the most beautiful, the kindest, the most understanding, and the most important one in his life. And Xiao Lu is the most filial. If you wear this silver bracelet of grandma's, it means that grandma has promised you to be her grandson-in-law. Will Xiao Lu still dare to blow up the thorns? Then it's still me at a disadvantage. Lu Yu's voice lowered as tears were about to fall again. If you don't want to end this relationship, you have to accept this cruel reality. Yi Huan smiled bitterly. Moreover, you also know that it's like this in the circle. That Prince Yamen doesn't have a few women around him. Outside the colorful flag is flying, but the red flag at home is not falling. Xiao Qi, this requires great wisdom. Crooked theory. Although Lu Yu disdained it, she also had to accept Yi Huan's argument. Rolled onto her horse, whipped her horse and left. Hey, return the bracelet to me. I have to send it back at night. If grandma finds out that I stole the bracelet, my legs will be broken by grandpa. Lu Yu waved her hand in a dashing manner. I'll keep the bracelet. You go and explain it to grandma yourself. If I'm not satisfied with the outcome of the treatment, fifth brother, you'll break not just 2 legs, but the bones of your whole body. Yi Huan wanted to cry without tears. Now he finally realized his own stupidity. Stupid enough to seek skin with a woman, and still a tigress in human skin. Curbing the hillside, eyeing the setting sun, Lu Yu couldn't help but burst into tears. Sixth brother, I'm really not such a generous woman. In order to love you, the heart is broken. Yi Qing drove to the villa to pick up Shinjuni's luggage. Back to the hotel, Shinjuni first went to the washroom. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, frowning in deep thought. I don't know how long it took. Shinjuni, wearing a small white halter top and white fitted shorts, rubbing her hair with a dry towel, walked out and glanced at Yi Qing. Ever since you received Lu Yu's call, you've been unhappy. What are you thinking about? Yi Qing glanced at her and hesitantly said, I was thinking, when a little girl makes a decision like this, how much her heart hurts. Shinjuni alertly said, it's not easy for me to cultivate myself. You won't want to push me out again. What are you thinking? Yi Qing smiled bitterly, holding her slender waist, and mocked himself. As a matter of fact, I've always treated Lu Yu as a brother. She hinted at me a few times, but I was too familiar to lay my hands on her as an excuse. But today I realized that her feelings for me have reached a level where she can withstand heartbreak. So I feel guilty. Shinjuni's eyes turned. As a woman, I know how much her heart hurts, but it's also come to the point where she made the decision to poke through this layer of window paper. And you and she have been brothers for the rest of our lives. That's why she made this determination to declare her love for you in such a cruel way. And as it turns out, she succeeded. Success. Yi Qing was surprised. Yes. Shinjuni threw down the towel and wrapped her arms around his neck, pampering him. At least it let you know how much weight she has in your heart. Think about it yourself. No matter how much I showed my love for you, I always shrugged it off. Much less seriously thought about your future with me. It's my fault. Yi Qing said guiltily. It's not that you're bad, but you're too good. Shinjuni smiled sweetly, like a flower blooming. Until now, I wasn't sure what kind of person you are. Chapter 56. What's done is done. Good or bad? Yi Qing twisted his head and asked with a smile. Shinjuni leaned her body against him. Don't blame sis for being too realistic. This is all forced by society. After experiencing this incident with my father, I truly understand that the one thing that can be relied on in this world is a man who will never abandon you. Yi Qing was dumbfounded, but in White Fox's eyes, the most dependable thing is money. That's because she knows very well that she can't live without money. Shinjuni laughed and pushed him. Go take a shower first. After cutting stones all afternoon, your body is dirty. Yi Qing stood up. His eyes couldn't help but glance down, and said with a bad smile, Sister Junyi, next time don't wear white shorts after bathing. Without waiting for Shinjunyi to react, she directly scurried into the bathroom. Shinjunyi slightly lowered her head, glanced at her own white shorts, tightly wrapped around her body. The wonderful contours under the single thin piece of cloth were vaguely visible, and her pretty face instantly reddened. Eyes quite sharp, but unfortunately too timid. Do not know that sister is wearing it for you to see. Slipping on a white ultra-short skirt, she picked up the phone to order food, and purposely asked for a bottle of red wine. Tonight she did not intend to let Yi Qing go out again. Got Lu Yu's approval. Yi Qing also unraveled the knot in his heart, and then do not cook the raw rice. Do not wait until the monkey years and months ah. When Yi Qing came out of the bathroom, he saw the coffee table with 2 steak salads, an open bottle of Bordeaux, and a goblet half filled with red wine. Shinjunyi was lying on the sofa in an extremely lazy position, her curves falling and undulating, extremely seductive, holding the goblet in one hand, gently shaking the reddish wine. Sister Junyi, what are you? Yi Qing hesitantly said. Sister is acting under orders to supervise whether you are self-disciplined. Little Buddha Lu, you won't even give this benefit. Shinjunyi's eyes flowed like water. I am very self-disciplined, Yi Qing first affirmed. But you're a supervisor. Sister is a mistress and is still afraid of being a thief. Shinjunyi despised and blankly glanced at him. With elder sister, it's better for the 5th girl to be laid off directly. Otherwise, elder sister will tell Lu Yu that you are using the 5th girl when you want her. You're so filthy. Yi Qing had a helpless face. Shinjunyi also completely let go, stood up from the sofa, a tiger pounce, directly hung on Yi Qing, wailed, Sister married you, the bride of the wedding night is not me, and then do not pull a head start, this life will be a big loss. Lulu and Wang Liang, in the Land Rover 4S store, supervised the work to 12 o'clock, which drove the Range Rover back. The two did not disturb the two, directly back to the room to rest. The next morning, Yi youthful wind fluttering out of the door, Shinjunyi walking but a little unnatural, well disguised clever, who did not see out. 4 people ate breakfast, directly drive on the road, 7-seat Land Rover back seat wide, Shinjunyi lying in the back to catch up on sleep. The car went straight to the highway exit. Lulu alertly glanced at the rearview mirror. There's a car following us. Yi Qing also saw it from the small streaming window. It's Wang Bo's red Ferrari. Taking out his phone, he directly dialed Boss Chi and told him to go directly to Tingchong and send the location when he arrived at the place. 6th brother, get rid of them, or, Lulu asked in a cold voice. Yi Qing heatedly smiled. Originally, I was thinking that I could spare people, but there really are ghosts who are not afraid of death. Since that's the case, let's take them to gamble on stones. As for whether it's a slash to riches or a rooftop queue, it's up to the luck of the 2 boys. Yi Qing dialed White Fox's phone and informed her to meet up at the highway intersection. Lulu stopped the car. Yi Qing waited for the car door to open, directly walked over and knocked on the Ferrari parked behind the Range Rover. Wang Bo wanted to turn the car around and leave, not to meet with this bogeyman, but it was because Zhao Delong had given strict orders that he absolutely couldn't let Yi Qing sell the high-grade jadeite to Chenlu. Now go is not the way. It is better to say hello, see what Yi Qing to do, and then make plans. Zhao Biao Yi Qing, eyes are red, 200 million huge losses, to the hands of a broken jade, the heart of a mouthful of bad gas, how can not swallow? Wang Bo got off the car, fixed his mind, smilingly stretched out his hands. Mr. Yi, really coincidental, surprisingly met at the highway intersection. Yeah, really coincidental. Yi Qing was amused in his heart and shook his hand as well, glancing at the side where he stood. Concerned, how is Vice President Zhao's body? Is it alright? Zhao Biao's face instantly darkened. He coldly grunted and didn't say anything. Yi Qing smiled and explained. When I first arrived in Delong, I fought with White Fox a few times because of the lack of offerings. Seeing that this Mong Mong sister has a clear brow and is good at talking, but I didn't expect her to be ruthless and this rampant and overbearing. A few words made Vice President Zhao spit out 3 feet of blood in anger. But to be honest, Vice President Zhao actually put up with a Burmese sister like this. His broad-mindedness and temperament is truly admirable. Zhao Biao was shivering with anger, clenching his fists, wanting to have a fit, but then he steeply saw that an old Toyota sped up, stopping next to the Ferrari with a crunch. White Fox jumped down with a smile. I brought $20 million. Is that enough? Main sister has nothing else, just more money. Yi Qing flirted in his serious manner. White Fox didn't care about his flirting, turned his head and looked at Zhao Biao. Wang Bo, what are these 2 things doing here? Wang Bo couldn't afford to mess with White Fox and hurriedly explained. Just a coincidence. Yi Qing laughed. Yeah, I was waiting for you at the highway exit, but I didn't expect to meet Counselor Wang and Mr. Zhao. White Fox understood and gave him a blank look. Get in the car, let's go. Don't bother with them, take mine. Yi Qing laughed and pointed at the Range Rover. If you go to Tinchong with this car, it won't fall apart. You bought a car. White Fox was shocked and circled around the Range Rover, enviously saying, how much? $5,800,000. It's not that expensive. Yi Ching laughed. White Fox scared enviously. It's not expensive. Yesterday you earned $1 billion. Buying a car only cost $5,800,000. Yi Ching glanced at Zhao Biao, who was grimacing. I still have to thank Vice President Zhao for his generosity. Wang Bo managed to find a chance to speak. Mr. Yi is going to Tingchong. Good raw stones are hard to find. Go to Tingchong and try your luck. Yi Ching narrowed his eyes and smiled as he asked, I wonder where Counselor Wang and Mr. Zhao are going. Wang Bo looked at the Range Rover with a complicated expression. The black lamination. It was impossible to see who else was inside, and gritted his teeth. Duke Zhao and I are also going to Tingchong, to talk about a little business. What business? It won't be. Yi Ching's voice is getting lower and lower. Chapter 57, Spreading Bait Slowly Fishing. Wang Bo froze, then looked around and lowered his voice. Mr. Yi, we are regular businessmen. We don't do illegal things. Not doing illegal things? Yi Ching almost wanted to give him a fist in the face. Looking at him like this, doing illegal things. Tingchong is the biggest wholesale place for raw stones. Counselor Wang and Mr. Zhao, they wouldn't be hiding from Vice President Zhao to go to gamble on stones. Gambling on stones. Zhao Biao froze. His family was in the business of sourcing raw stones, but he listened to Zhao Delong's words, selling stones and not gambling on them. This was because he understood that it was difficult for a god to break an inch of jade. The White Fox on the side of the smile. This kid's stomach holding bad. Deliberately Zhao Biao to the road of gambling. Want a person to lose money? The best way is to lure him to bet, whether it is gambling money or gambling stone. Moreover, gambling on stones is really addictive. As long as you have seen the warm atmosphere of cutting stones, after seeing the lucky ones who have gambled up, no matter who it is, your blood will boil because of the overnight wealth. Of course, the chances of betting on a stone going up are slim to none. Yi Ching, however, understands that a rich second generation like Zhao Biao, who is worth billions of dollars, is tired of playing with everything he can. What can attract him is that kind of uncontrollable excitement, and then let him see the scene of betting up will lose his mind. Not to mention the fact that Zhao Biao had caused such a large deficit to Zhao Delong, and was more than eager to prove himself with another ability. If Yi Ching had left 3 points of leeway yesterday, but being followed today made him come down hard. However, this was like fishing. It needed to be done step by step. Yi Ching smiled and said, when I first came to Delong, I had but a few $100,000 in my hand. This amount of money couldn't even afford a good car. But after several bets on the rise, I earned $120 million in 2 days. This time I went to go to Tingchong to take my chances, and maybe my assets will even double. Zhao Biao's face changed, a hint of a smile surfaced, and he said evenly, Mr. Ye's means of gambling on stones is really admirable. It's all luck. Yi Ching humbly said, gambling on stones is all about participation. If you don't gamble, there is never a chance of winning. When you get to Tingchong, how about a piece of luck? Yi Ching was in a hurry to spread the bait and fish slowly, but his words definitely did not mention the matter of letting them gamble on the stones, but just let them go and try their luck as well. The power of example is endless. Zhao Biao heart moved. Anyway, nothing, follow the good look. In case you see the eye of the stone, a small bet is possible. While Zhao Biao was still pondering, Yi Ching looked at White Fox. Move the money down. White Fox smiled, reached out and waved his hand. A black skinny old man carried out 2 suitcases from the Toyota, deliberately laughed. 1 suitcase for $10 million. When we go back, if you can't turn it into $100 million for me, I'll fight with you for my life. Yi Ching swept a foot in the Land Rover parking space. The rear trunk slowly opened, revealing the safe inside. I brought $50 million. This time, to bet $100 million. White Fox lightly grunted, signaling his men Old Main to load the suitcase onto the car. The two people have a heart-to-heart. Both have the idea of pitting Zhao Biao once more. The means used is also a desire to escape. Yi Ching gentlemanly stood at the electric car door, using his hand to protect White Fox's head, sent her to the car, and drilled himself in, but opened the window and poked his head out. See you in Tingchong. Lulu stepped on the gas. The Land Rover had already scampered onto the highway. Yi Ching pressed the electric button and raised a partition, separating the driver's compartment from the rear compartment. There was an LCD TV on the partition. So damn luxurious. When will I have a car like this? White Fox and Shinjunyi sat together and cried out in envy. Yi Ching smiled and said, you've earned $1 billion too. Buy it. What you earned is money. What I earned is my life. Dare to spend it casually? White Fox gave him a delicate blank look. Now it's time to tell me your real identity. Yi Ching froze. Looking back, White Fox looked at himself with a smile. Alert, what identity? I won't ask if you don't want to say. Anyway, sooner or later you will have to beg me that day. White Fox waved his hand and looked at him with a smile. Yi Qing's mind turned sharply. He came to Rueli when his master was seriously ill. It would definitely cause suspicion from people who were interested in it, but he couldn't be sure of his identity. He couldn't figure out where exactly the White Fox saw the cracks from, and there was something in her words. She seemed to know something. The real identity is Sister Junyi's boyfriend. White Fox slapped Shinjunyi on the back of her buttocks. Shinjunyi couldn't help but let out an ouch and glared at her in shame. What are you doing? It looks like last night was exciting and crazy. White Fox sneered. Since you're boyfriend and girlfriend, how could you have a hotel room for the first time? What kind of logic is this? Shinjunyi turned red with shame. White Fox scornfully said, the logic is simple. Before he came you were still a girl. The next day you became a woman. You gave yourself to him. It's definitely not as simple as being boyfriend and girlfriend. Yi Qing said with a huff. You've known Sister Junyi for a long time. White Fox sneered. Don't you think it's strange that she has no power or influence in Rueli, and helped Wen Lao deal with his aftermath? And the Jadeite Guild not only didn't take advantage of the opportunity to fall on their sword, but also paid a high price to acquire the gambling workshop in Jade House? It's you who was secretly protecting her. Yi Qing came to a sudden realization that all the irregularities had finally come to light. According to Master's nature, how could he let his daughter fall into the land of tigers and wolves? He must have done a two-handed preparation to ensure Shinjunyi's safety before he arrived. Precisely because of the White Fox, this murderous master in the back, the Jadeite Guild had to spend a high price to buy Longroy Gambling Stone Workshop in Sueyu Building. And White Fox borrowing Wang Liang's matter to blackmail herself was not an impromptu move. It came with some sort of purpose in mind, but she didn't realize that she was a disciple of Elder One, and the identity of the Yi family's oldest six. Master wouldn't tell anyone else. Yi Qing instantly figured everything out and smiled. Sister White Fox, you really don't recognize me. This question instead shocked White Fox. Should I know you? Then she snapped out of it and grunted coldly. Sure enough, I should know you. I never told you about us, yet you knew that we had a military background. That's why you warned me again and again. But why can't I remember who you are? Because it's hard for you to connect the kid who cut the stone at the Longroy gambling shop 3 years ago with the current me. Yi Qing looked at the jaw-dropping, unbelieving White Fox and laughed. Scared. Chapter 58, Taking Pills. You're really him. White Fox was shocked. That kid who was dirty, buries his head in the sand and is still often scolded by Wen Lao. I thought it was because Wen Lao thought he was stupid and dismissed him. That's me. Yi Qing smiled. Back then, you and Cunning Tiger made a delivery every month, so I also memorized you guys. Shinjunyi stared at the White Fox and said incredulously, it was really you who was secretly protecting me. After Wen Lao cut down that stone, he sent me a text message asking me to protect his daughter who came to help him with the aftermath. White Fox laughed softly. Then came the news that the Jadeite Guild had acquired Longroy Gambling Stone Workshop in Jade House. Helping Wen Lao transport gambling stones is one of our most important sources of wealth. And since Wen Lao is sick not dead, I wanted to stir up this business at that time. As a result, I was stopped by my big brother, who told me that this matter was not simple, and that it was best to wait and see what happens. So I had people follow you all day until Yi Qing showed up, but I suspected he had ulterior motives, which is why I threatened and intimidated him. Today, seeing you like this, I am sure. The White Fox looked at Shinjunyi and smiled meaningfully. Shinjunyi's pretty face immediately turned red and she covered her face in shame. What the hell is going on here? Shinjunyi said in surprise. You are all suspecting that father cutting down that stone was a setup by someone. The circle calls this kind of setup an immortal setup. Yi Qing frowned. And Master is an old hand at this. How could he have taken the medicine for no reason? White Fox bit her cherry lips and said, Big brother guessed the same as you and agreed to work with you, and left for Rangoon this morning to find out who pocketed that piece of tender back then. It's not good to check the buyer from 10 years ago. Yi Qing frowned. If it's another stone, it's not really easy to check, but every piece of the king of bitters on the public market has a record, so if you spend more time and days, you'll always be able to find out. Yi Qing smiled bitterly. Master has left too many doubts. Don't be anxious. Things will always come to light one day. Yi Qing nodded his head without saying anything. White Fox's words changed. This trip to Tingshong was merely for gambling on stones. No. Before Yi Qing's words fell, he saw White Fox's face turn ugly and shook his head and laughed. I plan to open another store in Kyoto, focusing on high-grade raw stones. Stoneshai focuses on medium and low-grade raw stones. Coming to Tingshong to gamble on stones is incidental, mainly purchasing medium and low-grade raw stones. This channel will not affect your income. Opening a store is not such a simple matter. White Fox's face slowed and hesitated. We can't afford to wait. Yi Qing knew that if he didn't explain things clearly, this fox would flip out at any time. The store site has been found. The customer base has been fixed. We are just waiting for the good raw stones to be auctioned in the store. Auction. White Fox was surprised. Yi Qing smiled and explained. The procurement of top-quality raw stones will be based on Yangon, watching in the old market. The transportation of the raw stones are all handed over to you, because it's not kilograms of material. You can renegotiate the price. How much you say is how much. I won't bargain. White Fox's face steeply became more difficult to see. Stayed, you still have to go to the old market. You know, that is the capital of Kokong, but also the most dangerous area. But it's also the closest to here. Yi Ching squarely said. Why? There are difficulties. White Fox said arduously. Going to the old market needs to be considered in the long run. Yi Ching saw her face hard and hesitant to speak. He knew that there was something going on here, but he couldn't ask too much if White Fox didn't say anything, and nodded with a smile. You'll wear this trim to Tingchong, White Fox said indifferently. My visa is only limited to Rueli. Going to Tingchong is supposed to be an adventure. The big deal is to be deported back to my country. Shinjuni also had a good feeling about White Fox, and said with concern, I brought a few sets of change of clothes. Your body is similar to mine. If you don't mind, you can wear mine. White Fox nodded her head in agreement and looked at Yi Ching with a smile on her face. What? You want to see me change my clothes? Yi Ching immediately turned away. White Fox disdainfully laughed and scolded. Why are you so obedient? Sis isn't afraid of being watched by you. Shinjunyi snorted and laughed. Why is this sentence so familiar? White Fox in the carriage, sizzling to change a set, laughing and cursing. You can turn around. Yi Ching turned back to his eyes. A small halter top, cannot cover the waves. Cowboy tight shorts wrapped plump peach buttocks. 2 legs and white and slender. Skin tight, is the kind that can play 10 years. Dough! The green light in the rear compartment lit up. Yi Ching pressed the electric button, and the partition slowly descended. What is it? Going off the highway. Going there? Lulu asked. Yi Ching glanced at his cell phone. Boss Chi had sent over the location long ago. Xing Shui. Lulu opened the navigation and the road started to bump up after getting off the highway. Yi Ching saw from the streaming media's small window the Ferrari that followed closely behind, carefully bypassing a pothole. This car will need a major repair when it goes back. Wang Liang laughed a few times. I'm afraid that these 2 boys, who are heartbroken about the car, will go back. Yi Ching shook his head and smiled. They suspect that Chen Lu is in the car. They won't go. Half an hour later entered Qing Shui Township. Although there was a river here, the water wasn't clear at all. There was a lot of debris floating around. Yi Ching checked the information. Qing Shui Township was not the biggest raw stone procurement market in Tingchong. Instead it was a bit small. In his heart he was wondering how Boss Chi introduced such a place. The car arrived at the door. Chi Boss and a strong man has long been waiting at the door. Seeing the crowd get off the car did not see Chen Lu. Chi Boss first breathed a sigh of relief. Laughed. Brothers, don't blame me for doing things far and near proximity. This is my wife's brother, named Wang Hong. What did Boss Chi say? If you don't have a close and distant relatives, you're a loner. Yi Ching laughed. Besides, doing business with relatives is more assured. Wang Hong originally didn't expect it to be a big deal, but when he saw the Range Rover, he knew that this one was not bad for money. More importantly, the temperament is right. Smiled and shook hands with the crowd, then invited in. Wang Hong's material yard is very large, more than 10 feet high fence. After entering the gate, there is a wide square, against the left side of a small 2-story building, separated from a few offices. The center of the hall, placed a few desks, computers and so on, a few girls, and no formal company dress, but are in and gambling guests settle accounts. And the right side is a parking lot, parked a few lengthened container trucks. There are more than a dozen small cars, all brand name. Yi Ching. This Range Rover can only be regarded as the upper middle. Passing through the plant, there are a dozen stone cutting machines placed inside, with 20 to 30 workers. Jadeite will pile up all over the place, but let the crowd is strange. Only workers, no guests. Boss Chi smiled mysteriously and pushed open a door, making a gesture of invitation. Once outside, Yi Ching was shocked. Looking out from here, it was a large square of several thousand square meters. In addition to a driveway in the middle, both sides were densely stacked with raw emerald stones, like small mountains. Chapter 59, Raw Stones sold in piles. Many people in the field were picking out the wool, but instead of picking them out as carefully as Yi Ching's gambling, they were picking them out in piles. How about it? Old brother is interesting enough. Boss Chi smiled smugly as he watched Yi Ching's jaw drop. Yi Ching laughed and asked, it looks like there are shares of old brother here too. I share with my wife and brother. Boss Chi didn't hide it. Most of the raw stones in my store are selected from here. Only the fine products on the second floor are bid back from the public auction. Wang Hong also came over. Boss Yi, I heard from my brother-in-law that your business in Kyoto is very big. It's no bigger than you here. Yi Ching smiled to himself. Although he had a stone lounge, it was all supplied by his master. He had never procured raw stones himself, and had never even thought about the fact that raw stones could be piled up into small mountains. Wang Hong's old face reddened and laughed sarcastically. Boss Yi overpraised me. In Tingchong I'm considered a small business. It can't be on the stage. He honestly said that there were plenty of factories in Tingchong that were bigger than him. The really big customers would not come to a small factory like his. Those who came were all small businessmen. The essence of gambling is in the word gambling. There are those who get rich overnight, but most of them lose their money. These small businessmen are from the teeth to save out of the body. Naturally do not dare to take the body to take life to gamble. And everyone knows that from here to purchase the raw stone, 99% is not solve the emerald. However, the cost is not big. After shipping back to the tourists can make money by casually increasing the price of selling. Anyway, come to the south of the colorful clouds of tourism fat sheep more. Less expert. Even the raw stone field entrance cannot understand. Overnight wealth are delusional. Therefore, Wan Hong paid extra attention to Yi Qing, driving a Range Rover, surrounded by beautiful women and bodyguards, coupled with Boss Chi's bragging, and had high hopes for him. Yi Qing was a master with 9 tricks in his mind, and once he heard it, he understood that Wang Hong was testing him to see how big the sales were. If the sales were really big, he would spare no effort to pull in this big customer, and the asking price for the raw stones would be a little lower. Yi Qing swept a glance at the piles of raw stones, and knew that Wang Hong's scale was small, and he could not get a large field of raw stones. Can only enter some of the new field, and small field belongs to the fringe of the raw stone. The price will not be high. However, for Yi Qing really does not matter. In the past 2 years, the master in order to test his eyesight, from time to time will be the major mouth of the raw stone mixed in the small mouth of the garbage material. Let him pick out the window, which also exercise his experience from the brick material in the treasure hunt. What's more, the dragonstone kind of bravery has bestowed on him an eye power that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, and with a slight sweep, he can see the python, locks, cracks, pine flowers and moss on the stone shell clearly. It is easy to determine whether there is jade inside, roughly what kind of water. Moreover, this stone is originally sold, not their own gambling. Therefore, as long as the character is good. Anyway, who sells the stone does not guarantee that every piece of raw stone has jade. Cut up, cut down, all rely on luck. And the essence of gambling is gambling. No one knows what a knife down, cut out. Is a stone rich or a stone destitute? All rely on their own eyesight. Just because the gambling is too big, only let people crazy, let people into the devil. As long as he can make the stone fast, every day there are a few pieces of raw stone can be solved out of the jade. Do not need to big up, small up on the line. Can stimulate to Panjiayu and treasure-seeking tourists crazy by stone. Money is not selling jade but selling stones. A kilogram of 1,000 to 10,000 price. 10 times 100 times profit. In the words of Lu Yu, the only difference with robbery is that robbery is illegal. Selling stones is not illegal. Yi Qing carefully looked at a few eyes. These small bosses selected stones. Gray color. At first glance is the brick material. Fooling tourists contraptions. 100% gambling collapse. Wan Hong saw that he was distracted. Smiled to himself. Yi boss. Once back to life. It doesn't matter if the business is successful or not. The main thing is to make friends. One more friend, one more road is not it. Yi Qing came back to his senses and smiled. Boss Wang is polite. Boss Chi and I are brothers. You call me a brother, I call you a brother. I'll make a friend. However, I won't look at this brick material. Shipping it to Kyoto won't sell it for a good price. I might lose the freight. Is there a better one? Yes. Wan Hong panicked and nodded. There are some raw stones from the old market, with good color in green. I have put them in the plant. Brother can go and take a look. Maybe there will be an eye. Yi Qing understood as soon as he heard it. This is the same as opening a gambling house. Good things to hide and sell. Of course the price is more expensive. These bricks of material are for some small businessmen. The real big head is inside the factory. At this time Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, driving the miserable Ferrari, broke into the field. Boss Chi Saw whispered a few words in Wang Hong's ear, said sorry to Yi Qing, and hid first. Wang Hong frowned and recruited a worker, instructing him to bring Wang Bo and Zhao Biao in, but he himself led Yi Qing and the others into the factory building. The factory building was very large and poorly lit. White Fox frowned in disgust, but forcibly endured to walk side by side with Shinjunyi behind Yi Qing. Yi Qing also did not hit the light, casually looked at the stones. His heart was open. These stones are not considered old mine mouth, but also between 3 or 4 layers. The color is okay. Frowning, brother Wang, today no matter what brother take care of your business, but this material is indeed poor. First introduced, how to sell. Wang Hong glanced behind him, a little guessing, into the plant. Shinjunyi and White Fox on the face of disgust. It seems to be the Lord does not understand the stone. Lulu and Wang Liang also did not go forward, and did not say a word. There seems to be no master of the palm eye among these people. Even if Yi Qing is a stone gambling expert, With so many stones, can he look over alone? Wang Hong thought for a moment and laughed. Brother gave brother a business. Brother also have to accept your love is not it. Are open people. These raw stones are not as good as the old field of mouth upper material, but also bought by car. The car is over the pound. A car 5 tons. Unloading is a pile. A pile of 100,000. That is, almost 20,000 a ton. This price, brother, is already not very profitable. Yi Qing touched the heart of the dragon stone, kind of brave. Hate to kill back to Rueli. Will lie in the intensive care unit of the master to get out and hang a beating. The same stone he sold 50,000 a ton. Here a ton is only 20,000. Transported to Kyoto, although 3,800 kilometers, a ton of stone cannot add 30,000 freight. Right, there is a cheap not dip, that is, and she boss because to hide Wang Bo and Zhao Biao. Not convenient to show up. Also cannot give Wang Hong ideas. Yi Qing bitter face. Expensive is a little expensive, but it is acceptable. Eating a little loss is nothing. But brother, can we do it this way? I'll pick the stone myself. Just pick it out. Chapter 60, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Shen Junyi gently pursed her lips. The corner of her lips curved out a smile, knowing that this kid is going to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger again. White Fox, however, frowned and shouted, "This is all broken stone, not worth 20,000 a ton at all. Yi Qing, let's go. Tengchang is so big, I don't believe that I can't find a good stone. Don't make a scene." The business was introduced by Boss Chi. Even if you can't see it, you still have to pick a little bit and return Boss Chi's favor. Yi Qing hurriedly pacified White Fox. Wang Hong was anxious in his heart, but he also felt difficult. Brother, the rules are like this. If you want it, it's one side. The wool in the plant is randomly chosen by you. It's okay if you want one of the sides, but if you pick a piece of raw stone from one of the sides, it's also according to the one side of the calculation of the money. Yi Qing smiled, knowing that he misunderstood himself, waved his hand and said, "Brother, you thought wrong. I really want it, and it's more than just one side. As long as it looks good to me, I'll take it. Pick out a stone. You can just count the money according to one side. Don't want to leave it behind for you to continue to sell it. Big customers." This is the first thought in the mind of Wang Hong, and dry this line for many years. Have not seen such a pick of the original stone. Even if you are a stone expert, you need to hit the light to look carefully. A cursory glance, do not believe that you can pick out the stone with emerald. At that moment, he laughed. It's my brother who misunderstood. Brother, you can pick whatever you want. This storehouse is yours. Yi Qing was instantly relieved. Brother, there is no paint, brush or anything. There was naturally no shortage of these things in the raw stone factory, and Wang Hong hurriedly had the workers send them over. Yi Qing carried a paint bucket, pinched a long-handled brush, and smiled. Brother, in a moment, you call a few workers, put a pile of the ones I drew circles on, and a pile of the ones I wrote on. As for you, calculate the number of squares yourself. It's your first time doing business. Don't get it wrong. Wang Hong laughed. Brother, atmosphere, just do it. Yi Qing carried the paint bucket along the 7 feet of passageway that was purposely left out, and walked directly inside. White Fox was uneasy and whispered right behind him, "You're being silly." Yi Qing turned around and looked at the door. Wang Hong was standing outside the door, laughing with Shin Junyi. Then he whispered, "My master spent 2 years training me to pick the original stones from the garbage stones. Besides, these stones aren't too bad. I can pick out quite a lot of good stuff." White Fox cried out in surprise. "All of them can open up high goods of emerald? You're overthinking it." Yi Qing gave her a blank look and smiled bitterly. These stones were shipped back to Kyoto for others to gamble on. They don't have much value. Ask Mr. Wang if he has any good materials in a while. Usually this kind of businessman has a private stash of good materials. Yi Qing, while walking eyes cannot be idle. Will be possible out of the green stone directly draw a. Their own optimistic about the stone drawing circle. He drew a piece. White Fox let the workers move away a piece. A pile of stones. Some can pick out 20 or 30 pieces. Some only pick out a piece. Yi Qing turned away. After a full 2 hours, Yi Qing picked out 600 or 700 pieces of raw stone, and also made his head hurt and his eyes bleed. Holding onto White Fox's shoulder, he sat down on a rock to rest. He was tired of the workers as well. He picked out stones of all sizes, and had to help him turn over the pile of stones to make it easier for him to pick. The few raw stone merchants who made him stare at him all the time, from ancient times to the present day, there is no such looking at the stone, unless you have a penetrating eye. Otherwise look at a piece of collapsed piece. Yi Qing's appearance, more like a rich second-generation money, has no place to spend. Take the old man's money to lose to play. When the workers moved away all the raw stones that he had drawn a circle around, Yi Qing didn't pick anymore. There were tens of thousands of raw stones in this storehouse, and that's all that caught his eye. Wang Hong, while calculating the number of squares, while observing the raw stone he picked, python, turquoise, moss, all kinds of performance is very good, then realized that he was counted by this kid. However, let him from tens of thousands of pieces of raw stone to pick a few hundred pieces of crust is good. He really can not pick out. He is selling stones, not gambling. The best way to distinguish between high and low prices of stones is to distinguish between the field, whether or not the green. The rest depends on providence. And Yi Ching so pick he is not a loss. Anyway, the rest of the stone, the totalization of the totalization is still 20,000 aside. White Fox put her arm around his shoulder and said suspiciously, "These stones you picked can cut out the emerald." Yi Ching listened to the funny. She finally did not seek out high emerald, but for the gambling expert, the old field of mouth of the stone, also 10 gambling 9 collapsed. The new field of mouth is even worse. It is possible to gamble 100 stones, and even the green can not see, but he believed that he picked the painting a stone. The possibility of green in 20%. The stone that draws the circle. The possibility of jade is more than 50%. High CUI is not impossible, but this can never tell the White Fox. Just picking such a little bit of stone. The brain almost died. No wonder the master fooled himself with substandard products. It was really too tiring to pick stones. I can only tell you that there might be the 146 pieces that are drawn in a circle, 33 squares, the 632 fast ones that are drawn in a circle, 231 squares when you lump them all together. Wang Hong stood at the door. "Brother, still picking or not?" "Thank you, Brother Wang. That's all for today." Yi Ching held White Fox's shoulders and walked out smilingly. Glancing at Lulu, who was supervising the workers, he called out, "Take out $10,000 and give these brothers a share. They're all exhausted from moving stones today too." Wang Hong also walked over smilingly, sticking out his thumb. "Brother, being a brother is not burying you, but you are too slippery." No wonder brother-in-law repeatedly explained to be careful and watch out. Yi Ching smiled. "Brother, I come once a month. As long as your goods are good, I won't go elsewhere. Just waiting for this word from you, brother. Next time the goods come, I'll be the first to call and notify you, so that you can pass the first crop," Wang Hong said with great joy. A total of 264 squares. Not much else to say. "Lulu, transfer the money," Yi Ching yelled. Lulu walked over, asked for the account number and directly transferred $5,280,000. Wang Hong saw that he transferred money without ambiguity, and even more so, he recognized him as a big buyer. Yi Ching laughed. "Brother, to find a trustworthy transportation company, first packing the original stone on the car, directly sent to Kyoto. The freight is good to say, more expensive does not matter. Brother, in Kyoto stone jai has been out of stock." Wang Hong smiled and nodded, condescending. "Brother, stone fast. How many goods can be sold in a day?" Stone Lent is opened in Panjiayuan. With a lot of traffic, it can sell a few tons of raw stones every day, Yi Ching said vaguely. Wang Hong was instantly shocked. Even his brother-in-law's Jilong gambling place, which was opened in Delong, sold a few hundred pounds of stones a day at most. He didn't expect his store to sell so much. "It's a deal. Brother will give me his cell phone number." Zhao Biao and Wang Bo have been staring for so long. "How to look at Yi Ching is a little cute," he said. "I've spent more than $5 million on these stones. Although, the stone inside out of jade, but the gods are difficult to break the inch of jade. How can he be sure that these stones after cutting, not stone but jade?" Wang Hong called a few cars, directly, and Lulu negotiated the price, directing the workers to load the raw stone. After staring at the car doors and locking them, he invited Yi Ching and the others to walk to a small storage room. Laughing, he asked, "Brother, do you want to bet?" Brother-in-law repeatedly said that you are a high master among high masters. Let brother also see a little. Chapter 61. Open the treasure trove to pick. The guests in the storehouse who picked the raw stones all had a jolt of energy, knowing that the focus had come. Picking the stones was just to take them back to sell, but gambling on the stones was to find excitement. Yi Ching glanced at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao and saw them looking at him blearily, knowing that the time to fix these two boys had come. Originally, the two of them had already breathed a sigh of relief when they chased them here and saw that there was no Chen Lu in Yi Ching's group. According to Wang Bo's intention, he would definitely not gamble on the stone. As long as he bought away the jadeite that Yi Ching had gambled on, he would have completed his mission. However, Zhao Biao had already been aroused by Yi Ching's curiosity, wanting to see how he would solve the heavenly priced jadeite from the raw stone. The crowd walked into the storage room. Yi Ching took a look. This could no longer be considered a storehouse, but a treasure trove. The walls were all poured cement, 2 feet thick, and in a place of 100 square meters. A small window was opened right near the roof, so adults could definitely not drill in. And there was a security window pressed on top. The raw stones weren't directly placed outside either, but were locked in one huge safe. It was already 12 noon. and the sunlight was directly shining on the cement-poured roof. The heat wave was smoky. Following Wang Hong into the treasure vault, there were not only Yi Qing and the others, but also a dozen or so raw stone purchasers, with a total of 100 square meters of treasure vault. It looked even hotter with so many people all of a sudden, and each one of them was sweating profusely. Moreover, every single person knew that most of the stones in the safe could not be afforded, and although they were hungry and hot, not a single person quit. This is the charm of gambling on stones, making people crazy and making people obsessed. Wang Hong didn't rush to open the safe, but first asked the workers to bring mineral water. Yi Qing finished the water in one gulp and handed the bottle to Shinjunyi before asking, "Brother, is there any good material?" Wang Hong instantly laughed. "Any good material? There is definitely Although my brother is not as wealthy as my brother, he is also a regular visitor to the Rangoon public market, and every time he goes, he finds some good material. Brother is also in the business, should understand that these raw stones cannot be sold by the square." Yi Qing laughed. "A pull over the white fox, brother, see, this beauty is the big buyer. Directly to my car loaded 20 million in cash. Enough 2 big suitcases, as long as there is good material. You despite the knife slaughter." White Fox, listening to the gnashing of teeth, High Heels ruthlessly stepped on his feet, angrily said, "You in the end, which side?" Wang Hong's heart is clear. Yi Qing is telling himself that it's not bad. Even more expensive material can be afforded as long as you look at it. This girl, you can blame my brother wrongly. He used this as an incentive to force me to come up with a good raw stone. Really? White Fox stared at him suspiciously. Sister Amin, brother Wang Hong is a businessman. Good raw stones can appreciate in value when hidden. This is clear to everyone. But a businessman is the same as you loan sharks. Putting it out is money. Putting it out is a pile of paper. Yi Qing bared his teeth in pain, grabbed White Fox's wrist and lifted a foot to shake it. "You're also too ruthless. Stomping does not cripple you." White Fox blankly glanced at him without a good mood. The metaphor in his words made everyone hear it and laugh. Wang Hong, however, didn't laugh. Instead his face changed. "Brother." Yi Qing smiled. "Brother cares about brother. Grateful in my heart. Although Sister Amin is a loan shark, but I don't borrow her money. Just a joint venture in stone gambling. And yesterday at Ruweli Vice President Zhao's house, she and I won a piece of material in a joint stock bet, and one person split $100 million. As a result, she got addicted and knew I was coming to Tingchong today, and she insisted on following me. Brother, don't worry. She knows all the rules of gambling on stones." A group of small businessmen jaw-dropped. A stone earned 200 million. Really is not bad money. Wang Hong then solved his doubts, smiled and went up to open the safe to go. White Fox stood on the side of Yi Qing and whispered, "He has a better character than Boss Chi." Yi Qing nodded. "A person that can be handed over." Wang Hong opened the safe. This was the most commonly used method in the circle of gambling stones. None of the good raw stones were cheap. Millions, tens of millions were possible, and he had been in business for so long, he must have stored some good goods, and this was what Yi Qing was most looking forward to. Yi Qing watched the safe open, slightly smiled and glanced at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao. Luring someone into a trap is also a technical job, and you can't be in a hurry. You have to go with the flow and let him walk into the trap step by himself. Therefore, he wanted Wang Hong to come up with the best material. He had to win, only by letting Zhao Biao, Wang Bo watch himself win once. Zhao Biao will believe that he relies on luck rather than strength, and everyone believed that they must have good luck. Wang Hong opened all the safes in one breath, just as Yi Qing said. He is a businessman. Money is only money when it flows in his hands, otherwise it is just stones. And although good raw stones grow in price by several times every year, they grow too fast and are destined to be unaffordable for ordinary businessmen. There are a lot of rich people, but rich people are also smart people. Do not understand the stone, will never spend a lot of money to buy a piece of stone. Therefore, it is luck that the gambling expert encounters good material, but the good raw stone waiting for the gambling expert who is not poor also needs good luck. A musty smell emanated from the safe. It looked like it hadn't been opened and ventilated for a long time. Yi Qing nodded slightly. This batch of raw stones he must have hoarded for a long time, otherwise it wouldn't have given off this smell. Moreover, he had just said that he had won $100 million from betting on the stones, which had also moved him. Otherwise opening a safe would have been a great honor. "Brothers, today I'm bleeding big time. The cabinet is all open for you to pick whatever you want." Wang Hong stood next to the safe and made an invitation gesture. Yi Qing swept a glance at the raw stones. The big ones were 180 kilograms. The small ones were a fist-sized 1 or 2 kilograms. There were a total of 40 to 50 pieces. There was open window material, and there was also full gambling material. Yi Qing picked up a small open window material, took a look. The window is not bad. Are good seed color raw stone, but too small. Gambling is not big. Even if open out of the high goods to do a small pendant can be, but want to earn big money no door. A raw stone businessman dry laugh a few times. Ye boss, have the fate to meet our friends. Can we also pick a collection? All old gamblers know the rules. This safe was specially opened by Wang Hong for Yi Qing. They are just spectators. Without Yi Qing's consent, they can't pick. Yi Qing laughed. I can't afford to buy so many raw stones. You guys can pick as much as you want. Choose and talk to Wang about the price. Boss yes atmosphere. A group of small businessmen were overjoyed and swarmed around the cabinet. Even Wang Bo and Zhao Biao were eager to try. Why don't you pick first yourself? Shen Junyi asked in a low voice beside him. And White Fox also blared angrily. Yi Qing smiled and pointed. They are looking at all small materials, and they don't intend to decode the stones here. They bought them back to prepare for collection. Brother Wang gave us this opportunity to also take advantage of the release of goods. The two women all understood and nodded with a light smile. White Fox sighed. This businessman are all ghostly. Wang Hong held out a piece of material of about 20 kilograms, placed in front of Yi Qing. This piece is good. Brother, see if there is an eye. Yi Qing obediently squatted down to take a closer look. The crust was smooth, but it was not brushed leather but a typical water stone. Chapter 62 Nanchi Swarm. This piece of raw stone was fished out from the water, after countless years of being washed by the river, making the crust very clean and smooth, with no roughness at all. Moreover, the color of the crust was very yellow, just like a salted duck egg, yellow and runny but not a wax crust. Yi Qing touched it with his hand. It did not turn over sand or Dayan, and looked up at Wang Hong. Nanchi first layer material. Brother, good eyesight. Wang Hong gave a thumbs up and exclaimed. This kind of raw stone can't dare to be smuggled. Once caught, it's going to eat a gun. This piece of raw stone is what my brother-in-law and I got back from the public disc 3 years ago. My heart itches, but I'm afraid of losing. I don't dare to cut it myself, so I'll let my brother play around with it, and I'll also see what kind of goods are in it. Yi Qing nodded, his recognition of him a few points deeper. Although Burma is the origin of jadeite raw stone, but only 100 kilometers of narrow strip of raw stone. After so many years of mining, good raw stone is getting less and less. Rangoon also tightened the control, not only shut down a part of the old field mouth, but also cracked down on smugglers. This also leads to good stone in the market is more and more difficult to find, are collected by collectors into the safe, waiting for the price to rise. Nanchi is also a small port, but in the small port in the production of raw stone is the top. Either do not ship, or out of high goods, solve out of glass species are possible. Shin Junyi and White Fox, left and right squatting beside Yi Qing to look carefully. Wang Hong squatted on the opposite side, took out a flashlight. Brother, look, it is very transparent. There is a very yellow luster. Brother did not lie to you. Shin Junyi asked curiously. Then why don't you bet yourself? Wang Hong had a bitter face. 7 years ago, my brother-in-law and I were at the Rangoon public market. We also had a big gamble, and auctioned off a piece of material worth 60 million renminbi. Open window high ice apple green. Cut is ground out of high color. Dragon everywhere there is water. Color band part is ice glutinous seed. Color did not change, or apple green, but the rest of the part is all rotten. Digging bracelets can also be out of 20. A bracelet 2 or 300,000 no problem, but at most worth 6 or 7 million. I got it back in a fit of pique, placed in the office as a coffee table, looking at it every day. I told myself to quit gambling. This is the lesson. Since then I opened the material yard. Brother-in-law and DeLong opened a gambling store. Killed not gambling stone. Listening to the two women pursed lips straight smile, but also understand, gambling really cannot rely on luck. $60 million in one afternoon into a coffee table. This is still affordable. Cannot afford to directly jump off the building. Yi Qing frowned. Nanchi is one of the most important field mouth in the small field mouth, located in the southern part of the Damakan region, the left side of the Ndao Lake. Most of the Burmese raw stone from the Ndao Lake and the Ulu River. Nanchi field entrance the first layer of yellow sandskin, the second layer of yellow and red sandskin, the third layer of black Ulu sandskin. Yellow sandskin belongs to the half mountain and half water material. Water stone, black sandskin flip sandskin shell thin, generally fog, out of the belt green and yellow plus green, but also this field mouth, the highest value of the species. Formation of the band green jadeite, because of the iron content, so show blue-green color. Nanchi generally out of blue water material, see sky blue and sea water blue. Seed water is generally older, and Nanchi material with skin kind of old, no skin kind of young. So this kind of material with skin Nanchi is very good gambling, although betting on the color, as long as out of the color, the seed water no problem. But Nanchi field mouth belongs to the lower reaches of the Daoji River, gravel after long distance transportation, so the stone are smaller, due to the high iron content, so often formed yellow plus green things. This kind of stone once appeared as a hot commodity, due to often sold out of goods will cause a phenomenon. Nanchi material is surprisingly expensive. Wang Hong will move this piece of raw stone out. is to want to sell a high price. Yi Qing looked at the material and casually asked, Brother Wang, this piece of material collection for a few years, 4 or 5 years. Wang Hong knew what he was asking. Nanchi produces small material. Material this big is rare. Yi Qing looked at the mold spots on it, and casually wiped his hand was a piece of moss, and used his fingernails to gouge it, only to gouge off a small piece of it. The moss roots have been firmly attached to the surface of the original stone. If it is something from these 2 years, the moss will not be so firm. Wang Hong watched him picking at the moss and laughed. Brother really isn't relying on luck. How so? Shin Junyi looked up in surprise. Moss that's 1 or 2 years old can be wiped away with your hand, and only use your fingernails to pick at it if it's been growing for 3 or 4 years. Wang Hong said admiringly, Brother is using this method to determine if this stone is the same as what I said. Yi Qing smiled. This stone is not cheap, so be cautious. Don't be offended, Brother Wang. Wang Hong laughed. It's also its luck that good material meets an expert. How can I see blame? He stood up and moved 3 more small pieces of material. This is the one that was auctioned with it. It should be a nest of bees. What is a nest of bees? Shin Junyi asked curiously. Wang Hong laughed. It's that these small pieces of material were mined in the same place as this large piece of material. The seed watercolor should be similar, so it's called a nest of bees. Wang make a price. Yi Qing glanced at the small material. The color is the same as this big piece of material. The skin shell is tight and very delicate. Hit the light to try the translucent. Wang Hong mused for a moment. 3 small pieces of material, each about 5 kilograms. Each is 30,000 euros to take down. The big one is more than 20 kilograms. The bidding is very strong. It cost 700,000 euros. Yi Qing listened to the nod, although he said more, but according to the market in the present, up more than 3 times, and 20 kilograms of material is not a lack of bracelet bit, even if not out of the sea blue can also be out of the blue water. Once reached the high ice species, a bracelet is $1 million. Such a large material $200 of cards have. If there is no locks inside the cracks, bracelets can also be out of a 30-40. That's even more expensive. Yi Qing once again hit the light to see the big material crust, a micro-incognizable sand python, winding which, he has concluded that the seed water has a lot of gambling. Move away from the flashlight, hit the light to look at the 3 small pieces. There are also python traces, but the pine flowers and moss is missing. Frowned and thought about it. This should be this pile of stones in the river under the impetus of the river, constantly tumbling. The pine flowers and moss slowly wear off, but the sand python is jade along the stretch, very hard, so did not wear off. Wang Hong and Boss Chi were afraid that they also saw the sand python and bid high, but it also shows that these 4 raw stones are the best in his safe, and the best is of course the most expensive. Yi Qing once again hit the light straight. This time it is to see the fog. Usually there is fog under the skin shell of the raw stone, but the fog is also very deceptive. There is fog means it will be excellent, but the fog is also very delicate. Fog layer is a layer of semi-oxidized, half-weathered hard jade between the original stone crust and jadeite. However, it cannot be regarded as emerald. The value is not high, can only be regarded as emerald, and the excessive band between the crust is also half-weathering, half-jadeite formation of a process. Moreover, the fog is also divided into white fog, yellow fog, red fog, gray fog and black fog and so on. Chapter 63 White Fox's Conditions. White Fox, one of the 3 males of the Wood Sisters, a disciple of Grand Master Lo Chu, and a school officer under General Yu Shu of the Shan State. The best of these is the white mist. If it is light, it means that there are few impurities in the flesh inside. The base is very clean and the head is good. If outstanding, that is, green, must be very clean emerald green, in and seed water with. The value is high terrible. Even this piece of material can pay back the debt of Chen Lu. But these stones appear to be yellow fog, generally appear yellow. Red fog layer, out of high emerald may also be very large. Yi Qing once again looked at one by one. The yellow fog is very thick, worth betting on. Will be the original stone. One by one looked over, did not see the locks and cracks. His heart is already very solid. Wang Hong glanced at him. Nanchi material out of large cracks, no small locks, out of the brand no problem. Bracelet is difficult to say. Brother, don't be greedy. First bet a piece of small. Good luck and then bet on the big one. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head. It's hard to come across good material. When you see it, take it away. Brother Wang, lighten up when you put the knife down. Don't poke into the heart. Wang Hong laughed loudly. Brother joking. This big piece of material we also do not say that the river rose 3 times. Not to say that the storage material rose 10 times. 6 times how? Yi Qing picked up his thumb. Brother Wang atmosphere. Wang Hong glanced at the 3 small pieces of material. A face of reluctance. Originally I wanted to wait for the brother rose. I left a piece of open to play. But brother opened. I also do not stay. So, A piece of 2 million, Shinjunyi calculated silently. This piece of 20 kilograms of heavy material, when it was 700,000 euros to buy, according to the current exchange rate of 88, is 6,116,000, stored for 4 years rose 6 times. The value of this piece of material is 36,960,000, equal to earn more than 30 million. Shocked, selling stones, really profiteering. Yi Ching and Wang Hong all laughed when they heard this. Yi Ching looked at her. This is still brother Wang giving face. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been taken out at all. Giving face for sure. But, if I didn't know that brother was financially strong, I wouldn't have taken it out. Wang Hong laughed. Can't afford it. Letting people miss it for nothing is also a sin. Decided. White Fox asked with a smile as her beautiful eyes rippled. Yi Ching nodded his head affirmatively and looked towards Lulu. In a moment, Wang is going to help this group of buddies to settle the bill. Watch out. Don't let anyone step on a foot. White Fox and I will go to fetch the money. Lulu didn't say a word and nodded slightly. Yi Ching pulled White Fox's wrist and turned towards the Range Rover. White Fox frowned. Surprised. Just let Lulu and Wang Liang go to fetch the money. Why drag me out? Then he looked at him suspiciously. What are you up to again? I beg you for one thing. Yi Ching walked to no one and turned to look at her. The White Fox looked at him warily. I know you're excited, but it's broad daylight. Yi Ching had a sad face and said in a bad mood, can you be a little more pure? White Fox ate and laughed daintily. Other than this, I really can't think of what you have to beg me for. Master still owes Chen Lu $200 million of high goods emerald. Chen Lu also wants to use this favor to tie me down. Yi Ching quickly said, if you solve out the high-grade jadeite, let brother Wang evaluate the price and transfer it directly to me. Are you sure you can produce high-grade jadeite? Yi Ching nodded affirmatively. This kind of nanchi material with skin, there is still yellow mist underneath. As long as the seed water is good, it is high goods. And nanchi material, skin thin filling large out of full material. Estimated bracelets, can be out of 20 pairs. If the color is thick, the color is correct. Each one is worth 1 million, but also a group of cards, not more than 50 pieces. Each piece is also in the 500,000 or so. The preliminary estimate. This piece of material is worth about 60 million. White Fox thumped her heart and rolled her eyes. You're worried. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao raised a sky-high price. Yi Ching nodded with a smile. But it's not in my interest. White Fox looked at him with a smile and said softly, as you know, we are short of money, so naturally the higher the price, the better. Yi Ching had guessed that she would say this. Sister Ramin, don't be too greedy. There are plenty of opportunities to make money. White Fox snorted lightly. Don't think I'm giving you an inch just because I approve of you. This isn't a few hundred or a few $1,000s. It could be 1,000, 20 million. You're smashing the pot after eating. Yi Ching sneered. What? Trying to threaten me again? White Fox looked at him with a smile and said without a good mood, really think that I'm afraid of you? Or do you think that, because I recognized you, I dare to snatch money from my hands? I didn't recognize you as my woman, Yi Ching said with a cold snort. Seeing that he was about to flip out, White Fox laughed and said, if you really solve out the high-grade jadeite, it's not impossible if you want it, but promise me 2 things first. What things? White Fox gave him a deep look, turned to look at the distance. Her gaze seemed to be able to travel through thousands of mountains, and said quietly, Sister recognizes you, but the money must be counted clearly. This is the basis of cooperation between you and me. This counts as the first thing. Yi Ching instinctively wanted to retort. It doesn't count. White Fox turned around and smiled sweetly. First thing, don't team up with Wang Hong to cheat me. The price must be fair. Yi Ching solemnly said, I'm a very disciplined person. The second thing is owed beforehand. Let's talk about it later. White Fox waved his hand in a dashing manner and turned around. Take the money. Don't. Owing makes me feel bad. Yi Ching quickly followed. It's better to say it clearly first. If you keep yakking I'll back out. White Fox didn't turn her head back, tossed her long hair and deplored. It's not a small amount of money. It hurts my heart, but it makes my heart weak. Yi Ching had a helpless face. White Fox snorted coldly. Do you know what I hate most about you? What? Anything you want to control, but there are some things you can't control. White Fox turned lightly. For example, women. Just say you don't. White Fox's small foot swept in the rear of the car. The rear trunk opened. Smiling. What? Really let sister carry her own money. The duo tugged the 2 suitcases and returned to the depot. Wang Hong had already settled clearly for the group of small businessmen, all of which were materials that were 100,000, 200,000 dollars. Just as Yi Ching expected. They didn't even intend to decode the stone here, but took it back for their own collection. White Fox glanced at Wang Hong and laughed. Boss Wang, the big material is $36,960,000. plus the 3 small pieces of material $6 million, a total of $42,960,000. You are bullying me for not having enough money with me. I'll pay for the rest. Yi Qing waved his hand and said with bravado. Wang Hong also heard Yi Qing say that White Fox only brought $20 million in cash. Smiled. Brother's bravado. But since the big beauty has spoken, this $2,960,000, just wipe it as change. White Fox smiled when he took advantage and nodded joyfully. Yi Qing hurriedly thanked him, and the three quickly completed the transaction. Chapter 64 High Ice Seed Yellow Yang Green Rise. Wang Hong smiled and asked, Brother, to be honest, these 4 pieces of material tormented brother for many years, have always wanted to cut to see what is inside the goods, but my brother is afraid of losing, want to cut and afraid of collapsing, scratching the heart and lungs of the difficult. Brother, even if my brother begs you, let's do it here. It's also a way to give my brother a boost of luck. Yi Qing also wanted to lure Zhao Biao onto the hook and agreed with a smile. The crowd carried the stones and went straight to the stone cutting machine in the big factory room. A group of small businessmen were hungry and hot, but they all endured and followed behind the group. Wang Hong smiled and asked, cut the big one or the small one first? Big one. Yi Qing glanced at Wang Liang who was ready to go. Open the window first and see what the color is like. Wang Liang held back the excitement in his heart, fixed the large material on the stone cutting machine, picked up the electric drill and looked at the drill bit, and directly changed the diamond grinding bit. Only then did he look up at Yi Qing. His face was very serious. His body was tense, as if he was a soldier waiting for orders to go to the fire. Even the small businessmen on the left and right, all of them stared in silence and looked sideways. Open. Yi Qing gave an order. Buzz. The sound of the electric drill rang out, and Wang Hong also had a solemn face and couldn't help but say, it's starting. A group of onlookers, the small businessmen, and Wang Bo, Zhao Biao, all involuntarily clenched their fists. The $40 million bet. No matter who, whether this stone belongs to them or not, they are all very nervous, but also very much looking forward to it. Wang Liang took the drill and pressed it on the stone. The water splashed everywhere. Mud and water sprayed on the board, and then splashed out. White Fox and Shinjunyi, who stood closest to him, had their pants covered in mud and water splashing out, but the 2 women who also refused to take a step back. After all, this big bet is really ing-ho. The adamantine drill bit is rotating at a fast speed, nibbling the leather shell. The sound is harsh, and the progress is slow. The material is very hard. The window is not good to open, but Yi Qing's heart has a bottom. Hard represents the species of old. The bottom is right, waiting to see the color. Wang Liang open window or a hand. No, this old material cannot be hard, otherwise it will hurt the inside of the jadeite, causing unnecessary losses. So he changed the technique to turn around and open the window. Grind off the deep crust inside the window, but the crust outside does not fall off. The hole is not enlarged outside the crust, but inside has been enlarged a lot. Master. Wang Hong was also knowledgeable. One look at the window opening maneuver. He knew it was an old hand. Yi Qing cupped his chin and was also nervous because the material from Nanchi was basically full. Hard already represents the kind of old. The shell did not have a large crack. The possibility of mutation is not large. The purpose of opening the window is to see the color. Master's gambling stone. First look at the kind of color in the look. The kind can be seen from the mouth of the field. Crust performance. The kind of old on behalf of the value of high. But the color difference between the first class price difference of 100 times. Color is to give high material emerald value added. Yi Qing's every breath is very heavy, because of the tension muscle taut. Not only him, all the people present are like this. White Fox and Shinjunyi. For small fists are pinched up, sharp nails pierced into the flesh did not feel. Gambling on stones. It was like it had a special kind of magic that made people addicted to it. Wang Liang quickly stopped and wiped the window with his hand, but it was still dirty. Wang Hong quickly grabbed a hose and rinsed the window clean of stone residue. Oops, my god, outstanding, brother, look, it's high color. High color, with just one look, Wang Hong exclaimed in excitement. As he got excited, Yi Qing also got excited and walked over quickly. Not minding the dirty ground, he directly squatted down to look. The window opened by Wang Liang was very small, only as big as a thumb cap, but the drill bit went deep inside and opened very deep and large. Yi Qing looked at the window. His heart was even more excited. Yang green, second only to the emperor green and Zhang Yang green color, very thick and uniform. Emerald color is distinct. Slightly yellow and transparent, like the yellow poplar tree leaves in early spring. Wang Hong took out a strong flashlight, a centimeter or so from the window to hit the light. Yi Qing looked at the light toward the inside along the stretch. Very translucent. High ice seed yellow yang green. The most important thing is that the light is flexing in the emerald, reflecting, but did not see the crack. Brother, congratulations. Big rise ah. Wang Hong only envy and not jealousy. The rise is people's guts and luck. The material has been in his hands for 4 years. He doesn't have the guts to unravel it. Yi Ching nodded. The material is very good. The window is small, but the light hits it. There is a colorful spirit that makes people comfortable. Yi Ching looked up and glanced at White Fox. A pretty face like a flower was tightly tensed. Her small hands were clenched into fists and tightly pressed against the side of her hips, while her slender legs and jeans were shivering. Shin Junyi was similar. Her forehead was sweating. A pair of beautiful eyes nervously looking at Yi Ching, afraid that he would say bad news. Yi Ching smiled and said, "Gambling up. High ice and high color. Yellow yang green material." White Fox instantly relaxed. "Pretty much what you expected. Don't dare to say that now. Can only say it's rubbing up." Yi Ching laughed. "If you want to see if it's full material, not variegated in color, you still have to take a cut." "Right. Rubbing up doesn't count as up. Cutting up counts as up." Wang Hong glanced at White Fox, obviously did not understand. Yellow yang green represents what it means. This beauty is really bold. Do not know anything, dare to share with Yi Ching gambling stone. White Fox swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and said in a grueling manner, "Then make a cut." Yi Ching surveyed the material a few times. "Come from the center. Don't destroy the bracelet bit. You bet it's full material." Wang Hong was a bit surprised. Only full material was cut like this. But if it is full material, peel off the skin. At least there are more than a dozen kilograms of high ice yellow yang green. Is a big rise. There's always a little hope, isn't it? Yi Ching smiled slightly. Wang Liang fixed the material, waited for the crowd to step back, and directly pressed the stone cutter handle. Wang Hong stood beside him and said enviously, "Brother, you have too much guts for this." Yi Ching nodded slightly, unable to speak, staring at the cutting blades, slowly cutting into the stone. It was laborious, and the mud that bubbled up was also green in color. Only then was he completely relieved that there was no mutation or color change. The onlookers are also excited. Our old hands naturally understand that this again cut up. Everyone is silent, breathing heavily, look focused, wide plant. Only the piercing sound of the stone cutting machine. They are all veterans of gambling, but every time they gamble, they are nervous. A cut of wealth is everyone's dream, even if the stone is not their own. But see also rub some luck. Everyone was tense, waiting for the result. Steeply, the noise of the stone cutting machine stopped. Wang Liang opened the lid, and hot air rose out. Wang Hong took the hose and flushed the water. Soon, the cut of the material was clean. Yi Ching picked up the iron piece, inserted it into the incision, and gently broke it, and the material was divided into 2 halves, falling on both sides of the stone cutting machine, front side up. The cut was perfect, full of green color, lively and vivid. Yi Ching sighed with relief. "Betting up." Wang Hong stared with wide eyes, shocked. "It's really a full material, brother, a full material of high ice seed yellow yang green, tens of millions of dollars up. Firecrackers," he shouted excitedly. The workers who had been waiting for a long time immediately lit the firecrackers. The sound of thunderbolts rang out. Chapter 65, a one-shot $80 million. Yi Ching took a long breath. This piece of material is very beautiful, giving people a sense of color. The seed water is good. No cotton. The green color penetrates into each crystal. Very well proportioned and thick. The most important thing is that there is no crack. Yi Ching, this is also the first time. That's such a perfect material. White Fox walked over and looked at him with a serious face. "You give a word. How exactly is this piece of jadeite?" Yi Ching laughed. "Great rise. Full material. No cracks. No flaws. And still full green." White Fox was overjoyed in his heart, turned his head to Wang Hong and quickly said, "Tell me, how much is it worth?" Yi Ching's smile instantly froze on his face. This woman didn't believe anyone regarding money. Wang Hong glanced at Yi Ching and laughed softly. 23 4 pairs of bangles, no run. High ice, full color. 1 million, a good sale. Bracelet, core gouge brand, at least 600,000. 70 million to hit the bottom. $80 million. Material, I accept. Wang Bo raised his hand and called out. A group of small businessmen didn't raise the price, because they can't afford it. They can only look at the envy. White Fox looked at Yi Ching, her bright eyes flowing sweetly, smiling. $80 million. Yi Ching nodded bitterly. White Fox then looked at Wang Bo. Categorical, not for sale. This material I want to take back to play jewelry. White Fox was very domineering. Wang Bo did not dare to refute. Zhao Biao drummed up the courage, called, "This is a full 15 kilograms of material. How much jewelry you want to play?" White Fox raised her eyebrows. "Women never mind more jewelry. I change one set a day to wear and play. What do you care?" Zhao Biao was speechless. Wang Bo walked up with a bitter smile. "Brother, you still have 3 pieces of material. Enough for White Fox and Mission to play jewelry. This big piece of material, I'll take it." Yi Ching smiled. $80 million is already $10 million above the market price. I really want to sell it, but as you know, this stone is a joint bet between me and White Fox. If I sell it, I won't be able to go to Sister DeLong to sue for gambling on the stone. Counselor Wang, there's really nothing I can do to help. Wang Bo also looked helpless and miserable. He just didn't dare to call White Fox's bluff. That's why he looked for Yi Qing. But also know that what Yi Qing said is true. White Fox has little power in Tingchong. But as long as it goes back to Sister Gao DeLong, whoever she wants to find trouble, no one can run away. People are not reasonable, and do not talk to you about the law. Get you directly back to Sister Wood. The police have no way. Then these three pieces are still cut? Wang Bo can only shift the target. White Fox a beautiful spine. Suddenly a wave. Bold and dry clouds called, cut. Nima, cut the out of it. Yi Qing glared at her. It's already noon. If you're not hungry, others aren't hungry either? Hungry. But hungry also endure. Cut. White Fox contemptuous sneer. The old lady does not understand the stone, does not understand the emerald. But understand people. Your kid has a belly full of flowers. Always want to fool me. Wang Bo in. Just let him give a price, and then sell it to you. Sister Amin. Shin Junyi hugged her arm and pleaded. Really hungry. White Fox pursed her lips and smiled. From the moment I met your man, I knew that he was a greedy master. And I don't feel at ease if I don't cut. You're hungry. Let Boss Wang call takeout for you. Is it okay to eat before cutting? Yi Qing bared his teeth and asked. White Fox twisted her head and smiled. You're hungry too. Aha! Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. Then you guys can go eat together. White Fox smiled and teased. Boss Wang has stone cutting mechanics here. Let them cut it, and if it goes up, Sis will give a big red packet. Forget it. Yi Qing was instantly defeated. These three stones can only be rubbed, not cut. He picked one of the three stones. I'll do this one, and Wang Liang will do the rest. I'll help rub the stone too. Wang Hong couldn't help himself and volunteered. The sound of the three stone rubbing machines rang out directly. A group of small businessmen, hungry chest to back, but no one could afford to leave. Yi Qing rubbed cautiously, grinding little by little, and the stone he picked, the crust was even harder than the two pieces that Wang Liang and Wang Hong rubbed. It was like two adamantine blades grinding against each other, and the noise was ear-piercing. The others did not hear it, but Wang Hong and Wang Liang looked up in unison. Wang Hong first rubbed out a window, rinsed it with water, looked at it twice, and called out, brothers, glutinous seed soybean green, still rubbing? Rub it out. Yi Qing did not raise his head, focusing on the stone in his hand. Is it worth much? White Fox looked at Wang Bo. Wang Bo did not want to ignore her, but looking at her beautiful eyes flooded with a cold light, gritted his teeth and said, glutinous seed bean green value is not big. Even if it is full material, this piece is not more than $1 million. White Fox slightly clenched her teeth and didn't say anything, walked right up to Wang Liang and waited for him to open the window out. Wang Bo, however, pulled Zhao Biao and retreated behind the crowd, whispering, it looks like the White Fox won't spill the beans today. Zhao Biao gritted his teeth and said, call Fatima to bring someone and forcefully collect. Wang Bo hesitated, but White Fox, Tengchong is Fatima's territory. White Fox can't stab at first glance even if he's horizontal. Besides, Fatima has a grudge against Yi Qing. Ma Wu as Yi Qing broke 2 legs, and is still hospitalized. Zhao Biao said, moreover, think about it, White Fox loves money. As long as you take money to hit her, there is always a price that can't be afforded. At most, we'll give Fatima a sum of money as a commission. Wang Bo nodded and quietly walked out, making a call. The window that Wang Liang rubbed was finally revealed. White Fox saw him turn off the stone rubbing machine and rushed the water to take a closer look. How is it? Is it worth money? Wang Liang joyfully shouted, not high ice, but also ice. Color difference of a few levels. Melon skin green. White Fox frowned and said angrily, I am asking how much it is worth. In a moment, let the little master valuation. I cannot say. Wang Liang wasn't sure what the duo were getting up to, but he could see that White Fox was singing against Yi Qing. The small businessman on the side laughed. The value is definitely not as high as the ice yellow yang green. The seed in water is worse by 1 level. The color is worse by several levels. And the material is not big. The bracelet bit is not there, only out of the sign. If it is full of material, full color is estimated to be out of 7 or 8 plaques, worth 3 or 5 million, is also a big rise. White Fox was surprised and said, high ice and ice seed is just 1 word difference. The price difference is so much. The small businessman also sighed helplessly. Beauty, you really don't understand. High ice is the closest to the glass type of jadeite. As long as the rigidity of the gel is sufficient, grinding craftsmanship is good enough, can be sold as glass type, but ice seed cannot. The connoisseur will recognize it at a glance. White Fox immediately lost interest, waved his hand. Wang Liang, you continue to rub, quickly coming to Yi Qing's side, squatting next to Shin Junyi. looking at him still rubbing the stone. Frowning, they've rubbed out the window. Why haven't you rubbed it out yet? Is it a technical failure? Yi Qing took the stone rubbing machine away and glared at her in a bad mood. Don't know how to shut up. Stand far away. Be careful to shoot your body in a while. White Fox hugged Shinjunyi's small waist, snorted a laugh. Your man is really ing petty. I'm not just earning him an extra $10 million? Still ing shoot me all over. You shoot me to see. Shinjunyi, pretty face red, glared at her. Suspicious, how do you earn? Sold the money, is not the two of you equally divided? Chapter 66, Successive Surges. Yi Qing wants to keep the jadeite to pay off your father's debt. White Fox laughed. Shinjunyi instantly understood and glared at her fiercely. Her nose turned sour and she turned her head to look at Yi Qing. While Yi Qing focused on polishing the stone and didn't see it, the two women were whispering in the ear-piercing noise. This man is not bad, but unfortunately it's just too hard to handle. Soft and hard but also petty. Shinjunyi slapped her arm away and glared angrily. Don't talk about Yi Qing like that. What? One time has surrendered you to captivity. White Fox contemptuously skimmed her. It's also true. Today you can't even walk naturally, proving that this kid is prim and proper. He made you surrender in one go. Don't talk nonsense. Shinjunyi, which can stand her windy words, blushing face, eyes like water looking at Yi Qing. White Fox still wanted to sneer a few sentences, but saw Yi Qing stop the stone polishing machine, flushed water and hit the lamp to look up. Although every time he gambled on stones, he was cautious, but never this cautious, hurriedly asked, how is it? Can you read it? Yi Qing gave her a blank look. If I understand it, I still need to ask you. White Fox looked at him with contempt. Don't talk nonsense, just say it. Sister Amin, too hungry to take it. Let's not rub this material. I'll give you $10 million directly. How about it? Yi Qing changed a smiling face, eagerly said, plus you starve. I'm the younger brother's heartache. White Fox was just about to agree, but on second thought, she immediately glared at him fiercely. The consequences of cheating me you want to be clear. Shinjunyi hurriedly embraced her and said, Yi Qing is also for your own good. Besides, this stone is only rubbed out a small window. Nothing can be seen. To give you 10 million is really not a lot. White Fox looked at her with contempt. It's only silly women like you who will be cheated by him. This stone he is not even assured to let others rub. Open a window to give $10 million. He is more refined than a monkey. If it is not a big rise will do this kind of stupid thing. Shinjunyi looked at Yi Qing with a face full of suspicion. The White Fox smiled and said, rub it or not. If you don't rub it, I'll find someone else. Yi Qing had a head full of black lines, and lowered his head to turn on the machine to rub the stone. White Fox smiled smugly, her beautiful eyes not blinking as she stared at the window opening up the stone more and more. Shinjunyi also figured out what was going on and said helplessly, both of you are foxes that have become fertilized. This is a glass seed. The small businessman who had been staring at Yi Qing rubbing the stone, abruptly saw the jadeite that opened out of the window, like a pool of spring water, and immediately exclaimed in excitement, it's still onion heart green. With a crash, a group of people all gathered around. Glass seed jadeite. Even the Yangon public plate has not been opened for several years, and moreover, it is still onion heart green. White Fox got up and looked at the small businessman who lost his voice. Is it worth a lot? That is no bracelet bit. Can only key plate or egg surface? If full material color is strong, the value in that piece of high ice yellow yang green about the same. Small businessman face of envy and jealousy hate. A series of 4 pieces of raw stone. Block are up, and 2 big up. This mother asterisk her went out and stepped on dog. Wang Liang and Wang Hong holding 2 rubbed out of the stone, also ran over. A piece of glutinous seed bean green. A piece of ice seed melon skin green. Cannot be counted as a big rise is also a small rise. A group of small businessmen cannot look at these 2 pieces of material. All eyes green light, staring at Yi Qing more and more rubbing the larger and larger windows. 4 kilograms of material, 2 fists large. Even if the species of old stone hard bad rub, but also slowly revealed the true face. The whole piece of jadeite crystal clear, fine texture pure and flawless, no need to hit the light can be seen fluorescence. Yi Qing hit the light to look closely, reflecting fly wings, proving that the species is old enough. 3 water, excellent transparency. The most important thing is that the green is like the heart of a tender onion, so that people cannot move their eyes away. If the high ice yellow yang green open just now was a dumpy beauty, this piece was a dumpy beauty. How is this possible? This time even Wang Hong couldn't take it anymore, hurriedly handing over the emerald in his hand to Shinjunyi, covering his heart and squatting down with a sad face. Wang Liang held the emerald and excitedly shouted, firecracker, big rise, $70 million. Wang Bo shouted, scram. White Fox twisted her head and said angrily, glass seed onion heart green, old lady wants it too. When Zhao Biao heard Wang Bo's call, his heart wailed and he wanted to throw himself into the gambling tide more and more. Boss Chi also heard the sound. His face was like dirt, his complexion changed and he lamented. Brother, this hand, catching stones is emerald, catching women is the very best. Yi Qing's face was helpless. This stone he did not want to rub, just because he knew it was this result. Material is not big, but out of 7 or 8 cards no problem. The important thing is that the glass seed onion heart green plaque, as long as the carving is good, no flaws, the seed water is transparent, the color into the full material. The price of each piece of plate is in the 10 million up and down, although the value is not as high as that piece of ice yellow yang green. However, this is as a family heirloom. Significant. Does not cause others to greed is strange. Zhao Biao brain into a paste, staring blankly for a while, eyes staring with a copper bell. He is not seen money. Family property also has billions, but that is the old man 30 years of trickery to accumulate. However, this kid had made $150 million in just one day. This money-making speed was faster than robbery. The firecrackers exploded continuously for half an hour before stopping. Look, this is your man. $70 million worth of emerald. He wants to use $10 million to get rid of me. White Fox looked at Shinjunyi with a cold smile. Shinjunyi was much more cautious than her, knowing that the value of the emerald open today was too great, and had already aroused the greed of others. What's the twist? You two go back and make trouble again. Brother, Boss Chi squeezed over. The high ice yellow yang green and this glass seed onion heart green. I won't talk about it. I can't afford it even if I smash my pot. But this ice seed melon skin green and sticky seed bean green. Leave it for me and Wang Hong. I'll offer $10 million. Wang Hong also looked at him with bated breath. Yi Qing estimated the value. The glutinous seed bean green was okay. This ice seed melon skin green could double in value in another month or two. Boss Chi had only given an extra $3 million. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Since the brothers spoke. When the brothers Hao also listen. Transferred to you. Boss Chi laughed when he heard this, fearing that White Fox would cut him off. He took out his cell phone and transferred the money immediately. Yi Qing, holding the glass seed onion heart green, made a wink to Lulu, turned around and was about to walk out of the plant, but steeply a gold cup of wind and electricity rushed in. Crunching sound parked in the parking lot. When the first down, a tall fat man, stomach quite high, brain full of fat, 40 years old, but the face of white, beardless, oily, like the legend of the great inner chief. The car and fish down a dozen people, all a redhead, green hair, murderous, at a glance is not a good person. Following behind Big Fatty, they walked towards the plant. Fatty Ma, why is he here? Wang Hong froze. Who is it? Yi Qing also saw that the visitor was not good, and handed the glass seed jadeite in his hand to White Fox. Chapter 67, Cunning Tiger, Greedy Wolf. White Fox of White Foxes. Ma's Travel Company's department manager. Wang Hong turned around and greeted him first. Manager Ma's presence here has made my small factory fluffy. Don't be so polite. Fatty Ma slanted a glance at him. I heard that you have opened a gao shui here, and I specially came to see it. Now that the firecrackers are going off like this, it must be true. It was cut by a merchant from Kyoto, but he didn't want to sell it. Wang Hong saw him belittling himself, and his tone hardened. You don't want to sell it because you are poor and the price is not right. Fatty Ma let out a sneer. But masters have plenty of money. Take money to smash, also have to buy it. Wang Hong had a helpless look on his face and followed behind towards the plant. Yi Qing smiled and glanced at him. This Fatty Ma's face was arrogant, revealing his heart. A gold chain as thick as a finger hung around his neck, and a string of glutinous seeded azure emerald 18 sunstrings was coiled on his left hand. On his appearance, Yi Qing did not even have the intention to talk to him. The whole of Thug Ma's Travel Company is the original Ma gang. Boss Chi whispered next to him. Fatty Ma is a black start. I heard that there are people's lives in his hands. Brother. A moment later he wants to buy jade. Even if he refuses, the tone of voice is also euphemistic. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, not caring at all. Fatty Ma's men ran to the office, moved a chair, and walked in first. Fatty Ma, accompanied by Wang Hong, entered the plant and sat on the chair. A dozen of his men stump-like stood behind him. A group of small businessmen were silent, looking at him in awe. Everyone knows that Fatty Ma came here. Must be for the 2 pieces of superb emerald just cut out. Not to mention Fatty Ma is a snake in the ground. Even the financial strength they are far from being able to match. And besides, cut out the emerald. Is not it to sell a high price? Fatty Ma sat down, swept the crowd. Eyes immediately stopped in the glass seed onion heart green White Fox. White Fox is a beauty, 1,000 charming kind, but with the hands of the emerald compared to, seems to be worse than a class. In Tingchong, this place, maybe not gambling stone, but look at the emerald, eyes are good. Fatty Ma just looked at it. His eyes could not move. Wang Bo called and told him that what was opened was a high ice yellow yang green, and although it was precious, it was not considered to be the best. But the White Fox holding the glass seed onion heart green, is a phoenix feather in general, the very best. in recent years with the old Burma mine owners. Increased investment in machinery, so that mining has become more crazy. Good raw stone mine has been depleted. The best jadeite has become unattainable. Therefore, even 20 years ago, high ice this kind of second-class jadeite that is not valued has become a first class. The price is also all the way up. The glass seed is even more pricey. White Fox hands this piece of glass seed. Although not the emperor green, but onion heart green is also on the third-class color. And green uniform young positive is the real best. Although the material is small to play out of the bracelet, but with the brand and egg surface in addition to good handmade, as long as he a few old relations with the big customers to invite, this piece of jade will be worth 100 million. Doing what business is all about a time and place and people. Even if it is the same piece of jade, the value of different people, the price given is also a world of difference. With Wang Hong and Boss Chi's network, this piece of emerald is worth $70 million, which is why Yi Qing asked Wang Hong to estimate the price. However, if it was brought back to the King's Palace Business Club in Kyoto for those rich stars to see, selling it for 150 million was possible. Fatima glanced at White Fox, hemmed and hawed, and asked, "Beauty, how much do you intend to sell this piece of jade?" White Fox disdainfully bristled and didn't say anything. After Fatima opened his mouth, those merchants of Wang Hong closed their mouths and turned to Wang Hong to bid farewell and left. Yi Qing was stunned in his heart, narrowed his eyes and stared at Fatima. There was something odd about this person. I'm afraid there is a problem. Fatima waited for a while. The White Fox did not say anything. Thought she was intimidated by her own heroic dominance. Coy smile, "Beauty, do not be afraid. Brother will not eat you. Just want to buy this piece of emerald. Out of the price. Brother guaranteed to make you satisfied." White Fox turned her black and white eyes, smiled sweetly. "This piece of emerald. Just now they have bid up to 200 million. Horse fat man froze, then hemmed and hawed and laughed. 200 million. Coaxing ghost ah. This group of people all the family property. Add up to less than 200 million. I give you 50 million. That piece of high ice yellow yang green is also your right. Brother also give 50 million. Add up to 100 million. Beautiful. Report an account. Brother to transfer money to you." Zhao Biao, who was standing at the side, froze, thinking, this fat horse is ruthless enough. 100 million is like picking up for nothing. Go back and score him how much. Yi Qing understood as soon as he heard it. Fatima, relying on his status as a local snake, was going to do a forced buy and sell. White Fox heard a snort and laughed. This Fatima has eyes without pearls, robbed to the ant to come. If this is in the wood sister minutes to put down you will be locked in the water prison. Not to soak you stink, ant with your last name. She glanced at the smiling and silent Yi Qing, put the emerald into her arms, and laughed lightly. Just now this piece of Wangbo will give 200 million. That piece is not counted. You only give 100 million. You want to collect both pieces ah. Really think auntie as a woman will be bullied by you. Don't even think about it. This piece of material is sold to anyone, is not sold to you. Ha ha ha. White Fox smiled contemptuously. Auntie's name is White Fox. You also go to Sister Mu and ask around. It's always auntie who bullies others. No one dares to bully me. Cunning tiger, greedy wolf, the White Fox of white foxes. Fatima's face instantly changed. Count on you having some insight. White Fox sneered. Fatima glared fiercely at Wang Bo and the crowd. This call only said that it was a guest merchant from Kyoto, but did not say that there was a wooden sister White Fox, cunning tiger, greedy wolf. White Fox and Wood Sisters is the three bogies, no less than dry throwing bodies and burying people as hooks. Fatima pondered for a moment. White Fox, I give you face, but these two pieces of emerald I also want. $120 million, not for sale, White Fox said dryly. Fatima's eyes narrowed, as if he didn't hear White Fox's reply, and said as if no one else was there. $70 million. White Fox's eyes were cold. She turned her head to look at Yi Qing, only to see that he looked relaxed, so she let go. Fatima, don't give your face away. Auntie said, no matter how much money, she won't sell. $50 million. Fatima's face grew colder and colder, and the divine light that exploded from his eyes that were narrowed into a line grew more and more vicious. White Fox also had a face like frost, smiled contemptuously and was about to open his mouth, but was clutched by Yi Qing's wrist. Yi Qing blandly said, even if you offer $500 million, you won't sell it. Chapter 68, A strong dragon suppresses a snake on the ground. Fatima froze and turned his gaze to him, chillingly saying, you're that Kyoto businessman. Yi Qing was calm and collected, smiling, that's right. Wang Bo and Zhao Bao also saw that something was wrong, and gave each other a wink, quietly stepping back a few steps, lest they splatter blood. Fatima sneered, do not think that there is a White Fox as a backer, I am afraid. Here is Tingchong is not a wooden sister. The mountains are high and far away. The forest is deep and the road is long. Back to the wooden sister she is a White Fox, and she cannot go back to. Little Master is also traveling the people. Wolves, insects, tigers and leopards have also seen a lot. Yi Qing breezily said, do not want to cause trouble, does not mean that the small master is afraid of things. The district a horse gang. The small master really do not see. Fatima coldly laughed, good big mouth, but today I don't want to see blood on my hands. Fatima, fetch $100,000 over, give you a way home, sensible, take the money and get out, don't let Master Ma hands. A henchman took out $100,000 from his handbag and threw it on the ground at Yi Qing's feet. Fatima pointed at the money on the ground. There is only one chance, hurry up and take the money and disappear for me. Wang Liang knew that there was trouble, although Yi Qing's status was transcendent, but that was in Kyoto. In Tingchong people were the snakes on the ground. Moreover, they had more people than their own side, and they would definitely lose out in a fight. Just want to look for a handful of guys. Turned his head to look at Lulu, but saw that he had a contemptuous sneer at the corner of his mouth. Wang Hong glanced at Boss Chi and stepped forward. Fatima, this is my territory, more than the number of people. I'm not afraid of you. Brother Wang, leave this matter alone. Yi Qing hurriedly pulled him back. Brothers deal with it themselves. Wang Hong was bitter, thinking, how can you handle it? Fatima clearly wants to buy and sell by force. Even if you're a river dragon, you can't suppress a snake in the ground. Shinjunyi, holding the jade, the corner of the lips a little shivering, shouted sternly, in broad daylight there is no king's law. This is going to be forced to buy and sell. Hurry up and go, or I called the police. Fatima laughed, if the police are useful, but also our horse gang, what to do? Buying and selling by force? You also have to find someone to testify for you. Without evidence, the police won't care. Yi Qing heard and understood. As a local snake naturally want to be up and down the relationship through the accident. No one cared, but also fed his arrogance. Lulu quickly stepped forward, handing over the jade in his hand to Yi Qing. Sixth brother, I'll do it. Yi Qing shook his head and smiled. This time, I'll do it myself. A dozen or so punks. Little Master hasn't put it in his eyes. These two people were even more horizontal than White Fox. They were about to directly make a move. Fatima stared at him dead on. His face changed, steeply laughed and waved his hand. Put the money away. Business is not benevolent. Let's go. Yi Qing had thought that he was going to see blood today, but he didn't expect that this Fatima had backed down on the verge of a fight. According to his idea, Fatima simply cannot swallow this bad breath. How also have to compare. But I did not expect to come in force, but suddenly turned into a vapor dissipated. Fatima behind the money out of the big man and pick up the money back loaded. And then more than a dozen people together and walked to the parking lot at the Gold Cup. Car go long away. From the first feeling, Yi Qing does not believe that Fatima will be so easy to let go. Only Wang Liang and Shinjunyi breathed a sigh of relief. A danger is finally gone. Yi Qing glanced back at Wang Hong and smiled. Brother Wang, the selected raw stones, packaged for shipment. I've given you trouble today. I'll leave you $200,000 to share with the brothers in the factory. It's also considered to be a bit of joy. Money or not is a small matter. Wang Hong said anxiously, but, Fatima, Brother Wang, don't worry. This small matter, brothers can solve it by themselves. Yi Qing laughed gratefully, and you still have to do business here offending the local snakes. But more trouble. It can really be solved. Wang Hong couldn't believe it, took out his cell phone. I'll give a call to my friends in the criminal police team. Let them escort you to the highway. Your car is good. Fatima's Gold Cup can't catch up. Yes, brother. Boss Chi also advised. Wang Hong is well liked here. He can help. Although you are a dragon who has crossed the river, it's better to play it safe. Boss Chi, Boss Wang, don't worry. This little storm, brother can still withstand it. Yi Qing laughed. Boss Chi gritted his teeth and said, I'll follow your car, if Fatima doesn't die, so I can call the police. Right, that's it. Wang Hong eagerly said, brother, don't refuse. This is all my brother-in-law and I's fault for not thinking things through. If you refuse again, you're not treating us as brothers. Turning his head to look at Boss Chi, brother-in-law, I'll also greet my friend from the police force in advance. If things don't go right, you'll call him directly and you'll be able to arrive soon. Yi Qing couldn't push back. He could only nod. But, the two brothers must not show their faces. The horse gang has power in Ruweli and Tengchong. Once you offend them, it's not good for either of your businesses. Brother, I'm a businessman looking ahead. I don't want to get into trouble. Boss Chi clutched his wrist. But today I also saw clearly that you're a brother that you can put your life on the line to befriend. Yi Qing laughed out loud. That's why I came to Ruweli to hang out with Brother Chi. Alright, nothing to say. Lulu, transfer $200,000 to Brother Wang. Give red packets to the brothers in the field. The goods are on Brother Wang. Don't worry about the goods. I'll give a full refund if it's bad. Wang Hong patted his chest and assured. Yi Qing watched Lulu complete the transfer and smiled as he took his leave. Wang Liang and Shinjunyi, put the 2 pieces of jadeite into the Range Rover's safe and waited for the party to come over. Lulu glanced at Wang Liang. How's the driving skill? Not bad. I've backed up on Chang'an Street. Wang Liang hemmed and hawed. You drive. Lulu handed him the car keys and sat on the passenger side himself. Yi Ching and the others also got into the car successively, and Boss Chi drove the Audi, following far behind their car. White Fox's face was tight. Fatima left too suddenly. He definitely has bad intentions. This is Tung Chong. I can't transfer people in a hurry. Yi Ching smiled faintly. Sister Amin, you underestimate me. Lulu and I have experienced big battles in Kyoto. Lulu turned around and said, Sixth brother, there's a bag of golf clubs in the trunk. Bought them at DeLong for 10,000 apiece. Bought 4 in total. Pure steel. Good toughness. You guys fight so extravagantly too. White Fox skimmed her cherry lips and said enviously, our old main used pickaxe handles. Yi Ching, from behind the seat, took out a bag of golf clubs, took a look at them and nodded affirmatively. Not bad. Smooth. Lulu laughed. All procured according to Sixth brother's habits. These 2 people looked indifferent. All of them did not take it seriously. Shinjuni also calmed down. White Fox was indifferent. He had seen many life and death scenes. Not bad this time. And it's useless to worry about it. We can only take one step at a time. Soldiers come to block. Water to drown. Chapter 69. A tiger and wolf in front and a pursuer in back. If it comes to a critical juncture of life and death, then don't blame yourself for being ruthless. The big deal was to flee back to Sister Mu and never come this way again. White Fox looked at Yi Ching and jumped at the chance. Give me one too. I'm good at fighting. Wang Liang drove the car and called out, Little master, there's me. Listen to me. Lulu spoke faintly. Wang Liang, just drive. This car has a lot of horsepower and power. Open the differential lock to make sure every wheel can distribute enough power. The front bumper is solid, directly fixed on the frame. If there is a car in front of the road, as long as it is not a tank you just hit. Good Lu. Wang Liang laughed. If you want to fight in a while, Sixth brother and I will be fine. Lulu glanced at White Fox. You have to stay in the car and protect Sister Junie. White Fox said in a resolute tone. No, I want to stay with you guys. You've experienced life and death. You know what it means to make trade-offs. Lulu said with a straight face. Sister Junie hasn't practiced. She's our weakness. Twisting his head to look at Yi Ching, he saw him nodding slightly and fished out an object from his body and handed it over. This thing will work, right? As soon as this thing was taken out, White Fox was shocked. Why do you have a gun? Guns were common in Burma, but this was in the country. Once a gun was moved it was a big case. Lulu didn't answer her question and continued. This car window glass is explosion-proof and thickened. A big lad with a pickaxe handle would have to smash it for more than 10 minutes. But as long as someone smashes the glass, you shoot. White Fox looked at Yi Ching in shock. Yi Ching held her hand. It's okay, even if you kill someone, I'll make sure you're okay. If Boss Chi really calls the police and the police come, you put the gun in the car door's hidden compartment. Lulu said. It's not that I'm afraid of letting them see it, but it's too much trouble. Once it's traced down, Sixth brother will be recalled to Kyoto. Let me deal with the police. Shinjuni spoke calmly. I'm a lawyer. I know how to handle this kind of thing. Sister Amin doesn't have an ID card. If the police ask, just say that your name is Wan Li and your bag was lost in the highway service area. Ask again and let them look for me. Don't say anything else. Lulu nodded slightly. Wang Liang, however, couldn't help himself. Say man, how did you go through security with a gun? Lulu glared at him and Wang Liang was instantly silenced, not daring to ask again. White Fox looked at Yi Ching with strange eyes. The more he looked at him, the more he looked like a fog, and a few more scruples in his heart. Yi Ching glanced at the reversing mirror. Boss Chi's Audi has been following, about 300 meters away from the Land Rover. Here has entered the mountain road forest area. Before and after no one. Look out 200 meters. In addition to the forest is still the forest. Yi Ching thought to himself, if Fatima wants to make a move, he will probably do it in this place. He thought this way. Wang Liang and Lulu also thought the same. Wang Liang opened the differential lock and turned on the four-wheel drive mode. The engine made a roaring sound, but the speed of the car dropped. Lulu, they scattered nails on the road. Wang Liang's eyes were sharp, and he steeply saw the reflection of steel nails on the road ahead. 200 meters ahead, on a stone bridge, there was Fatima's Gold Cup parked. The tires are blowout-proof. Even if they are full of nails, we can still drive back to Riley. Lulu, however, was full of concern, staring at the Gold Cup in front of him, and said in a breezy manner, crash the Gold Cup directly into the Qingshui River, and leave the rest to me and Sixth brother. Understood. Wang Liang is also a Beijing oiler. Not only is he not scared when he encounters this kind of thing, but he is quite excited. Hearing Lu Li's words without the slightest emotional color, Shinjuni felt a sin-killing aura. There's really no need for me to do it. White Fox reconfirmed. Even if I don't use my gun, I'm still very good at fighting. Yi Ching turned around and smiled. Better than me. White Fox shut up. Yi Ching would definitely be crippled if he didn't die in a fight. His own men were examples. Just protect Sister Junyi. Yi Ching looked at her seriously. Lulu has already assigned it. Even I listened to him. People are professional. Sixth brother prepare. The Range Rover sped past the nail zone. With a bang, it directly hit the front face of the Gold Cup. Wang Liang increased the horsepower, and the Range Rover let out a beastly roar, pushing against the Gold Cup's collapsed front face, and kept pushing forward. Lulu and Yi Ching opened the car door at the same time and leapt forward. A group of punks were jaw-dropped, looking at the Gold Cup bus that was hit by the Range Rover. Wang Liang made a sharp brake, followed by a sharp retreat, and once again hit the side face of the Gold Cup bus. Bang! The body of the Gold Cup tumbled into the river and slowly sank. Even White Fox had to admit that this kid's driving skills are really good. Moreover, this Range Rover is really tough. Such a violent collision. The people in the car just slightly leaning forward, grabbing the handrail to ease the impact. A group of punks carrying baseball bats. Want to catch up with the Range Rover? Wang Liang foot throttle Range Rover scampered away. Seeing that they couldn't catch up with the car, the group turned around and rushed towards Yi Ching and Lulu. Lulu waved his golf club, making a whimpering cracking sound, and despised. Just this many people. They also dare to stop and rob. People have also arranged people behind them. Yi Ching laughed. Lulu looked backward, and sure enough, from the woods a dozen meters behind, a dozen or so punks carrying baseball bats had also sprung out, and further away, Boss Chi Zhaodi had stopped. However, it didn't turn around and leave. Lulu swept a glance and counted. 16 in front and 14 behind. A total of 30 people. However, there was no Fatty Ma in sight. Sixth brother, I'm in front and you're behind. Let's see who's fast. Lulu laughed. That sentence is too nasty. I don't have that hobby. Yi Ching laughed and rushed to the back with his golf clubs. Waste this kid. Take the stuff and hurry. The burly man in the lead glanced at Yi Ching and said sternly. The three burly punks, waving the baseball bats in their hands, rushed over to Yi Ching. Looking at the three punks who rushed over, Yi Ching let out a cold snort, pointed his toes and directly pounced over. There really are those who aren't afraid of death. The first gangster grinned, swung his baseball bat round and smashed it towards Yi Ching's head, just turned around the Range Rover. Shin Junyi sat on the co-pilot. When she saw the scene, her face instantly turned pale. The baseball bat was strong and heavy. If it was smashed, the person would surely have to pass out. She lost her voice and called out, Yi Ching, what are you afraid of? Your man is more ferocious than them. White Fox, however, wasn't worried at all. Before the words fell, at the moment when the three baseball bats were about to fall on Yi Ching, the three punks only felt a flash of light. A slender golf club directly swept into the small of their backs. The three flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, smashing hard on the pavement and fainting. Practitioners? When the head gangster saw this scene, his face changed violently and he hurriedly said, Together. Chapter 70, The Fierce Man. The three powerful henchmen were not Yi Ching's opponents when they swarmed around, and although the leader of the gangsters fought harder than his henchmen, he was by no means Yi Ching's opponent in a single fight. But a vicious tiger can't fight a pack of wolves. No one says that robberies have to be fought solo? Die for me. The two gangsters sprinted a few steps, their bodies rose up in the air, baseball bats in their hands, smashing down ferociously. Still don't have a long memory. Yi Ching's body shape was short, turning in a smooth manner, avoiding the baseball bat above his head. The golf club directly swept into the calves of the two. Click click click, a series of crunching sounds. Although the golf club looked very thin, but it was pure steel, very heavy, smashed the calf, although it did not split the skin, but the bones were broken. The two punks landed on the ground with two thuds, holding their calves and wailing in pain. Yi Ching, be careful. The Range Rover reappeared on the stone bridge. The streaming camera in the car was already aimed at the chaotic battlefield. Shin Junyi's eyes had been tracking Yi Ching's figure, and when she saw that there was someone behind him, she screamed in horror. At the same time, Yi Ching also felt that a wind-breaking sound from his body came towards the back of his head, but it was the burly man who was in the lead. Taking advantage of the fact that his two henchmen were striking out, he took the opportunity to catch up with Yi Ching and sneak attacked him from behind. Die! The burly man shouted angrily, his face hideous. Originally, the vision was beautiful. As long as the spike formation forced the Land Rover to stop, he could get the emerald worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But poverty limited the imagination. The Range Rover with four wheels fitted with anti-burst tires directly rushed past, and the young man who jumped down from the car, such terror, such ruthlessness. Feeling the baseball bat coming sharply behind him, Yi Ching stepped on his feet, his body flipped in the air, and an aerial whiplash whipped on the head of the strong man. Splat! The big gangster was directly knocked out by his kick. Yi Cheng, on the other hand, was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, waving a golf club, chopping up and down, encountering broken bones. Lulu also fast running, ghost-like rushed into the group of punks, left foot kick, body a spin, golf clubs on the elbow of the seemingly leader of the punks. Click. The arm was a 360-degree rotation. Wang Hu let out a scream. Reverse arm came a burst of unbearable pain. That's not all. Seeing a group of gangsters stunned, Lulu swung the club one after another, shattering his right hand joint, both leg joints, all of them. Wang Hu continuously rolled on the ground, dodging his clubs. Go on. Save the boss. A punk finally recovered from his shock and waved his baseball bat with a yell. A group of punks then rushed up with a shout. Lulu picked up Wang Hu with one hand and directly threw him towards the rushing punks. The baseball bats in the hands of these punks, involuntarily greeted towards the boss, smashed a few times, which then backed away sharply. Unimaginable. The three people in the car watched with jaws agape. No wonder this kid eats a lot. It turns out that his skinny body will explode with such terrifying strength. Carrying a big man of more than 100 pounds in his hand, it was like playing with a stick to protect himself up and down his body from the elements. Lulu carried Wang Hu in one hand, using him as a shield. Weaving through the group of gangsters, the golf club in his left hand drew a trail of shadows, either chopping or smashing, greeting the joints. In a few moments, there were a dozen people who had their joints smashed, rolling and wailing on the ground in pain. White Fox watched with palpitations. I realized that Ji Qing is still considered merciful, hitting the bones and not the joints. This group of people will be crippled for life even if they get to the doctor in time. Lulu didn't wait for the punks to retreat. He consistently turned Wang Hu towards the ground. One foot stepped on his heart and laughed. Those who aren't afraid of being crippled, feel free to come. Wang Hu wanted to die, not just to lose face, but he knew that he was ruined by this ruthless kid. The few remaining punks jumped forward, but none of them dared to go forward, and the companion who was just smacked by him was still rolling and wailing on the ground. The hell knows how this kid is so cruel. Kid, either you get me killed today, or die here. As long as no one dies, Grandpa is not finished with you in this life. Wang Hu hissed and roared. This was nothing more than him finding a few points of dignity for himself. Thinking about his horse gang tiger, his fighting strength was incomparable. When was he stomped on his head and couldn't even move? Looks like it still doesn't hurt. Lulu sneered, swung the bat one after another, ruthlessly smashing on his body. Click 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 sound kept resounding. God knows how many bones Wang Hu was broken by him. Even the punk who held up the baseball bat and didn't dare to come forward, dumbfounded, felt that pain. Besides screaming, Wang Hu didn't know what way to vent his emotions. This kid is too ruthless. The bones were all smoked by him. Even the fingers are not spared. This is still a human being? Grab those two women. Wang Hu spat out blood from his mouth, tearing his heart out and screaming. With Wang Hu's roar, the group of punks only woke up as if from a dream, yelling and rushing towards the Land Rover. The corner of Lu Li's lips revealed a fierce smile as he glanced at Ji Qing, who had finished the fight and was slowly walking over carrying a golf club. The golf club in his hand swung one after another, and for a moment the screams of misery were endless, hitting the bones first, hitting the bones and joints. With Lu Li's last beautiful shot, a small gangster was jerked out 3 meters away by him, and this group of gangsters finally all lay down. They looked at Lulu in horror, panting heavily. This charge was a total loss. Is this kid possessed by Bruce Lee? Or is he the reincarnation of the god of killing? The battle ended perfectly in less than half an hour, and heaven forbid there was the sound of sirens in the distance. Immediately after, 2 police cars were seen speeding towards them. Yi Qing was still thinking of waving his sleeves without taking away a bit of blood, but he didn't expect the police cars to come so fast. Don't move, hands up. With an ear-splitting sound of brakes, followed by a loud shout came. Yi Qing and Lulu looked towards the police car. A woman in a police uniform, carrying a pistol, rushed over, followed by a team of police officers, long hair combed into a ponytail, from the back of the police cap out, with running step by step, white as a porcelain doll-like face, slightly knitted willow eyebrows under a pair of bright as a cold star's phoenix eyes, good-looking nose, diamond-like cherry lips pursed. Fit police uniform cannot cover her moving body curve, both hands holding the gun, vigilantly aiming at the two. A beautiful police officer, but more like a Barbie doll wearing professional clothes. Speaking of you two, put down the murder weapon in your hands. The pretty policewoman's face was vigilant. Her pistol was aimed at Yi Qing, with the intention of shooting if she didn't cooperate. Lulu just wanted to speak, but he saw Yi Qing casually throwing the golf clubs, and he himself could only throw them away. The criminal police who quickly ran here, looking at the punks lying all over the place, also hurriedly pulled out their guns and aimed at the duo, first time being pointed at with a gun. The corner of Lu Li's mouth twitched. Yi Qing shook his head and smiled. This officer, we are the victims. Chapter 71, Mo Police Flower. Xue Xiaoyu, Yi Qing's sister. Cut the crap, the victims are all lying on the ground. The pretty policewoman snapped. You mean to say that the two of us beat up 30 punks in a group? Yi Qing frowned and asked strangely, what kind of logic is that? The pretty policewoman was also confused. The scene was clear. It was definitely a crowded siege with fewer people, but these two brats, their fighting strength was too terrifying. Take out your ID cards. Work permits. The pretty policewoman said in a cold voice. ID cards are in the car. Yi Qing held up his hand and looked towards the Land Rover in the distance. Xin Junyi and Wang Liang. White Fox had already opened the car door and quickly ran this way. 300 meters away. Boss Chi also got out of the car and sprinted this way. I'm a lawyer from Kunming Youngha Law Firm. My name is Xin Junyi. Xin Junyi walked directly in front of the policewoman and took out her work card. I'm the one who called the police just now. My client came to Qingshui to gamble on the stones and drove back to Ruili. There are emeralds in the car that are worth $200 million. This group of punks saw the money and stopped the road to rob the car. We are fighting back in self-defense. Xin Junyi raised her cell phone. Everything just now. I've recorded it. You can take evidence. $200 million of jade. The pretty policewoman was shocked. This was a big case. Without a word, she took Xin Junyi's cell phone and clicked on the video. The scene was gruesome. The facts were clear. The pretty policewoman looked up at her. By the looks of it, you guys had prepared for this. Yes. Xin Junyi nodded her head affirmatively. At the gambling casino, they were forcefully buying and selling. And there's Boss Wang Hong from the Qingshui gambling casino, and Boss Chi from Delong who can testify to that. An older police officer, checking the injuries of the punks, frowned. This is also an overdefense on your part. Please watch your words, and what you're saying isn't the point. Xin Junyi said coldly. The point is that this is a robbery of a Range Rover worth $5,800,000 and a major jadeite case worth $200 million. Yi Qing nodded his head as he listened. The lawyer was just awesome. One sentence set the nature of this matter. Robbery is already a felony. Robbing $200 million worth of emerald is even more of a big crime. Not to sit through the bottom of the jail, it looks like it is impossible. At this time, Boss Chi also ran over and called out, I can testify to this matter. I am the raw stone merchant from Delong. The pretty policewoman said seriously, my name is Xue Xiaoyu, police number 7-5-8-6, from the Tingchong Criminal Police Team. Even though you have evidence, you have to come back to the police station with us and make an interrogation statement. Xin Junyi glanced at the police rank on her shoulder. First-class police inspector? And nodded. We can cooperate, and I will also follow up on this case. But my client, who didn't even have lunch, plans to eat at the highway service area. Do you think? Xue Xiaoyu nodded and looked back helplessly at the punks lying on the ground. Call an ambulance first. A group of police began to clean up the mess. Xue Xiaoyu put on white gloves and put 2 bent golf clubs into a plastic bag. Yi Qing accompanied a smile. Officer Xue, this is this is the murder weapon. Xue Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely. Even if it's self-defense, you don't have to be so ruthless. In our car, not only is there jadeite, there are also 2 girls. Yi Qing said with a straight face. The male is okay. At most, they will throw the body into the Ying River, and they will be on the other side tomorrow. What about the female? Falling into the hands of such people, the end will be even more miserable than the male. So, don't look at me as hitting people hard, but there's no way. Although I know you're being sophomoric, I have to admit that you're right. Xue Xiaoyu remained as cold as frost, and walked straight towards the Range Rover. Give me your ID cards and work permits first. Still afraid that we'll run away? Yi Qing smiled and followed her, having to admit that this pretty policewoman was a back killer. Don't be playful. This case is serious. Xue Xiaoyu glared back at him. You haven't had many fights and brawls. An old greaseball. It's a way to set me off. Yi Qing hemmed and hawed. At the very least, I need to see if you have a criminal record. If you're a fugitive. Without looking back, Xue Xiaoyu walked to the Land Rover, directly pulled open the passenger door, and lifted her leg to get on the car. You're not afraid that we'll pull you away? Yi Qing laughed and got into the car, sitting behind her. Fine. Threatening the police. The offense is compounded. Xue Xiaoyu snapped. ID card. Work permit. Can't you say less? Xin Junyi complained, handing over the ID card she had long since put away. Xue Xiaoyu counted it. Whose is it missing? Short of mine. White Fox didn't dare to go wild in the face of the police and whispered. She lost all her bags in the highway service area restroom. Xin Junyi said with a serious face. Her name is Wang Li. She's also from Kunming, and she works at Ruili Land Rover Auto Store. ID number. Xue Xiaoyu twisted her head. White Fox covered her face with a chesty look. I can't remember. Xue Xiaoyu scornfully swept a glance at Yi Qing. That gaze was self-evident. Treating him as a broad. Treating White Fox as a woman who loved vanity. took out the instrument and swept the ID cards of all the people. Shinjuni and Wang Liang's was okay. The internal system quickly responded. But as soon as he swept Yi Qing's ID card, it showed, your authority is insufficient to query. And the same was true in the sweep of Lu Li's. Xue Xiaoyu instantly became cautious. What exactly are you two? Raw stone merchants from Kyoto. Xue Xiaoyu snapped. Ask again. What are you guys? Insufficient authority means you're not qualified to inquire. Lu Luan hurriedly dialed his phone and handed it to Xue Xiaoyu. Listen for yourself. Xue Xiaoyu listened for half a second and incredulously handed back the phone. I need to go to the internal system to inquire again. If you're not afraid of trouble, whatever. Lu was indifferent, casually handing over another document. Xue Xiaoyu opened it. It was almost the same as her own. The same police badge, the same photo with a steel seal, except for the 4 words in the column of duties. Special Agent Lu. You'd better find someone with enough authority to inquire. Otherwise, if the inquiry doesn't yield any results for 3 times, you'll get into trouble, Lu said in his serious manner. Incredulous, Xue Xiaoyu took out her own cell phone and took pictures of Yi Qing and Lu Li's documents and sent them to her supervisor. Not even a minute later, the phone rang. Xue Xiaoyu clicked on it and listened to it. Her face suddenly looked strange. Handing back Lu Li's work permit, and even sent back the ID cards of the people, as well. You guys are in trouble. Why don't you ask the police department for help? Yi Qing was surprised. Do we need to? Xue Xiaoyu remembered the miserable state of those 30 punks, and the corner of her mouth curved into a graceful arc. No need. Actually, I don't want to give up an opportunity to rid the people of evil, Yi Qing said in a serious manner. Do you still need to go to the police station to make a statement? The rules can't be broken, Xue Xiaoyu said decisively. However, I can let you guys go eat first. Chapter 72 Fatima. Not afraid of us running away. Yi Qing was surprised. I'll follow. Xue Xiaoyu had no hesitation. Yi Qing twisted his head to look at Lu and said with a bad smile, abducting a beautiful police inspector. What a crime. Lu said expressionlessly. You'll have your legs broken and be grounded for a year in addition. Are you too funny? Flirting with me as a police officer? Xue Xiaoyu twisted her head and complained. I'll explain to my co-workers before I leave. I'll take your car. Don't run away. Take that Boss Chi with you. Yi Qing had a bad smile on his face. He hasn't eaten either. Boss Chi was completely terrified. There were people all over the place, holding their arms, holding their legs, rolling around wailing and screaming. There were even a few lying on the ground, motionless, not even screaming. After living for more than 40 years, I have never seen such a miserable scene. I strange looked toward the distant Range Rover. Really not a strong dragon but river. Ring ruthless ah. Seeing Xue Xiaoyu who walked quickly, slightly froze. When did you transfer to the criminal police team? Uncle Chi, this matter is a long story. Xue Xiaoyu pursed her lips and smiled. You know Yi Qing and Lu. Boss Chi nodded his head affirmatively. The first time they came to Rueli to gamble on stones, it was at my Jilong gambling stone workshop. Xue Xiaoyu was skeptical. Do people like that also lack money? Who in this world doesn't lack money? Boss Chi had a helpless look on his face. All thought to be the same as you, letting go of their family business and insisting on becoming a police officer. Besides, they are expert stone gamblers, coming to us to make money. Who is a stone gambling expert? Xue Xiaoyu asked curiously. It's that one called Yi Qing. Don't look at his young age, but he's a real expert in stone gambling, even betting on successive rises, making me envious and jealous. Boss Chi had a helpless look on his face, then smiled. Don't be too hard on them. What happened is similar to what they said. Fatima failed to buy it forcibly when he saw the money. That's why he arranged for a group of punks to stop the road to rob it. Only this time he kicked the iron plate. Xue Xiaoyu then solved the doubt. They have a car recorder in the car, and also used a cell phone to record the image. The facts are very clear. The case can be characterized as a robbery. As long as you go to the police station to record a statement, it will be fine. However, Yi Qing asked you to go to dinner together. You go or not? Boss Chi smiled. Of course I'll go. I followed them because I was worried that something would happen, and I made a call to the police just now. But directly call your head. I did not expect the police as you. If I knew that I wouldn't waste that thing. Wang Chanan also greeted in advance. Xue Xiaoyu pursed her lips and smiled. It looks like both uncles think highly of Yi Qing. That's a big client, Boss Chi said with a straight face. He purchased nearly $6 million of stones in one go. And, in the future, he will come to Tingchong every month to acquire raw stones. Alright, let's talk at the hotel later. Xue Xiaoyu laughed. I'll explain that they will send this group of people to the hospital and look after them. Then Fatima. Boss Chi gritted his teeth. Uncle Chi should leave this matter alone. Xue Xiaoyu slightly gritted her teeth. He's related to another case, but it's difficult to investigate and collect evidence. The higher-ups mean that we can't scare the snakes at this time. Boss Chi also knew their rules. Xue Xiaoyu had already violated them after saying so much. I'll go drive. Xue Xiaoyu nodded and called a young policeman over, whispering a few words of advice before walking quickly towards the Land Rover. The Land Rover vehicle. Yi Qing saw White Fox's eyes looking at herself suspiciously, and hurriedly shifted the direction of her attention, smilingly saying, High Ice Emerald $80 million, Glass Seed $70 million, plus the two $10 million that were sold to Boss Chi, a total of $130 million. Right my ass. White Fox blankly glanced at him and despised. You're bullying me for not having gone to school. Shin Junyi snorted and laughed. $80 million, transfer the money. Yi Qing turned his head and instructed Lulu, transfer 5 million to yourself, and 1 million to Wang Liang. This is the red packet I sent. Junior Master. Even though I said I didn't help in the fight, I was the one who crashed the golden cup. Wang Liang raised his hand pitifully. Both give red envelopes. Why is the difference so much? Yi Qing rolled his eyes. Deduction. Get it? You owe me 4 million. According to White Fox's interest calculation, can only give you 700,000. Little Master doesn't see eye to eye with you. Interest don't want it. The words pause. Our Kyoto gentleman open atmosphere. After following me, every time the gambling stone is up there are red packets. I eat meat you also follow the soup. Wang Liang's heart was suddenly a relief. 4 million debts have been in his heart. After returning to Kyoto must sell the house to pay back the debt, but did not expect Yi Qing sent such a big red packet. Hands clasped fists. In the future, after the saddle, the young master despite the command. If Wang Liang is greedy and afraid of death, he cut himself. White Fox laughed out loud, but Shin Junyi's pretty face was red. Lulu went ahead and transferred money to White Fox and Wang Liang. Follow fifth brother. Sixth brother. Food and drink are all yours. Besides I have an allowance. I don't need money. Yi Qing glared at him. The family old son of a mother does not need money In the future you do not marry a daughter-in-law The money is not for you. Turn it over to the family. Lulu nodded and transferred $5 million to his family. White Fox hesitated. I also send red envelopes, but not as big as Yi Qing's. One person $500,000 back to Rueli to give cash. You just got your hands on $80 million. Just transfer it directly. Shin Junyi also knows the rules of stone gambling. After solving the rise must be sent red packets. These 2 days the White Fox and Yi Qing joint stock gambling on the stone earned nearly 200 million. White Fox can't transfer money, only cash. Yi Qing explained with a smile. Why? Shin Junyi was surprised. Because she must have money in her account. Yi Qing laughed. Only then can her men take out the cash that all the banks in Rueli reserve on a daily basis. Seeing that Shin Junyi still didn't understand. Nowadays, tourists walk around the world with one cell phone. Seldom bring cash. Especially those who come to Yunnan for the first time and don't know that the old man that does business in Rueli can't open an account in the domestic banks. And they do business with only cash. Tourists cannot take money from the bank. The only way is to trade with the White Fox. They charge a 5% commission. Shin Junyi contemptuously skimmed her lips. Isn't this the same as open robbery? Everyone survives differently. White Fox sighed softly. A young lady like you who doesn't lack money never understands the pain of lacking money. Yi Qing nodded. Many of life's afflictions are due to lack of money. That's why the first ambition of a smart person is to make money. College students who just walked out from the ivory tower, hesitantly aspiring for poetry in faraway places, when they find out that they can't even afford a plane ticket. Poetry in faraway places become restrooms and, bah! Shin Junyi gave him a blank look. Are you evil or not? White Fox laughed out loud. That's right. Without money there are only restrooms and, although she was laughing, her voice brought out a lot of heartache. Yi Qing glanced at her, didn't dare to ask more. Xue Xiaoyu got on the car and Lulu drove straight to Tingchong County. Chapter 73, Kyoto Young Master. Officer Shui introduced Tingchong. Yi Qing and Xue Xiaoyu sat side by side in the second row and asked with a smile. Xue Xiaoyu glanced at him and said in a clear voice, You came to Yunnan to gamble on stones. You haven't heard of Tingchong, even Rueli? It's my second time here. Yi Qing laughed. He wasn't lying. The last time he came was 3 years ago, only in the Long Rui gambling place, cutting stones for a year. Except for DeLong and Sister Gao, he hadn't been anywhere. Xue Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise. Then where did you learn how to gamble? Yi Qing half true, half false, tone of voice, the whole of Yunnan in addition to the Emerald King, who dares to say that they know how to gamble on stones? It's all just luck. Then your luck is simply too good. Xue Xiaoyu asked Boss Chi in advance and didn't believe a word of his words, but did determine that it was his first time in Tingchong. Tingchong is only 200 kilometers away from the origin of the jadeite raw stone, the Manghong region in northern Burma. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Mengko region also belonged to our country. Under the jurisdiction of Tingchong, the current Tingchong, in the Tingchong prefecture of Yunnan. After discovering jadeite, Tingchong people brought back the raw stone through horse gangs, which once pushed the extraction, transportation, processing and distribution to an extremely prosperous stage. Here the history of processing and management of jadeite has been more than 600 years, was the world's largest jadeite raw materials distribution center, once monopolized the world's 90% of the flow of jadeite, known as the first city of jadeite, Tingchong Baibao Street in the past, family carving jade pieces, households heard the sound of the machine. Xue Xiaoyu smiled and introduced Tingchong's glorious history once more, twisting her head to look at Yi Qing. For a gambling expert like you, is there a sense of happiness that a mouse falls into a rice vat and is filled with happiness? To be honest, not really. Yi Qing sighed, the so-called stone gambling expert, but just happened to come across a good stone. Originally I was just full of confidence, but, cut out $200 million worth of jade. Are you still not satisfied? Xue Xiaoyu raised her nice eyebrows and despised. Don't be too greedy. By the way, those 2 pieces of jadeite. I want to take pictures for evidence when I arrive at the hotel in a while. No problem. Yi Qing smiled and agreed, asking in passing, the Ma gang is very powerful here? By the looks of it, Ma Wen isn't looking for trouble from you for no reason. Xue Xiaoyu looked at him alertly. Are you hiding something? It's really the first time that Ma Wen and I have met. Yi Qing also got serious, but there was one called Ma Wu in Delong who once looked for trouble from me and was beaten up by me. So as soon as I heard Fatty Ma called Ma Wen, I remembered Ma Wu. You guessed right. Xue Xiaoyu gave him a deep look. Ma Wen and Ma Wu are blood brothers. No wonder he not only wanted to forcefully sell your jade, but also hurt people. Officer Shui, are you mistaken? This is a major case of robbing $200 million worth of jadeite. Shen Junyi had a thinly veiled look of anger. Don't you downplay it and characterize it as a hooligan brawl. That's why I went to Dingchong with you guys, Xue Xiaoyu said with a straight face. I hope you guys will listen to me calmly. Yi Qing stopped Shen Junyi who was about to retort, nodded and smiled. Please speak. Xue Xiaoyu weighed her vocabulary. Ma Wen is involved in another case, but right now we don't have enough evidence and we haven't reached the stage of closing the net yet, so we don't want to scare the snakes, and we hope that you guys will cooperate, and that this case will only be dealt with in a diluted manner. Could it be that the case he's involved in is bigger than robbing a $200 million jade? Shen Junyi retorted. Yi Qing waved his hand. We are just passing through, and we don't have much to lose, so we have to respect the police's opinion. I'm suspecting them of harboring Ma Wen. Shen Junyi sneered. Absolutely nothing like that will happen. Yi Qing turned around and glanced at her. I believe the police will handle this impartially. White Fox blinked doubtfully, but didn't say anything. Little Master Kyoto, really atmospheric. Xue Xiaoyu guffawed. You've heard of me. Yi Qing was surprised instead. I haven't heard of you, but our chief said that you are honored as a young master in Kyoto. Bold and chivalrous. Xue Xiaoyu looked at him curiously. Do you mix well in Kyoto? Yi Qing laughed bitterly. In your eyes, those who are bold and chivalrous should be big gangsters. Put. Xue Xiaoyu instantly laughed and gave him a count-your-understanding look. Our leader is waiting for you at the Tingchong Hotel. Your leader's honorable name is. He won't let me tell you. He wants to tell you personally. Xue Xiaoyu bought a hint. Yi Qing looked at her alertly. Am I going to say one thing? Cold River Lone Shadow. River and Lake Deceased. It is better to meet than not to see. I'm only responsible for bringing you here. You say this sentence to him yourself. Xue Xiaoyu glanced at him in amusement. Sixth brother, Lu, who was driving, called out softly. It's fine. Yi Qing exhaled a long breath. There are no outsiders who know that I am the young master of Kyoto. Lu nodded. Yi Qing had always kept a low profile in Kyoto, harboring in Stone's Eye all day and not going out. Only the Panjiayuan group of old sticks and the circle of top government officials honored him as little master. Since it was Xue Xiaoyu's leader, naturally it wouldn't be Panjiayuan's group of old sticks, but the Not Nei circle would never serve in this small place. An hour's drive. Lu, in full of suspicion, drove the car into the Tingchong Hotel. After waiting for a moment, boss Ji Zhaodi also arrived. Xue Xiaoyu asked at the front desk and then brought them directly to a large private room on the top floor. The table was already filled with Tingchong delicacies, but they didn't see the person waiting for them. Yi Qing suspiciously glanced at Xue Xiaoyu. Xue Xiaoyu pursed her lips and smiled. The chief knows that Mr. Yi is hungry, so he will arrange the meal first, and then talk to you after he has eaten and drunk enough. Enviously, she glanced at the table full of colorful and flavorful dishes. Gov is going to hemorrhage money. Everyone was hungry. No one was polite and sat down directly. Yi Qing watched as Xue Xiaoyu turned to leave and laughed. Eat together. Even if it's a hongmen banquet, eat and drink enough to get on your way. Xue Xiaoyu didn't excuse herself and directly took a seat next to Shen Junyi, laughing softly. Still really hungry, but there's something in Mr. Ye's words. All are Jianghu minglers, who doesn't understand things. Yi Qing smiled and said, only, I know how to gamble on stones except for fighting. I know nothing else, so I'm afraid I can't help you. Xue Xiaoyu immediately changed the topic, pointing to one of the dishes. This dish is called the Great Rescue. It can be said to be a very good cuisine. The main ingredients are slices of ham and eggs, etc., placed inside the pan and stir-fried with a variety of spices. The appearance of a golden brown color, and there is no greasiness at all when eating in the mouth. This is called earthpots. Has a history of many years. This cuisine's biggest concern is that it must be slow-cooked slowly, so as to make the food more flavorful. The main ingredients are pork ribs and chicken simmered into a fresh broth, and then in the addition of Chinese mountains and taro, etc. The modeling is very unique. The flavor is also quite good. All of you try it. Chapter 74, Sand and Gold. Hearing her introduce it like this, the crowd all craved for it and immediately moved their chopsticks. Xue Xiaoyu looked at the table and saw that no one had touched the drinks, and said in surprise, "Doesn't Mr. Yi drink? When we go out, we usually don't drink." Yi Qing smiled slightly. "You don't have to be polite either. Eat whatever you like. I'm dipping into Mr. Ye's light." Xue Xiaoyu let out a light laugh and also got down her chopsticks. The dishes were colorful and flavorful. The crowd was already hungry. Eating was like a windfall. Yi Qing skimmed Xue Xiaoyu twice. Laying down her chopsticks was tricky. Turning to pick the best part of the dish, he knew that this beautiful police officer was also not a bad host. Yi Qing was observing Xue Xiaoyu, and Xue Xiaoyu was also observing him. Even if it was a big beauty like Shin Junyi and White Fox, it was hard to eat when they were hungry, let alone Lulu and Wang Liang. Yi Qing, however, ate elegantly, giving off a slow and methodical feeling, but the dishes near him also went down the fastest. Xue Xiaoyu was full after a few chopsticks and looked at him with a smile on her face. "Are there big rules in Mr. Ye's house?" Yi Qing swallowed the food in his mouth before laughing. "Not really big, just mom's strict control, home brothers and more. Eating ugly mom with chopsticks to hit the head. Eating slow is gone, so the habit of raising." Xue Xiaoyu snorted a laugh. "Mr. Yi, don't mind me, just eat." Yi Qing wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I'm full too." Looking towards Lulu, "Tonight, it looks like we can't go back, so book 3 rooms in this hotel." Lulu was busy eating and didn't raise his head, humming lightly. "Then Mr. Yi, come with me." Xue Xiaoyu stood up and bowed slightly towards the crowd. "Enjoy your meal everyone." The crowd agreed with a smile and watched the two go out. Yi Qing pulled the suitcase with the emerald and followed behind Xue Xiaoyu, entering another small private room. In the private room, there was a man wearing a jacket, in his 30s, sipping tea. Seeing Yi Qing walk in, smilingly stood up. "Yi Lao Lu." Yi Qing was skeptical. He was confident in his memory. He definitely hadn't seen this person before. Hesitantly said, "You are Zhao Lei, a soldier under Yi Wuliang." Zhao Lei quickly greeted him, smiling and extending his hands. Yi Qing's heart was immediately open. The family brothers 6. Yi Liang is the oldest 4. Because of leading soldiers too hard, a group of men called him Yi Wuliang, shook his hand and laughed. "Came to your precious land, but also let brother Zhao hospitality." Xiao Lu heart overreacted. Xiao Lu came quietly and planned to leave quietly. "If it wasn't for this matter of Ma Wan, I wouldn't have known that you ran to my territory." Zhao Lei pulled his hand, sat on the sofa. "First sit down and have a cup of tea. Know that you have a good bite. 100-years-old Panshang, or from your 4th brother's hand by the way. 100-year-old Banjiang sticky fragrance." Yi Qing took a shallow sip, glanced at Xue Xiaoyu standing beside him. "Sit together. This tea is good." Xue Xiaoyu glanced at Zhao Lei and saw him nodding. Then she took her seat. Yi Qing helped her pour tea and smiled. "It's easy to talk when you're all family. I was planning to go back to Ruwei right away, but I was delayed for a night today. Knowing brother Zhao and officer Shui, it's also Xiao Lu's honor." Zhao Lei laughed out loud. "No wonder Yi Wuliang said that Xiao Lu is the most slippery in the family. Before you even say anything, you're starting to knock me down. You guys are all characters who have a call from the hall and 100 promises from the steps. What can I do to help?" Yi Qing laughed. Zhao Lei's face immediately became serious. "There's really one thing I'd like you to help with. Right now 4th brother is sitting in Kunming. Even if there's no such thing as today, 4th brother is planning to call you in to help." "What exactly is the matter?" "I have narrow shoulders. Don't scare me." As soon as Yi Qing heard this, he knew that it was a big deal. A case that could make 4th brother personally go out. Would never be a small matter like a hooligan fight. Xue Xiaoyu looked at him with contempt and forced herself to hold back her words. Zhao Lei glanced at him and said with a straight face, "4th brother asked me to ask for your opinion. If you agree, I'll tell you. If you don't agree, let me ask you, why did you participate in the inner guard selection back then? The old master wants to know what the consequences will be if you run away from the battle." Xue Xiaoyu froze, thinking that Zhao Lei said he would let him go if he didn't agree. But it turned out, pursed her lips and looked at Yi Qing. "This is still a threat. It's really Yi Wuliang. Alright, since 4th brother has an order, I have to go even if it's a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire." Yi Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. His words changed. Just now I said to Officer Shui, my abilities are fighting and gambling on stones. I don't know anything else, so at your discretion, I'll order if I can use it. Kyoto young master, really chivalrous. Zhao Lei laughed and pointed north. This matter mainly comes from over there. Yi Qing froze. That side, in addition to the production of jadeite raw stone, also produced gold. Lost his voice, smuggling. Zhao Lei also did not say anything. Took out a gold bar from his handbag and handed it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at 2 eyes. Golden. Held in the hand, weighed. Heavy enough to have 2 pounds. Zhao Lei handed over another bar. Yi Qing glanced at him suspiciously and again measured the gold in his hand. Yi Qing weighed the 2 gold bars separately. His hand was very steady. He could almost conclude that the weight of these 2 gold bars was not much different. Taking a closer look, one was golden and the other was greenish in color. He lost his voice and said, sand gold. Little Six is really knowledgeable. Yi Qing smiled bitterly. I was in Panjiayuan, saw the use of sand gold to forge a gold hairpin, and saw that the color was not right. Zhao Lei nodded his head affirmatively. That's right, but this is pure gold in the middle of the sand gold. After testing, a caddy of gold is mixed with at least 5 taels of sand gold. What a black heart! Yi Qing frowned, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Shui Xiaoyu nodded solemnly. There are 3 poisons in Myanmar: raw stone counterfeiting, gold counterfeiting and poisonous powder. The border is mainly for anti-smuggling and anti-drugs, and our target is a gold counterfeiting gang. Yi Qing nodded. Raw stone counterfeiting required technology. Gold counterfeiting was much simpler. The sand gold used for counterfeiting does not contain gold at all, but only uses various metal materials to make the color and texture of gold, very similar to the real gold. Even the weight is similar, especially the sand gold and the real gold. More people cannot distinguish the real from the fake. The higher the gold content, the more expensive the price. Sand gold and pure gold, because of the huge price difference, only a few $dozen a gram. Zhao Lei said bitterly, this kind of fake gold, to smuggle the way into the country, not only to avoid a huge amount of tariffs, but also a huge impact on the gold market. Ordinary people who buy this kind of half-true and half-fake gold jewelry will not only not be able to preserve their value, but will instead be severely devalued. And most importantly, it's a huge danger to the national treasury. Chapter 75, Touching the Heart. The quantity is huge. Yi Qing understood the seriousness of this matter. The amount of currency issued by the country was tied to the gold reserves. Therefore, every year, the treasury would acquire a large amount of pure gold. There are dozens of tons every year, entering the country from various channels. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and said, because of the great harm, the above-appointed 4th brother is the main person in charge and set up a task force to make sure that the mastermind and accomplices in this matter are brought to justice, and to stop this kind of half-true and half-fake gold from entering the domestic market. So much. Yi Qing was shocked. A ton of gold, 2,000 pounds. Half of the fake goods. A gram of sandy gold worth a mere $30 or $40. Disguised as pure gold worth more than 300 a gram flowing into the market. Tens of tons flowing into the country every year. Unimaginable profiteering. Shui Xiaoyu nodded his head affirmatively and said seriously, we are tracing a special input channel, and suspect that it is related to the horse gang, but the organization of the horse gang is too tight. Even if we send someone to infiltrate it, we can't reach the core. Yi Qing laughed bitterly. I don't know anyone from the horse gang either. The source of this matter is in Tingchong. The pin is in Ruili and Kunming. That's why the 3 places are linked. Shui Xiaoyu solemnly said, the travel company operated by the horse gang has a route to Yangonzhua City, but we couldn't find any clues after exhausting our means. Therefore, we have landed our sights on Tingchong Mawan, wanting to open a gap from him. Mawan is the department manager of the Tingchong route, and is also the right-hand man of Ma Rue, the chairman of the travel company. You guys suspect that Ma Rue is also involved in this matter. It's just a suspicion. There's no solid evidence, Zhao Lei said helplessly. Moreover, the Ma gang is deeply rooted here, and made a great contribution to the country during the war years, so we can't beat them to death. It just so happens that Ma Rue's sister, Ma Wei, has returned from studying abroad and is fighting with her for the control of the travel company. This is a good opportunity for us. Yi Qing frowned. You guys are planning to let me get close to Ma Wei. Not just Ma Wei, but also Ma Rue. Shui Xiaoyu said, you crippled Ma Wu, and Ma Wen also lost her troops. It's equal to breaking both of her arms. With Ma Rue's nature, she'll definitely want to find trouble with you. But right now, the tourism company's revenue is not good, and she needs to have a large amount of money to restructure the company's operations. Horse gang chief pot head Ma San master. What a horse gang, all the business. Handed over to the youngest daughter. Ma Wei studied business administration, but because of Ma Rue opposition has been dragging the decision, and Ma Wei is also ambitious. Want to learn from abroad with the advanced management experience. Change the horse gang's current business pattern. But for the 2 sisters, They must have a large amount of money in their hands to secure the upper hand in this change, and gambling on stones will become an option for them. Yi Qing thought for a moment. I can only say try. I don't dare to guarantee it will work, Xue Xiaoyu said seriously. Please take this matter seriously. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Don't worry, as long as I promise something, there's no reason to be perfunctory. Zhao Lei saw that he didn't have the stance of a top courtier at all. His heart was full of admiration. From tomorrow onwards, Xue Xiaoyu will follow you around. You can make your own arrangements on what identity you want. Yi Qing froze, then shook his head. I don't need protection. Fourth brother told me that you are strong in force. Zhao Lei smiled faintly. This point is also an important reason why we dare to ask for your help. Plus, you're from Kyoto, don't have any connections in Rueli, and you're an expert in gambling stones. Ma Rue and Ma Wei will definitely pull you in whenever they see you. Xue Xiaoyu is just assisting you and is easy to contact when you need to use us. This. Yi Qing looked at Xue Xiaoyu, who had a delicate figure and was as delicate as a flower. You can't underestimate Xiaoyu. She's the champion of the province's martial arts competition. The reason why she was chosen is because her looks are very deceptive. Zhao Lei smiled. Besides, you came to Tingchong for the purpose of gambling stones. Xiaoyu also has connections in this area, so she can help you find good gambling stones. Lure with profit. Yi Qing laughed dryly twice. Why are you like fourth brother? You always love to use this tactic. If you don't make the noise bigger, how are you going to attract the attention of Ma Rue and Ma Wei? Zhao Lei also laughed dryly. Something that goes with the flow. Something that each gets their own benefit. Besides, if I don't let you get some benefits, I wouldn't feel good about being a brother in my heart. But everyone knows she's a police officer. Yi Qing grinned. Zhao Lei said with confidence. Originally Xiaoyu worked as a clerk in Kunming, and only transferred over yesterday. Very few people know about it. You've arranged it all. I can only follow orders. Yi Qing's face was helpless. This was rushing the duck onto the shelf. Xue Xiaoyu said with a smile on her face. There is one more thing. Help us look at a few stones. You guys also gamble on stones. Yi Qing was surprised. We don't know anything about stones. How dare we gamble on them? Xue Xiaoyu gave him a blank look. Just now we were talking about the place where the sand gold is sold, but now it's the source. Tanchong and that side are just separated by a river. Every year, there are quite a few old Myanmar hanging stones underneath the inner tires of their trucks, swimming over from the river. Originally this matter was not enough to draw our attention, but the stones smuggled over during this time make us suspicious. What is there to be suspicious about the stones? Yi Qing was surprised. Very ordinary stones. Xue Xiaoyu frowned. We also found a few stone gambling experts from out of town to appraise the stones. They are all dry green seeds and water foam with very low value. According to the usual practice, after these stones were seized, a batch was saved enough to be auctioned off to the raw stone merchants. However, after the exhaustive investigation, we found that these stones were eventually bought by Ma Wen after several twists and turns. Yi Qing said implausibly. So, you guys suspect that these stones have a mystery? Zhao Lei and Xue Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Xue Xiaoyu said softly. If the stones were just bought by small businessmen and resold to stone gamblers, it wouldn't be a big problem. But all of Ma Wen's acquisitions of this batch of stones that don't have much value, that's what aroused our suspicions. Yi Qing heard what she meant and raised his eyebrows. Just didn't cut it to take a look. Cut a few pieces. They are all stones. Xue Xiaoyu let out a sigh. And this matter needs to be kept secret. We can't ask the local gambling experts to cut the stones, so that's why I plan to ask you to take a look. Good. Have time to go and take a look. Yi Qing didn't want to go as soon as he heard that it was water froth. It was purely a waste of effort. Besides, the sand gold and the original stone had no half a penny of relationship between the two except for the same place of origin, and agreeing to it was also a casual perfunctory. Zhao Lei laughed bitterly. The most confusing thing about this case is that we know that the sand gold flows out from Tingchong, but we don't know how they got it in. If we can't find this smuggling route, I'm like sitting on pins and needles all over. I've promised to help you guys go look. If you're not tired, can you, tonight? Xue Xiaoyu said hesitantly with an apologetic face. Such a rush, Yi Qing said in surprise. Chapter 76, When people's wealth is like killing their parents. Tomorrow I won't be able to wear this uniform anymore, and I won't be able to go in and out of the police force until I've completed my mission. Xue Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. But I want to figure out what's going on. Yi Qing smiled bitterly. Xue Xiaoyu's kind of nature, to put it nicely, was called conscientious and responsible, but to put it badly, it was just a one-track mind. Although he came from a family, the blood flowing in his body was also hot. But since he was young, he has been mixed up in Panjiayuan, and prefers to solve problems by Jianghu means. What's more, raw stone merchants and antique dealers are walking on the edge of the law of the special people, inevitably do something that violates the law but does not violate the law. As soon as I thought of this beautiful woman with a strong sense of justice, but not knowing how to adapt, I had to follow her around in the future. And my head hurt. Especially this beauty looks and Barbie doll has a spell. Delicate and lovely, but in the bones is a fierce and violent woman. Doing something wrong to teach a couple of lessons. One would have to be careful of her fists. Zhao Lei saw his face change and knew that Xue Xiaoyu hadn't convinced him, and hurriedly laughed. This is the only valuable clue. We've done a lot of work to discreetly investigate. If the sand gold has nothing to do with the original stone, we need to line up again. Xiao Lu, whether or not brother can still wear this uniform, it all depends on you. Yi Qing could kind of see that these two people were acting one red face and one white face, singing in unison. They wouldn't stop until they got themselves over there, but he was also aroused by curiosity. Alright, call Wang Liang in a while, he's an expert at cutting stones. Zhao Lei stood up. Then I'll go back and make arrangements first. Try to keep it a secret. I'll let Xiaoyu take you there later. See you later. Yi Qing also stood up and sent him to the door. Returning to the case, Yi Qing opened the suitcase and carried out the 2 pieces of jadeite for Xue Xiaoyu to take pictures. Once he saw these 2 pieces of jadeite, Xue Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, successively took a few pictures with his cell phone and looked at Yi Qing with surprise. How did you conclude that there is jadeite in the stone? Yi Qing smiled mysteriously. I have supernatural powers. My eyes can penetrate everything. Xue Xiaoyu let out a shriek, almost threw her cell phone, panicked and crouched down holding her arms, blushing and shouting angrily, won't I be seen by you? Yi Qing laughed evilly and surveyed her for a few eyes, saying, there are still a few places that are not seen. Standing up and turning around is almost enough. Xue Xiaoyu's pretty face was red as if it was about to drip blood. Clenching her fists, she coldly said, guess, will I beat you to death? Alright, teasing you. Yi Qing laughed. You still really believe that there are such unreliable things in the world? Xue Xiaoyu was skeptical and refused to stand up, saying suspiciously, really, you won't lie to me again. Yi Qing put the jadeite away and said with amusement, a beautiful woman like you who can eat based on her face. How did you choose this line of work? What's wrong with this line? I like to eat based on my strength. Xue Xiaoyu slowly stood up straight and tried her best to avoid his line of sight. Still unsure, she pressed again. You really don't have perspective eyes? Yi Qing looked at her and looked her slender body up and down, but said in a serious manner, there really isn't. Phew. A small foot wearing sneakers hovered at the tip of his nose. Xue Xiaoyu didn't have the good sense to say, it's easy to be killed when you make this kind of joke. Yi Qing pushed her leg away and despised, if it wasn't for your eagerness to get credit, I would have gotten into this kind of trouble. Blocking people's way of wealth is like killing their parents. They're all vicious and evil people. Little master's life is precious. As a citizen, Xue Xiaoyu was filled with righteous indignation, shouting, when the country needs you, you should respond to the draft unconditionally. Yi Qing said in a serious manner, the problem is, Zhao Lei doesn't even have the power to conscript me. Xue Xiaoyu stared with a pair of big mesmerizing eyes and pursued, I'm curious, what exactly is your status? You don't have enough authority. Yi Qing laughed, picked up his suitcase and left. Xue Xiaoyu huffed and puffed and followed behind, itching to kick him down from behind. As soon as he went out, he saw Lulu and the others, waiting for him at the entrance of the box. Open 3 rooms, Lulu said cleanly. Yi Qing handed over the suitcase to Lulu. You guys go back to your rooms and rest first. Wang Liang, come with me. Where are you going? Shinjunyi and White Fox asked in unison. Take a trip with this beauty. Yi Qing smiled. Don't worry, it's fine. I met a friend just now. He asked me to help with something. I'll be back in a while. Lulu stood to the side, not saying a word, ready to follow him at any time. Fourth brother's man, Yi Qing said, and only then did Lulu nod his head. Can we go together? Shinjunyi glanced at Xue Xiaoyu behind him and said confidently, if it's about a legal matter, I can solve it. It has nothing to do with that. Yi Qing saw that White Fox also wanted to follow, and hurriedly glared at her, giving a warning, damn, don't you know that your visa is only limited to Ruweli, and that identification is repatriation, and you still dare to follow to the police force? Do you really think that they are eating for nothing? You and Sister Ramin have a good rest. Lulu stays, call him if something happens. White Fox waved his hand and laughed, alright, hurry up, go and return quickly, don't let us worry. Yi Qing looked at Boss Qi, Brother Qi, take care of it. Boss Qi smiled and nodded, don't worry brother, I'm not as good as you in a fight. These small things are no problem. Only then did Yi Qing turn around and walk into the elevator. Wang Liang drove, Xue Xiaoyu and Yi Qing sat in the second row. Xue Xiaoyu still refused to believe him, and kept twisting her body to avoid his line of sight, squirming, how on earth did you see that there's jadeite in the original stone? Yi Qing was furious and amused, deliberately staring at her. Told you I have perspective eyes, and you still don't believe me. Xue Xiaoyu let out another shriek, scrambling to the back seat in a panic, bending over as she held out a roundness in her loose police pants. I can see it all clearly this time. Yi Qing had a bad smile on his face. I really dare to beat you to death, Xue Xiaoyu said angrily behind her. To be honest, I sometimes really doubt that Little Master's eyes can see through. Wang Liang drove the car and laughed. Little Master has never cut down a stone when he gambles. Xue Xiaoyu swiftly strangled Yi Qing's neck from behind the seat and viciously said, "Say, what did you just see?" Very white, Yi Qing teased. The small hand strangling his neck instantly tightened, and hurriedly shouted, "I'm talking about the face. You're still wearing pants. What can I see? Or what do you want me to see?" Xue Xiaoyu's pretty face was red. Her jaws stuttered and she couldn't say anything. In fact, as long as you read the code on the stone, and analyze it comprehensively, you can determine if there is emerald in the stone. Yi Qing patted her small hand, signaling her to let go of her arm. Really? Xue Xiaoyu really didn't dare to believe his words anymore. There will be a code on the stone. Wang Liang, did your daughter-in-law get it on her own? Or was she introduced by someone else? My mom asked someone to introduce her. Wang Liang turned back skeptically. Little Master, what's wrong? Chapter 77, The Primary Stone Code. Just drive and look ahead and answer my questions. Yi Qing hurriedly said. How did you pick? My mom first went to see the girl, her mother. After making sure, she went to see the girl again. She hit it at a glance. And after coming back, she told me that she has a thin waist and a big ass like her mother, saying that such a woman is good at giving birth. And it's not a problem to give birth to a child, to milk a child. And that's why she entrusted someone to talk about the matchmaking. Wang Liang also knew that Yi Qing was playing a bad trick and held back his laughter. Yi Qing said in a serious manner, "You see, this is the experience summarized by the old generation. First look at the mother, then look at the girl. They don't need to go to the hospital to check. Based on the girl's body we'll know whether they can pass on the family." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Xue Xiaoyu stormed out. What does this have to do with gambling stones? Gambling on stones is also like this. Deciding to bet on a stone. First determining who her mother is and whether the breed is good or not. Yi Qing had a bad smile on his face. It's similar to finding a daughter-in-law. Don't bull asterisk 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 me. Xue Xiaoyu's pretty face turned red as she listened. But she also understood that these two bad guys were flirting with her. I really didn't lie to you. Yi Qing, however, was serious. Gambling on stones. First look at the mouth. There is a saying in the circle, called don't know the mouth, don't gamble on stones. Because the old mouth of the chance of emerald green is the greatest. Although 10 bets on 9 collapses, but there is still a 1. The new field of mouth of the original stone and buy a lottery ticket to win, the odds are almost the same. Can only give you the dream, and then in cruelty will you step on the ground. Hard friction. Xue Xiaoyu heard him stop talking nonsense, which then moved from the back seat to the center seat. Curious, she looked at him. How do you look at the field entrance? Every stone, after hundreds of millions of years of nature's winners and losers, will form its own unique skin shell appearance. Yi Qing seriously said. For example, the material of Mwanji, black osea, wax skin and gray sandskin is common, but the first choice for gambling is the black osage. The biggest characteristic of this kind of stone is with obvious white spots, and the color is gray, but as long as the skin shell is tight and well behaved, it can be concluded that this material is a good seed. Then look at the pine flowers and moss. There are pine flowers and moss is definitely colored. If you find white python from the crust, the odds of winning the bet are half. Moreover, the black sand of Mwanji is famous for its green color, so you can bet on the green color. Finally, look at the cracks and locks. If there are no major problems, the chances of winning the bet will be 70%. Then you can make up your mind to bet. That is to say, choose the best among the best, and then judge the seed in watercolor by the characteristics of the field entrance. Yi Qing looked at her in surprise. It's possible. It doesn't look like it's a white guy. Che, at least I'm from Tengchong. Xue Xiaoyu winked and said, how about making a deal? What kind of deal? Yi Qing asked with a smile. I'll help you find a good stone, and sell me a little bit of the glass seed emerald from gambling. Xue Xiaoyu smiled coyly. I want to make a laughing Buddha pendant. Men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha. You want to wear it yourself? Yi Qing was a bit surprised. Well, the glass seed full green laughing Buddha that my dad gave me broke during a training session. Xue Xiaoyu looked gloomy. I didn't even dare to go home after transferring back to Tingchong. I was afraid that he would get angry if he knew. No wonder when you saw my piece of glass seed onion heart green, your eyes glowed green. Yi Qing looked at her with amusement. That was the one he gave me as a talisman after I got into the police academy. Xue Xiaoyu blushed, embarrassed. Do you promise or not? It's hard to find a raw stone that can be deciphered into a glass seed full of green. Yi Qing was also a bit touched, not realizing that this girl was still a filial daughter. Go to my dad's field to pick. Xue Xiaoyu, however, was confident. His field is even bigger than Uncle Wang Hong's, so he can definitely find it. Rich second generation. Yi Qing and Wang Liang spoke in unison. Compared to you guys, I'm a poor man. Xue Xiaoyu looked at the two of them contemptuously. My dad has been running a raw stone factory for many years, and his assets are just $200 million. But you guys, 2 stones beat his decades of hard work. That's not the same. Yi Ching seriously said. There is a saying in the gambling circle that 1 cut of heaven and 1 cut of hell. This is not nonsense. Your father does not gamble in the raw stone business, winning instability, while we are dancing on the tip of a knife. However, on account of your filial piety, even if you can't solve the glass seed full green, I can still share a little bit of that glass seed onion heart green with you. But the question is, can you afford it with your salary? Can't afford it. Xue Xiaoyu looked gloomy. Her voice was choked. She also knew that this kind of emerald pendant was a heavenly price. With her own salary she couldn't even think about it in this lifetime. Yi Qing looked at her tears in the eye sockets, just forced to not fall. A little heartbroken. Your glass seed full green smiling Buddha. The carving must be very good. Even if I send you a piece, do not want to pay, but you can find a good carver to make it exactly the same? Can. Xue Xiaoyu affirmed. I know. Who carved that piece of laughing Buddha? But the glass seed onion heart green is too expensive. I wouldn't dare to take it. To you, the laughing Buddha is filial piety. Yi Qing smiled. To me that's just a stone. It's a deal. You find a good carver. I'll make a few pieces of jewelry along the way. The laughing Buddha will be given to you, but you'll pay for the handmade fee. Xue Xiaoyu bowed her head. You won't even be able to afford the handcraft fee. Yi Qing was also dumbfounded. That laughing Buddha. My dad gave $500,000 just for the handcraft fee. Xue Xiaoyu was embarrassed and said in a thin voice. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. His heart was bleeding. His voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Fine. $10 million are out. Not bad for this $500,000. As long as the carver you find satisfies me. Really? Xue Xiaoyu said incredulously. I'll regret asking again. Yi Qing had black lines all over his head, and for the first time in his life, he begged to be a fat sheep. I'll ask my dad to open the treasure trove and let you pick any stone you want, okay? Xue Xiaoyu's voice was a bit small. The corner of her eyes kept glancing at him. It's fate to encounter a good raw stone. You can't ask for it by forcing it. Yi Qing didn't even dare to hope that her dad would take out the town's treasure, which was reserved for appreciation. My dad said the same thing. Xue Xiaoyu embarrassedly laughed. However, if I beg he will definitely agree. Alright, if I have this bond with your dad, I will definitely come up with something good. Yi Qing was disinterested. The Land Rover entered a compound with several warehouses under Xue Xiaoyu's guidance. Zhao Lei and a few plainclothes lads had been waiting for a long time. Yi Qing and Wang Liang got out of the car and entered the warehouse under Xue Xiaoyu's guidance. The warehouse was lit. It was very spacious inside, and there were hundreds of raw stones sparsely placed. The big ones were hundreds of kilograms, and the small ones were also 40 to 50 kilograms. There were also 2 pieces that had been cut, a piece of horsetooth seed, a piece of water foam. Yi Qing swept a glance and lost interest, looking at the raw stones all over the place. These are all from the collection. Yi Qing turned his head and asked Zhao Lei. Chapter 78, Zhao Chong weighs the elephant. This is still a small portion. Zhao Lei smiled. Every night there are quite a few truck inner tubes on the river, being rowed over by the old main as a boat. The raw stones are suspended under the inner tubes and soaked in the water. As soon as they see us, the old main, jumping into the water and walking away, the inner tubes and the stones are fished up by us. Yi Qing nodded. These stones had a watermark no matter how long they were fished up. He squatted down and looked at them for a few moments, got up and walked away, and the torch in his hand swept past the stones. Well, Xue Xiaoyu asked nervously. Brick material. Yi Qing did not look back and smiled. They are all picked up by stone pickers from the slag thrown away. 300 a ton in the mining area. Transported to our site a ton plus 15 to 2,000 in freight. Even if you buy it from the raw stone quarry in Tingchong, it's not expensive. Yeah, that's the most suspicious part. Xue Xiaoyu frowned. Moreover, we have also traced the whereabouts of the raw stones that were bought by Mawan. However, we have not been able to find those stones. Even when they were on the means, they suddenly disappeared. What a reason! Yi Qing knew that the so-called up means was to install a positioning system on the raw stones. Usually, it's when you find the signaler and smash it that the signal disappears. Zhao Lei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Destroying the stone to prevent people from finding the remains of these stones. Yi Qing's eyes lit up as he crouched down to look at the stones. There's another situation where the stones are broken up and sold to construction companies to be used as stones. Xue Xiaoyu smiled and said, this is our custom here. Many houses in Tingchong in the last century were built with raw stone scraps. This matter Yi Qing had also heard about. Every time Tingchong demolished an old house, there would be countless people rummaging through the foundations, and quite a lot of good stuff was really found. Yi Qing looked at 20 or 30 pieces of raw stone in a row. Stone is stone. Nothing strange in weird places, but the same thing is, the block is not small, value is not big. But what did Marvin bother to go through so much trouble to get this kind of stone for? Did they put the sand gold in the stone? But how did they put it in? And disguise the stone without a trace? Yi Ching went forward 2 more steps, squatting next to a larger stone. Hit the lamp to look closely. The stone is obviously cut 4 square, revealing the entire plain, horse teeth species, only among the teacup size of a piece of green. But this piece of raw stone is very solid. There are more than 100 kilograms. Is this piece of green worth money? Xue Xiaoyu also squatted beside him, watching him focus on a piece of green, smilingly asked, "Gouge it out and beat it into a bracelet. Sell it for 500, losing 200 handmade fees." Yi Qing smiled. This should be the new field entrance. The stone dug out after finding the vein, cut to check the color, and then it was thrown away as garbage again. "Then what are you looking at it for?" Xue Xiaoyu curiously said. "Look," Yi Qing gestured. "This stone has been cut into 4 squares, but it's still more than a foot thick, and that's what these stones have in common. They've all been cut, so they're very regular." Xue Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "If we cut another slice from the center, we don't have to separate it, and then make a cut from one side. We can hollow out the stone." Yi Qing frowned. "Hollowing out the inside is like an ancient dressing box." Xue Xiaoyu laughed. "We've already thought about this, but after slicing through a few pieces, we found nothing." Yi Qing laughed. "Not every stone has sand and gold. It's only true and false that can hide people's eyes. But how do they bond the stones together and still not let people see it? There is a counterfeiting technique in the gambling circle called skinning." Yi Qing smiled and explained. "It's when the original stone is opened up and after realizing that it has no value, a better jadeite sheet is pasted on top and the original skin is glued on, turning it into a valuable open-windowed original stone. This kind of counterfeiting means is very clever. Even the expert stone gambler is inevitably drugged. What is taking medicine?" Xue Xiaoyu was astonished. "Losing that you're still the daughter-in-law of the big boss of the original stone quarry." Yi Qing looked at her with contempt. "You don't even know about taking medicine. I've been going to school and joined the workforce after graduation." Xue Xiaoyu glared at him and justified. "It's normal not to know. Taking medicine is just being fooled." Yi Qing said helplessly. Xue Xiaoyu froze, then despised. "You guys have a lot of black words in this circle. It's you who doesn't understand, okay? This is jargon, not black words. If you talk to your dad, he'll understand as soon as he hears it." Yi Qing also didn't know if agreeing to let Xue Xiaoyu stay by his side was a blessing or a curse. "Is it all cut up?" "It can be more than that. There are several large warehouses." Xue Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. "Massive stone cutting? It simply can't be hidden from people. Once the news leaks out, the line will be broken." Yi Qing gloated. "What you should consider is that if all the sand gold flows out from these warehouses, you guys will be in big trouble." "What are you laughing at? We couldn't find any clues and have already been notified and criticized." Xue Xiaoyu was annoyed. "Besides, we hired you as an expert. If you can't see it either, shame on you. The responsibility for this matter lies with me." Zhao Lei laughed bitterly. "If it really flowed out from here, I'll ask for myself. Finding it out is a great honor." Yi Qing hurriedly interrupted him. "It was fine to flirt with Xue Xiaoyu, but you couldn't fool around with this kind of thing." Zhao Lei would be jerked to the end. Zhao Lei anxiously asked, "How to find it?" Yi Qing thought for a moment. "Find an electronic scale to come. 2 buckets that can put down a stone of this size. The water source is here." "Right. Yes, tap water." Zhao Lei nodded. "What else do you need?" 2 small slings, netting, a box ruler." Yi Qing smiled. "Find some more small stones." "There are small stones. There are many in the warehouse over there." Xue Xiaoyu called out. "Nothing else?" Zhao Lei asked again. "Nothing." Zhao Lei waved his hand and said to the lad behind him, "Go arrange it right away." There wasn't much time, and everything was ready. A group of people looked at Yi Qing with bated breath. From the first piece, Yi Qing took a look at the small stone. It was only 60 to 70 kilograms. There was no need for a sling. "Weigh it." A few lads lifted it and placed it on the electronic scale. 75 kilograms. "Tie it up and hoist it into the bucket." Yi Qing smiled and glanced at Xue Xiaoyu. "The 2 of us weigh the small stone to 75 kilograms. Chao Chong weighing an elephant." Xue Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "That's right." Yi Qing took out a few small stones from a wooden box, and after getting his hands on them, he couldn't help but look at them twice, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Then he said as if nothing had happened, "Stones of the same weight with the same volume. Put in the same weight stone, then hang it up. Measure whether the size of the water remaining in the 2 buckets is the same, and if that piece overflows with less water, that piece is fake. Just cut that piece straight." Chapter 79, Secretly. "That's right." Zhao Lei slapped his thigh. "Xiao Lu is smart. An inch of gold, an inch volume of gold. There is a pound of weight. Even sand gold is heavier than a stone. But a stone volume has not changed, but the weight has increased. Naturally there is a fake." Zhao Lei immediately commanded a few lads. "A piece of weighing, lifting again and again to measure the size, again and again to release the water. Boring repetition but did not find. The crowd was tired and disappointed. Even Zhao Lei, who was full of confidence in Yi Qing, and Xue Xiaoyu began to be suspicious. Yi Qing, however, kept smiling without saying anything. To him these were nothing at all. Choosing a raw stone with gambling properties from hundreds or thousands of stones, that was what was called boring. An expert gambler must have patience. Stones don't lie, but impatience can make one's judgment wrong. After a dozen or so pieces in succession, a wide, quadrangular stone dangled from the bucket, and the surface of the water steeply changed. 5 inches off. The lad in charge of measuring the height of the residual water in the bucket exclaimed excitedly, "Lift it up." Wang Liang prepared to cut the stone. Yi Qing gave an order. The crowd also disregarded the fact that the stone had just been fished out of the water, and worked together to lift the suspicious stone onto the stone-cutting machine, and Wang Liang pressed the electric button to directly lay down the knife. Everyone watched nervously. Only Yi Qing aimed at the small stones. There are all sizes, the largest like a large pebble, fist size, the smallest walnut size, only a few dozen grams. Just now when he lent his help to weigh out the equal weight stones, he had already picked out some of the smaller ones and put them aside. Xue Xiaoyu thought he was too small to use them, and directly piled them together, a dozen or so. The piercing sounds were endless, and everyone was focused on watching Wang Liang cut the stones. What are these small stones for? Why are they still in the box? Yi Qing and Xue Xiaoyu leaned close and asked as if nothing had happened. Xue Xiaoyu laughed softly. What else can the stones do? The reason for putting them in the box is probably because they are afraid of scattering them and not being able to clean them up well. More. Just this one box. I guess it was originally collected by the warehouse keeper here. Then this place was leased by us, and it was too much trouble not to move it. Xue Xiaoyu looked at him strangely. What are you asking this for? Yi Qing laughed dryly. These small stones are colorful and pretty. It's nice to put them in the fish tank as pebbles. Xue Xiaoyu said in disbelief. Then just pick a few at random. Yi Qing immediately got in a better mood and laughed in a sneaky way. Wang Liang had no qualms about cutting this kind of stone, so he was very fast. With a caw sound, the stone split in two on the stone cutter rack, and a yellowish gold bar appeared in everyone's eyes. There really is. Zhao Lei didn't wait for the blades of the stone cutting machine to stop rotating. He directly picked up a piece, put it in his mouth and bit it, and immediately froze. As a matter of fact, when they saw that a small square had been dug out inside the cut stone with a dozen or so gold bars inside, the crowd had already been dumbfounded. This kind of smuggling method was simply unbelievable. Start working overnight and open the large warehouse as well. Zhao Lei was excited and anxious. It proved that Yi Qing guessed correctly. The sand gold flowed out from the warehouse, and finding the smuggling method was also a great achievement. Yi Qing smiled and stepped forward. Anyway, things are found. Take your time. Don't be anxious. Zhao Lei instantly snapped out of it. The most urgent thing is to increase our efforts to fish the stones from the river. Yi Qing smiled thievishly. The stones without material will continue to be auctioned, and the ones with material will be left behind. Only when you collect all the stones can you get the credit and the blame. Zhao Lei understood and hugged him. Thanks, brother. There's no need to say thanks when you call out brother. Yi Qing laughed and pushed him away. It's not decent for two big men to hug each other. Zhao Lei let go of his hand with a big smile. No wonder the old master likes you. This cleverness convinces my brother. Yi Qing laughed. I've finished my business. It's time to say goodbye. That's fine. Let Xiaoyu see you off. I'm going to keep an eye here. Zhao Lei had quite the air of not stopping until he finished cutting the stones in these warehouses. Yi Qing turned back to Xue Xiaoyu and reminded, take a few pebbles. Xue Xiaoyu hurriedly looked for a plastic bag and loaded it up, and also looked up and asked him, I want these pieces. My fish tank is small. A few pieces are enough. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. After Xue Xiaoyu finished loading the small ones, she kindly helped him load a few big pieces, got up and walked alongside him with a happy face. Tomorrow I'll go find you and give a position of some kind. Yi Qing took the plastic bag in her hand and said with a bad smile, Junior 4, Junior 5 will do. Pick which one you like. Without waiting for her to react, he directly got into the car and left. Xue Xiaoyu was stunned, then woke up angry, stomped his feet, shyly scolded, just a little more serious, and began to talk nonsense. Zhao Lei silently walked behind her and leisurely said, Do you know, the Yi family's old master? Why must you keep him around? Yi family? That Yi family? Xue Xiaoyu said in surprise. There's only one Yi family in Kyoto. Zhao Lei gave her a blank look. Worrisome emotional intelligence. What does this have to do with my emotional intelligence? Xue Xiaoyu asked suspiciously. Why did the Yi family's old master leave him behind? According to his family lineage, he has a promising future no matter if he takes the career path or becomes a soldier. Yi Wuliang said that the old master was keeping an eye on him personally because he was too smart and was worried that he would be too smart and go down a crooked path. Zhao Lei laughed. He was only released after his heart sharpened and stabilized over the past few years. Just him is still steady. Xue Xiaoyu was incredulous. Silly girl, you'd better think about what he cheated away from you. Zhao Lei slapped his head. This emotional intelligence was really worrying. What could he have cheated me of? It's 800 kilometers from Kyoto by plane. Does he have to bring a few stones home from here to put in the fish tank? Yi family's old sixth that is a stone gambling expert. The stone that he sees. The corner of Zhao Lei's mouth twitched. Openly repairing the yin and secretly making a scene is to divert your attention, lest you stop giving it to him when you figure it out. Xue Xiaoyu's jaw dropped as she stammered. That's also a jadeite raw stone. This place turned out to be the raw stone warehouse. Forget about it and pretend it's not there. Zhao Lei shook his head and laughed bitterly, turning his head and walking away. This emotional intelligence. Hey! Xue Xiaoyu looked at the dark sky speechlessly. The stars all over the sky seemed to be laughing at her, and gasped as she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. This kid. It's simply a smiling wolf. The Land Rover traveled for a full kilometer before Yi Qing opened the compartment lights and set the stone on the back seat through the light. After carefully looking at it for a few moments, he called out to stop the car. Wang Liang stepped on the brakes. Yi Qing held the two large stones that Xue Xiaoyu had kindly loaded on, leapt out of the car, and neatly placed them in the center of the flower pool before smilingly getting on the car and loading the remaining stones back into the plastic bag. Chapter 80, Hojiang Raw Stone. Little master, isn't it just pebbles? Why don't you throw them all away? You know. Yi Qing shook his head and cursed with a smile. This is a jadeite raw stone. Throwing it away is the same as throwing money away. Know the Hojiang this field? Wang Liang thought seriously for a moment. Never heard of it. That's right. This site was shut down in the 50s by order of the Burmese military government. Once caught stealing directly shot. Yi Qing leaned comfortably on the back of the chair. This has caused the Hojiang raw stone to circulate very little in the market. Isn't it just a few small pieces of raw stone? Even if it can produce good emerald, the value is not high. When Yi Qing got out of the car just now, Wang Liang had already looked back, leaving behind the largest stone that was fist-sized, and the smaller ones were about the same size as walnuts. Sighing, and you threw away the two largest ones. No wonder you always lose at stone gambling. Yi Qing despised. Hojiang field mouth also divided into new and old. Closed is the old field mouth. The old Hojiang characteristics are very distinct. 10 Hojiang 9 water, seed good, water good, color good, but more small material, generally a few 2 to a caddy or so, not out of large material, and, the old field mouth outstanding material does not white glass, most of the Hojiang material on the size of an egg. Excellent color is also very light, but the color is not afraid of light. As long as the seed is old enough to polish, the color will become deeper. This phenomenon is called turn color, and the longer you wear the more green is also the more expensive. Just now those too big. Wang Liang immediately put his foot on the brake, ready to stop and pick it up. That is the new Hojiang. The individual is bigger than the old Hojiang, usually around 3 kilograms, but the seed watercolor are no way to compare with the old Hojiang. Very few out of high-grade jade, made into jewelry color darkening. And just now the 2 pieces of crust all over the crack locks, even if it is gambling to full color, also cracked to your heartache to death. Itself is small in addition to more cracks. Cannot do the egg face, also cannot do the pendant. Stay will only add to their own blockage. Yi Qing is quite helpless, but the new Hojiang is like this. The seed water is poor out of high color, but damn all the spider crack. Just like the master opened the piece of glass seed emperor green, if discoloration emperor green are possible, but 10 billion large material opened the emperor crack, a crack to destroy all. These small pieces of material, even if cut out the emerald, can do what? Wang Liang heart regret, foot changed from the brake to the gas pedal. No! Yi Qing angry rolled his eyes. These are the most famous pieces of Hojiang material in the garlic crust, taro crust, egg green crust, field chicken crust, yanmei crust, all are wax skin. So tell you what, a lot of rich people wear pigeon eggs, and emperor green are from these kinds of crust cut out. Wang Liang's hand shivered. The steering wheel almost ran off course. Surprised, how much is an imperial green pigeon egg worth? If you sell all 3 sets of your family's houses, you won't be able to afford it. Yi Qing also did not expect to encounter such a good thing when volunteering. Little master, this luck. Wang Liang scared in astonishment and envy. This is not luck, Yi Qing said with a straight face. Luck is cheating others. Strength is the root of stone gambling. Gambling on stones is like picking up leeks in an antique market. It all depends on eyesight. These stones, mixed in a pile of new Hojiang material, it's not that no one has seen it, but they didn't recognize it. At least, the warehouse keeper who packed this pile of stones in a box could read the stones but was a half bottle of vinegar. That's true. Wang Liang nodded with a bad smile. This matter is not to be told. Yi Qing sullenly admonished. Especially White Fox. Absolutely cannot let her know. Understood. Wang Liang agreed with a smile. The car entered the parking lot of Tingchong Grand Hotel. Yi Qing carried a bag of stones, quickly walked up the elevator, found his room, scratched the card and pushed the door, and instantly froze. Shinjunyi and White Fox, two big beauties. One person wore a blouse of their own, showing 4 slim snow-white legs, lying on the sofa watching TV. That lying posture, that body. You guys haven't slept yet. Yi Qing snapped and walked into the room, casually placing the black plastic bag in the corner. How dare we sleep without waiting for you to come back? White Fox glanced at him. Can we go back tomorrow? I'm afraid I still have to stay in Tingchong for a few days. Yi Qing mused. Let Wang Liang drive the Range Rover back tomorrow and change a few tires. Why don't you go back with him? White Fox scornfully bristled. What? Offended you? Cheap bastard. I'm petty. $80 million transferred to you without hesitation. Yi Qing pushed away her leg that was stretched out, and sat in the middle of the two women without any qualms. Greedy woman, never knows to leave some leeway for people. That's what I deserve. White Fox snorted coldly. Her two slender legs made a flying spin, kneeling beside him in a smooth manner. Yi Qing's eyes were sharp, and he saw it clearly under one swing, turning his head to look at Shinjunyi suspiciously. Shinjunyi looked helpless. Our clothes are sent to dry cleaning. Yi Qing was surprised and asked. All dry cleaned. Shinjunyi nodded with a bitter smile and gave White Fox a blank look. Let her sleep first. She had to wait for you to come back. You are not only petty, but also timid. White Fox despised and pushed him. Being taken advantage of by you. Sis didn't even care. What are you afraid of? What's the matter? Wait until we return to Ruweli. I'm going to take a shower first. Yi Qing carried his own clothes and scurried into the washroom. You're obviously not willing to be eaten by him, and you're still provoking him like this. Shinjunyi glared at her without any good humor. White Fox's pretty face flushed red as she ate and laughed. You think he doesn't want to see it? That's just restraining it. Believe it or not, he likes me more than you. If it wasn't for you pulling out the coordination, sis just needs to be happy and there's nothing for you. There are only 3 of us in this room. He can hear the nonsense. Shinjunyi 10,000 disbelief. White Fox skimmed out a bad smile from the corner of her lips and raised her voice. Yi Qing, if I let you make a choice between Shinjunyi and me, who do you choose? The sound of water came from the bathroom. Yi Qing wasn't bored enough to answer this question. White Fox threatened. If you don't answer, I'm going to break in. Yi Qing couldn't bear it and shouted angrily. Don't you think this question is boring? I just want to know. White Fox gave Shinjunyi a smiling look. But only if you met both of us at the same time. Not her first. Shinjunyi, Yi Qing said without hesitation. Shinjunyi snorted and laughed. Don't speak against your conscience, or don't blame sister for flipping out. White Fox was a bit embarrassed on her face and shouted in exasperation. Yi Qing washed his body, put on his clothes and wiped his hair and walked out. It's a kind of fate for people to meet each other. Shinjunyi took the towel in his hand and knelt behind him to help him wipe his hair. The fact that God let me meet Shinjunyi first means that my fate with her has arrived. Yi Qing solemnly said, so there won't be a question of who to choose. Rather, I won't give up on Sister Junyi unless she can't find happiness from me and leaves on her own accord. Turning his head to see White Fox's ugly face, he hurriedly laughed and said, but the one whose temperament truly matches is still you. Chapter 81 Rules are like a prison. Shinjunyi pinched him hard on the shoulder and said unwillingly, why? Yi Qing backhanded her in his arms, looked at her face full of jealousy, and said seriously, because of ruthlessness. The ruthlessness in White Fox's bones is rare in men. You mean to say I'm weak? Shinjunyi said unconvincingly. People who drive BMWs work their asses off to get a Bentley, while people who drive Geelys are thinking about how to save gas. Yi Qing solemnly said, in different circles people think differently. In the past you were a little rich, when a petit bourgeois, eating steak and drinking red wine and wearing designer labels is satisfied. But White Fox's circle is completely different from you. Want to live as a person. You must be ruthless enough, like a wolf, either hunting or being taken as prey by other beasts. And my circle is likewise the same. Shinjunyi was incredulous. With your status position, what's wrong with me? Yi Qing smiled. Even my family wants to make the family stronger by way of marriage. Luckily I'm the youngest 6, with 5 outstanding older brothers above me, so my family gives a lot of autonomy, but still hope I can be paired up with the Lu family's heir, instead of brother and sister. White Fox didn't understand. Frowning, she asked, what kind of messed up relationship is this? When I was born, my mother's health was not good. Auntie Lu just gave birth to Yuer and carried me over to be raised together. I grew up by stealing Yuer's rice bowl. Yi Qing was a little sad. The Yi family has always treated her as Xiaoqi, but she was not willing to be my sister. Yi Qing's voice was a bit sad, and Shinjunyi also empathized. If it wasn't for this incident with her father, the two of them wouldn't have had the chance to poke through this layer of window paper, and Yi Qing would have always treated Lu Yu as her sister. But after the separation, It also made Lu Yu understand that the two of them would be strangers if they went on like this, which is why she endured and acquiesced to her existence. What I got is incomplete, but it's better than losing it completely. Shin Junyi hugged Yi Qing and sincerely said, Yuer will selectively let go precisely because she read you. Yi Qing smiled bitterly, it's true that you're a lawyer, and you have a good control over your client's psychological state. It's still not cheap for you. Shin Junyi pouted and hit him. You only know how to cherish when you lose. So I'm also the bridegroom of the two of you. What about me? White Fox pursued. Yi Qing asked solemnly, will you return to Kyoto with me? White Fox hesitated slightly, then said firmly, no. So it's best for you and I to be a Jianghu deceased. Yi Qing solemnly said, spontaneity, and freedom is what White Fox is all about. If you were to be kept in a cage as a pet, you would go crazy. You're the pet. White Fox despised and laughed and cursed, then thought about this truth. Rules are like a cage. I absolutely refuse to be imprisoned in it. However, with so many rules in your house, can you tell me what exactly you do? Yi Qing knew that this was the point, gently shook his head, and said solemnly, knowing too much won't do you any good, but I also have one thing to ask you. Have you smuggled any sand gold? White Fox's face also solemnized. We know the red line of this country, and we want to do a long-term business. Moreover, we don't want to lose our lives over here. Therefore, that even if smuggling sand gold is more profitable, we don't do it. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's reassuring. As long as you guys don't violate this bottom line, I can also give you a promise that no matter what danger or crisis you encounter in the future, you can ask for help from me and I will do my best to help you. White Fox's eyes twitched, including on our side. Yi Qing smiled meaningfully. Wolves never fight alone, but in packs. So confident. White Fox was also cautious. Yi Qing smiled and didn't answer, but White Fox saw that her deep eyes were full of confidence, and lightly laughed as she hugged one of his arms. I really regret it, but it's not too late now. Sooner or later, you're sisters. Yi Qing laughed bitterly, saying this in front of Sister Junyi. Aren't you ashamed? White Fox smiled and glanced at Shin Junyi. What's wrong with that? Anyway, I won't be the same as her, competing for any position of junior. As long as you are happy, I'm happy. Shin Junyi rubbed her forehead, really defeated by your shamelessness. Yi Qing, however, recognized her words and laughed. This is the White Fox. Nothing can bind her. Don't say that. Women are fickle. Maybe one day I'll willingly be your woman. White Fox looked solemn, but only if I'm still alive. Why do you say that? Shin Junyi worriedly pursued. Well, don't get to the bottom of it. Everyone has their own secrets. White Fox, however, smiled sweetly. With Yi Qing's promise, the chances of me surviving in the future are high, so there's no need to be worried. Tomorrow morning, I'll go back with Wang Liang and come back with the money after handling things over there. That's fine. Let's play a big game when you come back. Yi Qing laughed and said, anyway, the more money you have in your hands, the safer it will be. Sure enough, it's still you who understands me. White Fox smiled happily and playfully said, do you still have money? If you don't have it, sis will lend you some. Just give 8% interest. Yi Qing blackened his face, picked up Shin Junyi and got up to leave. So damn stingy. White Fox stared at his back and shouted in a bad mood. Yi Qing kicked the door of the room shut and said in a bad mood, this woman is almost as good as a goblin, knocking the bones and sucking the marrow. It's all because of money. Shin Junyi blankly glanced at him, then worriedly said, is the White Fox really in danger in the future? It's normal. Yi Qing laid down on the silk quilt. Over there, although the government forces have occupied the largest territory, there are still more than 150 ethnic groups, each ruling their own mountains as kings. In order to obtain sufficient funds to buy weapons, expand the army, and compete for various mineral deposits by any means, all day long you beat me, I beat you. The White Fox always walks by the river where there are not wet shoes. The promise you gave her is important to White Fox? Shin Junyi whispered. The channels they hold are equally important to me. Yi Qing twisted his head and looked at her bright eyes. I don't just gamble on stones. I also need to procure a large amount of raw stones. Without them to help me, even if I buy the stones, I won't be able to transport them back. Isn't the Yangon public market enough? The Yangon public market is the hunting ground for capital predators. Yi Qing laughed bitterly. My little fortune can't even make a small storm at the public market. Yes, the annual turnover of the Yangon public market is 4 to 5 billion euros. Shin Junyi also had a headache. Converted into RMB is tens of billions. It's really taking money to hit people. Yi Qing was also full of bitterness. If you don't want to be smashed to death by them with money, it's better to take advantage of this time to make good money. Hey, I really want to be smashed to death by money. That way even if I die, I'm willing to die. Shin Junyi let out a light laugh. Unfortunately, I don't have that much money. Then find a way to earn it. Yi Qing hemmed and hawed. His words changed, and he said furtively, Go and see if White Fox is sleeping? Chapter 82 Blood and Tears Quarry Woman. Shinjuni's pretty face reddened, her beautiful eyes crossed, and she said in a bad mood, "Aren't you tired? I'm exhausted. This day was another day of gambling and being robbed. Women, they are all mouths. Mouths say no. Body is very honest." Yi Qing teased with a bad smile. Seeing that Shinjunyi was about to be infuriated, he hurriedly changed his words. "Where do you think? I'm asking you to take advantage of her sleeping to bring in the plastic bag I brought back." Shinjunyi then realized that she had lost her pearls to the dark side, and blankly glanced at him without any good sense. "What is it? Is it important? When I was giving help, I took it back by the hand. They are all good raw stones." Yi Qing was smug. "According to my judgment, the possibility of cutting out high ice full green is extremely high." Shinjunyi scurried up, tiptoed to open the door noiselessly, looked out to see no one, and walked out quickly. Only after half a minute did she tiptoe back, made a safe gesture, knelt down and sat across from Yi Qing, and dumped the 13 stones on the silk quilt in one brain. "It's only this big." Shinjunyi was dumbfounded, looking at the pile of colorful raw stones on the bed. The largest was the size of a fist, the smallest was a pigeon egg. Yi Qing stifled a laugh. "This time didn't say the stone is ugly. There is growth." Shinjunyi glared at him angrily. "People don't know about stones. Naturally they have to judge by beauty and ugliness. That said, what exactly is so precious about this thing that makes you attach so much importance to it? There are more than 500 raw stone quarries in Myanmar, but the only one that is called a constant winner by stone gambling experts is Hojiang." Yi Qing let out an exclamation. Seeing this kind of material is simply great luck. Very rare. Shinjunyi blinked a pair of beautiful eyes and asked in surprise, "The mine has been closed for decades?" Yi Qing nodded his head affirmatively. "Moreover, it's not easy to quarry this kind of raw stone. These are all water stones that are sunk at the bottom of the river. The quarry women go into the water naked, groping in the cold and darkness, touching the stones before they are willing to surface. Many quarry women dive down and never come back up." Shinjunyi's heart trembled as she listened, startled by his words. "Every stone, infested with tears and blood." Yi Qing smiled bitterly. "This is gambling on stones." Shinjunyi looked at him dumbfounded and gritted her teeth. "You like this business, I can't stop you, but yet I hope you can keep yourself safe." Yi Qing smiled, wrapped up the stone and put it into the suitcase before hugging her delicate body. "Don't worry, I'm always careful. Besides, with Lulu by my side, even if something goes wrong, I'll be able to get out in one piece." Aha! Shinjunyi also knew that he had a strong force value, coupled with Lulu. Ordinary people were simply no match for them. "What did you do tonight? Don't ask too much about fourth brother's business." Yi Qing didn't want to say more. "Tomorrow, Xue Xiaoyu will come over." Shinjunyi was instantly alert. "What is she coming to do?" "You won't be thinking about what?" Yi Qing smiled. "She's coming with a mission. Just think of her as a bodyguard. Having a police inspector as my bodyguard. I'm considered the first person in the lawyer world." Shinjunyi gave him a worried blank look. "I'm the monitoring ambassador that little Bootaloo you put by your side. Don't make it difficult for me. See what you're saying, as if all the beauties in the world like me." Yi Qing shook his head in disbelief and lifted the quilt to cover the two of them. "That can't be said. Women all like successful men." Shinjunyi snuggled up to him. "And you are young and handsome, with a lot of gold in your pocket. Just the type that girls like the most. Besides, you have a strange charm when you gamble on stones, making me an extremely self-disciplined person, addicted to it, not to mention a little girl. Don't think about this kind of unscrupulous thing, okay?" Yi Qing gave her a helpless look. "It's better to take some precautions in advance, or else, at little Buddha Lu Yu's place, there's no way I can explain." Shinjunyi gritted her teeth. "Look at you walking unnaturally. Does it still hurt?" Yi Qing quickly changed the topic. Shinjunyi's pretty face rolled, pouting and hitting him. "Who made you crazy and not human?" "I didn't grasp the degree for the first time." Yi Qing smiled smugly. Shinjunyi stuck her head into his arms and ate and laughed. "Who is not the first time? Go to sleep. Don't think about this kind of thing anymore." The voice weakly added, "At least, not tonight." The next morning, Yi Qing got up early and sent off White Fox and Boss Chi. Lulu held the keys of the Audi S6. "I called the 4S store. They have prepared the tires. They will change them when they arrive. I guess Wang Liang will be back around 4 or 5 p.m. Yi Qing smiled and glanced at him, knowing what he was worried about. "I'm not going to the countryside today. I'll just go around the city. Without a good car, I really don't feel at ease." Lulu shook his head. "I also don't know if Mawan has been caught yet. You're sidetracking. Don't you just want to know what fourth brother is looking for me for?" Yi Qing smiled and leaned on Audi's big nose. "Quasi no good." Lulu sulked and calmly said, "The manpower that can be used over here is too little. If sixth brother really intends to help out, it's inconvenient to live in a hotel. It's best to buy a set of villas. I can also transfer people over." "Okay, go back and buy it." Yi Ching agreed with a smile. Lulu originally asked a tentative question, did not expect it to be this result. A pair of eyes glared up. Fourth brother really wants to pull you into the water. There are some people and some things that are not convenient for them to come out, so they entrusted it to me. Yi Ching laughed. However, this matter has a great deal of autonomy. Besides, it can be investigated together with master's matter. Lulu nodded his head and stopped talking. He knew the temperament of the Yi family like the back of his hand. The oldest was stable. The second was elegant and followed the family's wishes to take the career path. The oldest 3, the oldest 4 like the military. High school graduates directly enrolled in the military school. Now each sitting on one side of the town have their own achievements. When Yi mother gave birth to the oldest 5, the whole family thought it was the last one. Spoiled over the head. The results spoiled a dude. I didn't expect that after a few years, Yi mother gave birth to a little 6. The family spoiled immediately transferred in the little 6 body. The old 5 feel the crisis. Head into the eye of the money, relying on family history to sell approvals. Not used a few years on the accumulation of a small fortune, but no one thought. This little 6 since childhood love money. The degree of shrewdness is also far more than Yi old 5. The old master of the Yi family did not dare to let himself go, and stayed by his side to teach him personally. When I was in high school, the first time I went out on a different note. Using the funds accumulated by Yi old 5 in the past few years of selling approvals, a series of dazzling operations, directly dished out a tourist resort worth up to $10 billion, and then transformed it into a King's Palace business club. Yi Ching worry and effort. The result of the delay in school. The college entrance examination failed to run to Ruili Mixed for a year. Back to Kyoto and Panjiayuan practice stalls selling stone. The next year opened a stone fast. The speed of money is horrible. By the Kyoto Yamen Circle honored as a small master. Yi family old master first put himself in the King's Palace business club. Keep an eye on Yi old 5. Now that he was ordered to follow Yi old 6, his task was also self-evident. Ensure his safety and at the same time, don't let him go down the wrong path. In the words of the Yi family's old master, the smarter the person is, the more clever the means of doing evil, and the more harmful it is to society. The Yi family would never allow such an unworthy descendant to appear.